Chapter 1 Ugly Duckling Cashback System. Ugly duckling? Cashback? The host spends money on girls whose scores are below 50 points in the system rating. You can then receive a rebate equal to a certain multiple. Yi Qing's face darkened. What's going on? Everyone else gets cashback for spending money on beautiful women. Why do I only get a cashback if I spend money on an ugly woman? Is there no justice left in this world? A great deal of resentment has been detected in the host. The system is about to shut down. No, System Master, please stay. Even if you're trash, you're still a system. If you're going to spend money on an ugly woman, then so be it. Yi Qing was truly at her wit's end. To buy his girlfriend the latest iPhone 17? He already owes a lot of foreign debt. The system ultimately did not leave. The host has been equipped with a detective eye. Detection range, 10 meters. Yi Qing looked up and realized that she was in a classroom. It is a classroom for general education courses. Today is English class. They are majoring in economics and management. Class 1 and class 2 are together. It's a large lecture hall that can seat 100 people. Yi Qing sat in the last row. I was surrounded by my roommates. Yi Qing looked at the girl in front of him and silently thought to himself. Investigate. Li Jingjing. Age, 20. Height, 156 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Rating, 66. Number of participants, 0. Number of attempts, 0. Yi Qing frowned. Looking at the numbers on the virtual panel in front of him. What do you mean by the number of people and the number of times? The system did not respond, but Yi Qing had some guesses in his mind. Continue exploring the second target. Rating, 61. Number of participants, 1. Number of times, 28. A strange expression appeared on Yi Qing's face. Does the number of people and the number of times represent this woman's experience? Interesting, very interesting. Yi Qing glanced at it, and suddenly, I saw a beautiful figure sitting in the middle seat from behind. I wonder what the class beauty score would be. Yi Qing focused his attention and began to use the eye of exploration. Chen Shuiyao. Age, 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Rating, 78. Number of participants, 56. Number of times, 238. Holy crap. Yi Qing's eyes widened. I never expected that the seemingly innocent class beauty would actually be like this. 56 people? That means you've had 56 boyfriends? My God. Yi Qing felt that his values were collapsing. You can know a person's face but not their heart. Chen Shuiyao is the goddess in the hearts of many boys. Who knew that things were like this in private? Yi Qing felt a chill run down her spine. Thinking back, I used to regard Chen Shuiyao as my goddess. If it weren't for family poverty and lack of money. Some of the reasons are due to low self-esteem. He might confess his feelings to Chen Shuiyao at any time. Who would have thought that the white swans in everyone's hearts had been severely polluted? Yi Qing sighed. They used the eye of detection to scan many people once again. At this time, all the girls were young and beautiful. After all, they are all freshmen, in the prime of their youth. Yi Qing scanned for a long time but still couldn't find a single girl with a score below 50. They majored in economics and management. Although it can't be described as having a multitude of beauties. But the quality of these girls is generally slightly higher. After scanning all the students in both classes, it was only then that they discovered the girl with the lowest score was stuck at 51 points. Yi Qing was somewhat discouraged. This broken system, if I wanted to spend money on beautiful women, would I need to go through all this trouble? Ding dong. Yi Qing's phone vibrated. Upon clicking, I found it was a payment reminder message. Your loan of 18,000 yuan applied for through the loan app is 28 days overdue. Please repay as soon as possible. Yi Qing frowned. How did I end up borrowing so much money? Yi Qing slapped his forehead. Oh right, I bought an iPhone for that woman, Wang Xinxian. I bought the most expensive iPhone 17 Pro Max top-of-the-line version. Yi Qing remembered that the phone cost nearly 18,000 yuan. Simp, in the end you'll have nothing. The image of that woman appeared in Yi Qing's mind. She wasn't particularly pretty either. But Yi Qing, this simp, gave a lot of his heart. Although Yi Qing bought the other party a mobile phone, she still did not receive a reply. Wang Xinxian still hasn't agreed to be Yi Qing's girlfriend. Ding ding ding. The bell rang, signaling the end of get out of class. Yi Qing followed the group out of the teaching building. Looking at the dense crowd in the square outside the teaching building, Yi Qing felt a surge of excitement. Is it better to be young, or to be a college student? Having experienced the days of being treated like cattle and horses. He worked either 007 or 996, and one time he accidentally died suddenly while working overtime. Who knew that I would inexplicably become a college student? He didn't go back to the past, instead, he adopted a new identity. He was very happy to be back at university. Seeing so many people in front of him, Yi Qing activated his eye of detection. With so many people, I refuse to believe we can't find a girl who scores 50 points. Yi Qing was also a little anxious if he didn't repay his loan soon. His credit record might even be problematic. It was already noon, and everyone gradually headed towards the cafeteria. Yi Qing walked along, scanning the crowd continuously. Lin Shiqi. Age, 21. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Rating, 85. Number of participants, 0. Number of attempts, 0. Lin Shiqi? Isn't this the most beautiful girl in our School of Economics and Management? Yi Qing looked up at a spot not far from him. A tall girl. They are walking towards the entrance of the second canteen. A hint of amazement flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. The campus belle is something else. She still looks so innocent. Yi Qing unconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. There was no system back then. He didn't dare to have any ideas at all. But things are different now. Maybe there'll be a chance to chat with the most beautiful girl in the college. It's a pity that we still couldn't find any girls who scored below 50. Yi Qing was unwilling to give up. With a casual glance, he saw a slightly chubby girl under a tree by the roadside. Dark skin and ordinary features. Yi Qing was overjoyed and quickly moved closer. Name, Lu Huan. Age, 20. Height, 159 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Rating, 46. Number of participants, 0. Number of attempts, 0. Ha ha ha. Finally found a girl who scored below 50. System, does this woman meet the criteria? Does not meet the requirements? Yi Qing almost jumped up. Why? Her score is already below 50? Chapter 2 Supreme Milk Tea. The host needs to find girls whose scores are in whole tens. For example, 50 points, 40 points, 30 points. Yi Qing rolled her eyes. How do we find it? Yi Qing was speechless. He then used his investigative skills to find several female college students in the crowd who were of very ordinary appearance. 53 points. 41 points. 36 points. However, these people's scores were all 0. It still doesn't meet the system's requirements. Yi Qing felt like she was searching for a needle in a haystack. With a somewhat helpless droop, he continued walking forward. It would also scan the crowd from time to time. It has to be said that there are a lot of beautiful girls at Jiangqing University. He just encountered 3 beauties who scored over 80 points. 50 points? Yi Qing's face lit up with immense joy. A girl brushed past him. It scored 50 points. Name, Zhang Xinxin. Age, 20. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Rating, 50. Number of participants, 0. Number of attempts, 0. System, does he meet the requirements? Eligible. Spending money on Zhang Xinxin can yield a 10x return. Watching the somewhat bloated, obese woman walk away into the distance, Yi Qing gritted her teeth and followed. Zhang Xinxin went to the cafeteria and ordered a lot of food. His plate was already overflowing. The food in the school cafeteria wasn't very tasty. But the quantity is large and it's very affordable. Yi Qing saw the plate of food the woman was carrying. The food on the plate was almost touching his chin. The woman held the plate as if she were performing acrobatics. Yi Qing was dumbfounded. Even so, The woman steadily carried the plate to her seat, picked up her spoon, and began to eat. Yi Qing's face darkened. No wonder this woman is so fat. Yi Qing was very conflicted. Yi Qing broke out in a cold sweat. The woman took less than 3 minutes. He stuffed the entire plate of food into his mouth. It really is like a vacuum cleaner. Yi Qing couldn't help but swallow. Zheng Xinxin was still somewhat unsatisfied when she turned around and realized what was going on. A man was standing next to her. The man is not tall, about 1.75 meters. She does have a rather delicate appearance. He's fairly handsome, but the way he looks at me is a bit strange. Yi Qing mustered her courage and went up to her. "Excuse me, can we get to know each other?" Zheng Xinxin looked puzzled. Looking at the shy expression on the boy's face, she was a little confused. She never thought that anyone at school would want to know a girl like her. She was a bit chubby and not very pretty. It's because of obesity. Even the boys in her class didn't want to talk to her. She always thought she was slightly chubby. She had always thought she hadn't reached 200 pounds. She's not exactly a fat woman. It's just that I can eat some. Yi Qing made a comparison in his mind. He is about 1.75 meters tall. My current weight is 130 pounds. The woman opposite him was 1.68 meters tall and weighed 160 kilograms. He wasn't very tall to begin with. In addition, women's frames are generally very thin. With so much fat piled up, he looks rather obese. Zheng Xinxin's face flushed slightly. She never expected that one day a boy would try to chat her up. Although this boy wasn't particularly handsome, but it looks quite pleasing to the eye. Zheng Xinxin's eyes were full of stars. Aha! She nodded eagerly. All the other girls in the dorm already have suitors. Only she is affected by her figure. No boy wanted to get close to her. She was also very distressed and secretly glanced at it. The guy next to me is fairly good looking. That would be great if we could date each other. Hello, my name is Yi Qing. May I ask your name? Zheng Xinxin stood up somewhat awkwardly. My name is Zheng Xinxin. It's from the School of Foreign Languages. Yi Qing nodded. Zheng Xinxin looked up and asked with some anticipation. What can I do for you? Yi Qing scratched his head. He hadn't yet come up with a reason. Well, I just wanted to get to know you. Zheng Xinxin's eyes widened. You don't actually like me, do you? Yi Qing hadn't expected this woman to be so narcissistic and so direct. Yi Qing paused for a moment, then carefully considered the matter. They still need this woman to give them rebates. Finally, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes. Zheng Xinxin's eyes widened as well. She never expected that this boy would actually like her. The overwhelming surprise made her tremble. Yi Qing was willing to go all out to spend money on the other party. Am I allowed to pursue you? Zheng Xinxin wiped the rice grains from the corner of her mouth. Nod vigorously. Yes, yes. Zheng Xinxin was so pleasantly surprised. Yi Qing looked at the many people around him, frowned, and said, Can we go outside to talk? The blush on Zheng Xinxin's face hadn't faded yet. He nodded hurriedly again and followed Yi Qing out of the cafeteria. The two walked along the sidewalk outside the cafeteria. As we walked, Zheng Xinxin stopped in her tracks. I looked up and saw a shop on the side of the street. There is a small commercial street inside the school. There is a small supermarket, a store that sells daily necessities. There's a 24-hour bank ATM, a bubble tea shop, and a fried chicken shop. Yi Qing was taken aback for a moment, then followed the other person's gaze. It's the school's milk tea shop. A sudden inspiration struck Yi Qing. The milk tea shop at this school is a brand chain store. They're all quite expensive. Unless there are special circumstances. Everyone still prefers to buy milk tea from those cheap milk tea shops outside the school. At this moment, Yi Qing was actually hoping that things here would be expensive. Would you like some milk tea? Zheng Xinxin's eyes lit up. May I? Yi Qing smiled nonchalantly. No problem. He still had 50 yuan in his phone. This is all the money we have left. Drinking a cup of milk tea is perfectly fine. Yi Qing walked towards the milk tea shop. Look at the menu above. Order whatever you like, it's on me. Zheng Xinxin felt that this boy understood her too well. I looked at the prices on the menu. She usually wouldn't dare to drink this milk tea. I've never drunk it before. The price is really a bit expensive. Even a regular cup of milk tea costs more than 10 yuan. She hesitated for a moment before pointing to the cheapest one. Yi Qing frowned. If we're going to drink, let's drink the best. Boss, give me the most expensive supreme milk tea. Zheng Xinxin instinctively looked at the price. Hiss. This premium milk tea costs 50 yuan a cup. Isn't it a bit too expensive? Zheng Xinxin looked at Yi Qing somewhat embarrassedly. Yi Qing waved his hand, looking completely unconcerned. Nothing. Since we've just met, I'd like to express my feelings. Zheng Xinxin's eyes lit up. The boy's clothes were very ordinary. But I'm willing to spend money on her. This made her feel even more favorably toward Yi Qing. Chapter 3 I Will Not Forgive You. She also knew that someone like her. The chances of finding a rich, handsome, and successful man are very slim. There's someone who understands her needs and is willing to spend money on her. She was already overjoyed. The milk tea was ready in no time. Yi Qing used the only 50 yuan in her phone to pay. Host detected as Zheng Xinxin, who spent 50 yuan, triggering a tenfold rebate. Received a rebate of 500 yuan. A deposit of 500 yuan has been made into your bank account, leaving a balance of 500 yuan. Yi Qing was overjoyed. Since his income was legal, he felt there was no risk involved. The system was indeed very considerate. Yi Qing thoughtfully inserted the tube. Zheng Xinxin gave Yi Qing a somewhat alluring look. I took the milk tea. He took a sip. He had a look of pure enjoyment on his face. The supreme milk tea is truly amazing. It tastes so good. Sizzle. Zheng Xinxin was stunned for a moment. A hissing sound came from the straw. She immediately realized that she had finished the milk tea. Zheng Xinxin looked like she still wanted more. I looked at this exquisitely packaged milk tea with a bit of regret. How is it? Is it delicious? Yi Qing licked the corner of his mouth. He'd never even tried such an expensive milk tea before. Zheng Xinxin nodded. It's a pity there are too few. I finished it in one gulp. Yi Qing's face darkened. How big is this woman's mouth? What suddenly came to mind? How about I get you another drink? Zheng Xinxin shook her head, feeling a little embarrassed, and refused. I think we should pass. It's too expensive. Yi Qing thought to himself that this woman knew how to save him money. But the other person's next sentence almost made him collapse. A cheap one is fine too. Yi Qing's lips twitched slightly. Boss, 2 more cups of supreme milk tea, please. Yi Qing also wanted to try it out. The milk tea shop owner was overjoyed. His franchise store. Normally, very few people would be willing to spend so much money to buy such expensive milk tea. 2 cups of milk tea were made quickly. Yi Qing carefully inserted the straw. I was just about to pick up a cup and taste what this most expensive milk tea tasted like. Who knows? Zheng Xinxin is faster than him. Attack with both hands simultaneously. He grabbed the 2 cups of milk tea in his hands. Then, to Yi Qing's astonishment, the other person actually put both straws into their mouth. Just like that, slurp. The system notification sounded. Host detected as Zheng Xinxin, who spent 100 yuan, triggering a tenfold rebate. Received a rebate of 1,000 yuan. A deposit of 1,000 yuan has been made into your bank account, leaving a balance of 1,500 yuan. Ha ha! You've already made 1,500 yuan so quickly. Yi Qing was very happy. This is making money too fast. Zheng Xinxin still seemed unsatisfied. Yi Qing generously bought 2 more cups of milk tea. The milk tea shop owner was grinning from ear to ear. We sold 5 cups of supreme milk tea today. This is something that nobody usually buys. He has basically sold out his 6-month inventory. Received a rebate of 1,000 yuan. A deposit of 1,000 yuan has been made into your bank account, leaving a balance of 2,500 yuan. With 2,500 yuan, Yi Qing felt more confident. I have class this afternoon. Zheng Xinxin turned around and wanted to leave. Yi Qing hesitated for a moment. Xin, can I treat you to dinner tonight? Zhang Xinxin turned around and couldn't help but swallow. Okay. Let's meet at the school gate at 6 o'clock. Yi Qing ate some food in the cafeteria before returning to her dormitory. I just arrived at the dormitory building. A woman stormed up to Yi Qing and began to berate him. Then they started to criticize. Yi Qing, why aren't you answering my calls? Yi Qing looked up and found a woman standing in front of him. He instinctively scanned the woman. Name, Wang Xinqian. Age, 20. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Rating, 70. Number of participants, 0. Number of attempts, 0. Wang Xinqian? Wang Xinqian stood with her hands on her hips, looking furious. Yi Qing, what are you pretending to have amnesia for? Don't you recognize me? Why didn't you answer my calls? Wang Xinqian was so angry because she had treated her classmates to lunch. She was thinking of having Yi Qing come and pay for her bill. She wanted to show off to her friends how obedient her lapdog was. But when she sent messages or made phone calls, Yi Qing gave her no response whatsoever. She lost face in front of her friends. He then waited angrily downstairs at Yi Qing's dormitory building. Yi Qing was surprised that this woman scored 70 points. She's already considered to be at the level of a class beauty. Yi Qing took out her phone and realized that. My phone has many messages and several missed calls. Sorry, my phone is on silent. Yi Qing didn't notice at all. Yi Qing, do you know? You made me lose face in front of my friends. I'm never talking to you again. Don't come looking for me again. Wang Xinqian turned around angrily and wanted to leave. She knew that every time she lost her temper, Yi Qing would always buy her things to make up for it. She's already got her eye on a bag. Although it's not very expensive, it's still worth around 6,000 yuan. Every time she lost her temper and asked Yi Qing to buy something, he would then find a way to buy it for her. She resorted to her old tricks again, wanting Yi Qing to spend money on her again. She believed that Yi Qing would call him back before she took 3 steps. She silently recited it in her heart. 1, 2, 3. Etc. Wang Xian revealed a smug smile. She turned her head and her face instantly showed anger. This acting? What are you doing? Do you want me to forgive you? Yi Qing walked towards the woman. Wang Xinqian continued talking to herself. If you want me to forgive you, you have to buy it for me. She was interrupted by Yi Qing before she could finish speaking. Am I your boyfriend? Wang Xinqian instinctively shook her head. I have never acknowledged that you are my boyfriend. Your probation period isn't over yet. Wang Xinqian felt a secret contempt in her heart. I have plenty of backup options. You're not even in the running. Wang Xinqian acquired a lot of funds through this method. She has many admirers. There are quite a few people like Yi Qing who are willing to spend money on her. On May 20th alone, she received over 10,000 yuan in red envelopes. Since I'm not your boyfriend, why should I spend money on you? Take your phone out. Wang Xinqian instinctively took out her phone. This is the latest model of the Apple phone. Yi Qing snatched it away without any hesitation. If you don't want to be my girlfriend, then don't use the phone I bought for you. Wang Xian was dumbfounded. Yi Qing, why are you like this? That phone was bought for me. Give it back to me now or I'll get angry. Wang Xian was so anxious that he kept stamping his feet. This is what she has to brag about to others. Many people envied her because of this phone. Chapter 4, Does he like ugly women? Yi Qing glanced indifferently at the somewhat vain woman. Yi Qing, if you continue like this, don't come looking for me again. Yi Qing looked at the other person with a smile. Okay. After saying that, he turned and left. Wang Xinqian watched as Yi Qing entered the boys' dormitory building. Yi Qing, I'm not done with you yet. She hadn't expected Yi Qing to be so resolute. Wang Xinqian was furious. No matter how much she shouted and cursed downstairs in the dormitory. In the end, he had no choice but to leave. I just opened the door and entered the dormitory. Third brother, is the person shouting and cursing downstairs Wang Xinqian? Wei Chang stood on the balcony, turned around, and looked at Yi Qing who had just entered the room, asking her a question. Their balcony is semi-enclosed. It provides a good view of the area below the dormitory building. Wang Xinqian is one of the most famous beauties in the foreign languages department. Who knew that this ordinary Yi Qing would become a suitor? Although the two are not in a romantic relationship. But it has already made the other guys in the dorm very envious and jealous. Wei Chang is one of them. He is very handsome. And there's some money left at home. He considered himself 100 times better than Yi Qing. But, unexpectedly, he doesn't even deserve to be Wang Xinqian's lapdog. This made him feel very unbalanced. I just saw someone shouting and cursing outside. He curiously peeked out and looked down. I never expected it to be that pretty girl. Yi Qing nodded. It's her. Wei Chang walked back with some curiosity. What's wrong? Did you make someone angry? Inside the dormitory, Yi Qing claimed that Wang Xinqian was his girlfriend. The guys in the dorm had no idea what was going on. Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. Nothing much? I just broke up with her. What? Wei Chang's eyes widened. You broke up with Wang Xinqian? This. Third brother, you're not kidding, are you? Yi Qing shook his head. I'm not kidding, I really broke up with her. Wei Chang's face lit up with surprise. He was secretly making plans in his mind. If Yi Qing and Wang Xinqian break up, wouldn't that give him a chance? He believed that with his good looks and family background, I'm sure I can win that woman over. It just takes a little more effort. He nodded calmly. He patted Yi Qing on the shoulder with a hint of regret. Third brother, how could you give up such a good woman? You probably won't find anyone better than Wang Xinqian in the future. Yi Qing's brows furrowed involuntarily. He glanced sideways at Wei Chang. That's not necessarily true. Wei Chang looked at Yi Qing, who was still unconvinced, and secretly felt a little contemptuous. Yi Qing, you have neither a good family background nor good looks. They don't even appreciate a woman as beautiful as Wang Xinqian. That sounds like he's just being stubborn. Humph, just wait until I win over that woman Wang Xinqian. We must take him to him and give him a good slap in the face. Wei Chang secretly glared at Yi Qing. Without saying a word, he turned and left the dormitory. The other two people in the dormitory have gone out. Yi Qing pulled out the latest model of Apple mobile phone from his pocket. This is the highest configuration available, and it's 2 terabytes. Looking at the phone in his hand, which cost less than 1,000 yuan, Yi Qing gave a bitter smile. Just how stupid is this child? He bought someone else a phone worth nearly 20,000 yuan, but he uses such a piece of junk himself. Yi Qing unceremoniously removed the SIM card from the phone. I put it in my iPhone. The difference is obvious when you turn on an iPhone. The screen clarity and system smoothness are on completely different levels. Yi Qing sighed. A good phone really makes a difference. Yi Qing played with her phone with a hint of surprise. I played a game, and it was still very smooth. 6 o'clock in the evening, at the school gate. Zheng Xinqian had been waiting here for a long time. After school, she immediately returned to her dormitory. I found my prettiest clothes. And she even put on makeup, which was unprecedented for her. She took her first date in college very seriously. Although she wasn't pretty, she still had to show her attitude. I can't be as sloppy as before. She was even wearing a light blue dress. She was wearing a pair of white sneakers. The dress concealed her somewhat overweight figure very well. His shoulders are a bit broad, though. She wasn't short to begin with. After putting on this outfit, she actually looked somewhat like a beautiful woman. Yi Qing arrived promptly at 6 o'clock. Looking around at the school gate. Then they spotted Zheng Xinqian standing in the corner, wearing a light blue dress. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. No wonder some people say that clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. This woman, with a little dressing up. It is indeed clear that it is a woman. Yi Qing walked over. I was suddenly stunned. What's that painted on that woman's face? The woman's face was covered in a mess of makeup. Those red lips looked terrifying, as if they had just drunk blood. The powder on her face really made her look like a pale-faced female ghost. The key point is that the eyebrows are drawn very thick. Yi Qing rolled her eyes. This woman has a pretty good attitude towards dating. Unfortunately, the makeup skills were really terrible. Yi Qing, you've arrived. Zheng Xinqian smiled. Seeing the other person's exposed teeth, Yi Qing couldn't help but shiver. This woman is terrifying. Let's go to Tienda Plaza. Yi Qing felt that she should leave immediately. If someone he knows sees him on a date with this woman, they'll definitely laugh their heads off. Okay. Just as the two were thinking, they heard a familiar voice. Ha! Third brother, what are you doing here? Yi Qing turned her head and found that it was Wei Chang. Wei Chang glanced at Yi Qing. She then glanced at Zheng Xinxin behind Yi Qing. Third brother, you two aren't on a date, are you? Wei Chang stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. What suddenly came to mind? Wei Chang pointed at Yi Chang. You broke up with Wang Xinxian. Was it all because of this woman? Third brother, are you all right in the head, or are you sick? Wei Chang almost burst out laughing. The woman behind Yi Qing wasn't even worthy of carrying Wang Xinxian's shoes. He clearly saw the two of them being somewhat intimate just now. Third brother, I never expected you to have such a fetish. What a pity, Wang Xinxian is such a beautiful woman. Yi Qing's face darkened. He ignored Wei Chang. He grabbed Zheng Xinxin's hand and turned to leave. He doesn't want others to interfere with his money spending. Seeing Yi Qing flee in disarray, Wei Chang stood at the school gate and burst into laughter. Yi Qing, you're really hopeless. Wei Chang gloated. He was determined to spread the word about what he had discovered today. This completely eliminates any possibility of Yi Qing and Wang Xinxian getting back together. Does Yi Qing like ugly women? Wei Chang suddenly thought of a possibility. No way, this kid. Wei Chang got goosebumps all over his body. Oops. Chapter 5 Super Hot Pot. The two hailed a taxi and quickly arrived at Tienda Plaza. Ding dong, the system has detected that the host, Zheng Xinxin, spent 14 yuan, triggering a 10x rebate. Rebate of 140 yuan. Your bank card has received a deposit of 140 yuan, leaving a balance of 2,640 yuan. Yi Qing frowned. Their taxi fare was 28 yuan. In other words, the system automatically charged Zheng Xinxin 14 yuan. Awesome, making money is so fast. The Tienda Plaza in Zhangcheng is quite large. The franchise stores inside are also of a very high standard. Clothes, bags, shoes, jewelry, cosmetics, luxury goods stores all have it. There was even more food to eat. The two of them entered the lobby on the first floor together. This place sells a lot of high-end items like gold and silver jewelry, watches, and necklaces. There are branded mobile phone stores. There were even a few display vehicles on the empty hall floor. Although it wasn't a weekend, there were quite a few people here. Shall we go shopping first, or go straight to eat? Yi Qing turned her head and looked at the god of wealth beside her. Zheng Xinxin couldn't help but swallow. How about we eat first? Yi Qing nodded. The two of them took the elevator to the fourth floor. There are many restaurants on the fourth floor. There are many franchise stores of various brands. They have common stir-fries, Western food, hot pot, and the like. Although this isn't a food street, it still has a large daily foot traffic. What would you like to eat? Zheng Xinxin looked at each and every shop. The enticing aromas wafting from those restaurants. She couldn't help but swallow a few times. This is the place she has always dreamed of. It's a great place to eat, and the environment is very nice. For ordinary college students like them, this kind of place isn't very cost-effective. Eating here is obviously a bit expensive. However, Zheng Xinxin felt she is no less than any other woman. Of course, you should eat good food when you're in a relationship. And if this man is willing to spend money on her, that is the greatest respect and kindness you can show her. If the man pursuing her can't even do this, how will you support her in the future? Although she was not very good looking. However, Zheng Xinxin was still very proud. She also had the vanity that other girls had. How about we have hot pot? The hot pot tasted really good. Yi Qing nodded. Eating hot pot is also a great option. The two walked forward for a distance. Xuan Yuan. Two very ordinary large characters came into view. The sign above is made of antique-style mahogany. The font is also very vigorous and powerful. It looks like it was created by a master. The entrance is decorated like an ancient palace. Why don't we eat here? Zhang Xinxin's eyes lit up. Although the lighting inside was somewhat dim, the building resembled a royal palace. There were also several waitresses dressed as palace maids at the entrance. Welcome. Excuse me, are there two of you? Yi Qing nodded. These waitresses all have a very good demeanor. And she's also very good looking. According to the system's evaluation, it should score around 60 or higher. Please follow me, both of you. Soon. Waitresses dressed as palace maids. He then led the two people to a dining table. Although the dining table is inside the hall. However, the surrounding area and other places are completely isolated. There is also a stream flowing over an artificial hill nearby. Mist rises from the artificial hill, and orange lights shine upwards. It's like a fairyland. The environment is quite elegant. This was also Yi Qing's first time visiting such a place. Hello sir, we use QR code ordering here. Yi Qing glanced at the QR code next to the corner of the table. I picked up my phone and scanned it. An electronic menu then appeared. Hiss. Seeing the price of the hot pot base, Yi Qing couldn't help but gasp. A hot pot base costing 108 yuan. Yi Qing's eyes widened. Normally, it would only cost this much to eat hot pot at a restaurant. But the broth alone is so expensive here. Yi Qing ordered a hot pot with 2 broths, which cost 288 yuan in total. Let's continue reading. Imported tripe, 188 yuan per serving. Wagyu beef, 168 yuan per serving. Iberian pork neck, 218 yuan per serving. There are many more precious ingredients below. Yi Qing didn't expect that. I randomly picked a hot pot restaurant and it turned out to be so upscale. He slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered. He heard it from Wei Chang in the dormitory. A very high-end hot pot restaurant has opened here. He even boasted about it in the dormitory. How much did he spend at this hot pot restaurant? The ingredients in this hot pot restaurant are so precious. Yi Qing nodded. It was indeed very expensive. If it were in the past, he would definitely turn around and leave without hesitation. But now, isn't this like a pillow being delivered when you're sleepy? I was just worried about having nowhere to spend my money. Zhang Xinxin was also very curious. I opened my phone and started searching online. This kind of hot pot restaurant is definitely not unknown. Seeing the reviews of this hot pot restaurant in the short video, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. The average cost per person at this hot pot restaurant is over 3,000 yuan. This. She looked up. She glanced cautiously at Yi Qing, who was ordering food. If I could have a meal here, my life would be worth it. She couldn't help but swallow. She also saw a guide online called the Money Saving Guide. How can I spend the least amount of money at a hot pot restaurant like this? Come here to check in and post on WeChat moments. We just ordered the cheapest broth and the cheapest side dishes. The total cost will not exceed 500 yuan. She wanted to see if Yi Qing would actually be willing to spend money on her. Yi Qing didn't care. The more he clicks, the more rebates he gets. Yi Qing didn't stand on ceremony either. We ordered one of each of the following: lobster, abalone, sea cucumber, grouper, wagyu beef, and tripe. After ordering, he placed the order directly. 2,600 yuan. Yi Qing was surprised that it was a whole number. Just enough money was in his bank account. Without hesitation, I clicked to pay. Host detected as Zhang Xinxin, who spent 2,600 yuan, triggering a tenfold rebate from the system. Rebate of 26,000 yuan. Your bank card has been deposited with 26,000 yuan. Zhang Xinxin noticed that Yi Qing didn't speak but instead paused to nod. She felt much relieved. The broth was served quickly. The side dishes were served one after another. Yi Qing frowned when he saw the ingredients for the hot pot. She hadn't expected the portion to be so small. A piece of tripe. It's very expensive, but it seems like it would only be enough for one big bite if you put it in the pot. Zhang Xinxin was somewhat surprised. These items together should cost more than 2,000 yuan. She also scanned the QR code on the corner of the table just now. I checked the store's spending records. Chapter 6: New Mobile Phones. She hadn't expected Yi Qing to actually order so much food for her. Her eyes involuntarily lit up. She glanced at Yi Qing with deep affection. Yi Qing, thank you for treating me to so much delicious food. Yi Qing smiled and nodded. I didn't feel any pain at all. Having received so many rebates, he was overjoyed. No need to be so polite, you're my girlfriend after all. Zheng Xinxin lowered her head. She blushed slightly and said somewhat awkwardly, I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet. Yi Qing's expression changed. Don't you want to? Zheng Xinxin quickly raised her head. Yes, I'm willing. Great, from now on you're my girlfriend. Zheng Xinxin never expected that they would confirm their relationship at the dinner table. It seems like they just met today. Zheng Xinxin's head was spinning. Looking at the boiling hot pot, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Shall we eat first? Yi Qing nodded quickly. Good. Yi Qing picked up her chopsticks and prepared to put the ingredients into the hot pot broth. Etc. Zheng Xinxin picked up her phone. Crack. Crack. I took several photos. Alright, you can eat now. Yi Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Since when did we start taking photos before eating? Is this woman going to post this on her WeChat moments? Really? Zheng Xinxin saw Yi Qing put the ingredients into the hot pot. We'll have to wait a little longer. He quickly picked up his phone. I posted the photos I just took to my WeChat moments. The two had already exchanged contact information around noon. The ingredients were cooked quickly. Zheng Xinxin couldn't resist and started eating. Yi Qing would also occasionally taste these precious ingredients to see just how delicious they were. Zheng Xinxin's WeChat moments exploded. She posted it less than 5 minutes ago, and many people have already seen it. Hey, isn't this the new, really expensive hot pot restaurant that Qianda just opened? I heard that the average spending per person has reached over 3,000. Why would that ugly woman, Zheng Xinxin, go there to spend money? This is a girl who shares a dorm room with Zheng Xinxin. Yun Xilan. This woman was one of the most beautiful girls in their foreign language department. She usually has many admirers. She had just heard about the newly opened hot pot restaurant. She originally intended to have one of her suitors take her out for a meal and show her off to your friends. But to my surprise, this ugly woman beat me to it. Although we lived in the same dormitory. However, their relationship was not good. We're just nodding acquaintances normally. Zheng Xinxin is such an average-looking woman. He has absolutely no right to be friends with a girl as beautiful as her. So even if they share a dormitory, they rarely do so. But today I saw that this woman posted these photos on her WeChat moments. Yun Jiro felt a little jealous. Women are such amazing creatures. If it's a beautiful woman and someone of similar appearance. Yun Jiro felt it didn't matter. But what gives Zheng Xinxin the right to do this? She was aware of Zheng Xinxin's background. Her family was of very ordinary means. How does she have the money to eat such an expensive hot pot? Could it be that someone is treating us to a meal? But which sucker would be willing to invite a woman like that to dinner? And they even ate such an expensive meal. Yun Jiro was also completely baffled. Does this woman have a boyfriend? But how can an ordinary guy afford such an expensive hot pot meal? Could he be a rich kid? Yun Jiro shook her head. Impossible. What rich kid would be blind enough to chase after that fat woman? Strange, this is very strange. The two of them quickly finished cooking all the ingredients in the pot. Yi Qing didn't eat much. Most of them were eaten by the woman on the other side. Are you full? Zheng Xinxin shook her head decisively. How about we order some more? Zheng Xinxin quickly stopped her. Yi Qing, this is too expensive. Let's go out and eat something else. Yi Qing looked at the woman opposite him, who seemed genuinely sincere. I didn't expect this woman to know how to save me money. Yi Qing waved his hand, looking indifferent. It's nothing, this is the first time your boyfriend has treated you to a meal. If I don't feed you enough, it would be so embarrassing if word got out. Don't worry, I'll make sure you have a good meal today. Hearing Yi Qing's words, the love in Zhang Xinxin's eyes was almost overflowing. Yi Qing, you're so good to me. Yi Qing couldn't help but shiver. He quickly lowered his head and went to order food. This time he increased the amount. I ordered 6,000 yuan worth of food in one go. Hearing the system's pleasant voice, Yi Qing couldn't stop smiling. Zhang Xinxin, sitting opposite, was a little puzzled. He didn't understand why he was happy about spending so much money and not having enough to eat. The ingredients arrived quickly. Yi Qing also took a few bites. It must be said that these top-quality ingredients do indeed taste exceptional. It only took less than 10 minutes. All the dishes on the table were eaten. Yi Qing once again intensified her ordering. Everything has doubled in weight. 2 hours later, the two of them finally finished eating. Zhang Xinxin couldn't help but let out a burp. Being able to eat his fill of these top-quality ingredients is the happiest thing in the world for him. This is so satisfying. It's incredibly satisfying for a foodie like me. This meal was enough for her to remember for the rest of her life. Yi Qing's lips were always turned up in a smile. The more this woman eats and spends, the more rebates he receives. Just from this hot pot meal, the balance in his bank account has already exceeded 200,000 yuan. Your bank card balance is 206,800 yuan. Yi Qing looked at the text messages on her phone with delight. He finally felt a little more confident. Before leaving, Zhang Xinxin went to the front desk. Could you print out the receipt for this purchase? Okay, no problem, ma'am. A long bill was printed out. Seeing the final price, Zhang Xinxin couldn't help but tremble. Hiss. This hot pot meal actually cost more than 21,000 yuan. Terrifying, it's terrifying. She carefully put the bill away. I put it in my bag. Then he followed Yi Qing and the other person downstairs. Yi Qing's eyes lit up as she passed by a mobile phone store. Xin, I think you should get a new phone. How about I get you a new phone? Ah. This. Zhang Xinxin was still hesitating. Yi Qing grabbed her hand and walked straight into the mobile phone store. This is the latest model, the Fruit 17. Zhang Xinxin's eyes lit up. He had been eyeing this phone for a long time. But she simply couldn't afford it. Her monthly living expenses are limited. After eating, there wasn't much money left. Chapter 7 Fruit Family Bucket. For her, owning a phone like this is a luxury. But her new boyfriend, on the very first day they met. So he offered to buy her such an expensive phone. Her heart was pounding. She is still very self-aware. Her appearance is quite ordinary. To say just how much this boy loves her, she was still somewhat skeptical. But he was so willing to spend money on her. This made Zhang Xinxin feel as if the world had been turned upside down. She thought of the female protagonist in the novel she had read. Even a domineering CEO can fall in love with an ordinary girl like me. Zhang Xinxin's eyes lit up. Xin, do you like this phone? I like it, but you've already spent so much money today. Please don't spend any more money on me. Yi Qing shook his head. No, you're my girlfriend. It's only natural for them to spend money on you. Get me the highest trim level. Yi Qing said to the waiter. Zhang Xinxin covered her mouth with her hand. Yi Qing, isn't this too expensive? It's not expensive at all. You should use such a good phone. Zhang Xinxin found the feeling of the female protagonist in the novel. She's pampered and spoiled by the domineering CEO. I never imagined my dream would come true. She knew that the phone cost nearly 18,000 yuan. When she held the phone in her palm, it still feels a bit unreal. He remembered Yun Jiro from their dormitory. I just bought this phone. I was even showing it off to the other people in the dorm back then. That smug look. She can remember everything now. She already has this phone now. This stirred something deep within her. I wonder what their expressions will be when I go back to the dorm and show off to them. This watch suits you perfectly. Zhang Xinxin was still in a daze. Suddenly I felt a chill on my wrist. A watch has already been put on. Zhang Xinxin lowered her head. I just noticed that I already have the latest model watch on my wrist. This. She remembered that this watch cost nearly 7,000 yuan. Great, it looks very elegant on you. The salesperson next to him was also dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, two ordinary students. They actually took a liking to something so expensive. She really misjudged him just now. Sir, we also have Bluetooth headsets and wireless chargers here. Do you need all these accessories? Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, please help me introduce it. The saleswoman immediately understood, and her eyes darted around. Sir, we have family bucket meals here, if you'd like. We can help you equip yourself with a computer, mobile phone, tablet, watch, Bluetooth headset. Yi Qing reached out to stop the salesperson from saying anything more. Great, give me a family bucket. The salesperson's eyes lit up. If she sells this family bucket, her commission today will be quite substantial. Moreover, the sales target for this month was achieved instantly. The salesperson brought those items very quickly. XIN, how is it? Do you like it? Zhang Xinqing pointed incredulously at her own nose. What? Are these for me? This. Yi Qing had no choice but to refuse. They're all for you. Zhang Xinqing was dumbfounded. Sir, the family bucket costs a total of 68,000 yuan. Ding dong, host detected as Zhang Xinqing, spending 68,000 yuan. Triggered systems tenfold return. Rebate of 680,000 yuan. A deposit of 680,000 yuan has been made into your bank account, leaving a balance of 820,000 yuan. Yi Qing watched as the balance in her bank card instantly soared to over 800,000 yuan. Ha ha ha. This is awesome. Making money this fast is faster than a rocket. Zhang Xinqing never expected this new boyfriend. They were surprisingly willing to spend money on her. She felt she wasn't worth that much money at all. Does this man want to have me? Zhang Xinqing was still a little uneasy. This man spent 80,000 yuan on her tonight. Logically, she should have made some response. But she still felt a sense of pride. She felt that 80,000 yuan was not enough to sell himself. She hesitated. If Yi Qing makes a request to her. So, should she agree or disagree? The two have established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Logically speaking, it's perfectly normal to go to a hotel now. Besides, Yi Qing has already spent so much money on her today. She was very conflicted. Yi Qing, where do we go next? Yi Qing checked the time, it was almost 10 p.m. Let's go back to school. Zhang Xinqing suddenly looked up. Ah. Back to school? Yi Qing was somewhat puzzled. I don't understand why this woman is reacting so strongly. Don't you guys close your dorm at 10:30? We also need to send you back before your dorm closes. Zhang Xinqing breathed a sigh of relief, but she couldn't help but sigh. Isn't Yi Qing after her? Doesn't she have that much charm? At first she was a little hesitant. But Yi Qing clearly doesn't have that kind of interest now. This, however, made Zhang Xinqing somewhat disappointed. If Yi Qing knew what the other person was thinking, she would definitely curse him under her breath as a scumbag. Women's thoughts are always so strange. Take a taxi back. The two of them quickly arrived at the dormitory building. Before the dormitory closes, Yi Qing escorted the other person to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, carrying large and small bags of things. It took Zhang Xinqing a lot of effort to get back to her dormitory. When I opened the door, I found that everyone was still awake. Shang Yinhuo was on the bed by the door. There are 4 beds in the dormitory. Below the bed are a table, a wardrobe, and a place to store miscellaneous items. The bed is where they sleep. This is perfectly reasonable. Shen Yinhuo had not yet washed up or gone to bed. I was sitting at the table, chatting casually with a guy. Seeing Zhang Xinqing come in carrying large and small bags, her eyes lit up. Wow, XIN, what's going on? He could see the logo on the packaging bag very clearly. Oh my god. Yun Jiro was almost asleep when she woke up. I was woken up by that scream. Shang Yinhuo, what are you yelling about? Ro, look, that's the latest iPhone. Yun Jiro couldn't help but peek down. Her pupils contracted sharply. Shang Yinhuo didn't stand on ceremony either. He quickly took the bags and packages from Zhang Xinqing's hands. Wow, the latest tablet. The latest women's watch. My god. This must be a family fruit bucket. Hiss. This whole set will cost at least 60,000 yuan. Shang Yinhuo has a good eye for quality. Zhang Xinqing tilted her head back, looking somewhat smug. The total is 68,000 yuan. Wow. XIN, did you win the lottery? Chapter 8 Your boyfriend is too great. Zheng Xinxin shook her head. My boyfriend bought all of these for me. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Yunjiro. His eyes held a hint of provocation. Yunjiro frowned slightly, looking at the other person's latest iPhone. And those family bucket items. She couldn't resist hiding her phone under her pillow. When I first bought this latest iPhone, she even showed off quite a bit. But now, faced with Zheng Xinxin's family bucket meals, there's simply no comparison. Inua, this is the top of the line Fruit 17. This phone alone costs nearly 18,000 yuan. As soon as Zheng Xinxin sat down at her desk, she couldn't help but show off. Xin, is your boyfriend a tycoon? That's incredibly wealthy. She still felt a little sour inside. Among the 4 people in their dormitory, Zheng Xinxin is the ugliest. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Yunjiro, but they must be miles ahead of Zheng Xinxin, right? Why doesn't anyone buy me something so expensive? She couldn't help but feel a mix of jealousy, envy, and resentment. Yunjiro felt even more embarrassed. Her phone only cost around 10,000 yuan. It's still far inferior to the top-of-the-line model. Come on, Xin, let me help you open it. Chang Inua was very enthusiastic. Zheng Xinxin couldn't help but feel a little sad. He was in this dormitory because he was fat. She has already been ostracized by her 3 roommates. But today is completely different. Looking at Chang Inua's enthusiastic manner, she couldn't help but feel extremely grateful to Yi Qing. Xin, I'll help too. Another roommate also got out of bed. Looking at his 2 enthusiastic roommates, Zheng Xinxin felt very warm inside. This is the change that money brought to her. We brought back so many valuable things. She made everyone in the dormitory look at her in a new light. Yunjiro looked at Zheng Xinxin's smug expression. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He lay back down on the bed. But her heart was pounding uncontrollably. A question arose in my mind. Which sucker has fallen for a woman like Zheng Xinxin? And he's willing to pay such a high price for her. Does that man have an eye problem? Yunjiro is so beautiful. No one is willing to spend so much money on her. Chang Inua rummaged through the bag for a long time. Suddenly, he pulled out a bill. Looking at the long roll of paper, he was dumbfounded. How much food did you eat? His eyes widened as he looked at the name on the bill. Xuan Yuan. Xin, did you go to that newly opened hot pot restaurant? Chang Inua's face was filled with disbelief. Yunjiro also perked up her ears. She saw it on her WeChat moments. The woman was eating at a high-end restaurant. The environment inside is very nice. Yes. Zheng Xinxin nodded non-committally. Ah. A scream startled everyone. Chang Inua is just like that, easily startled. Xin, you spent over 20,000 yuan on a hot pot meal? Yunjiro couldn't help but peek out from the upper bed. My goodness, imported Wagyu beef. Imported tripe, lobster, sea cucumber, abalone. Chang Inua's mouth was practically watering. Your boyfriend is too good to you. Xin, did you save the galaxy in your past life? How did you find such a great boyfriend? So enviable. No, you've got such a great boyfriend. You absolutely must treat us to a meal. Invite your boyfriend and let us all get to know him. Zheng Xinxin was very proud. I'll ask him sometime. When I have time, I'll definitely treat everyone to a meal. Xin, we've already made a deal. Listening to the flattering voices of my roommates, Zheng Xinxin's vanity was greatly satisfied. Previously, everyone revolved around Yunjiro, that beautiful woman. But things are different now. She's now the center of attention in the dorm. The fire of jealousy in Yunjiro's heart burned brighter and brighter. She couldn't help but clench her fists. We can't let this ugly woman get away with this. I refuse to believe that with my beauty and figure, no man could resist my charm. I'm determined to make that man my backup option. Yunjiro gritted her teeth. His eyes were very firm and confident. Wang Xinxian tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. She spent the entire night waiting for Yi Qing to apologize to her. But it was already 11 p.m. She still hadn't received an apology from the other party on her old, worn-out phone. What happened? Has Yi Qing forgotten to apologize to me? Yi Qing, that simp, is relentlessly pursuing her. She had no idea what was wrong with that man today. She was really getting annoyed. Although Yi Qing was one of her many backup options. But this man is the one who is most willing to spend money on her. Even if it's to take out a loan. I'm also willing to spend money on her. This is extremely rare and precious. It's far superior to other backup options. She didn't want to give up on a man who was willing to spend money on her. There are no more iPhones today. She switched back to her old phone. People say that it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. The old phone was too slow and laggy. The experience was so bad that she couldn't stand it anymore. That damn Yi Qing, why hasn't he apologized to me yet? If you don't apologize to me, never see me again. Wang Xinqian was furious. If you still want me to forgive him, I won't forgive you unless you buy me something worth more than 10,000 yuan. Wang Xinqian made up her mind. We must make that sycophant Yi Qing pay the price. Wang Xinqian didn't fall asleep until the early hours of the morning. The next morning, I went to class with huge dark circles under my eyes. The first period in the morning. It's a general education course. They attended classes together as a group. I had just sat down in my seat. Qianqian, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Wang Xinqian turned around and realized it was Zhang Xinqian. Ah. He yawned. Wang Xinqian said, somewhat confused. Something came up, and I didn't sleep well last night. Their dormitories are adjacent to each other. The two students were in adjacent classes. The two already knew each other on the first day of school. As we got to know each other better, we became best friends who could talk about anything. Normally, whenever I attend a general education class, the two of them always sat together. Wang Xinqian's eyes suddenly narrowed. Looking at the tall figure walking towards the classroom door, a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. That was Yun Jiro. She was the most beautiful girl in their class, while Yun Jiro was the most beautiful girl in class too. Many people compare the two of them. However, she is still far behind Yun Jiro. That woman was several levels above her in terms of looks and figure. She was even the most beautiful girl in the entire school of foreign languages. Chapter 9, Are they people with the same name? When she stands next to others, she looks like a maid and a young lady. They are not comparable. However, she didn't get angry. She is indeed beautiful. She didn't even have the thought of comparing herself to others. Hey, Xin, you got a new phone? Wang Xinqian suddenly noticed the latest model of the fruit phone in Zhang Xinqian's hand. A hint of melancholy flashed in her eyes. She already had a phone like that. Unfortunately, Yi Qing took it back yesterday. She's still using her backup phone. It's only worth a little over 2,000 yuan. It's far inferior to the other party's latest iPhone. Yes, Qianqian, I bought the same phone as you. Women often have a competitive spirit when they get together. After Wang Xinqian bought this phone. But I've been showing it off on my WeChat moments for days. Moreover, all her friends knew that she had bought the latest iPhone, and the highest spec one at that. Hey, Qianqian, where's your new phone? Zhang Xinqian noticed that Wang Xinqian was holding a second-hand cell phone. I couldn't help but ask. I left my phone in the dorm and forgot to take it. Wang Xinqian's expression was rather unpleasant. Damn Yi Qing. So embarrassing, so incredibly embarrassing. Even if you come to apologize to me, I will not forgive you. Wang Xinqian was making plans in her mind. When can we get her phone back? Zhang Xinqian nodded. He then took out his tablet from his backpack. This is also the latest model of the Apple tablet. Xin, you also bought a tablet? As soon as she finished speaking, then I saw the other person take out a laptop from their backpack. Wow, the latest fruit-themed notebook. This thing must cost nearly 20,000. Wang Xinqian's eyes lit up. This was something she had always dreamed of. I never expected this ordinary-looking, somewhat overweight woman. I actually got it ahead of time. If a beautiful woman has these things, she doesn't care. How could Zhang Xinqian, such an unattractive woman, possess so many things? She felt not just jealousy, but anger. Why should this ugly woman have the right to do this? I can have something this good? What followed left Wang Xinxian speechless. The other party took out Bluetooth earphones, fruit-themed smartwatches, fruit-themed power banks. A huge pile of things were placed on the table. It almost blinded Wang Xinxian. Hiss. So much stuff? That must be worth over 50,000 yuan. Zheng Xinxian shook her head. The total is 68,000 yuan. Ah. Wang Xinxian's eyes widened. XIN, have you struck it rich? Why did you buy such an expensive item? No, my boyfriend bought all of these for me. Wang Xinxian then nodded. So it was your boyfriend? Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly raised her voice. Boyfriend? When did you get a boyfriend? Zheng Xinxian said with a slightly embarrassed blush. Yesterday was also the first time we met. What? You agreed to be his girlfriend on your very first meeting? This. Wang Xinxian felt a little disdainful. Being unattractive clearly stems from a lack of self-confidence. The other party bought 60,000 yuan worth of goods for me. She agreed to be someone's girlfriend so easily that's too cheap. However, she didn't say much more. However, there was a hint of jealousy in my heart. Why don't I have a rich lapdog? Wang Xinxian felt extremely distressed. You must have your boyfriend treat you to a meal sometime. Zheng Xinxian nodded nonchalantly. No problem, I'll definitely treat you to a big meal sometime. By the way, what's your boyfriend's name? His name is Yi Qing. What? Wang Xinxian almost stood up from her seat. All the students around her looked in her direction. Wang Xinxian then realized that she had lost her composure. Her face flushed red instantly, and her heart was filled with turmoil. The teacher who was lecturing on the podium frowned. Please pay attention to classroom discipline, students. Wang Xinxian lowered her head somewhat embarrassed. Impossible, it can't be that Yi Qing. Yi Qing doesn't have that much money at all. Yes, it must be someone with the same name. Besides, Yi Qing would definitely not pursue a woman like Zheng Xinxian. Wang Xinxian comforted herself in her heart. Yes, that must be it. Wang Xinxian asked in a low voice, unwilling yet cautious. Which college does your boyfriend attend? Zheng Xinxian was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Yi Qing spent so much money on her. And he's her real boyfriend. She doesn't even know what Yi Qing's major is. Well. I don't know which college he's from. Wang Xinxian rolled her eyes. In the end, he didn't say anything. However, her heart remained unsettled for a long time. Is it really Yi Qing? Yi Qing woke up groggily. I checked the time on my phone. It was already 8:30 in the morning. Hey, third brother, why didn't you go and deliver the breakfast you wanted to Wang Xinxian? My roommate jumped up. Yi Qing hasn't replied yet. Wei Chang quickly replied. They broke up for good. What? Third brother, you've been delivering breakfasts to them for over 100 days now. Didn't you say that where there's a will, there's a way? Why did you give up? Yi Qing shook his head and gave a bitter smile. I only felt that the original owner of this body. He really is a simp, a huge simp. Yi Qing knew men very well. This kind of persistent pestering is completely useless. What sincerity, what sycophancy? In the end, you will still have nothing. Only by possessing strong personal strength, wealth, status, and position can one achieve true success. Those women would naturally be attracted to it. It's nothing, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Yi Qing, on the other hand, was quite carefree. Wei Chang's eyes flickered. He gave Yi Qing a deep look. Third brother, you're not kidding, are you? Have you really broken up? Yi Qing still remembers what happened at the school gate yesterday. He retorted. Whether we break up or not is none of your business. You. Yi Qing was originally a very kind person. In the dormitory, I don't want to offend anyone at all. Wei Chan's family has some money. They became extremely arrogant and looked down on everyone else. He usually treated Yi Qing with a condescending attitude. But the Yi Qing of today is not the Yi Qing of the past. He wouldn't tolerate Wei Chang's behavior. You. Wei Chang's chest heaved as he gasped for breath. A hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. I'm determined to win Wang Xinxian's heart. Then he would bring him to everyone's attention and publicly humiliate Yi Qing. He gets 6,000 yuan in pocket money every month. This made him feel extremely superior. Chapter 10, Average Appearance. She believed that winning over Wang Xinxian shouldn't be too difficult. Today is Friday, there are no classes for the first 2 periods. So all the guys in the dorm were fast asleep. Even when I'm awake, I'm still playing on my phone in bed. Yi Qing washed up. I didn't arrive at the classroom until almost 10 o'clock. After 2 classes, it was already noon. I had already made plans to go out for dinner with Zheng Xinxin that evening. So they weren't together at noon. After lunch, I wanted to go back to my dorm for a nap. They spotted Wang Xinxian standing downstairs in the dormitory building. Wang Xinxian couldn't hold back any longer. He doesn't reply to messages or answer phone calls. She couldn't get in touch with Yi Qing at all. They simply found Yi Qing's dormitory building again. They saw Yi Qing walking towards them from a distance. Wang Xinxian stood angrily by the roadside. She didn't believe Yi Qing could still hold back and not apologize to her. She was determined to get that phone back today, no matter what. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Wang Xinxian stood on the path that Yi Qing would inevitably take. She stood tall and stared intently at Yi Qing. Yi Qing is using her phone to search for nearby restaurants that are both delicious and expensive. He planned to earn another round of rebates that evening. I discovered that there are still many quality shops in the Chenda Plaza area. Unfortunately, apart from the hot pot restaurant, the other places are not too expensive. Or should we go back to that place? Even if he spends another 20,000 yuan, he can still get a rebate of 200,000 yuan. His balance will then exceed 1 million. Yi Qing's breathing became rapid. He never imagined he would have 1 million in savings. Bang! Yi Qing felt a wave of weakness wash over her. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose. I'm so sorry. He was so busy checking the information on his phone that I didn't notice there were other people on the road. Yi Qing raised her head. Wang Xinxian? He finally spotted the person blocking his way. Yi Qing couldn't help but look at the other person's chest. Well, could it be that just now? No wonder. Wang Xinxian's face looked rather unpleasant. Yi Qing did this on purpose, didn't he? Wang Xinxian raised her head and looked up at the sky. She took the initiative to find Yi Qing. We've already given them a tremendous amount of face. She wanted Yi Qing to apologize to her. And I also need to buy her a gift worth at least 10,000 yuan. Only then can I forgive him. Most importantly, we need to return the phone to her. Wang Xinxian knew that as long as she appeared, that sycophant will definitely apologize to her. She remembered that Yi Qing would bring her a loving breakfast every morning. He has persisted for 190 days. Such people have always been able to be summoned and dismissed at will. Wang Xinxian was very proud, like a peacock. She looked up at the sky, waiting for the other party to apologize in a humble and submissive manner. A slight smile even crept onto her lips. But we waited for a very long time. The other party didn't react at all. She looked down and saw no one. Where are they? She looked around. Only then did they see that Yi Qing had already arrived at the entrance of the boys' dormitory. Wang Xinxian was dumbfounded. Yi Qing, are you just ignoring me like this? He just went back to his dorm like that? This. Her head is buzzing right now. Her anger continued to rise. Yi Qing, I will never forgive you. She stomped her foot angrily. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, turned around, and ran away. She was actually made to cry by Yi Qing. What? Are your roommates going out for dinner together? At 5 o'clock in the evening. Yi Qing received a message from Zheng Xinxin. Sure, no problem. Let them come along, it'll be a good opportunity for them to meet your roommates. Yi Qing readily agreed. At 6 o'clock, Yi Qing arrived at the school gate. Only then did they realize that Zheng Xinxin and 3 other girls had been waiting there for a while. Yi Qing spotted the tall, beautiful girl in the crowd at a glance. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but start scanning. Name, Yun Jiro. Age, 20. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Rating, 85 points. Number of participants, 0. Number of attempts, 0. Absolutely top-notch, simply top-notch. With looks and figure like that, she's definitely a campus beauty. Yi Qing looked again at Zhang Yinhua, who was quite good-looking, standing next to her. Name, Zhang Yinhua. Age, 21. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Rating, 72. Number of participants, 0. Number of attempts, 0. This girl is quite good-looking. However, she is only on the same level as Wang Xinqian. The remaining girl was of average appearance, probably only scoring around 60 points. Yi Qing was surprised that Zhang Xinqian's roommates were all of such high quality. Especially that tall girl. Yi Qing walked over with a smile on her face. Here he is, my boyfriend is here. Zhang Xinqian waved her hand happily. Seeing Yi Qing approaching, he couldn't help but smile. The remaining three women all looked up at Yi Qing. He's not very tall. She is about 1.75 meters tall and has a fairly good-looking appearance. But he wasn't particularly handsome. Yun Jiro couldn't help but frown. A guy like that doesn't even deserve to be her lapdog. Every guy who pursued her was over 1.8 meters tall. He's an extremely handsome campus heartthrob. Normally, Yi Qing's appearance wouldn't even catch her eye. Today, she swallowed her pride and went out to eat with them. I just wanted to test Zhang Xinqian's boyfriend. So, is it really worth it to take the plunge? Judging from her appearance alone, she is indeed quite ordinary. Looking again at Yi Qing's attire, Yun Jiro's brows furrowed again. The boy's clothes and shoes together cost no more than 300 yuan. This guy actually spent so much money on Zhang Xinqian? Really? A huge question arose in Yun Jiro's mind. Her opinion of Yi Qing dropped again. He has an average appearance and dresses even more plainly. Yun Jiro felt that coming to eat with them was a mistake. This guy isn't worth her time at all. But leaving now would be extremely impolite. Zhang Yinhua was also somewhat disappointed. Everyone remained calm and composed. This is my boyfriend, Yi Qing. Zhang Xinqian then introduced everyone one by one. After getting to know each other, Yi Qing then called 2 cars. Let's all go to Qianda Plaza. Yi Qing and Zhang Xinqian rode in one car. The remaining 3 girls rode in one car. Sitting in the car, Li Yinhua couldn't help but say, this Yi Qing is quite ordinary looking. He doesn't look very rich. This question was on everyone's mind. How about, we find a really expensive restaurant later and see if he's really willing to spend the money? Is Chapter 11 really that rich? I want to see if he's a real tycoon or just pretending. Yun Jiro's eyes lit up. That method might work. The 3 girls made up their minds. Arrived at Qianda Plaza. The group of people went down to the first floor together. Xin, look what we're having for dinner today. Yi Qing asked Zhang Xinqian for her opinion. After all, this was a meal that the 2 of them treated her roommates to together. Zhang Xinqian began to hesitate. I heard that a Hunan cuisine restaurant recently opened and the food is pretty good. Or. Zhang Yinhua interrupted her before she could finish speaking. Xin, I heard you ate at Xuanyuan last time? Zhang Xinqian was stunned for a moment. Her face looked rather pale. Eating out there is very expensive. Moreover, it was the first time Yi Qing treated her to a big meal. She found it very precious and full of memories. She instinctively didn't want to take her roommates there for dinner. But the other party has already made their point so bluntly. Zhang Xinqian's face was pale. But in the end, he still raised his head. He looked at Yi Qing with an inquiring gaze. She was in a dilemma if Yi Qing came to eat here. She didn't think it was a big deal. But he felt it would be a waste to invite these roommates. Yi Qing shrugged indifferently. No problem, let's eat there. Everyone was surprised that Yi Qing agreed so readily. Yun Jiro couldn't help but glance at Yi Qing. Is this guy really that rich? Yun Jiro also noticed Yi Qing's subtle gaze. His gaze swept across her face from time to time. There was a hint of admiration and aggression in his gaze. This made her frown involuntarily. People like Yi Qing aren't good enough. She felt that even letting Yi Qing look at her was an insult to her. But Yi Qing agreed so readily. This caused Yun Jiro to feel a slight sense of surprise. I'd like to see how much this guy is willing to spend for us. Zheng Xinchen glared fiercely at Cheng Yinhua. They led everyone to the Xuan Yuan restaurant on the 4th floor. As soon as the group arrived at the entrance, they were awestruck by the grand decorations. It felt like arriving at the gate of a miniature forbidden city. Especially the waitresses dressed as palace maids at the entrance. It makes everyone feel like they are there. The ingredients here are not only the best, and the service is all top-notch. It allows guests to feel like emperors and empresses. Everyone felt like they were the masters of a palace. Welcome. A waitress dressed as a palace maid came up. Sir, may I ask how many people are dining with you? 5 people. Would you like a private room, sir? What's the explanation? Yi Qing had never heard of private rooms when she came here last time. Because last time there were only 2 of them. So the waiter didn't make any recommendations at all. Our private rooms offer better privacy. A private VIP waiter will also be at your service. Yi Qing nodded. How much will it cost? Zheng Xinchen quickly asked. The cost of our private room is 1,888 yuan. Everyone gasped in shock. We haven't even eaten yet, and we're already spending so much money. No wonder it's the most expensive hot pot. Cheng Yinhua spoke up at this moment. Maybe we should just forget about it. Zheng Xinchen's face turned even uglier. We are now in a dilemma. Yi Qing didn't care, he felt he had spent more money. This will allow him to receive more rebates. Are there any better private rooms? Sir, we still have 2,888 yuan, 3,888 yuan. Yi Qing quickly reached out to stop him. Stop. Just give me the most expensive private room. The waiter's eyes lit up. No problem, sir. We'll arrange a VIP room for you here. The price is 8,888 yuan. The women gasped again. The group was soon led by the waiter. We arrived at the door of a private room. Pushing open the door, I discovered that there was actually a small courtyard here. There was a table in the middle of the courtyard. There is also a small fish pond. The fish pond was actually filled with many very valuable fish species. This place is like a small Suzhou garden. Artificial hills, strange rocks, ponds, corridors, and green plants. It gives one the feeling of being in the misty rain of Jiangnan. The atmosphere is very well created. The area here is not very large. However, in such a small area, they've created so many scenic views, and they're arranged in a very harmonious way. It's truly breathtaking. Just then, the waiter pressed the switch on the wall. Instantly, a crack appeared in the roof. The dimly lit room immediately became bright. That's when everyone realized it was on the rooftop of Qianda Plaza. Once the rooftop was opened, the blue sky and white clouds were immediately visible. In addition, there is a garden that is just like the gardens in Suzhou. I felt it so strongly. No one expected that there would be such a unique view here. Yi Qing felt that the money was well spent. After everyone sat down, Yi Qing prepared to scan the QR code to order food. Yi Qing had just finished scanning the code when Cheng Yinhua immediately came over. Let me order for you. After saying that, he snatched the phone from Yi Qing's hand without any politeness. They arrived at Yun Jiro's side and another girl's side. The 3 of them started ordering. They had already reached a consensus. They wanted to see if Yi Qing was really rich. So we specifically chose the most expensive ingredient restaurant. Zheng Xinchen was somewhat unhappy. But with Yi Qing by her side, she felt too embarrassed to lose her temper. Yi Qing didn't care. 20 minutes later, the group finally finished ordering the food. Yi Qing took the phone. Seeing the amount on it made my eyelids twitch. These women actually ordered over 60,000 yuan worth of food. Yun Jiro and the other 2 girls stared intently at Yi Qing. I wanted to see what expression was on her face. Yi Qing looked up and glanced at Yun Jiro. He just smiled slightly. Payment will be processed immediately. After paying, Yi Qing placed her phone on the table. Yun Jiro and Cheng Yinhua exchanged a glance. Could this Yi Qing really be a tycoon? But why are the clothes you're wearing so cheap? Is he pretending to be weak to take advantage of others? Or do you have some special fetish? The eyes of the group were filled with surprise and uncertainty. The ingredients arrived quickly. People didn't really notice it on the menu. When these real things were presented to them, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. The ingredients are high-end and the presentation is exquisite. The table was already covered with a dense array of ingredients. Chang Yinhua was also a little embarrassed. Did we order this much? Yun Jiro nodded, her face slightly flushed. Everyone forced themselves to start eating. Then, the system's voice echoed in Yi Qing's mind. Is it okay to buy this in Chapter 12? Ding! Detected that the host, Zheng Xinxin, spent 64,000 yuan, triggering a tenfold system rebate. Rebate of 640,000 yuan. Your bank card has received a deposit of 640,000 yuan, leaving a balance of 1,460,000 yuan. Yi Qing couldn't help but smile. It's already surpassed 1 million so quickly. This is even simpler than drinking water. Ding dong, host assets detected exceed 1 million. System reward triggered. 1 marrow cleansing pill will be awarded as a reward. Marrow cleansing pill? Isn't this the kind of elixir from the world of martial arts? I've heard that this marrow cleansing pill can cleanse the marrow and refine the essence. Improve physical condition, eliminate toxins, and enhance overall health. Good stuff, really good stuff. However, the current environment is not suitable for him to take it now. Yi Qing suppressed the excitement in her heart. The system is really powerful. If the system continues to provide rewards, then wouldn't I be able to become a martial arts master? Yi Qing's heart was pounding. Every man has a dream of becoming a martial arts hero. That would be wonderful if my dream came true. Wow, this Wagyu beef is so delicious. This is my first time eating lobster. I never thought I could eat lobster in hot pot. Chang Yinhua is also a foodie. She just maintains a good figure. The women's eyes lit up at the sight of these precious and exquisite ingredients. Zheng Xinxin saw the ingredients. He couldn't help but swallow. Remembering the taste from before, she immediately started cooking. Such a beautiful environment, plus so many ingredients. It was so delightful. For women in front of Yi Qing, they disregarded their image and began to feast. Zheng Xinxin thought that all of these things were ordered by her boyfriend. Therefore, some people are still possessive of their food. Even the ingredients put into the pot were not even 60% cooked. She picked it out and put it in her mouth. The other girls were not to be outdone. Yi Qing was dumbfounded. Especially Yun Jiro, who is quite beautiful. They also joined the battle. Instead of being the aloof, icy goddess she once was, she has a more down-to-earth, approachable side. Yi Qing couldn't help but take a few more glances. Yun Jiro glanced at him. They looked into Yi Qing's eyes and their gazes met. Yun Jiro was still chewing at this moment. She gave Yi Qing a rare, embarrassed smile. Yi Qing's heart skipped a beat. Everyone was stuffed when they left the shop. Only Yi Qing ate very little. Yun Jiro looked at Yi Qing and Zheng Xinxin walking ahead. Is Yi Qing really that rich? Although she wasn't the kind of woman who was particularly materialistic. But who doesn't like money? Who wouldn't like to find someone who is very rich? And she loves her boyfriend too? Yi Qing is so rich. And he's so good to Zheng Xinxin, who isn't even that good looking. There was none of the arrogance and conceit typical of rich kids. This is the ideal boyfriend she envisions. She recalled the way Yi Qing looked at her during dinner. Yun Jiro felt a little more confident. It seems that Yi Qing is still quite interested in me. Yun Jiro believed that she was still very charming. However, she felt that the test for this man was not yet over. Although it cost over 60,000 yuan to treat them to a meal. But it also proves that this man is just a nouveau riche. Or perhaps she was putting on a brave face. I spent all my savings. This does not mean that Yi Qing is a rich person at all. The group went down to the third floor. Yi Qing was planning to take the marrow cleansing pill when he got back. What kind of physical reaction will occur? Chang Yinhua started making a fuss again. Wow, this is an LV boutique. XIN, let's go in and take a look. Chang Yinhua walked to Zheng Xinxin's side. She kept shaking her arm, acting coquettishly. Zheng Xinxin had also heard of this brand. When I came here before, I always tend to overlook these luxury goods, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Because she knew her family's financial situation. I probably won't be able to afford it in my lifetime. Even if one could afford it, they also couldn't bear to spend that much money. Go buy these luxury goods. Zhang Xinxin was still hesitating. Chang Yinhua grabbed her hand and pulled her inside. Yi Qing came to her senses. Only then did I realize that several women had already crowded into the shop. He shook his head and followed them inside. This is also a great place to spend money. As Chang Yinhua entered the shop, she glanced at Yi Qing, seemingly casually. I noticed that the guy didn't blush or feel anything at all. She just wanted to see if this guy was just pretending to be a rich man. Several girls started choosing here. In particular, Chang Yinhua helped Zhang Xinxin start picking out clothes, bags, and shoes. The waiters were also very attentive. She felt that the tall, very beautiful girl was the main character. He also wanted to invite Yun Jiro to give it a try. Beautiful lady, this is our store's latest dress. It suits your temperament very well. Would you like to give it a try? Yun Jiro was stunned. She instinctively followed him in. She had just looked at the tag on that dress. 36,000 yuan. This. Good things do look different. She fell in love with the dress at first sight. But she simply didn't have that much money. She couldn't help but look up at Yi Qing. Perhaps among everyone present, only Yi Qing could afford it. But what kind of status would she need to have to get Yi Qing to buy it for her? And it's impossible to do it in front of someone's girlfriend. Yun Jiro blushed slightly and shook her head in refusal. Let's forget about it. The waiter was a little puzzled. Zhang Xinxin walked over. Her eyes lit up when she saw this dress. Yi Qing, may I try on this dress? She didn't ask the waiter. Yi Qing stood to the side and nodded. No problem. Zhang Xinxin happily took the dress and walked into the dressing room. Yun Jiro's face was very pale. This is the dress she's set her sights on. It's because I couldn't afford it that someone else snatched it away. She felt a wave of discouragement. A short while later, Zhang Xinxin came out. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Although this woman was somewhat overweight, clothes make the man. Such an exquisite dress. It definitely added a unique charm to her look. It's just a pity that her figure was completely exposed. It looks somewhat incongruous. Zhang Xinxin felt nothing. Standing in front of the mirror, all she could think about was this dress. It looks better than any of her previous clothes. Yi Qing, can I buy this dress? All the women turned and stared intently at Yi Qing. They wanted to see what Yi Qing's expression would be. Let's see if Yi Qing is willing to buy it. Yi Qing shook his head. Something doesn't quite match up. Yun Jiro was taken aback. Does Yi Qing not have any money? However, Yi Qing's next words dispelled everyone's doubts. Chapter 13, Bought a watch. Could you please get her a bag? Yi Qing said to the sales clerk next to him. The after-sales service team then realized what was going on. It turns out that this girl, who looked somewhat ugly and overweight, that's the main character. She misjudged him. The saleswoman nodded quickly. I went to the side and picked up a bag. XIN, you should try it. Zhang Xinxin's hands were trembling slightly. She was already there when she came in. I was so scared by the prices here that I almost ran away. She thought Yi Qing could buy her a dress. That's already considered very, very good to her. But they actually want to buy her a handbag. She just looked at this bag, and it's worth over 40,000 yuan. She took the bag. With the help of the saleswoman, he straddled her. Yi Qing touched his chin and carefully examined it. It seems like something's missing. Could you please find him another pair of suitable shoes? The saleswoman's eyes lit up. If you add a pair of shoes, this outfit will cost over 80,000 yuan. She has already achieved half of her sales target for this month. The waitress went to find a pair of sandals that looked very exquisite. Zhang Xinxin's temperament definitely changed after wearing it. Is something still missing? Do you have any decorative belts? I'd like one. The salesperson's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected this gentleman to be so good at matching outfits. They found a belt. Zhang Xinxin looked completely different after wearing it. Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction. Good, good, this is more appropriate. Very good. The girls next to them were all dumbfounded. Could you please calculate how much this costs? The female saleswoman felt she had met a real tycoon today. I picked up the calculator and started calculating. Sir, this set will cost a total of 100,800 yuan. Yi Qing nodded. Well enough. Zhang Xinxin felt a little embarrassed. Yi Qing, these things are too expensive, maybe we should just forget about them. Yi Qing shook his head. How can we just let it go? This dress fits you perfectly. And it's also very beautiful. I will definitely give you the best. Zhang Xinxin's eyes were full of love. Yi Qing, you're so good to me. Zhang Xinxin couldn't resist leaning closer, wanting to embrace Yi Qing. Yi Qing sensed that the situation was not good. Waiter, please help her choose another outfit. Ah. Everyone was stunned again. Until I walked out of the LV store. The women's heads were buzzing. Yi Qing spent over 200,000 yuan to buy 2 outfits for Zhang Xinxin. Both outfits were paired with specific bags and shoes. This made everyone think. This world is crazy. Zhang Xinxin was somewhat like Versailles at this moment. One outfit would have been enough, but you insisted on buying me 2. So much money has been spent again. Yi Qing said indifferently. You always need a change of clothes. If Zhang Xinxin hadn't insisted that they couldn't buy any more. Yi Qing even wanted to buy her a 3rd set. This made the other girls extremely envious. That's over 200,000 yuan. Ding Dong detected that the host, Zhang Xinxin, spent 200,000. Triggering a tenfold system rebate. 2 million has been deposited into your bank account, leaving a balance of 3.46 million. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. He was making money so fast that he was caught off guard. Yunjiro looked at Zhang Xinxin, who was wearing her favorite dress. Her heart was breaking. She finally realized that Yi Qing was at least a minor tycoon. Assets must be at least 5 million. Being able to spend so much money on his girlfriend is quite generous. But she still doesn't understand. Is Yi Qing really a second-generation rich kid? Everyone had different thoughts. Everyone took the elevator back to the 1st floor. Just when everyone thought the surprises for today were about to end. Yi Qing suddenly stopped in his tracks as he passed a watch shop. Ha! Watch. Xin, let me buy you another mechanical watch. Zhang Xinxin was still immersed in immense joy. I was thinking about what kind of post I should make on my WeChat moments. She really gained a lot of face in front of her 3 roommates today. Ah. What watch? She hadn't heard Yi Qing's words at all. I felt my hand being pulled up. She unconsciously followed Yi Qing into the watch shop next door. After Yi Qing went inside, he went straight to the women's section. Looking at the densely packed women's watches. The metallic luster of the dial, combined with the reflections. It gives people a dazzling and mesmerizing feeling. It is both high-end and aloof. Without waiting for a reply, Yi Qing pointed to one of the watches and asked, "Can I try it on?" The female sales clerks were stunned. I've never seen anyone buy a watch like this before. The price is clearly marked on the bottom of that watch. 286,800 yuan. The saleswoman nodded hurriedly. Quickly take out that watch. Come on, give it a try. Yunjiro and 2 other women followed behind. That's when it dawned on me. The 3 of them looked up. Patek Philippe. The watches here are very expensive. The crowd couldn't resist following them inside. Zhang Xinxin put the watch on her wrist. He held up his wrist and looked it over from side to side. It is indeed very beautiful. Do you like this watch? Zhang Xinxin felt dizzy and couldn't help but nod. Yi Qing slammed her hand on the counter. Waiter, please give us the bill. Caught off guard. Yi Qing spent another 280,000 yuan. As Zhang Xinxin walked out of the shop, she felt as if she were in a dream. She looked at the expensive watch on her wrist. It all seemed a bit unbelievable. This. The girls behind him all had the same expression. I was both surprised and envious. The group took a taxi back to school. When I got back to the dormitory, Yunjiro's heart was still not at peace. She found the LV doll in her hand extremely irritating. This is a souvenir from the LV store. Each of the three girls has one. You know, if such souvenirs were sold separately, it will sell for 3 or 4,000 yuan. If it were in the past, she would definitely show off and post it on her WeChat moments, but today, she had absolutely no interest in it. After careful consideration, I decided to proceed. Yi Qing spent over 550,000 yuan today. Hiss. She gasped. This is terrifying. What does 550,000 yuan mean? Moreover, Yi Qing really spent money as if he were buying a bottle of mineral water. Money might just be a string of numbers to him. Yunjiro felt her face begin to burn. She was absolutely certain in her heart. Is this Yi Qing a nouveau riche, or a real nouveau riche? He originally thought Yi Qing's assets might only be 5 million, but it now appears to be at least over 10 million. Yunjiro looked at Zheng Xinxin. She kept changing her two dresses. Watching her two remaining roommates fawn over Zhang Xinxin, she felt uneasy. Chapter 14. My heart fluttered. Such a good and considerate boyfriend. And he's so rich. Why can't I meet them? She believes that her looks and figure are far superior to Zhang Xinxin's. Thinking back to dinner today. Yi Qing's naked gaze. Yunjiro's heart stirred slightly, and some ideas began to form. Yi Qing had just returned to her dormitory. I checked the text messages on my phone. He just spent another 280,000. I received a rebate of 2.8 million from the system. Your bank card balance is 6.26 million. Even if he knew the rebates were high, I couldn't help but feel excited. I never imagined I would have so much money. By this time, the brothers in the dormitory had all returned. Yi Qing hesitated for a moment. She rolled out of bed and went to the bathroom alone. The facilities in their dormitory are quite good. It has a private bathroom. Although it's small, it has all the necessary functions. They also have a balcony here. The balcony is the semi-enclosed type. We entered the restroom. Yi Qing's mind stirred. A crimson pill appeared in his hand. But it should be about the size of a broad bean. A refreshing fragrance instantly filled my nostrils. Without hesitation, Yi Qing stuffed it into his mouth. The elixir melts instantly upon entering the mouth. A warm current flowed from his mouth into his stomach. Yi Qing smacked his lips. The taste is not bad, but why isn't it reacting? Suddenly, Yi Qing felt a warm current in his abdomen. It began to gradually spread to his limbs. He couldn't help but let out a soft hum. It felt as comfortable as taking a hot bath. This feeling is getting stronger and stronger. But it was very comfortable. 20 minutes later. The heat in Yi Qing's body gradually dissipated. He felt much lighter. Open your eyes. It seemed as if I could see it exceptionally clearly. He was already a little nearsighted from playing on his phone, but now, it seems there aren't any left. Yi Qing's face was full of surprise. I couldn't help but clench my fist. He felt like he could kill a cow right now. It seems my strength has increased as well. Indeed, some black mud appeared on Yi Qing's body. But it's only a thin layer. It's basically impossible to tell. Yi Qing took a shower in the bathroom. I went back to bed. He felt that his skin seemed to have improved. He had no idea how much benefit the marrow cleansing pill would bring him. I can only wait until tomorrow when I have time to test it. Wang Xinxian was very troubled. She still hasn't gotten her phone back. She lay in bed with her brows furrowed deeply. I never expected that Yi Qing would be so heartless. They completely ignored her existence. She was so angry she gritted her teeth. Then she remembered that a boy had confessed his feelings to her earlier that day. Wang Xinxian's face showed a smug look. Humph, yet another new suitor. He seems to have some financial means. Yi Qing, just wait and see what happens. I can still buy the latest iPhone even without you. Wang Xinxian decided to nurture her suitor, Wei Chang. Let's spend a few more days together. She hoped the other person could become a simp like Yi Qing. He spared no effort in buying her things. She could also tell that Wei Chang's family was better off. She couldn't help but recall what happened after she left the boys' dormitory at noon today. Hello, may I get to know you? Wang Xinxian was angrily on her way back to the dormitory. That's when I met a guy like that. She looked the boy up and down and noticed his clothes. It's still considered a brand. The total cost of his entire outfit exceeded 2,000 yuan. Her eyes lit up. May I get to know you? The man was very polite. He appeared to be a very gentlemanly person. Wang Xinxian hesitated for only a moment before nodding. The two quickly exchanged contact information. That evening, the boy actually asked her out to dinner. Wang Xinxian readily agreed. The two of them went to a restaurant that wasn't particularly upscale. But it still cost 1,000 yuan. This made Wang Xinxian feel quite pleased. She thought this suitor was pretty good. She's good looking and comes from a good family. The boy even kindly escorted her to her dormitory building. This made Wang Xinxian feel like she was being pursued again. She believed that with her charm, she could absolutely make that boy fall at her feet. I'll ask to buy myself a brand new iPhone then. That's absolutely no problem. Wang Xinxian thought smugly. Wei Chang tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. He made a preliminary attempt today. Surprisingly, that woman was very easy to meet. Although he spent 1,000 yuan on dinner today. But this woman is truly exceptional. No wonder she's the class beauty, her figure and looks are stunning. Wei Chang felt that all that money was well spent. He is also a veteran who has been through many battles. He knows how to pursue a woman. He felt that with his abilities, he could definitely win this woman over within 3 days. We'll bring this woman back then. Let's see what Yi Qing's expression is like in front of him. This is what happens when you offend me. Wei Chang was still very angry. At the beginning, when he pursued Wang Xinxian, he did indeed want to get revenge on Yi Qing. But after getting to know that woman, he found that the woman was indeed very charming. He wants to win over that woman. He believed that Yi Qing's relationship with that woman was definitely not very close. If he wins over that woman, what will Yi Qing's expression be then? Just thinking about it makes me feel incredibly relieved. Wei Chang turned over again and finally drifted off to sleep in the early hours of the morning. The next morning, Yun Jiro groggily opened her eyes. She didn't sleep well last night either. The image of them going out to dinner together last night kept flashing through my mind. The scene of Yi Qing buying things for Zhang Xinxin. Although she was quite certain that Yi Qing was a minor tycoon. But I thought about it for a long time last night. She didn't know how to approach Yi Qing. She had absolutely no experience in this area. She was the most beautiful girl in the school of foreign languages. She's usually the one being pursued by men. When has she ever actively pursued a man? Therefore, she is indeed quite unfamiliar with this aspect. I racked my brains yesterday. I tried all sorts of methods, but still couldn't come up with anything. How about we add each other on WeChat first? But what if I don't have the other person's WeChat number? Yun Jiro was also very distressed. Peeking outwards with the probe. That's when I realized the other two people in the dorm had already left. Only Zhang Xinxin and her were left. Zhang Xinxin was doing laundry. She took the washed clothes to the balcony. I casually placed my phone on the windowsill. I'm going to go and stretch out the clothes. Yun Jiro's eyes lit up and she quickly got out of bed. The phone screen was still on. Yun Jiro carefully opened her contacts. He took a picture of Yi Qing's contact information with his own phone. Chapter 15 Requesting Friends? Yun Jiro never expected her to do such a thing. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. She didn't even put on shoes when she got out of bed. After taking a photo barefoot, he quickly rolled back onto the bed. She had never imagined that she could move so quickly. When he got back to bed, he saw that Zhang Xinxin had not returned. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. I carefully opened my phone and looked at the phone number in the photo. Yun Jiro was extremely excited. She knew that she could find the other person's WeChat account through this phone number. Yun Jiro's hands trembled uncontrollably. After memorizing the number, I started searching. Love for Qian. How could it be such a name? This was Yi Qing's way of pursuing Wang Xinxian. He specifically changed his nickname. He hasn't changed it back yet. Is this Yi Qing's WeChat number? Yun Jiro hesitated whether to add it or not. But in just a moment, she made up her mind. Her current idea is to stir up Yi Qing's heart. Get him to pay attention to you. Yunjiro believed that with her charm, she'll definitely be able to make Yi Qing her suitor. As for making Yi Qing her boyfriend, Yunjiro felt that her performance last night was not enough. After hesitating for a long time, Yunjiro still wrote her name in the notes. I clicked submit application. They didn't have classes for the first 2 periods in the morning, and she also really liked to stay in bed. I kept tossing and turning in bed, glancing at my phone every now and then. She was waiting for the other person to accept her friend request. She felt extremely uneasy. She didn't know if Yi Qing had feelings for her. Moreover, she took the initiative to add people as WeChat friends. This makes it seem like she's begging someone. It made her realize that the goddess image she once held was something unattainable. It seemed to have collapsed. But Yi Qing is not only rich, and he's so good to his girlfriend. She comforted herself in her heart. She wasn't after Yi Qing's money, she was only after him as a person. She kept looking at her phone. But there was no news inside. And so, a full 30 minutes passed. The other party's consent has not yet been obtained. Yunjiro grew increasingly anxious. The other students in the dormitory had already gotten up and gone to class. She has absolutely no interest in attending class right now. She simply asked a classmate to ask for leave for her. She was determined to wait in her dorm room. She simply couldn't believe that she was such a charming and beautiful woman. Yi Qing surprisingly refused to add her as a friend. She believed Yi Qing would definitely agree. Yi Qing started washing up after getting up in the morning. They have 4 classes in the morning. The queue was very full. Yi Qing arrived at the classroom early. Because I took the marrow cleansing pill yesterday. He felt extremely light and agile. I've never felt this good before. In other people's eyes, Yi Qing was the kind of honest and simple person. A student who works very hard but doesn't usually get good grades. The original owner of this body was usually very attentive in class. But perhaps it's because he lacks natural talent. Or perhaps the way you're putting in the effort is wrong. Therefore, everyone could only see him study hard. But he has never received a scholarship. The original owner of this body wanted to obtain some financial assistance through his academic performance. But in the end, it was no use. Yi Qing also tried to listen to the lecture after class today. After listening for a while, she felt bored and started playing on her phone. Ding dong. A message caught his eye. Yunjiro has requested to add you as a friend. Yi Qing was taken aback. Yunjiro? Isn't that the pretty girl from Zhang Xinxin's dorm? A slight smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips. It seems that a lot of money was spent on Zhang Xinxin last night. This made the beautiful woman somewhat tempted. Yi Qing recalled Yunjiro's somewhat resentful gaze last night. This woman is indeed very beautiful. Most importantly, it is very clean. Even if someone likes money, that's perfectly understandable. Who in this world doesn't like money? Yi Qing doesn't deny that he also really likes money. Money can bring people a better life. Money can solve 99% of the world's problems. Yi Qing smiled faintly and ignored the message. I simply opened the game and started a match. Learning in university relies entirely on self-discipline. Teachers certainly won't be lecturing like they are in high school. In class, the professor only needs to finish teaching what they have to say for the day. As for whether you learn it or not, that's your own business. For top students, of course I will study hard. But for many academically weak students, such a class is nothing more than coming to sign in once. Then I started playing on my phone. There are many people like Yi Qing. The classmate next to Yi Qing noticed that Yi Qing had started playing with her phone. His eyes widened involuntarily. Yi Qing is usually very hardworking and focused. I also need to take notes during every class. But what's wrong with today? Have they really given up? It was already 10 o'clock when the second period ended. Yi Qing went to the restroom and then moved to another classroom to continue the lesson. They had these 2 classes in 2 different classrooms. Yunjiro, who had taken a special leave of absence, stayed in her dormitory. I was already feeling somewhat desperate. What's going on? Doesn't Yi Qing have feelings for me? I just wanted to get to know him. Is this not even acceptable? Yunjiro felt extremely distressed. Her self-confidence was severely damaged. She's the most beautiful girl in the foreign languages department. The line of suitors for her stretched outside the playground. But Yi Qing remained completely unmoved by him. Does Yi Qing only like women who are somewhat unattractive, like Zhang Xinxin? Yun Jiro felt a deep pain in her heart. This was the first time she had ever been so interested in a boy. But to her surprise, the other party completely ignored her. This made her even more upset. After school at noon, Yi Cheng and Zhang Xinxin went to the cafeteria together. Don't you have classes this afternoon either? Yes. Let's go shopping together. Today is Friday. Neither of them had classes in the afternoon. And there are no classes tomorrow, as it's Saturday and Sunday. Zhang Xinxin happily agreed. Since Yi Qing came along, he felt that his college life was rich and colorful. Not only did she have a very considerate boyfriend, moreover, it greatly satisfied her material needs. Especially during meals. She doesn't even need to be as frugal as before. He can afford to pay for any amount of food he eats now. Even the premium milk tea that we couldn't afford before. Now she can drink it like plain water. The two walked side by side toward the school gate. At this moment, on the tree-lined avenue some distance from the school gate. Shanxian, why are you angry again? Wei Chang thought that Wang Xinxian was indeed very beautiful. But he gets angry from time to time. This was something he couldn't stand. Wang Xinxian turned her head and glared at Wei Chang. How will you introduce me to your classmates as your girlfriend? I haven't agreed yet. How can you make such a decision on your own? Chapter 16 Going after Wang Xinxian. The two of them just ran into Wei Chang's classmate. Wei Chang took the initiative to introduce himself. Unexpectedly, he had offended Wang Xinxian. Wei Chang felt that he had indeed gone a bit too far. Sorry, I was just a little excited. Shanxian, I really like you so much. Please say yes and be my girlfriend. Wang Xinxian shook her head. I will never agree to be your girlfriend. Besides, you just did something wrong. Why should I agree? You will pay the price for your mistakes. Wei Chang was stunned for a moment. I immediately understood what the other person meant. How about this, Shanxian, I'll treat you to dinner as an apology, okay? Wang Xinxian rolled her eyes and shook her head. No. Do you know how much harm you just caused me? I have always claimed to be single. If others find out I have a boyfriend, how am I supposed to find a partner in the future? Do you know you're trying to get me into trouble? Wang Xinxian sneered inwardly. You think you can just get rid of me by asking for a meal? That's too easy. Wang Xinxian is going to use her old tricks, anger. She wanted the other person to comfort her with money. This trick has never failed. So what do you want? Wei Chang sneered inwardly. If it weren't for your good looks and figure, I can't be bothered to smile at you. I'll kick you to the curb after I've gotten you. Let's see if you're still arrogant then. Wei Chang thought viciously to himself. Unless you buy me the latest iPhone. What? You're not kidding, are you? The cheapest fruit phone costs more than 6,000 yuan. I can't afford it. Although Wei Chang receives 6,000 yuan in pocket money each month, his daily expenses are also quite high. I have absolutely no savings. To make him spend over 6,000 yuan to please such a woman. He was still reluctant. What's wrong? Don't you want to? Wang Xinxian frowned. She remembered how good Yi Qing had been to her. Although Yi Qing had no money. But he never objected to her requests. I will always try my best to satisfy you. This guy looks rich. Spending over 6,000 yuan to buy an iPhone is practically effortless. But this guy refused. Compared to Yi Qing, this guy named Wei Chang is really far from good enough. Wang Xinxian remained calm and composed. Wei Chang said with a bitter face. Shanxian, I can buy you a cell phone. Wang Xinxian raised an eyebrow, a hint of joy showing in her heart. But you have to promise to be my girlfriend. Wang Xinxian sneered. I asked you to buy me an iPhone. I'm just apologizing for your mistake this time. Do you think I, Wang Xinxian, would become someone's girlfriend for an iPhone? You underestimate me too much. they won't even buy me a small Apple phone. Don't come looking for me again. After saying that, Wang Xinxian turned and left. There was not the slightest bit of hesitation or ambiguity. Wei Chang hadn't expected this woman to be so difficult to appease. It seems that it will cost a lot to win this woman's heart. Looking at the other person's graceful figure, Wei Chang gritted his teeth. Even if it comes at a cost, it's worth it. This woman was the most beautiful of all his girlfriends. If I could really get a woman like that. It certainly made him feel very proud. Qianqian, wait for me. I promise you, okay? Wei Chang quickly chased after him. Wang Xinxian stopped and turned around abruptly. No, you made me angry. You have to buy me the high-end version. It has to be at least the one that costs 10,000 yuan. Wei Chang was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, I'm willing to buy it for you to make up for my mistake earlier. Wang Xinxian was very pleased with herself. She can finally own an iPhone again. Although it's not the highest trim level. But they look no different. Wei Chang thought to himself. At worst, I can borrow money from a few friends. I'll pay them back next month. It's worth paying some price to win this woman over. Okay, don't be angry. How about I treat you to dinner? After hesitating for a few moments, Wang Xinxian finally agreed. The two walked together toward the school gate. Ha! Wang Xinxian saw two familiar people. Is that Zhang Xinxian? Why does the man next to her look so familiar? Is that Zhang Xinxian's boyfriend? But it looks very ordinary. Wang Xinxian only saw the backs of the two people. Since Yi Qing took the marrow cleansing pill, his skin became a bit fairer, and he also grew a little taller. Even their hairstyles have changed a bit. So Wang Xinxian didn't recognize him from behind. But the clothes Yi Qing was wearing seemed strangely familiar to her. Wang Xinxian unconsciously quickened her pace. She wanted to see who Zhang Xinxian's boyfriend was and what he looked like. Why are you willing to spend so much money on her? Qianqian, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Wang Xinxian arrived at the school gate quickly. Just then, I saw two people get into a taxi and drive away. He couldn't even see what the person looked like. Wang Xinxian was very puzzled. Who exactly is Zhang Xinxian's boyfriend? I have this feeling like I know them. Wei Chang caught up, panting heavily. Qianqian, wait for me. What are you looking at? Following Wang Xinxian's gaze, Wei Chang only saw the taxi's taillights. Nothing. It's a promise, you're going to treat me to a big meal today. Okay, no problem. The taxi moved forward slowly. We just arrived at a crossroads. The car slowly came to a stop when the red light came on. Yi Qing, where shall we go to play? Yi Qing had already decided on his goal. I heard there's a car show at the convention center, shall we go check it out? Zhang Xinxian isn't particularly interested in cars. Ah. Seeing Yi Qing's enthusiastic expression, not wanting to spoil the fun, she finally nodded. All right. Yi Qing didn't say much. The driver quickly took the two to their destination. The convention center was very crowded at this time. The two followed the flow of people into the station. It's so lively at this time of year compared to the usual quiet. The booths of each brand showcased their latest and best-selling cars. This was also Yi Qing's first time at an auto show. It was also an irresistible curiosity. He was mainly curious about what those car models actually look like. I've only ever seen them in short videos and on TV. But when he walked in today, his eyes widened immediately. Chapter 17 Living Off a Woman. These car models are generally very tall. They all have long legs. Even the shortest among them is over 1.7 meters tall. Yi Qing found it a delightful sight. He had long forgotten what the car looked like. As they strolled around, the two of them came to the Porsche booth. The car was indeed very attractive, and the two of them naturally walked up to it. Xin, what do you think of this car? Porsche's booth still featured several very classic cars. Zhang Xinxian had long been attracted by her beautiful appearance. She had already obtained her driver's license a long time ago. I did consider buying a used car to make do. But even a second-hand car, that's something she can't afford. Porsche 911, Porsche Macan. Yi Ching saw it all. He had indeed seen this kind of appearance quite a few times in videos. But upon closer inspection, the car was bigger than he had imagined. Open the car door. Seeing the luxurious interior, Yi Ching couldn't help but feel excited. Men still really like cars. The car's luxurious feel is immediately apparent. The salesperson next to them looked at the two of them. Yi Ching was quite ordinary looking. The clothes she was wearing were also very ordinary. But the girl next to him, although she had an ordinary appearance. But the clothes she wore and the watch on her wrist were anything but ordinary. Just the watch on my wrist. She could tell. That's Patek Philippe's latest women's watch. It is worth 280,000. These salespeople have a very good eye. Originally, after the two people came in, the female salesperson had a very aloof attitude. After seeing Zhang Xinxin's outfit, she immediately flashed a warm smile. "Madam, would you like me to introduce you?" She could tell that the boy was quite fair-skinned. He's actually quite handsome. Is this guy a kept man by this girl? It's very likely. She thought that Zhang Xinxin was the one in control between the two. Zhang Xinxin was stunned for a moment. He involuntarily turned to look at Yi Ching, seeking help. Yi Ching opened the car door and got out. "Could you please introduce this car to us?" Yi Ching pointed to the pink car next to her. The female salesperson secretly felt contempt. A gigolo is acting all high and mighty here. If it weren't for the presence of a rich woman, you have absolutely no right to speak to me. However, the female salesperson only complained in her heart. She appeared to be very enthusiastic. However, that enthusiasm, it's completely different for Zhang Xinxin and Yi Ching. She was completely humble towards Zhang Xinxin, although she was also very enthusiastic towards Yi Ching. However, her smile looked very fake. Moreover, there was a hint of disdain deep in the salesperson's eyes. Yi Ching touched his nose. He also noticed the salesperson's expression. However, he didn't say much more. "Hello, ma'am, this is our latest Porsche Panamera. This is our cherry blossom pink." The saleswoman didn't introduce it to Yi Ching. Instead, he began to introduce himself to Zhang Xinxin, who was standing at a distance. "Am I being ignored?" Yi Ching's lips twitched slightly. Zhang Xinxin looked at the Panamera. His eyes were full of little stars. "Pink? It's quite damaging to girls. The pink color is exactly what Zhang Xinxin's aesthetic sensibilities are looking for." Zhang Xinxin moved closer to him involuntarily. Arriving at the car, I couldn't resist reaching out to touch the shiny pink paint. Crack! The female salesperson opened the car door. "Madam, you are welcome to sit in the driver's seat and experience the luxury of our vehicle." He then gestured for them to proceed. Zhang Xinxin raised her head again. He looked at Yi Ching. It was as if he was asking for her consent. Yi Ching smiled and nodded. The saleswoman was speechless. Has this pretty boy completely won over this rich woman? To live off a woman to this extent is quite impressive. The saleswoman gave a soft, cold snort. The kind of gigolo who lives off his wife is the one she despises most in her life. Since Yi Ching took the marrow cleansing pill, my face is indeed much whiter than before. He looks like a handsome guy. The female salesperson walked to the side. He sat in the passenger seat and began to talk non-stop. Our car has a very powerful engine. The interior of this car is made entirely of the most environmentally friendly materials. The screen's clarity is also the best. Yi Ching thought this car was pretty good too. Zhang Xinxin sat in the car and imagined what it would be like to drive a car like this one day. Even if I were to die now, it would be worth it. This car is indeed very good. But even she, in her naivete, knew that Porsches were very expensive. The windows of the display vehicle were rolled down. This is to allow everyone to have a good look at the vehicle's interior. Yi Ching leaned against the driver's side window and listened quietly. This car has excellent performance. Although it's a gasoline-powered vehicle. However, its acceleration is in no way inferior to those newer electric cars. The salesperson thought all the cars in his shop were the best. She paused after speaking at length. Now you can take a look at our trunk. The female salesperson got out of the passenger seat and was about to introduce the product again. Yi Qing interrupted him directly. Stop talking. The saleswoman was in high spirits. Suddenly interrupted, she couldn't help but glare at Yi Qing. How much does this car cost? The saleswoman gave a slightly provocative look. She was a little angry. Interrupting someone's story is very impolite. This is our latest Porsche Panamera. This car costs 1.5 million just for the base model. She believed the man would shut up once he told her the price. After all, if this car were to be bought, it would likely be by this wealthy woman. This pretty boy definitely doesn't have that kind of financial strength. Yi Qing watched Zheng Xinxin, who was sitting in the driver's seat, constantly stroking the steering wheel. Xin, what do you think of this car? It's great, I like it very much. Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. Since you like it, let's buy it. Ah. Zheng Xinxin heard the price. This car is worth 1.5 million, and that's just the base price. This. Zheng Xinxin was still hesitating when Yi Qing beckoned to her. Can I buy this car today? The salesman was dumbfounded, and he nodded somewhat blankly. Come here for a moment. I want this car. Could you help me calculate the total cost, including insurance and vehicle registration? The saleswoman looked on incredulously. Am I seeing things? This pretty boy isn't a freeloader. Or is this pretty boy just putting on airs? The female salesperson was a little unsure. However, she reacted quickly. Chapter 18 Lin Xiaoxi. Sir, please wait a moment, I'll calculate it for you right away. She suddenly realized that today was at the auto show. She was so excited that she trembled all over as she actually managed to sell a car. This car is very valuable if it really sells. Her commission will be substantial. Their commissions are very high during the promotional period. The 4S store applied for the company's maximum commission rate. They can get 3% of the car price. Of course, this only applies to the few days of this auto show. She used the calculator on her phone to keep increasing the price. Choose a nice pair of wheels and add a pink interior. The total is 2.06 million. Based on a 3% commission, she can get 60,000 yuan today alone. The saleswoman's heart was pounding. Hiss. She dared not waste any more time. Very quickly on a blank sheet of paper, I wrote down all the extra priced features. Holding this blank sheet of paper covered in writing, she quickly returned to Yi Qing's side. Sir, it's all settled. We need to take this car down. The total price is 2.06 million. I can ask the manager to round it down to 0 for you. Yi Qing quickly waved his hand. I don't need to round down. I have only one request. I'm going to drive this car away today. Is there a problem? Yi Qing's domineering tone. It made the salesperson gasp for breath. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Zheng Xinxin in the car. She always believed that this pretty boy was just a freeloader. Zheng Xinxin was somewhat embarrassed. Yi Qing, this car is too expensive. Maybe we should just forget about it. No, if you like it, we'll just buy it. You deserve the best. Zheng Xinxin's eyes lit up again. The love in his eyes was overflowing. So, can you meet my conditions? The saleswoman was in a panic. Sir, please wait a moment, I will ask the manager for help right away. After saying that, he quickly ran over there. It took less than 3 minutes. A woman who looked to be in her 30s walked over. He looks like he's a sales manager. Sir, hello, would you like to register this car today and drive it away? Yes. The female manager was somewhat embarrassed. The vehicle registration process was indeed a bit rushed today. She was about to say that time was a bit tight. Yi Qing shook his head and said, I can add another 100,000 yuan. Do you think you can do it? The female manager was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. She was also a worker. Although the salary is very high, it's only a little over 20,000 per month. The 100,000 yuan was too tempting for her. Although the gentleman spoke very cryptically, she understood perfectly. This 100,000 yuan is for the errand fee. The female manager immediately patted her chest and said, Sir, please rest assured, we will process all the formalities for you immediately. We will definitely deliver the car to you within an hour. Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction. Let's settle the bill now. With that, Yi Qing walked straight to the cashier. The salesperson who had just served them was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected that this pretty boy was hiding his true strength. Could this pretty boy be the real tycoon? With this suspicion in mind, she followed them over. She wanted to see if the account used for the payment actually belonged to this man. Yi Qing quickly paid the money. The total is 2.16 million. That 100,000 yuan was paid separately. The signature on the payment slip was also Yi Qing's name. Mr. Yi, do you have your ID card with you? Yi Qing shook his head. Xin, show me your ID card. Zhang Xinxin's head was spinning. Use this ID card. The female manager couldn't help but glance at Zhang Xinxin, who was plain looking and somewhat overweight. Mr. Yi, you are so good to your girlfriend. She looked on with envy. The saleswoman was dumbfounded. She had always thought Yi Qing was a gigolo. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a hidden mastermind. She secretly regretted ignoring this big shot earlier. Go and serve that woman? She wanted to slap herself. She lost a perfectly good opportunity to get close to the big shot. Especially when they learned that this big shot was going to spend an extra 100,000 yuan to get the license plate. She was filled with deep regret. The big shot doesn't care about money at all. If she provided good service just now, that 100,000 yuan belonged to her. In addition to the 60,000 yuan commission, then she can earn 160,000 today. Pity. She missed out on the 160,000. The manager wanted to take half of her sales commission. She can only get 15,000. She was filled with deep regret. Unfortunately, there's no going back. She hurriedly took the documents and followed the female manager to complete the formalities. A girl was greeted by the manager and supervisor. Xiaoxi, could you please look after this gentleman and lady? Lin Xiaoxi is the most beautiful car model at this booth. Tall and slender. Fair skin. Her facial features are also very delicate. She had witnessed the entire incident. The most important thing now is to serve this gentleman well. It doesn't matter if the auto show is cancelled. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. This is a great opportunity to get to know the other person. She hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary boy to. It turns out he was a hidden tycoon. They wouldn't even blink an eye if they bought a luxury car worth over 2 million yuan. Especially seeing such a young tycoon. It was really not easy. She didn't know if Yi Qing was actually a rich second generation. Even if they are second generation rich kids, they are top tier second generation rich kids. Lin Xiaoxi frowned slightly. Unfortunately, the girlfriend this rich kid found is really not very flattering. She still showed her sweetest smile as she walked towards Yi Qing. Mr. Yi, please come with me. I will take you to the VIP lounge at the back. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. This girl looks very innocent. She was very tall, and her long legs were particularly eye-catching. Her face still had a slight baby fat. Her face is very small. Yi Qing couldn't help but start scanning. Name, Lin Xiaoxi. Age, 22. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Rating, 90. Number of participants, 0. Number of attempts, 0. Yi Qing was taken aback. This was the first time he had scanned a girl who scored 90 points. That's quite an achievement. Then he looked at Lin Xiaoxi more carefully. This girl has a really perfect figure. Her facial features are also exceptionally delicate. Because she's a model, her gait is also very good. Walk with your head held high and chest out. He seemed very confident. She simply tied her hair into a high ponytail at the back of her head, showing off her youthful beauty. Yi Qing smiled and nodded. Zhang Xinxin was still immersed in joy. She never expected Yi Qing to be so kind to her. They led the still bewildered Zhang Xinxin into the lounge. The lounge was also very luxuriously decorated. The sofas inside are incredibly comfortable. The treatment for VIPs is indeed different. There are some snacks and a coffee machine here. There is a large TV. It created a stark contrast with the noisy environment outside. It was very quiet inside. Mr. Yi, would you like some coffee? Chapter 19 Yunjiro's shock. Lin Xiaoxi placed her hands in front of her abdomen, bent down, and asked very considerately. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. You have a very high cleavage. Is this woman trying to seduce me? Yi Qing couldn't help but look into Lin Xiaoxi's eyes. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes were full of sincerity. Yi Qing coughed lightly, feigning composure. Then let's have a cup of coffee. After bringing the coffee, Lin Xiaoxi bent down again. Yi Qing's eyes lit up again. This woman is so alluring. Mr. Yi, please have some coffee. Yi Qing raised his head and met the woman's eyes. The woman's eyes were very clear. It is like a bend in an autumn spring. His eyes were very dark and bright. It's like a black pearl falling into a crystal clear lake. Lin Xiaoxi winked at Yi Qing. Yi Qing sensed a hint of playfulness in the woman. Then I felt. There's something underneath the coffee cup. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Lin Xiaoxi glanced at Yi Qing meaningfully. She then placed her hands in front of her abdomen and stood next to him. Yi Qing calmly accepted the coffee cup. While pretending to drink coffee, I then noticed a piece of paper at the bottom of the cup. Yi Qing calmly put the note into his pocket. I couldn't help but take another look. Lin Xiaoxi stood beside him, looking completely calm. Are these women born actors? Yi Qing couldn't help but admire the woman's excellent acting skills. In just half an hour, all the formalities have been completed. Money is still more efficient. Yi Qing also felt the allure of money. Xin, you drive. Zheng Xinxin had been eager to try for a long time. He got into the driver's seat and started the car. The sound of the engine instantly filled my ears. With a stomp of the accelerator, the front of the vehicle jerked up. Zheng Xinxin was startled and quickly pulled her foot back. I gently pressed the accelerator and slowly drove the car out. The female manager, the salesperson, and Lin Xiaoxi stood outside the door, bowing to see them off. Yi Qing glanced meaningfully at the very tall and beautiful Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi winked at Yi Qing. His mouth was open and closed, but no sound came out. Yi Qing could also tell from the shape of his mouth. Contact me. A slight smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips. My hand unconsciously reached into my pocket, where there was a note. The note had a phone number on it. Yi Qing didn't expect that. One day he will be approached by such a stunningly beautiful woman. It can only be said that after having money, you will really gain access to many resources that you never imagined before. Ding dong, we have detected that you have spent 2.16 million yuan on Zheng Xinxin. Triggered systems tenfold return. A deposit of 21.6 million yuan has been made into your bank account. Your bank account balance is now 27.86 million yuan. Yi Qing never expected that he could achieve this in such a short time. That's how much wealth you can acquire. What suddenly occurred to Yi Qing? Buying a car will allow my wealth to increase dramatically. Wouldn't buying a house allow me to gain even more? Yi Qing's eyes lit up. It's like they've found a better way to get rebates. Zheng Xinxin was driving with complete concentration. She's in a great mood today. However, she had only recently obtained her driver's license and had very little experience driving on the road. The speed wasn't very fast either. But because it's a luxury car, therefore, many vehicles on the road gave her a wide berth. Xin, let me take you to buy a house tomorrow. Zheng Xinxin was stunned for a moment. He didn't hear what Yi Qing said for a moment. What? I mean, come out with me tomorrow. Sure, no problem. Zheng Xinxin agreed without even thinking. Today I was originally just going out for a casual stroll with Yi Qing. But unexpectedly, while browsing, they actually bought such an expensive car. This made Zheng Xinxin feel that the lives of these nouveau riches were simply too simple and unpretentious. Buying a car is like buying a head of cabbage. Even now, although she is driving, but my head still feels a little dizzy. She didn't even believe the car was hers. Yi Qing also experienced the driving feel of the car. The seats are quite comfortable. It's also very quiet. The interior is indeed very luxurious. The ride quality of this chassis is far superior to that of taxis. Yi Qing made up his mind. I'll buy another house for Zheng Xinxin tomorrow. His assets could potentially surge even further. Zhangcheng University still allows students to drive their vehicles inside. The school grounds are large enough, and there is plenty of parking space. Moreover, not many people can afford to drive to school. After the vehicle drove into the campus, this attracted a lot of attention. Yi Qing didn't want to be so high profile. I simply got off the bus at the school gate. After agreeing to meet Zheng Xinxing tomorrow, he walked back to his dormitory. Zheng Xinxing drove with the windows completely open, galloping around their own campus. This seemed to be the life she had always dreamed of. Even in my dreams before, I wouldn't even dare to have such a dream. She only realized it now. The car she was driving was worth over 2 million yuan. The car wasn't going fast. Many students wanted to see who was driving. The pink car must belong to a girl. But most people, after seeing Zheng Xinxin, a hint of disappointment appeared on their faces. Especially the boys. They assumed there was a stunningly beautiful woman inside the luxury car. But unexpectedly, she was just an average-looking person. There were even some ugly women. A handsome boy's eyes suddenly widened. He was holding a basketball. I glanced at the driver's seat of that car without realizing it. The basketball in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't even bother to pick up the basketball. Zheng Xinxin? How could it be her? Zhang Mingho felt like his world was about to collapse. Why does this woman drive such a nice car? I've never heard that this woman's family is very rich. Until that Panamera drove away. Zhang Mingho then realized what was happening and quickly went to retrieve his basketball. His face was full of regret. When this woman confessed her feelings to me, I promptly rejected her. She's so ugly. She actually wants to be my girlfriend? What a pipe dream. At first, I admired this woman's courage. I never expected she was a hidden millionaire. Sigh. If only I had agreed to her back then. Unfortunately, there's no going back in this world. So what if they're rich? Can't I just win her back? But I don't know what's going on with this woman right now. No, I need to ask someone. After saying that, he didn't go to the playground to practice, but turned and went in another direction. They drove the car to the girls' dormitory building. There is a parking lot here. Many cars have already parked there. But once this Panamera drove in, it became the center of attention. There were still many students who were not in class at this time. Many students stayed in their dormitories. Look, that car is so beautiful. Someone exclaimed in surprise. This has attracted a lot of attention. Everyone turned to look over there. Those who know about these things immediately recognized them. My God, that's a Porsche. Palamora. When did our school get such a beautiful car? What's wrong? Is this car very valuable? If anyone next to them doesn't understand something, they immediately start asking questions. Of course, this car costs over 2 million. Many girls looked on with envy. Everyone envies the owner of this car. She must be a rich girl. Yun Jiro had just returned from outside. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, he looked up in that direction. Sure enough, a Porsche Panamera was spotted. Chapter 20. The male god is shocked. Yun Jiro always thought she was the most beautiful. They are also very confident. She believed that with her looks, her knowledge, and her talent, I'm sure I'll find a great boyfriend. Not only is he rich, but he also treats her well. But after experiencing all these things, she discovered. It seems that finding a considerate and wealthy boyfriend is not easy. But how did Zheng Xinxin manage to find a boyfriend like that? Zheng Xinxin is very ordinary looking, or even somewhat ugly. But how come you can find someone as considerate as Yi Qing? And a boyfriend who is willing to spend money on her? That's extremely rare. You know, those rich kids always have all sorts of problems. Because the family was already very wealthy. Therefore, they can sometimes be quite arrogant and look down on others. But such terrible qualities are nowhere to be seen in Yi Qing. When I saw this luxury car, she wondered when her boyfriend would buy her a car like that. But then she shook her head helplessly. She doesn't even have a boyfriend right now. Not to mention such beautiful luxury cars. Just as she was about to turn around, her eyes suddenly froze on something. The Porsche's door opened. She suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Zheng Xinxin got out of the driver's seat, wearing sunglasses. He had a very aloof demeanor. In addition, she was wearing LV designer clothes and carrying a bag, all of which were LV. This added an extra layer of wealth to her image. Many girls looked on with envy. But all we could do was watch helplessly. A sports car worth over 2 million yuan isn't something everyone can afford. How could it be her? Yunjiro's face was full of surprise, her eyes wide like copper bells. Zhang Xinxin's situation. She does know a little bit about it. The family's financial situation is very ordinary. To be able to afford such a luxury car. She absolutely did not believe it. Could it be Yi Qing? A terrible thought crossed Yunjiro's mind. No way, why would Yi Qing buy such an expensive luxury car for this woman? Is it true love between them? Yunjiro's expression was complicated. His eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. If it were a girl who was even prettier than her. She wasn't that jealous. But why is Zhang Xinxin able to get so many things? What makes her so special that she could win Yi Qing's favor? And he took such meticulous care of Zhang Xinxin. This made her feel extremely unbalanced. That's how people are. Feeling that a classmate is far inferior to oneself. Having acquired so much material foundation. She must be feeling very upset. That's just human nature. The surrounding classmates also started talking about it. What a pity that this girl is too ordinary looking. When everyone saw Zhang Xinxin's appearance, they were all stunned for a moment. He must be a rich kid whose family is already very wealthy. Probably. Looks like this. She probably doesn't even have a boyfriend. That's not necessarily true. Maybe they just like pretty boys. You could probably buy a gigolo boyfriend with money. The lives of the rich are truly enviable. Everyone started talking at once. Hearing the whispers of those around him, Yunjiro gave a bitter smile. If these people knew. Zhang Xinxin's car was indeed bought for her by her boyfriend. I wonder how many people will be shocked. Yunjiro glanced at the pink Porsche Panamera one more time. They slowly withdrew from the crowd and returned to their dormitory. Her heart remained unsettled for a long time. She had already requested to add Yi Qing as a friend. But the other party did not respond to her at all. She has given up in despair today. They thought Yi Qing was just someone with a little money. She felt that Yi Qing was far too aloof. He completely ignored her advances. This greatly hurt her self-esteem. So she made up her mind today. I will never pay attention to a man like Yi Qing again. But what just happened? This stirred up the emotions within her once again. Could it be that Yi Qing is really an extremely wealthy second-generation heir? If that's the case, even at the greatest cost, I will make Yi Qing my devoted subject. Yunjiro's gaze gradually hardened again. What does dignity matter? If Yi Qing is willing to buy me a Porsche Panamera, then I can also set aside my dignity. A smile appeared on Yunjiro's lips. I will definitely succeed. Zhang Mingho looked dazed. I saw Zhang Xinxin driving that sports car worth over 2 million today. When his expression is completely natural and he looks very pleased with himself. His heart was never at peace. He was already very handsome. He was hailed as the most handsome man in the School of Foreign Languages. He is the ideal man in the hearts of many girls. But he had a goal in mind. He just wants to find a girl from a wealthy family. I want to avoid working 20 years of hardship. He had already chosen his target. The girl was driving a BMW worth 500,000 yuan. He thought the girl's family was relatively well off. Moreover, the girl admired him greatly. She pursued him very urgently. He had been considering whether or not to agree to be that girl's boyfriend these past few days. But suddenly they discovered a woman named Zhang Xinxin. Although Zhang Xinxin is uglier than that BMW woman. But as long as you have money, all shortcomings cease to be shortcomings. No, that woman Zhang Xinxin. I must find out more about her background. After class, Zhang Mingho started asking his classmates. That's when I realized. Zhang Xinxin not only has a car. Moreover, the watch he was wearing appeared to be very expensive. According to those girls, that watch alone is worth nearly 300,000. All the things I use regularly are made of fruit. The bag she was carrying and the clothes she was wearing were all LV. This made him even more certain. Zhang Xinxin is exactly the one in his heart. The kind of girl from an extremely wealthy family that I've always been looking for. Girls like this are not good looking. But he was very confident. Winning her over is no easy feat. The next morning, Zhang Mingho tidied himself up carefully. After putting on the clothes you think look best, that's when we arrived at the girls' dormitory building. He wanted to make a good impression on Zhang Xinxin, although the two are in the same class. But he never pays attention to girls who are very ugly, especially girls who are ugly and poor. Because she had class in the morning, Zhang Xinxin got up early. I just arrived at the dormitory building. She then discovered her dream man. She saw her crush holding a bouquet of roses. A hint of disappointment flashed in Zhang Xinxin's eyes. She knew that a heartthrob like Zhang Mingho would definitely not pay attention to her. I wonder which lucky girl will receive that bouquet of flowers. Zhang Xinxin. Hello, I am Zhang Mingho. Looking at the male god standing in front of her, Zhang Xinxin covered her gaping mouth in disbelief. Could it be that Zhang Mingho came to see me? Chapter 21. I want to pursue Zhang Xinxin. But that's Zhang Mingho. How wonderful it would be to become his friend. No, I can't do this. Zhang Xinxin ran away quickly from the side. Zhang Mingho was left speechless. He looked at the rose in his hand, threw it on the ground in anger, and stomped on it twice. Zhang Xinxin, that ugly woman, actually ignored him. She didn't even say a single word to him. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! Zhang Mingho clenched his fist. So what if he has a little money? Fine, I'm not going to serve you anymore. He angrily took a few steps forward and watched helplessly as Zhang Xinxin got into the Porsche Panamera. The anger in his eyes subsided instantly. No, this woman is so rich, I have to think of another way. It suddenly occurred to me that they were in a class group chat. Would it be better to add the other person as a friend first? Zhang Mingho took out his phone and decisively sent a friend request. Zhang Mingho waited for half an hour, but the other party still did not agree. They are in the same class group. So I want to add the other person as a friend through the class group. But Zhang Xinxin hasn't responded for so long. Zhang Mingho comforted himself. Maybe she didn't see it. He was very confident, after all, he was the most handsome guy in the entire school of foreign languages. When there are any activities, he is also a host. Those female fans have long since become his loyal followers. He is such a walking male god. Wherever they go, they become the center of attention. He didn't believe Zhang Xinxin had no feelings for him. He felt that as long as he took charge, he'll definitely be able to win over Zhang Xinxin, who's not particularly good looking. An hour passed and there was still no response. Zhang Mingho was getting anxious. Could it be that I failed to attract that woman? It's alright, rich girls are all very arrogant. It's right that they're a little reserved. I appreciate that. Zhang Mingho was still trying to comfort himself. 2 hours have passed. Zhang Mingho felt like he was going crazy. He was the most handsome guy in the foreign language department. Add an average-looking girl as a friend. There was not a single response for 2 hours. If this gets out, people will definitely laugh their heads off. Zhang Mingho clenched his fists tightly. That's impossible. How could she ignore me like that? 3 hours have passed. There was still no response. The friend request still hasn't been accepted. Zhang Mingho was unwilling to accept this. After finding the other person's number again in the group, I added them again. Zhang Mingho began to look forward to it again. 4 hours passed until midnight. There has still been no word from the other party. The friend request still hasn't been accepted. Is my charm no longer enough? Zhang Mingho even became somewhat insecure. One night, Zhang Mingho didn't sleep much. I glance at my phone every now and then. His friend request still hasn't been answered. I finally drifted off to sleep around 5 a.m. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he groggily opened his eyes. I hurriedly reached for my phone, which was under my pillow. However, I still see that the application has not been approved. Zhang Mingho's face turned red with anger. How could this happen? How could this happen? So what if he has a little money? I refuse to believe that a handsome guy like me can't win you over. This, on the contrary, fueled Zhang Mingho's fighting spirit. I must win over Zhang Xinxin, this rich woman. Able to casually buy a car worth over 2 million. I could really avoid working 20 years of hard work. Zhang Mingho clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fierce fighting spirit. Zhang Xinxin had already noticed that the other party wanted to add her as a friend. His heart pounded when he saw the message. Wouldn't that be a bit immoral? I already have a boyfriend. But they only added me as a friend, they didn't say they wanted to pursue me. Zhang Mingho is my idol, he's so handsome. Zhang Xinxin buried her face in the blanket and thought shyly. I couldn't sleep last night either. She was hesitant about whether to accept the other person's friend request. She was extremely conflicted. She didn't fall asleep until 3 a.m. She was woken up by her alarm clock. It was already 8:30 in the morning. Oh no, we're going to be late. I arranged to meet Yi Qing at the school gate at 9 o'clock. Zhang Xinxin quickly got up. Zhang Mingho was unwilling to accept this. I wandered around again and arrived at the girls' dormitory building. He only found out after making inquiries that Yunjiro and Zhang Xinxin were in the same dormitory. He once wanted to pursue Yunjiro, but he never succeeded. But now he has a new goal. As long as I can catch up with that woman Zhang Xinxin, not only can you save 20 years of hard work, you can also gain a lot of wealth. When you have money, beautiful women will naturally gravitate towards you. Zhang Mingho suddenly stopped. He stared intently at the pink Panamera in the parking lot. If only this car were mine. He had seen Zhang Xinxin driving this car in the past few days. He couldn't help but step forward, looking at the brand new car paint. This is clearly a new car. He wanted to peek inside the interior through the windshield. Unfortunately, all I could see was a blurry image. That's great, it's a pity it's pink. Zhang Mingho walked reluctantly toward the entrance of the girls' dormitory. I really don't understand why that woman won't accept my friend request. He wanted to try it out here. Let's see if we can catch Zhang Xinxin. He believed that the other person would definitely be moved if they saw him. This woman used to have a crush on me. And she even bravely confessed her feelings to herself. He believed that the woman would definitely fall for him as soon as he appeared. Thinking back, this woman actually confessed her feelings to him using postcards. She thought it was very old-fashioned. The postcard said he was Zhang Xinxin's idol. Thinking about these things, a confident smile appeared on Zhang Mingho's lips. I must win over this rich young woman. I waited downstairs for half an hour. Finally, Zhang Xinxin, who was rushing out the door, appeared. Looking at the clothes Zhang Xinxin was wearing and the bag she was carrying, Zhang Mingho, who has a deep understanding of luxury goods, immediately recognized it. His clothes were LV, and his backpack was also LV. That bag seems to be the latest model, worth over 30,000. Those clothes aren't cheap either. And those shoes. My God, this outfit costs over 100,000. Zhang Mingho is quite knowledgeable about various luxury brands. But suddenly his eyes narrowed as if he had seen something incredible. Watch. The latest model from Patek Philippe. Damn, I remember it was around 280,000. Why didn't I see his watch on his wrist yesterday? Zhang Mingho couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He immediately became convinced that Zhang Xinxin was definitely a rich person. And he's the kind of person who's really rich. Otherwise, who would spend 280,000 yuan to buy a new watch? Most importantly, he knew that if these people liked wearing watches, there was definitely more than one of them. The watch you casually wear on your wrist is worth so much. How much would the watch she keeps at home cost? Thinking of this, Zhang Mingho couldn't help but gasp. No wonder she can afford such an expensive Porsche Panamera. However, its appearance is rather ordinary. After washing up, Zhang Xinxin hurriedly went downstairs. There are only 10 minutes left. It's bad if you're late. She hurried toward the parking lot. I had only taken 2 steps when a voice called out to me. Xin Xin. Zhang Xinxin raised her head. Suddenly his eyes widened. Her crush appeared in front of her again without any warning. My crush is coming to see me again? Zhang Mingho revealed his warmest smile. He looked even more handsome under the morning sun. Zhang Mingho. Zhang Xinxin was even stuttering a little when she spoke. Chapter 22 Buying a House? Xin, where are you going? Zheng Xin was about to suggest going out with her boyfriend when she suddenly remembered something. I'm going out to take care of some business. She immediately changed her tune. Looking at her idol so close to her, her eyes were full of little stars. She couldn't help but start comparing herself to Yi Qing. Zhang Mingho truly deserves to be her idol. So handsome, he's incredibly handsome. She speaks so politely and with such gentleness. Zheng Xinxin did not expect that. She was able to talk to her crush again. She was deeply hurt after that rejection. Xin, I've requested to add you as a friend, why didn't you accept? Zhang Mingho didn't hesitate and asked the question directly. Zheng Xinxin felt so nervous that she could hardly speak. Seeing her idol again. Moreover, the other party was so kind and gentle. It wasn't like last time, with a cold and hostile attitude. This made her heart jump into her throat again. Xin, please give me a chance. Give me a chance to pursue you. Only now do I realize how foolish it was to reject you back then. Later I thought about it carefully. You're still pretty good. So please don't reject me. Zhang Mingho's words left Zheng Xinxin speechless. How is this different from confessing your feelings? Seeing how confident the other party was, Zheng Xinxin's heart was almost melting. My crush actually confessed his feelings to me. That's incredible. Why do I feel like I'm in a dream? Zheng Xinxin stammered, unable to speak. Xin, are you willing to give me this chance? I've realized I really like you. With a loud bang, Zheng Xinxin only felt that her head was. It felt like being hit by a bomb. My crush actually said he likes me? Xin, say something. Zheng Xinxin was so excited that she couldn't speak. Zhang Mingho's expression was very unpleasant. He hadn't expected this woman to be so difficult to deal with. Even after all this, you still haven't given him a clear answer. After some hesitation, he could only settle for second best. Xin, how about this, you accept my friend request first? Let's start by being friends, is that alright? Zheng Xinxin finally realized what was happening and couldn't help but nod. Aha! A hint of surprise appeared on Zhang Mingho's face. That's great, Xin. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Zheng Xinxin did not speak. She was so excited. She didn't want her crush to see her current predicament. Stumbling and staggering forward, Zhang Mingho was dumbfounded. What does this mean? Are you ignoring me? Anger flashed in Zhang Mingho's eyes. He had already taken the initiative to come to this woman and beg for forgiveness. But this woman is like this. What does this mean exactly? He couldn't help but follow them. Are all rich people so arrogant? Is even talking to me a favor? What did you mean last time? Was confessing your feelings to me a test? This must be a test from this rich woman. It's not that easy to win over this woman. Wealthy people are generally very wary. I want this woman to know. I'm after her as a person, not her money. Zhang Mingho seems to have found a new direction. Zheng Xinxin was breathing rapidly. He rushed to his car. He quickly climbed into the driver's seat. It's so embarrassing, I can't even say a word when I see my crush. Zheng Xinxin was panting heavily, with fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Bang! 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 The glass window was knocked on. Zheng Xinxin turned her head and saw Zhang Mingho banging on her car window. Xin, what exactly do you mean? Why aren't you saying anything? Zhang Mingho was extremely unwilling to accept this. He never expected that such an ordinary woman could give him such a sense of frustration. She wouldn't even say a word to him. Such an arrogant attitude pierced his heart. Zheng Xinxin panicked. He quickly started the car and sped off. Looking at the taillights of the Porsche Panamera, Zhang Mingho was so angry that he started cursing. You bitch, how could you do this to me? Humph, I'm going to win you over and then humiliate you properly. Zhang Mingho kicked out. It was kicked directly into a tree next to the parking lot. Ouch. Zheng Xinxin's heart was pounding. A pink Porsche cruises along the school's tree-lined avenues. She's always had this problem. When I get excited, I can't speak. I just saw my crush. She didn't want to expose her weaknesses. That's why I was in such a hurry to leave. Take a few deep breaths. She felt much calmer. Thinking of how eagerly her crush had confessed his feelings to her just now. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's really good to be rich. Since becoming wealthy, her demeanor has undergone a dramatic transformation. She has become very confident now. Her classmates were also very close to her. She naively believed that people were getting closer to her because she had become more confident. Things have changed. In reality, all the changes are because of money, but she just can't figure it out right now. The car had just driven out of the school gate. Then I saw Yi Qing standing by the roadside. Zhang Xinxin rolled down the car window and said shyly, "Sorry, I'm late." Yi Qing smiled. "Nothing." Yi Qing didn't stand on ceremony. Amidst the stares of many classmates, he opened the passenger door and climbed in. Zhang Xinxin felt a little embarrassed after seeing Yi Qing. Her crush was next to her just now. Now that she saw her boyfriend, she unconsciously made a comparison. Although Yi Qing is somewhat handsome, but she still falls short compared to her idol. Zhang Xinxin continued driving without showing any emotion. My mind was filled with the scene from just now. Slow down, slow down. Yi Qing was startled and quickly grabbed the handle on the passenger side. I almost hit a pedestrian just now. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Zhang Xinxin quickly shook her head. I'm wondering where we should go today. Yi Qing said mysteriously. I'll give you directions, just follow them. It will definitely surprise you. Zhang Xinxin's mind was in a mess. He simply nodded instinctively. They drove in the direction Yi Qing pointed out. Her car made a series of twists and turns. After driving for 20 minutes, we finally arrived. Zhang Xinxin raised her head. Real estate agent? This is a very large real estate agency, a nationwide chain. It is also very famous in Jiangqing City. After getting out of the car, the two of them went inside together. Yi Qing, what are we doing here? Of course, it's buying a house. Zhang Xinxin nodded. Oh. She thought Yi Qing wanted to buy a house. They didn't care. Chapter 23 The 9 Million House. After all, Yi Qing is a rich man. Buying a house is as simple as buying a bottle of mineral water. The two people went into the real estate agency. Salespeople in work uniforms then greeted them. These large chain organizations have a strong service-oriented mindset. Especially that salesperson. Upon seeing the car the two were driving, they became even more enthusiastic. That's a $2 million Panamera. Welcome. Are you two looking for a place to live? Yi Qing nodded. Find me an apartment near Jiangcheng University. Zhang Xinxin thought this was normal. Rich kids wouldn't want to live in the dormitory. Buying a house near the school is a very reasonable idea. Sir, is there anything you require? The quality has to be better, but the price doesn't matter. The salesperson immediately understood what it meant. This person is clearly not short of money. Please come with me, I'll help you find it. The salesperson invited the two people to the lounge. I started searching on my tablet. Zhang Xinxin opened her phone. Looking at that friend request, I was still very uneasy. I remember the panic I felt when I saw my crush this morning. Zhang Xinxin's heart was pounding like a deer. She didn't know what to do. Sir, we have a small 2-bedroom apartment here that is 100 square meters. It's very close to Jiangcheng University. Would you like to take a look? Yi Qing walked over. He frowned as he looked at the information on the tablet. This is an old neighborhood, I'm not considering it. Find me the best house. I don't care about the size or the price. The real estate agent immediately nodded vigorously. There aren't many properties available around Jiangcheng University. Housing prices have been sluggish in recent years. Prices in many places have already fallen significantly. However, houses remain the most important asset for many people. Buying a house is a significant expense for an average family. This is a very important matter. Sir, there's a set available at Mingzhu Huafu. The salesperson hesitated. Only. Just what? You can say whatever you want to say. But that one is a duplex structure. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. A duplex is not bad either. Can we go take a look now? The salesperson nodded immediately. Zhang Xinxin was like a transparent person. Yi Chang and the salesperson then walked out the door together. Zhang Xinxin took on the role of driver, driving them around. We arrived at Mingzhu Huafu residential community. After communicating with the gatekeeper, we were able to drive the car in. This residential complex was completed 2 years ago and is still in a very new state. The floor tiles in the public facilities were exceptionally clean. The security guard at the entrance was even a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. Moreover, the main entrance is quite imposing. The community is considered a high-end community, and it has achieved separation of pedestrians and vehicles. The ground floor was also landscaped like a garden. Very good. Upon entering the residential area, Yi Qing discovered that it consisted entirely of low-rise buildings. Everything here has 7 floors. There are no high-rise buildings. This significantly elevates the prestige of the neighborhood. Moreover, the buildings in this community are spaced far apart. Yi Qing looked out the car window. Surprisingly, there was a small courtyard on the first floor. Mr. Yi, all the apartments in this community are duplexes. The bottom floor is the garage. The second and third floors are one household, and the fourth and fifth floors are another household. The sixth and seventh floors are one household. Yi Qing then understood. He just noticed that the windows in this residential complex are very large. So that's the reason. They arrived downstairs quickly. After getting off the bus, the salesperson very attentively ushered them into the stairwell. Mr. Yi, all the buildings here are equipped with elevators. Moreover, each unit is equipped with 2 elevators. It has basically achieved 1 elevator per household. The apartment we want to see is a duplex on the 6th floor. The salesperson explained as they led the 2 people into the elevator on the left. The elevator was very smooth, and it arrived at the 6th floor in no time. As soon as you step out of the elevator, you see the entrance door. Yi Qing nodded. The privacy was indeed excellent. At least on this floor, this elevator belongs solely to this household. We only have combination locks here. The salesperson entered the password with a click. The door opened. Yi Qing was surprised to find that the interior was actually fully furnished. The furniture is also very complete. Please come in, both of you. The landlord originally intended it for his son's wedding. So the renovation is very nice. Who knew his son had settled in another city? They never came back, which is why they're in a hurry to sell the house. Zhang Xinxin's eyes lit up. The difference in the renovation is quite obvious. The original landlord definitely put in a lot of effort. Moreover, it was decorated according to the aesthetic preferences of young people. Zhang Xinxin walked around the 6th floor. To my surprise, the 6th floor alone is nearly 180 square meters. Under the introduction of the sales staff, they then went up the stairs to the 7th floor. The area of the 7th floor is not as large as that of the 6th floor. However, the decor is still very luxurious. Wow, there's a terrace here too. Zhang Xinxin screamed in surprise. Yi Qing turned her head and her eyes lit up. This terrace is actually on the sunny side, and it looks quite large. Yi Qing went through the small door and onto the terrace. There were many things on the terrace. Besides some miscellaneous items, Yi Qing even saw a wood-burning stove and some unburned firewood. Yi Qing chuckled wryly. This terrace is nearly 40 square meters. Moreover, it is situated on a high vantage point with no obstructions in front. The sunshine is also very nice. Yi Qing couldn't help but feel a little tempted. The combined area of the 2 floors is quite large. It is nearly 300 square meters. In addition, the price of this terrace must be very high. But Yi Qing didn't care the more expensive the price. The more rebates he receives, the more he earns. Although it can't compare to a villa, this kind of duplex room is still nice. It's much more comfortable than a regular apartment. The 6th floor is equivalent to a large single-level apartment. And there's a terrace on the 7th floor. It can be used as a small courtyard. Zhang Xinxin was even a little tempted. But she knew the house was very expensive. She simply couldn't afford it. Yi Qing nodded. This saves us the trouble of decorating. Moreover, you can move in immediately with just your bags. Most importantly, the decor here suits his taste perfectly. Could you help me calculate how much this costs? The salesperson's eyes lit up. She didn't expect that this person would want to book the house after only seeing it once. This is truly an unexpected delight. Mr. Yi. This is an upscale neighborhood, so the houses are quite expensive. This 7th floor terrace is a complimentary gift. The price per square meter here is 30,000 yuan. The area on the property certificate is 300 square meters. So the total price of this house is 9 million. Chapter 24 Assets exceed 100 million. Zhang Xinxing gasped. Hiss. Is it that expensive? She still knew. Housing prices in Jiangcheng are not particularly expensive. The average price is less than 20,000. But I never expected that a square meter of housing here would cost 30,000 yuan. Even though she had already prepared herself mentally. But to her surprise, it was still much more expensive than she had imagined. Her expression was somewhat gloomy. If she relies on her own efforts, she could never afford a house like that in 8 lifetimes. But she really loved this house. Especially the walk-in closet in the master bedroom. The bathrooms are all super big. If living in a villa is not possible, this kind of house is indeed the best choice. Zhang Xinxin thought to herself that she couldn't even afford a house like this. Not to mention villas. Her expression was somewhat forlorn. She finally understood. There is still a significant gap between her and wealthy people. Yi Qing did not hesitate. Okay, 9 million it is. Yi Qing is not short of money now. Want to get more rebates? Zhang Xinxin's eyes widened. How much money does Yi Qing actually have? He just bought this house like that. The salesperson couldn't stop smiling. Okay, sir, I'll process your paperwork right away. The salesperson was too excited. She never expected that she would be able to sell this duplex apartment today. This house has been listed with them for a full 6 months. It dropped from 10 million at the beginning to 9 million. But it still didn't sell. I never expected that she would snag such a bargain today. If we sell this house, she can earn a commission of nearly 50,000 yuan. Her breathing became rapid. Mr. Yi, I will arrange for you to sign the agreement with the landlord right away. Mr. Yi, could you please show me your ID card? Yi Qing shook his head and looked at Zhang Xinxin behind him. I didn't bring my ID card, so I'll use hers. Zhang Xinxin pointed incredulously at her own nose. Mine? Yi Qing nodded. This house was originally intended for you. Zhang Xinxin could hardly believe her ears. Ah. You're not kidding, are you? Yi Qing shook his head. You're my girlfriend, what's wrong with buying you a house? It can be registered under your name. Zhang Xinxin couldn't help but breathe rapidly. Good. Finally, she nodded excitedly. The salesperson's eyes widened. Rich people are just rich. The 3 of them returned to the real estate agency's store. Excuse me, Ms. Zhang. The landlord is away on a business trip and is not in Jiangcheng City. He won't be back until tomorrow. Look. Before Zhang Xinxin could speak, Yi Qing waved his hand. Then we can do it tomorrow. The salesperson breathed a sigh of relief. Buying a house is not as simple as buying a bottle of mineral water. Signing the agreement still requires several visits to the real estate agency. However, all these tasks were left to Zhang Xinxin. Yi Qing only needs to provide the money. Under the salesperson's respectful gaze, the 2 of them went out, got in their car, and drove off. Even now, Zhang Xinxin still feels her head buzzing. She actually owns a house here, and it's even a duplex. A house that costs nearly 10 million. If we add this car to the mix, her assets already exceed 11 million. Zhang Xinxin suddenly realized that she seemed to have become a rich woman. She couldn't help but glance at Yi Qing, who was sitting calmly in the passenger seat playing on his phone. Are the lives of the wealthy always so simple and unpretentious? The car arrived at the school gate. Yi Qing got out of the car. Watching Yi Qing calmly walk away, Zhang Xinxin clenched her fist. His face flushed with excitement. Am I considered a successful person with a car and a house? Zhang Xinxin's heart was pounding uncontrollably. I never thought I'd become a rich girl. Humans are always vain. Zhang Xinxin couldn't help but think of it. Driving such a nice car and wearing designer clothes. I am a socialite. Zhang Xinxin raised her head, her eyes filled with unparalleled confidence. Back in the dormitory, Yi Qingkai received a system notification. Ding dong, it has been detected that the host, Zhang Xinxin, has spent 9 million yuan, triggering a tenfold return from the system. The system has rebated 90 million yuan. 90 million yuan has been deposited into your bank account. Your account balance is 108.86 million. My assets have surpassed 100 million? Yi Qing's eyes widened. He earned over 90 million just now. He just spent 9 million and got a return of 90 million, so his net profit is 81 million. Ding dong, host assets detected exceed 100 million. Would you like to activate the system shop? Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. It even allows you to open a system shop. Yi Qing hesitated for only a moment. Activated. Would you like to spend 100 million to open the system shop? Yi Qing's eyes widened. Holy crap! It took me a lot of effort to accumulate assets of 100 million. System, that's really unfair of you. The system did not respond. Yi Qing finally agreed. The host has spent 100 million to activate the system shop. Host account balance, 8.86 million. Yi Qing rolled her eyes speechlessly. In an instant, he went from being a millionaire to being penniless. I want to see what's in this system shop. Why are there only marrow cleansing pills? System, you're really messing with us. More items will be unlocked gradually. Yi Qing didn't understand what the system was up to. I noticed a line of small print below the marrow cleansing pill. Low-grade marrow cleansing pill. Efficacy, cleanses the body and strengthens the body, removing 30% of impurities. Price, 10 million. Yi Qing's lips twitched slightly. So, with my current assets, I simply can't afford a single marrow cleansing pill. A low-grade marrow cleansing pill? So there are mid-grade and high-grade? I reckon the price will definitely be even higher. Yi Qing never expected the system to be like this. The system shop only had one item. Yi Qing felt as if she had been tricked. But he had no way to solve it. There were only a little over 8 million in the bank card account. If it were in the past, Yi Qing, being penniless, would definitely think that 8 million is a lot of money. But a man who once owned 100 million. Looking at more than 8 million, it really feels like pocket money. Yi Qing sighed. Sigh, this system is such a rip-off. Zhang Xinxin was filled with anticipation and great joy. In the evening, he still tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Looking at my crush's friend request. She was caught in a dilemma once again. Thinking back to today, Yi Qing bought her another house. A mix of various emotions. It left her feeling conflicted, excited, and extremely distressed. It was like a tangled mess, something she couldn't untangle or cut. Chapter 25 System Upgrade. When she woke up the next day, she still had dark circles under her eyes. I checked the time on my phone. She hurriedly got out of bed, washed up, and quickly went downstairs. Just as I stepped out of the girls' dormitory, she bumped right into her crush, Zhang Mingho, on the building. Zhang Mingho waited for the other party here specifically. Xin, you're finally down. I've been waiting here for a long time. Zhang Xinxin hadn't expected Zhang Mingho to be so persistent. A warm feeling welled up inside her. You. After Zhang Xinxin saw her idol, he started stuttering again. Zhang Xinxin bypassed Zhang Mingho and ran towards her car. Zhang Mingho didn't expect that this woman would ignore him again. Zhang Mingho was so angry that he trembled all over and turned around to chase after Zhang Xinxin. Zhang Xinxin didn't want to let her stuttering habit. To let your crush see it. After getting into the car, she took several deep breaths. After finally calming down, I started the car and was about to leave. Crack! The passenger door was surprisingly open. Zhang Mingho sat down directly inside. Xin, why do you run away as soon as you see me? I really want you to give me a chance to pursue you. Zhang Xinxin finally calmed down. And so it began to be a roller coaster ride once again. She started stuttering again. Thinking of his luxury car and then of his mansion. Zhang Xinxin felt more confident. She took a few more deep breaths. No. I'm sorry, I have something to take care of today. She finally managed to say a complete sentence. As for the other party's burning gaze, Zhang Xinxin pretended to ignore it. Xin, can't you give me a chance? May I think about it? Zhang Xinxin still didn't want to completely reject her crush. She still harbored a sliver of hope. After all, her idol was much more handsome than Yi Qing. Upon receiving Zhang Xinxin's reply, Zhang Mingho smiled slightly. That's great, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely do my best. After he finished speaking, Zhang Mingho. He grabbed Zhang Xinxin's hand. Zhang Xinxin was so frightened that her whole body tensed up. Her face flushed red instantly. Her body stood there stiffly, as if someone had acupunctured her. Seeing the other party's performance, Zhang Mingho revealed a hint of smugness. It seems I have charm. It was quite damaging to this woman. Zhang Mingho gently patted Zhang Xinxin's hand. Only then did he open the car door and leave. Call. Zhang Xinxin let out a breath. She felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Oh no, I'm going to be late. I checked the time on my watch. It's almost 9 o'clock. I arranged to meet the landlord at 9 o'clock. She finally calmed down. Only then did he press the accelerator and the vehicle slowly moved forward. Arrived at the school gate. Not many people have discovered this place. Zhang Xinxin sped up. It merged into the turbulent traffic. And in a shadowy spot by the door, Zhang Mingho had already arrived here on his bicycle. Watching the pink Porsche Panamera drive away. I want to see what this woman is up to. Zhang Mingho hailed a taxi on the roadside. Master, follow that car. She was going all out to catch up with Zhang Xinxin. I directly scanned 100 yuan for the taxi driver. The taxi driver's eyes lit up. Okay, no problem, please have a seat. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped. Zhang Mingho clearly saw Zhang Xinxin enter the real estate agency's shop. What's this woman doing here? Is she buying a house? Zhang Mingho got out of the taxi. He followed Zhang Xinxin furtively. He wanted to see where Zhang Xinxin lived. Just how much economic strength does it have? This will make him more determined. How much effort does it take to pursue this woman? Zhang Mingho peeked inside. That's when I realized that they really were here to sign a house purchase contract. He waited outside. Until half an hour later. Zhang Xinxin walked out of there very happily. Seeing Zhang Xinxin drive away, Zhang Mingho could no longer contain his curiosity. They walked straight to the real estate agency's shop. The shop is very large. The staff inside are also very professional. After I saw him go in, someone came to greet them. Zhang Mingho's handsome appearance still attracted the attention of many people. Hello sir, is there anything I can help you with? It was that salesperson from earlier. Zhang Mingho nodded. May I ask what that woman was doing here? The salesperson's expression changed. He shook his head firmly. Excuse me, sir. We cannot disclose customer information. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Zhang Mingho's face. Well, I didn't mean anything by it. I am that woman's cousin. I am not a bad person. The saleswoman still looked unconvinced. Zhang Mingho was getting anxious. I really am his cousin. Her name is Zhang Xinxin, and she is a freshman at Jiangcheng University. She is 20 years old this year. I also have a photo of the two of us together. This is a photo of him sitting in the passenger seat of his Porsche Panamera. It was taken secretly from inside. He took out his phone and found a photo. It's a selfie. The man and woman in the picture are him and Zhang Xinxin. Zhang Xinxin lowered her head, her face full of shyness. The saleswoman nodded this time. So you're Ms. Zhang's cousin. If that's the case, I can tell you something. The saleswoman said with a look of envy. Ms. Zhang just bought a duplex apartment from us. 300 square meters, priced at 9 million. Zhang Mingho gasped. This woman bought a house here? The saleswoman told Zhang Xinxin all her basic information. Until I walked out of the real estate agency's shop. Zhang Mingho still found it somewhat unbelievable. This woman decided to buy the house after only seeing it once. And the contract was signed using Zhang Xinxin's name. It seems that the house is registered under Zhang Xinxin's name. A house costs 9 million. In addition to that sports car? Based on what we know for now, Zhang Xinxin's net worth is already over 10 million. Thinking of this, Zhang Mingho's breathing became rapid. It seems this woman is richer than I thought. Zhang Mingho stroked his chin, his gaze becoming even more determined. No matter the cost, I must win this woman's heart. Yi Qing still doesn't know who is offering the cashback. Zhang Xinxin has already been targeted by a handsome guy. He didn't care even though he knew. After all, he only used Zhang Xinxin as a tool to make money. He never considered her his girlfriend. Besides, Zhang Xinxin's ugly appearance. Yi Qing couldn't bring herself to eat it. After being tricked by the system, he felt that he didn't have enough money. However, he did not go to see Zhang Xinxin again. Chapter 26. Yunjiro is going crazy. I've spent almost all the money I needed to spend. Tens of millions have already been spent on Zhang Xinxin. Zhang Xinxin returned to her dormitory excitedly. Everything went very smoothly today. She has already received the property ownership certificate. Her name is above. According to the law, this house belongs entirely to her. It was almost noon. Everyone gradually returned to their dormitories. She also took half a day off before she could get this done. The dormitory door was pushed open. Xin, you're back? After Chang Yinhua saw Zhang Xinxin, it was as if a eunuch had met the emperor. They naturally came over. Zhang Xinxin is a rich girl. They're incredibly wealthy, how could you not try to curry favor with them? Zhang Xinxin sat in her seat, looking through her property ownership certificate. That red notebook was really striking. Chang Yinhua was about to say hello. Suddenly, as if they had discovered a new continent, they quickly walked over. Xin, how come you have a property ownership certificate? She recognized this thing. Chang Yinhua was followed by Yunjiro. Yunjiro also noticed the red notebook that Zhang Xinxin was holding. Zhang Xinxin said casually, I just bought a house. Everyone stared wide-eyed. What? Xin, you actually bought a house? Chang Yinhua shouted out loud. He snatched the property certificate from Zhang Xinxin's hand. She couldn't help but share it with Yunjiro behind her. The two huddled together and looked at the information section of the property certificate. The name on it was indeed Zhang Xinxin. 300 square meters? My God! Chang Yinhua screamed again. Mingzhu Huafu? Isn't this the upscale residential area next to our school? I remember when the house prices there were at their highest, they were almost 40,000. Yunjiro's breath hitched. He had also heard of it. That upscale residential area is very famous in this area. A house of 300 square meters. My God, that's over 10 million. Xin, you're so rich. Chang Yinhua's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets with envy. Yunjiro pursed her lips and didn't say anything more. She gave him a deep look. Zhang Xinxin. He returned to his desk and sat down on the stool. Zhang Xinxin waved her hand dismissively and said, Don't even mention it, Yi Qing bought it for me. I didn't want it, but he insisted on giving it to me. I couldn't persuade him otherwise, so I had no choice but to accept it. This Versailles-like attitude made everyone roll their eyes again. But everyone's envy is genuine. A man who can casually buy you a luxury car worth over 2 million. I bought you another house worth 10 million. This is true love. Yunjiro was also stunned after hearing what the other party said. She then realized what was happening. Yi Qing was far more unfathomable than she had imagined. She was already feeling utterly hopeless. They've basically given up on Yi Qing. But unexpectedly, this kind of thing happened again. The flame in her heart was rekindled. Yunjiro clenched her fists, looking at her own charming face in the mirror on the table. Her face was full of resentment. I must have Yi Qing. Chang Yinhua's eyes darted around. Xin, there are no classes this afternoon anyway. Could you show us around your house? Yunjiro suddenly turned her head. His eyes were filled with longing. She also wanted to see what the house actually looked like. Zhang Xinxin hesitated for a moment but then nodded. Being able to show off my new house to my dorm sisters. It can also greatly satisfy her vanity. Sure, no problem. Zhang Xinxin was driving her Porsche Panamera. She led her 3 roommates to storm his house. It took less than 10 minutes to drive into the residential area. The car was parked in a dedicated garage. Zhang Xinxin then led everyone up to the 6th floor. Chang Yinua's eyes were full of envy. The main gate of this residential complex is already quite impressive. After entering, I found that the greenery and landscaping are done with even more exquisite detail. It truly lives up to its reputation as a well-known upscale residential area in the neighborhood. This effectively separates people and vehicles. The garage is on the 2nd basement level. They can take the elevator directly to their room. It's very convenient. My goodness, this is a 1 apartment per floor layout. Chen Yinhua exclaimed in surprise again. Yun Jiro couldn't help but show an envious expression on her face. Zhang Xinxin opened the door. Please come in, everyone. This is her 2nd time here. However, the interior decoration is very luxurious and also very young and fashionable. Moreover, the agency thoughtfully arranged for a cleaning service this morning. This is all to ensure the house is delivered in a better manner. The room was spotless at that moment. The beautiful renovations were on full display for everyone. Wow! Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. XIN, this has 2 layers. Zhang Xinxin nodded. Wow, XIN, your bathtub is huge. Wow, XIN, your walk-in closet is bigger than our dorm room. Wow, XIN, you have a big terrace here too. It would be great to be able to have barbecue here. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. Yun Jiro was also stunned by the room. Although this is not a villa, but such a duplex room. And it is so big. And they live so comfortably. This is something that so many people dream of but can't have. The look in her eyes became even more determined. No matter the cost. I must get Yi Qing. No, XIN, you have to treat us to a meal. You bought such a big house, you should celebrate properly. Zhang Xinxin nodded. No problem, order whatever you like. Chang Yinua's eyes lit up. I want to eat hot pot. Zhang Xinxin's smiling face immediately fell. That's when she realized. She actually didn't have much money to spend. All of her fixed assets were bought for her by Yi Qing. The money she has now is just what her parents gave her for daily expenses. The total doesn't even exceed 2,000 yuan. Zhang Xinxin was immediately at a loss. Seeing how enthusiastic her sisters were, she felt embarrassed to refuse. We drove everyone to Qianda Plaza. While everyone was eating, she secretly sent a message to Yi Qing. Could you transfer some money to me? I'm treating everyone to dinner. Yi Qing was lying in his dorm room, playing games out of boredom. Suddenly I received a message from Zhang Xinxin. How much do you need? 50,000. Zhang Xinxin was really embarrassed. She felt extremely uneasy. This is how you directly ask Yi Qing for money. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Will he agree or not? Yi Qing took out his phone and transferred the money directly. Chapter 27. Green leaves turn into flowers. Zhang Xinxin is anxiously awaiting news. My phone suddenly vibrated. 500,000 has been deposited into your bank account. Zhang Xinxin almost threw her phone away. How can there be so many? Zhang Xinxin's eyes widened. After carefully counting, it really was indeed 500,000. Brother Yi Qing, why did you give me so much? Sorry, I added an extra 0. Keep the rest for your spending money. Zhang Xinxin thinks Yi Qing is the best boyfriend in the world. This immediately cemented her image as a rich girl. With so much pocket money, she can now go out shopping freely. Thank you, brother Yi Qing. It turns out she felt a little embarrassed about Hua Yeqing's money. But Yi Qing has already bought her so many things. We don't need to worry about the money. She accepted the money without a second thought. Yi Qing lay on the bed. I'm currently reading the system's introduction to the marrow cleansing pill. After consuming the marrow cleansing pill, his body did indeed undergo some changes. But this still only applies to ordinary people. His physical fitness has indeed improved a lot. But he's only slightly better than the average person. Movement, strength, agility, speed. They are all stronger than the average person. However, there is still a gap compared to real athletes. If I continue to take this marrow cleansing pill, will my body undergo any significant changes? He's read a lot of fantasy novels. The male protagonists all used elixirs to improve their cultivation level. Is it possible for me to become a martial arts master? Yi Qing then shook his head and gave a wry smile. Even martial arts masters need techniques. He has all these pills but no cultivation techniques. Besides, he also knew about elixirs. Just like the medicine you usually take. All of them have certain limitations. If you take a certain medicine too often, you will develop drug resistance. The effect will also be greatly reduced. He believed that if he took the second marrow cleansing pill, that one will definitely not be as effective as the first one. Yi Qing didn't understand the activation mechanism of this system store. I don't know how to stimulate more products. Ding. Host detected, Zhang Xinxin has spent 500,000 yuan. System 10x rebate. 5 million yuan has been deposited into your bank account, bringing your bank account balance to 13.86 million yuan. Call. Yi Qing let out a heavy sigh. My assets have finally recovered to over 10 million. Looking at the marrow cleansing pills in the system shop, Yi Qing hesitated, wondering whether she should buy one and give it another try. In the end, he shook his head. Yi Qing felt that having some money in hand gave him confidence. If he spends 10 million, he will only have a little over 3 million left. He thought he'd buy it later when he had more money. Wei Chang has spent a lot of time these past 2 days pursuing Wang Xinxian. He also witnessed just how difficult this woman could be. Moreover, they are extremely greedy. He lent the woman the money to buy her the latest iPhone. But this woman also wanted an LV bag. That would cost over 30,000. Where would he get so much money? Wei Chang was somewhat worried. Wang Xinxian also hinted. If I buy her this bag, she agreed to be his girlfriend. This excited him. If I could win over this woman, it will definitely anger Yi Qing. And you'll feel very proud. Do I have to borrow money from my friends? Although he has 6,000 in pocket money every month. However, 30,000 yuan is still a large sum of money. Xianxian, do you know? I heard that Zhang Xinxin bought a new car. Wang Xinxian was stunned for a moment. He and Wei Chang have been getting along very well these past few days. They didn't even notice what happened to Zhang Xinxin. I heard my roommate say that. She was only stunned for a moment. He still spoke with a hint of disdain. It's just a car, what's the big deal? Xin, don't you know? That car of hers is a Porsche. I heard it's called something like Para or something. Wang Xinxian was initially quite indifferent. She thought it was normal for the other party to buy a car worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. But suddenly she sat up abruptly. What? You mean she bought a Porsche? It should be Pamela. My roommates immediately nodded. Yes, that's her name, Paramila. Wang Xinxian's face turned very pale. Originally, she and Zhang Xinxian had the best relationship. He should have been the first to receive this news. I never expected to hear it from my own roommate. Wang Xinxian stood there, muttering to herself. A Porsche Panamera, the latest model, costs over 2 million yuan after taxes and fees. Hiss. It turns out that she was actually quite envious and jealous of the other person. Because Zhang Xinxin has designer bags. And they have the latest model of the Apple phone. When the two of them are together, she was always the center of attention. Because she is very beautiful. Especially in contrast to Zhang Xinxin. But now she feels like her heart is bleeding. The green leaves that once stood beside me. Instead, it became the protagonist. This was unbearable for her. To be able to become good friends with a girl like Zhang Xinxin. A very important reason is that the other person is ugly enough. But this ugly girl. She actually has such a rich boyfriend. It made her feel really bad. She originally thought Wei Chang's financial situation was already quite good. But compared to Zhang Xinxin's boyfriend, he's far inferior. Wang Xinxian tried her best to calm herself down. I put on my shoes and stumbled out of the dormitory. Their dormitories were on the same floor. He also frequently visited Zhang Xinxin. However, she has been so busy with Wei Chang these past few days that she hasn't had any time to go. Suddenly, he pushed open the door to Zhang Xinxin's dormitory room. Xin, I heard you bought a car? Zhang Xinxin was sitting at her desk playing on her phone. Then they heard the door being pushed open. Turning around, I realized it was her good friend, Wang Xinxian. A relieved smile appeared on Zhang Xinxin's face. The person she was closest to at school was Wang Xinxian. Wang Xinxian never thought she was ugly or that her family was poor. I've always considered her a friend. People say that true friendship is revealed in times of trouble. When she was nobody, he only had Wang Xinxian as his sole friend. So when she saw Wang Xinxian, her smile came from the bottom of her heart. Xianxian, you're here. Zhang Xinxin immediately stood up and went to the door to greet them. Wang Xinxian quickly asked, I heard you bought a new car? Zhang Xinxin was stunned for a moment, then she understood. He took the car keys out of the drawer. Let's go outside and talk. The two of them went downstairs together. When I arrived at the parking lot, I saw the pink Panamera. Chapter 28 Your house? Wow, it's so beautiful, it's really so beautiful. Xin, is this your new car? Zhang Xinxin still proudly took out the key in her hand and pressed it. Beep beep. The car's headlights flashed. Come on, Xianxian, I'll take you for a walk. Wang Xinxian ran forward. He reached out his hand as if caressing a beloved toy. I stroked the pink paint on the car. This is the car of her dreams. But to my surprise, my good friend got it first. Now she doesn't even feel a trace of jealousy anymore. Even a small difference between people can breed jealousy. But the differences between people are enormous. Even when there is a chasm, you don't even have the courage to be jealous anymore. This is what Wang Xinxian is like now. She opened the passenger door and got in. Seeing the luxurious pink interior, her heart felt as if it had melted. Why isn't this car mine? She was still very unwilling. Because Zhang Xinxin's appearance is really too ordinary. If Zhang Xinxin is a very pretty girl, even prettier than her, to own a car like this, she thought this was perfectly normal. That's perfectly understandable. But she was plain looking, even somewhat ugly. Why does she have such a rich boyfriend? All of this seems a bit illogical. This is also why many people saw Zhang Xinxin driving this luxury car. The imbalance in his eyes. Zhang Xinxin started the car. The two people left the school gate. Xin, is this car really yours? Zhang Xinxin rolled her eyes. How could this be fake? Open that drawer. Wang Xinxian opened the glove compartment on the passenger side. There's a green booklet. Wang Xinxian indeed found a green book. Upon opening the registration information, it was discovered that the vehicle's registration information indeed listed Zhang Xinxin. Did your boyfriend buy this car for you? Yes, she didn't want it, but my boyfriend insisted on giving it to me. This statement is clearly somewhat Versailles-esque. Wang Xinxian sighed. A luxury car worth over 2 million was given away for free. Where did Zhang Xinxin find such a rich boyfriend? She was also completely baffled. Do rich people really like Zhang Xinxin's looks? Her mind raced. I feel that Wei Chang is not even trash now. But now the richest people she can get in touch with are. That means guys like Wei Chang. There really is no way to compare people. The car soon arrived at a residential area. Ha! Mingzhu Huafu? Xin, what are we doing here? Zhang Xinxin gave a mysterious smile. I'll give you a surprise later. A surprise? What surprise? You'll find out soon enough. The car drove directly into the underground parking garage. Xianxian, get off the bus quickly. Wang Xinxian followed Zhang Xinxin to the stairwell. I took the elevator to the 6th floor. Wang Xinxian had a hunch. Watching Zhang Xinxin enter the password at the door. Crack. The door to the room opened. Wang Xinxian finally confirmed her suspicions. Xin, did you buy a house? Zhang Xinxian nodded happily. This was also a gift from my boyfriend. I didn't want it, but she insisted on giving it to me. Wang Xinxian rolled her eyes. That's a really shameless thing to say. However, she was immediately stunned by the luxurious decor. The interior design here is very stylish and modern. It's a fully intelligent house. It's perfect for young people to live in. Wow, XAN, you have such a big house. Your boyfriend is too good to you. Of course, my boyfriend is really good to me. Zhang Xinqian looked smug. My goodness, there's another layer. After looking around, Wang Xinqian realized that there were still some upstairs. She couldn't help but swallow. Qianqian, is this a duplex? Yes, it's about 300 square meters upstairs and downstairs. Hiss. 300 square meters? I remember Mingzhu Huafu was the most upscale residential community in the area. The price per square meter must be over 30,000 yuan. Qianqian, you seem to know the market quite well. Wang Xinqian gave a bitter smile. She used to work part-time here. I know the housing prices in this neighborhood. So how much did this house cost? More than 9 million, I guess. What? Wang Xinqian almost jumped up. A house worth over 9 million? Wang Xinqian couldn't even imagine it. He then comforted himself. Yes, this house might belong to her boyfriend. Wang Xinqian didn't believe anyone would be so generous as to give away such an expensive house to someone else. Even if this person is his girlfriend. Wang Xinqian couldn't help but swallow again. XIN, your boyfriend's house is too big. Rich people are so enviable. Zhang Xinqian looked puzzled. What do you mean, my boyfriend's house? This house is mine. Wang Xinqian stared wide-eyed, shaking her head frantically, her face full of disbelief. XIN, stop joking. Rich people aren't stupid either. You're not married to him yet. Why would he give you such an expensive house? Zhang Xinqian took out a red property ownership certificate from the drawer. This house really is mine. Wang Xinqian snatched the red property ownership certificate. Sure enough, after opening it, I saw Zhang Xinqian's name. Her eyes were twitching wildly. Is this house really yours? Your boyfriend dares to give you a house worth over 9 million? This is too unbelievable. Wang Xinqian's values are on the verge of collapse. He gave away a luxury car worth over 2 million yuan without hesitation. But how could a house worth over 9 million be given away so easily? Just how rich is Zhang Xinqian's boyfriend to do something like this? Why do these things feel somewhat unreal? Back at school, Wang Xinqian still felt somewhat resentful. The two people had just gotten off the car. XIN, you found such a wonderful boyfriend. I absolutely have to make him treat me to a meal. Don't worry, you're the best person to me at this school. I'll definitely have my boyfriend treat you to dinner. Wang Xinqian's heart stirred. As long as there's a chance to get close to that man, I'm confident that my charm will win that man over. He's willing to pay such a high price for a woman as ugly as Zhang Xinqian. He'd definitely be willing to spend more money on me since I'm so beautiful. Wang Xinqian is very confident in her looks. After the two separated, Wang Xinqian returned to her dormitory feeling dizzy. I just went for a walk with Zhang Xinqian. It made her feel that something was not quite right in this world. The thoughts of the wealthy are truly unfathomable. Chapter 29 Yun Jiro's appointment. Wang Xinqian made up her mind. I absolutely must meet Zhang Xinqian's boyfriend. Ding dong. Her phone rang. Upon opening it, I saw that it was a message sent by Wei Chang. Qianqian, give me 3 more days. I'll definitely borrow the money to buy you that bag. You promised to be my girlfriend, so you can't go back on your word. I saw Wei Chang's information. Wang Xinqian immediately felt bored. She even had the urge to kick Wei Chang away. Now, that bag, for her. I really don't feel anything at all. She angrily covered her head with the blanket. Put your phone under your pillow. There was no reply to the other party's message at all. Yun Jiro's heart was not at peace. Ever since I found out that Yi Qing bought a house for Zhang Xinqian, her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. I hesitated for a long time. He sent Yi Qing a friend request once again. No matter the cost, this time. She wanted Yi Qing to fall head over heels for her. Because Yi Qing deserves it. Yi Qing, who stayed in the dormitory. I haven't contacted Zhang Xinqian these past few days. He discovered that he had already spent almost all the money he needed to spend. He couldn't figure out how to spend money on Zhang Xinxin. He really didn't want to face this woman if he didn't spend money. This woman's appearance is too ordinary. The system score is only 50 points. All I can say is that it's ordinary, but somewhat ugly. Yi Qing didn't want to face a woman like that. He could only stay in his dormitory. Ding dong. My phone vibrated. Yi Qing picked it up and found it was a friend request. Yunjiro? This woman? They're so persistent. Let's give this woman some space first. Yi Qing picked up her phone and operated it for a while. A smile appeared on his face. A short while later, a phone call came in. Son, what happened? How did 200,000 yuan suddenly appear in our bank account? Yi Qing laughed out loud. It's okay, Mom. I just made some money from stocks. Thinking of taking care of you and my dad. Stock trading? Son, I've heard that there are risks involved. You might end up losing money. Oh, Mom, isn't my major economics? Don't worry, I've already found a way to make money. Our family will definitely become richer and richer in the future. Take this money and spend it first. I'll forward it to you later. Okay, we'll deposit this money for you first. I'm saving this for when I get married. Yi Qing rolled her eyes speechlessly. Perhaps every parent is like this. He himself came from a rural background. His family were farmers. Being able to get into Jiangcheng University is like a golden phoenix emerging from a chicken coop. He only found out when he entered university. Many things cannot be achieved simply by studying well. Social skills and interpersonal relationships. Relationships and connections. You need to take all sorts of things into account. Turning things around is no easy feat. The current job market is also not good. If it weren't for the system, he probably won't earn 10 million in his lifetime. He sent some money to his parents, which finally put his mind at ease. Regardless of whether the parents save the money or what. In any case, when parents have some money, they will feel more confident. After that, I sent them more money bit by bit. They must have known about flowers. Now that I'm rich, shouldn't I start enjoying myself? He recalled Yunjiro's charming appearance. Yi Qing felt a little itchy inside. Yunjiro had already swallowed her pride and abandoned some of her dignity. She felt that the second application, Yi Qing, should have passed, right? But after only 3 hours, there has been no response from the other party. Yi Qing, what does that mean? Do you really look down on me that much? Damn it, it's absolutely awful. Yunjiro had never suffered such a humiliation. She's the most beautiful girl in the foreign languages department. How many men are after her? She has never been so proactive before. But Yi Qing completely ignored her. Yunjiro's confidence suffered another huge blow. Lying in bed, Yi Qing drifted off to sleep. I woke up at 6 o'clock. Yi Qing opened her phone. Only then did they accept the other party's friend request. Yunjiro was in a daze when her phone suddenly vibrated. She suddenly woke up with a start. Quickly take out your phone. He accepted my friend request. He actually accepted my friend request. Yunjiro's face was filled with surprise, as if she had received a great blessing. But how should I greet him? Are you there? Isn't this a bit outdated? Can we have dinner together tonight? Isn't this a bit too direct? Yunjiro started to struggle with her decision again. Yi Qing originally thought that this woman would reply to his message soon. But after waiting for a while, there is still no news. He simply went to the toilet. Ding dong. Information from the mobile phone. Yi Qing opened it and took a look. It was sent by Zhang Xinxin. Yi Qing, are you free tonight? What's the matter? My best friend wants to get to know you. Yi Qing hesitated for a moment. I have something to do tonight. Yi Qing still wouldn't want to see Zhang Xinxin if he didn't participate in the cashback program. Zhang Xinxin was also taken aback for a moment. Ever since I met Yi Qing, I've always felt that he's very, very free. Now she realizes that rich people must be very busy. It's perfectly normal for Yi Qing to have something to do, and she understands perfectly well. Let's reschedule for another day. Okay. The conversation between the two ended abruptly. Ding dong. The phone rang again. Was that a message from Yunjiro? Hello Yi Ching, it's nice to meet you. Yi Ching frowned. This woman is a bit too formal. I recall that woman's beautiful face and stunning figure. Unable to contain his excitement, Yi Ching replied directly. Are you free tonight? Let's go out for dinner. Yunjiro was stunned when she saw the message Yi Ching sent back. Doesn't this man know how to be a little more reserved? You're actually asking me out so directly? Should I agree or disagree? Yunjiro was once again caught in a dilemma. Finally, he gritted his teeth. We've waited all these days, haven't we? This is the opportunity we've been waiting for. I must seize this opportunity to make Yi Ching fall head over heels for me. Okay, no problem. After receiving the reply, the two agreed to meet at the school gate at 7 o'clock. Yunjiro clenched her fists excitedly. His eyes were filled with burning ambition. She quickly got out of bed and washed up. She sat down at the table and applied light makeup. She was still picking out clothes from the closet. She needs to be in top form. She wore the most exquisite makeup and the most beautiful clothes to face Yi Ching. Chapter 30. Is this true love? I was trying on clothes in front of the mirror when the dormitory door opened. Zhang Xinxin walked in from outside. I saw Zhang Xinxin. Yunjiro felt a little embarrassed. After all, the person going out on a date tonight is... This is Zhang Xinxin's boyfriend. Hey! Jiro, are you going out on a date today? Yunjiro's face flushed red instantly. Zhang Xinxin glanced at the other person's figure and face with some envy. A woman like that looks good in anything. Yunjiro didn't stay in the dormitory for long and left in a hurry. She still felt a little embarrassed. After leaving the dormitory, she looked back at the dormitory door. His face held a meaningful expression. Once I get Yi Ching, how will Zhang Xinxin still be so arrogant? Zhang Xinxin, who was in the dormitory, scratched her head, somewhat confused. Why is this woman so flustered? Yunjiro walked gracefully along the tree-lined avenue on campus. Although summer is just around the corner, the weather is still a bit cool at night. The sun had not yet completely set. Half of her bright red face was visible. Yunjiro was wearing a light blue dress. This has drawn the attention of many people. She was already very beautiful. In addition, I dressed up specially today. It is even more eye-catching. They stand out from the crowd. A smile involuntarily crept onto Yunjiro's lips. Her beauty is her asset. She was confident that she could win over Yi Ching tonight. When I arrived at the school gate, I checked the time and it was only 6:50. Looking around, Yi Ching still hadn't arrived. Yunjiro stood quietly at the school gate, waiting. Many boys entering and leaving the school would glance at her from time to time. Yunjiro is absolutely dazzling today. Many people have already recognized them. This is the most beautiful girl in the School of Foreign Languages. Yunjiro was already very tall, and she also had a great figure. Her facial features are also very delicate. She possesses the gentleness of a woman from Jiangnan. Her long black hair accentuated her fair skin. She was wearing a blue dress. It gave her an ethereal quality. Just then, a car came to a smooth stop in front of Yunjiro. Yunjiro? The car owner rolled down the window, looking at Yunjiro with a face full of surprise. Wang Yuan? Yunjiro frowned. This is her classmate. There is a little money in the family. He is usually quite eye-catching at school. He was also one of Yunjiro's suitors. Wang Yuan put in a lot of effort and energy. But in the end, he still couldn't make Yunjiro his girlfriend. He didn't know what kind of boyfriend this woman was looking for. However, Yunjiro has always been single. This also made him lower his guard. During this period, he wasn't pursuing Yunjiro as aggressively. It's only been a few days since we last met. He noticed that Yunjiro had become even more beautiful. His heart began to burn with passion. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Wang Yuan patted the steering wheel with a smug look on his face. This car is brand new. Many luxury cars have already reduced their prices due to the impact of new energy vehicles. He begged his father for a long time before he finally agreed to buy him the BMW 5 Series. Although this car isn't as valuable as it used to be, But it's still a BMW, after all. It cost over 400,000 yuan to get this car. This car was just handed over to him today. He drove this car back to school just to show off. Let everyone know that he is still very rich. If it were in the past, Yunjiro will definitely show a surprised expression. He has some knowledge about cars. He knew the price of the BMW 5 Series. Yunjiro shook her head. No need, I'm waiting for someone. Wang Yuan was not surprised to hear Yunjiro's rejection. He's already used to it. Yunjiro, this is a brand new car. Would you like to come up and sit for a while? This is a BMW 5 Series. Yunjiro revealed a warm smile. I know what kind of car this is. Looking at this woman's calm and composed demeanor, Wang Yuan felt discouraged again. It seems this woman really doesn't like money. Is she the kind of woman who longs for true love? It seems the only way to win him over is through sincerity. Wang Yuan was not angry. Although Yunjiro rejected him, however, she also rejected other men. He was still quite at peace with himself. Oh well. He was just about to leave when suddenly, a fawning smile appeared on Yunjiro's face. And then he walked quickly toward the school gate. Wang Yuan was stunned for a moment. He pursued Yunjiro for so long. I've never seen her smile like that before. Wang Yuan turned his head and looked towards the school gate. I spotted someone wearing sportswear. An ordinary-looking boy walked out. What's going on? He was surprised to find that the person Yunjiro was waiting for turned out to be such an ordinary boy. Moreover, Yunjiro's attentive manner. It caused her great pain. What happened? Who exactly is this boy? Why is Yunjiro smiling so happily? I've only been away from school for a few days. Does this mean Yunjiro has a boyfriend? Wang Yuan's face turned extremely ugly. Yi Qing, you've arrived. Yunjiro smiled sweetly. Her face was full of shy expressions. Yi Qing nodded slightly. Her eyes lit up when she saw Yunjiro so close to her. This woman truly deserves her status as a beauty with a system score of over 80. She looks so stunning even with just a simple outfit. Yunjiro has fair skin. She has an oval face, large eyes, and a small mouth. She always looks at people with a fawning expression. This woman is quite well off. Yi Qing couldn't help but look at the woman's chest. Seeing Yi Qing's expression, Yunjiro was a little shy. But she still straightened her chest out forcefully. This made Yi Qing feel dizzy. Let's go. Yi Qing found this woman very interesting. Isn't this blatantly trying to seduce him? Yi Qing smiled slightly and walked out first. Yunjiro followed closely behind Yi Qing. They followed him around like a little shadow. The person who was standing at the school gate just now is no longer there. It gave off that aloof, goddess-like vibe. When has Wang Yuan ever seen Yunjiro like this? He was dumbfounded. Wang Yuan clenched his fists. This poor boy actually dared to lay a finger on Yunjiro. They're really courting death. Wang Yuan glared fiercely at Yi Qing's retreating figure. Many students in the vicinity witnessed this scene. They all showed expressions of great admiration. Wow, Yunjiro, she truly deserves to be my goddess. She really doesn't love money. She actually refused to get into that BMW. I've discovered that I believe in true love again. A goddess is a goddess, she's truly different. I hereby declare that from this day forward, Yunjiro is also my goddess. Chapter 31 Presidential Suite. The two hailed a taxi at the school gate. Where should we eat? I just got on the bus. Yunjiro couldn't wait to ask. Where would you like to eat? Yunjiro already had a plan in mind. She doesn't particularly like hot pot. On the contrary, I have a different feeling about Western food. I've heard that the Western food at the Sihua Hotel is quite good. A slight smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips. Okay, let's go to the Sihua Hotel. 20 minutes later. The taxi arrived at the entrance of the Sihua Hotel. After paying, Yi Qing led Yunjiro directly into the hotel lobby. This hotel is considered quite high-end in Jiangqing City. Only a handful of hotels can compare to this place. Most importantly, the hotel has very complete facilities. There is also a very nice Western restaurant on the third floor. It's considered the best Western restaurant in Zhengcheng. The average cost per person at this Western restaurant is over 3,000. Yunjiro's eyes lit up as she looked at the magnificent decorations. She had heard about the restaurants here before, but no one has ever brought her here. The most important reason is that it's too expensive here. As soon as we entered, the waiter politely began to ask us questions. Welcome. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Yi Qing cut to the chase without any preamble. Can we eat here? The waiter smiled and nodded. Our third floor is the Western restaurant. However, all the seats have already been reserved. Yi Qing's brows furrowed involuntarily. Yunjiro was also filled with disappointment. She felt it would be a great pity if she couldn't have this meal. Could you help us find a seat? I can pay more. The waiter just smiled and shook his head. Excuse me, sir. The seats were already reserved. Yi Qing was somewhat unwilling. I heard that the Western food here is the best in the entire Jiangxing city. It took me a lot of effort to get here. Isn't there any other way? Can I eat at your Western restaurant now? The waiter bowed when he heard Yi Qing say that. His eyes darted around and he suddenly thought of something. Sir, we do have a way to get Western food here. Only. But what? However, you'll need to book our hotel's presidential suite. You can dine in the presidential suite. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. He turned his head and glanced at Yunjiro questioningly. Yunjiro hesitated. Wasn't this just like booking a hotel room? She wasn't prepared for that yet. I went out to eat with Yi Qing today. I just wanted to connect with him on a deeper level. She wanted Yi Qing to fall at her feet and become her suitor. She had no intention of sacrificing herself. She knew all too well that what you can't have is always the best. Only by keeping Yi Qing in suspense like this. Only then can he truly cherish himself. Yunjiro looked up at the magnificent hall again. If we give up this opportunity like this, when will she be able to have a meal here? In the end, she gritted her teeth. He nodded at Yi Qing. She had already made up her mind at worst, she wouldn't care. You can leave right after you finish eating. The waiter glanced at Yi Qing and Yunjiro with a flicker in his eyes. I just thought the girl was very pretty. Especially today, Yunjiro is wearing a light blue dress. Her fair skin and tall figure. This further accentuated her noble temperament. The waiter's eyes lit up. Although their hotel sees all sorts of people every day, but such beauties are still rare. How much does your presidential suite cost here? Sir, the prices for our presidential suites are different. The cheapest is 6,888 yuan per night. The most expensive one costs 88,888 yuan. Yunjiro's mouth dropped open. What? Nearly 90,000 yuan for one night? She couldn't imagine what that room looked like. She had also heard that presidential suites were very expensive. I never expected it to be this expensive. Moreover, just one night's stay costs over 90,000 yuan. This is something that ordinary people simply cannot accept. Yunjiro's heart began to pound rapidly. This. Yi Qing hesitated for only a moment. Let's go with the most expensive presidential suite. Yes, sir. The waitress's eyes lit up. Their presidential suite is always available. Sometimes, no one will make a reservation for several days. However, if it's booked, the commissions for these reception staff are also quite high. This is just the presidential suite. Their commission can be as high as 5,000 yuan. This is also why they are willing to spare no effort in promoting these presidential suites. Sir, our presidential suite includes a Western meal. You can order anything that our Western restaurant has. Of course, except for red wine. Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction. That's when I realized the price was somewhat reasonable. If it includes the cost of food, then he won't feel too bad. He made so much money. And yet he made so much money so easily. Yi Qing also wanted to enjoy herself. I also want to see what such a luxurious presidential suite looks like. The check-in process was completed quickly. Under the guidance of the service specialist, Yi Qing and Yunjiro took the elevator directly to the top floor. Mr. Yi, this is our presidential suite. As he spoke, the waiter took the room key and opened the door. The door wasn't a typical single-push door. Instead, the double sliding doors make it look like a luxurious mansion. As soon as you push open the gate, a huge screen wall comes into view. Yi Ching hadn't expected the ceiling height here to be so high. He looked up and saw that it was about 2 stories high. There are some reliefs on the screen wall. It looks incredibly lifelike. Yi Ching didn't know what these things were made of, but they looked very valuable. Gentlemen, our presidential suite is 400 square meters. Moreover, it's a duplex structure. This place feels just like home. There is also a small garden upstairs. You can go and have a look. If you would like to dine in the garden, I can arrange it immediately. At that time, you just need to make a call to the front desk. The service manager was very considerate and provided many helpful tips. Yi Ching nodded in satisfaction. Then I won't disturb your rest any longer. After saying that, the butler left the room. The door to the room clicked shut, and Yunjiro immediately felt her face burning. She actually booked a room here with Yi Ching. And it's such an expensive presidential suite. Chapter 32 Luxurious Western Cuisine. Let's go upstairs and take a look. Yunjiro felt that her eyes couldn't keep up with everything. The decor here is absolutely luxurious. And there's also a huge floor-to-ceiling window. You can see the entire view outside. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in this living room, she could even feel herself looking down on all living beings like God. This feeling of being high above is just wonderful. Hearing Yi Ching call her, she then followed Yi Ching and the other person upstairs. This isn't a staircase, there's a small elevator. It's like a standalone villa. The two of them took the elevator upstairs. There are 2 rooms upstairs. And a living room. Although it's not as spacious as downstairs. But the master bedroom upstairs is even more exquisite. The dressing room and washroom are also enormous. The two of them went through the door next to them and entered the garden outside. Yi Ching then noticed the small garden outside. It was specially built. Moreover, it's part of a suite that complements the presidential suite. Now he feels that as long as the money was well spent to build such a private garden on this top floor, it gives people such a good feeling. The garden isn't very large, but it has a very detailed landscape plan. Every little detail is a delight to behold. This place is about 200 square meters. But this is already big enough. By this time, it was completely dark. The faint sounds of car horns could still be heard on the street. The two walked to the courtyard wall. Looking down through the glass, the road was lined with bright red vehicles. They were all car lights. The tall buildings in the distance are layered one on top of another. Yi Ching never expected that the night view of Jiangcheng City would be so beautiful. Yunjiro couldn't help but open her arms. I took a deep breath. Yi Ching, this place is wonderful. It's so beautiful. This is the kind of life that the wealthy, Yunjiro, has always sought. If there is no money, how could she possibly know? Could there really be such a secret garden high in the sky? If she didn't have money, how would she know? The facilities in this presidential suite are incredibly luxurious. How could she know if she didn't have money? The night view of this river city is so dazzling and mesmerizing. Yunjiro felt as if she had reached the pinnacle of her life. She couldn't help but glance at Yi Ching standing beside her, and clenched her fists tightly. I must hold on to this man. I must make this man my suitor. Such a private place is the best opportunity. Yi Ching, shall we have dinner in this garden? Yunjiro couldn't help but speak out what was on her mind. Yi Ching nodded in agreement. No problem. Yunjiro glanced at Yi Ching with deep affection. Thank you, Yi Ching. Yi Ching waved his hand dismissively. After making the phone call, in less than 10 minutes, the waiter pushed the food cart up. There is also a dedicated elevator on the top floor. After they set up the long table, then the ingredients began to be served one after another. Seeing those ingredients that I'd seen on TV before, Yunjiro couldn't help but swallow. She knows a lot about this place. I've seen quite a few videos of people exploring restaurants here. Those delicious Western dishes are also well known. Lobster, abalone, desserts, coffee. All sorts of things are available. Yi Qing ordered the most expensive set meal directly. Since it was included in the house price anyway, he didn't stand on ceremony. Until all the dishes were served, Yi Qing gestured for him to proceed. "Beautiful princess, please have a seat." Yi Qing pulled the chair next to the long table back a little. This gentlemanly gesture caught Yunjiro's eye. Yunjiro sat down without hesitation. Yi Qing sat down opposite her. This is a very standard way of eating Western food. She had never even seen many of the ingredients before. The waiters were serving us. The food at this Western restaurant is quite good. In addition, the service is top-notch. Could you get me a bottle of red wine? The waiter came over. What kind of red wine do you have here? Sir, we have red wines at all price points here. The cheapest one is 1,888. The most expensive one is 300,000 yuan. What price range are you looking for, sir? Yunjiro looked at Yi Qing with expectant eyes. She also wanted to taste what a 300,000 yuan bottle of red wine tasted like. Yi Qing frowned. His money didn't grow on trees. Moreover, there are no rebates for spending money on Yunjiro. Anything around 50,000 yuan will do. Yes, sir. Yunjiro felt somewhat disappointed. Being able to drink a glass of red wine worth 50,000 yuan is enough to make the trip worthwhile. Soon, the waiter brought out the red wine that cost 58,888. And after opening it for the two people, I poured a cup for each of them. Yi Qing told the waiter to leave. The waiters here have a lot to say. Neither of them can say. Yunjiro, it's a pleasure to have dinner with you here. Yi Qing picked up his wineglass. Yunjiro, her face slightly flushed, picked up her wineglass. My heart is overflowing with happiness. This kind of life is so pleasant. This is the life of the rich that she has always imagined. Cheers. Yi Qing took a small sip. Holy crap, what's that smell? The taste of this red wine. He really couldn't tell the difference between good and bad when he drank it. He felt that all the red wines tasted the same. Yi Qing was somewhat disappointed. He couldn't help but think to himself, it's better to just buy the cheapest red wine. Yi Qing could still taste some of the flavors in baijiu. However, these red wines all look the same and taste almost the same, so it's impossible to tell the difference between good and bad. The two of them were enjoying their meal at the table. In addition, the surrounding environment is very comfortable and pleasant. This made both of them feel even better. Yi Qing would occasionally look at Yunjiro with a blatant gaze. Yunjiro would occasionally throw flirtatious glances at Yi Qing. The two of them exchanged flirtatious glances while eating. The meal took a full hour. After finishing the meal, the two of them took another stroll around the garden. Only then did he return to his room. Yunjiro felt a little nervous when she returned to the presidential suite. She knew what might happen next. But she still felt a strong resistance in her heart. Yi Qing did not make any promises to her. The two sat closer and closer on the sofa. Yi Qing involuntarily reached out and grabbed Yunjiro's hand. Yunjiro was shocked. My instinct was to pull it back. But Yi Qing was too strong. Moreover, Yi Qing's shamelessness is something he simply can't shake off. Yi Qing, you. Let me go first. As Yi Qing got closer and closer, the intense flames in his eyes were almost burning. She quickly changed the subject. Yi Qing, listen to me. Yi Qing's purpose in coming here today is to win over this woman. Now that we've eaten and drunk, it's time to get down to business. Chapter 33, I want to be your girlfriend. Yi Qing wanted to see what tricks this woman was up to. His originally restless heart. At this point, he became even more anxious. This woman is very pretty and has a great figure. Her skin was very fair, and her features were exquisite. People say that men become bad when they have money. When Yi Qing had no money, I can't even imagine that I could meet such a goddess. But things are different now. With the system, he will have a continuous stream of money in the future. Money was just a string of numbers to him. Now that he has money, can't he enjoy life to the fullest? Yi Qing was still a little nervous and excited. After all, this was the first woman Yi Qing had been with. He originally thought that he had booked such a luxurious room with this woman. Now that we've eaten, it's time to get down to business. To everyone's surprise, the woman refused. This was undoubtedly like pouring a bucket of cold water over Yi Qing's head. Yi Qing, listen to me. Yi Qing's hands began to wander. Yi Qing wasn't stupid either. He knew that the woman was beginning to resist. Go ahead and tell me. Yi Qing leaned down and kissed Yunjiro's lips directly. Yunjiro's face turned bright red with anger. But she was somewhat in the wrong. After all, Yi Qing has already spent so much money. She was initially pushing Yi Qing away forcefully, but Yi Qing was too domineering. She gradually became addicted to it as well. The two kissed for a full 5 minutes. After a long while, their lips parted. Yunjiro's face flushed slightly, but her eyes remained resolute. She glanced at Yi Qing, who was standing right in front of her, gritted her teeth, and said, Yi Qing, don't be in a hurry. I'm definitely yours tonight. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. A hint of a smile flickered in his eyes. Finally, we received a reply from the woman. I can give myself to you tonight. But I have one condition. Yunjiro still has her own bottom line. Her purpose in coming here today was to get Yi Qing. Yi Qing frowned slightly. He felt a surge of anger. What are the conditions? I want to be your girlfriend. She's my real girlfriend. Yunjiro was unwilling to give up and emphasized it again. Yi Qing was taken aback upon hearing this. He shook his head without hesitation. You're not good enough to be my girlfriend. Yi Qing, who had been very enthusiastic, suddenly turned cold and separated from the other person in an instant. Yunjiro reacted as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Yi Qing, what are you talking about? Is it possible that with my looks and figure? Isn't that enough to be your girlfriend? Yunjiro is quite arrogant. She was already very beautiful. In addition, she is particularly tall. She's also the most beautiful girl in the school of foreign languages. So many men lined up to pursue her, but none could catch her. She came to me of her own accord today. But he received these words from Yi Qing. It made her feel as if she had suffered a great humiliation. Yi Qing shook his head. I don't want to find a girlfriend right now. Yunjiro was stunned for a moment. She was furious. I've already taken advantage of what I just got. Now, she's unwilling to be her boyfriend. Yi Qing, what exactly do you mean by this? Does Zheng Xinxin even qualify? Would it be embarrassing for you if I were your girlfriend? As long as you agree, I'll be your real girlfriend. And it was announced to the outside world. You can have me today. Yi Qing shook her head resolutely. He felt that he might never have a proper girlfriend or wife in his life. With money, he wanted to do things he had never dared to do before. Before he finds a girl who truly moves his heart, he probably won't have a girlfriend. Even now, Yi Qing doesn't know whether she should believe in true love. But he knew. His feelings for Yunjiro were nothing but pure lust. You can leave now. Yunjiro never expected Yi Qing to be so heartless. All I want is to be his girlfriend, is that not allowed? Yunjiro stood up angrily. His face was completely cold. Yi Qing, what was that just now? Yi Qing gave a wry smile. He originally thought, things will go smoothly today. But I never expected this woman to have such great ambitions. Yi Qing pondered for a moment. He took out his phone and started doing some actions. Ding dong. Yunjiro's phone vibrated, and she opened it with some confusion. His pupils immediately contracted sharply. Just now, Yi Qing transferred 100,000 yuan to him. Only then did Yunjiro hear Yi Qing's voice. This 100,000 yuan is compensation for what just happened. Yunjiro couldn't help but gasp. It was just the loss of my first kiss. That's how she got so much money. Yunjiro had a vague feeling that she might have made a mistake. Yunjiro's anger subsided somewhat. In the end, he glanced at Yi Qing, turned around, opened the door, and left. She didn't say much. She didn't want to be Yi Qing's lover or plaything. If Yi Qing also seriously wants to date her, of course she would agree. But she was very unwilling to accept that it was just a one-night stand. But she still gained something today. Although she felt that her first kiss was very important. But Yi Qing was able to compensate so much money. It still made her somewhat tempted. Stepping out of the hotel, a cold wind blew from the street. Yunjiro shivered. She glanced back at the magnificent hotel. Was I wrong? Yi Qing was in a high mood, but he didn't expect Yunjiro to give him such a rude awakening. Yi Qing felt quite helpless. He was unwilling to force others. But now the burning passion in his heart is even more evident. Yi Qing paced back and forth in the room. Women always have so many demands. When you have no money, he demands that you strive for success. When you have money, he demands that you spend more time with her. Yi Qing's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of someone. He frantically pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. It's still there after all. This was when I picked up the car at the auto show a few days ago. I ran into that very beautiful female car model. I secretly slipped it to myself. After returning to school, Yi Qing completely forgot about the incident. He only remembered it today. That woman's looks and figure are even better than Yunjiro's. The system score was surprisingly over 90. Yi Qing's heart burned with passion once more. Looking at the phone number on the note, he dialed it directly. Lin Xiaoxi has been feeling very depressed these past few days. I had seen a very young, super rich man at the auto show that day. That's like when the super rich buy a bottle of mineral water next time. He bought his somewhat unattractive girlfriend a car worth 2 million. She has met many super rich people. However, most of them were middle-aged men, or even very old people. It's extremely rare to see someone as young as Yi Qing. She saw it as an opportunity. Chapter 34. Lin Xiaoxi is here. Especially the girlfriend next to that super young tycoon. She looks really plain and unremarkable. She didn't believe that all rich people were so conventional. She was even less convinced that men didn't like beautiful women. She is very confident because of her figure and looks. She had secretly given her phone number to that super rich man. But after so many days, that wealthy man still hasn't contacted her. This has made her somewhat uneasy these past few days. She even wondered if her own charm was no longer enough. Because I'm in a bad mood. She went to bed early and lay down. She works part-time outside of school. The company arranged a standard room for them, which housed 2 people. Because of her outstanding looks and figure. Besides attending classes, she would come to auto shows to work as a car model and earn some extra money. Her price was high. The daily income can reach 1,500 yuan. But car models also earn their money through hard work. Encountering such a large-scale auto show, I have to stand here for 7 or 8 hours every day. Today is the last day. The auto show ended rather late. So the company arranged for them to stay at a nearby budget hotel. The hotel's environment is only so-so. And in order to save money, they were even given standard rooms. She shared a room with another model she wasn't very familiar with. She kept imagining what Yi Qing looked like in her mind. Doesn't that guy even have any feelings for me? She felt that her beauty and figure were her assets. She can use this capital to gain more returns for herself. Especially when you encounter a client like Yi Qing, who is both young and wealthy. But it's not easy. Buzz buzz buzz. My phone suddenly vibrated. She thought it was spam. She only realized it when her phone kept vibrating. Someone must have called her. I groggily opened my eyes and glanced at my phone screen. It was an unfamiliar phone number. I checked the time on my phone. It's already midnight. Who would call me at this time? Looking at his companion who was already fast asleep, she picked up her phone and quietly went into the bathroom. A man's voice came through the phone. Hello, who are you looking for? Lin Xiaoxi was very polite. Are you a car model? Yi Qing didn't remember the car model's name. That's the only way to confirm it. I am. Lin Xiaoxi thought to herself. Was he going to introduce her to a job? But it was already past midnight. Is this person a little crazy? Lin Xiaoxi was getting a little impatient. It seemed the person on the other end was a stranger, so she planned to give a few perfunctory replies and hang up. Do you remember me? I bought one from your store that day. A pink Porsche Panamera costing 2 million. Lin Xiaoxi, who had shown no interest just moments before. Suddenly, his eyes widened. You are Mr. Yi? Lin Xiaoxi was so excited. After waiting for so many days, I finally received a phone call. Although it was midnight. But after hearing that the person on the other end was Yi Qing, She immediately beamed with joy. He immediately perked up. Yi Qing was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect this girl to have such a good memory. It's me. Hearing the voice coming from the microphone, Lin Xiaoxi immediately realized that the voice was too familiar. She tried to suppress her excited heartbeat. He tried his best to ask in a calm tone. How can I help you? Could you come to my place? Lin Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment. What's going on? This man is way too direct. It's midnight. But Lin Xiaoxi didn't hesitate at all. Send me your location and I'll come right away. She was convinced that Yi Qing was a super rich man. Most importantly, Yi Qing is young enough. Yi Qing was surprised that this woman was so straightforward. After what happened with Yun Jiro, he was in a bad mood. But after hearing the other party's reply, Yi Qing suddenly found the girl rather cute. His mood was like sunshine breaking through the dark clouds. Suddenly, the light shone into his heart. After Yi Qing added her on WeChat using the number, I sent the other person my location. Lin Xiaoxi quickly put on her clothes and grabbed her things. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she didn't want to miss it. I opened the door and quietly went out. She only saw a message on her phone when she arrived at the elevator lobby. The above is a location. His brows furrowed deeply upon seeing the location above. Why is it a hotel? But seeing the hotel's name, her heart clenched suddenly. It turns out to be the Sihua Hotel, the best hotel in Jiangqing City. Lin Xiaoxi hesitated for only a moment before her eyes became firm. Let's go and see what the situation is before making a decision. I went downstairs and hailed a taxi. Half an hour later, we finally arrived at the Sihua Hotel. After getting off the bus, she then saw the magnificent hotel entrance. Just as I was about to step inside, a waitress came over. Are you Ms. Lin? Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Hello, Ms. Lin, I am the private butler of the presidential suite. Mr. Yi, we're waiting for you upstairs. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes widened. Presidential suite? She never expected that Yi Qing would be waiting for her in the presidential suite. She knew that this hotel was very high-end, and the presidential suite cost tens of thousands of yuan. Lin Xiaoxi followed her into the elevator. She was carrying a suitcase. I was still a little uneasy as I watched the elevator climb higher and higher. She couldn't help but ask, which floor are we going to? The waitress glanced at Lin Xiaoxi's face with a hint of envy. This woman is so beautiful. Miss Lin, we are going to the presidential suite on the top floor. Lin Xiaoxi couldn't help but ask, how much does your penthouse presidential suite cost? The housekeeper did not hide anything. The presidential suite on the top floor is the most expensive one here. It costs 88,888 yuan for one night. What? Lin Xiaoxi almost jumped up. Just staying here for one night costs nearly 90,000 yuan. She originally thought she was already quite wealthy. Because she often works part-time as a car model, the income is quite good. I earn 1,500 yuan a day. However, there aren't many of these kinds of events each month. But if there are only 2 or 3 games a month, she can earn more than 10,000 yuan a week. In other words, she can guarantee an income of 10,000 yuan per month. But this Mr. Yu was only staying in a hotel room. It actually cost nearly 90,000 yuan. That's almost 9 months' worth of her income. She couldn't help but gasp. My resolve only grew stronger. She felt that she was using her resources to exchange for some reward. This is a very normal and understandable thing. Beautiful women are a resource in themselves. Chapter 35. This woman asks for nothing in return. Moreover, she also has a strong desire for money. She knew that money could do many things. You can also choose not to do things you don't want to do. But she hasn't reached that level yet. But Yi Qing's appearance gave her a glimmer of hope. Lin Xiaoxi is a smart person. She knew what she had to do to gain more benefits. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened. The corridor was also decorated in a magnificent style. Under the guidance of the presidential suite butler, the two quickly arrived at Yi Qing's room. It's called a room. It was actually like a mansion. The gate here is so grand. Lin Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel hopeful. The door opened, and Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Just look at this huge screen wall at the entrance. That's already incredibly impressive. Click. The waiter quietly closed the door. Lin Xiaoxi was startled. She then realized. I have already entered the presidential suite. She pulled her suitcase and walked inside. A much more spacious living room appeared before her. A spacious living room with a 7-meter-high ceiling. A very large floor-to-ceiling window. Under this light, it felt like entering the lobby of a villa. Lin Xiaoxi's breath hitched. There is a huge chandelier above the hall. The light shining down made the chandelier appear crystal clear. The carpet looked brand new, as if it had just been laid out. All the furniture inside is made of the finest solid wood. But she couldn't tell what kind of wood it was made of. Sitting on the sofa was someone he recognized somewhat. Yi Qing turned her head and looked at Lin Xiaoxi, who walked in. Lin Xiaoxi was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt. She wore long, slim-fit jeans. The jeans accentuated her figure. This further accentuated her long legs. The white short-sleeved shirt on her upper body was very simple. But it made the girl look even cleaner and more innocent. She was wearing a pair of white sneakers. Her hair was simply tied back. Lin Xiaoxi wasn't even wearing makeup, she was completely barefaced. But even in this plain appearance, this made Yi Qing's eyes light up. This woman looks different than when I saw her at the auto show. She needs to be even more innocent and pure. She has regular facial features and a tall figure. Although her skin wasn't as snow white as Yun Jiro's, but it was also fair with a rosy tinge. Yi Qing knew. Tall models typically don't have very refined facial features. But Lin Xiaoxi's face is very small. Coupled with his sculpted features, it's like a work of art. Lin Xiaoxi wore light makeup at the auto show back then. But Yi Qing thought this woman looked like she wasn't wearing makeup. It's even better looking than it was back then. She's already so beautiful even without makeup. Yi Qing couldn't help but stand up. Miss Lin, please come in. Lin Xiaoxi looked at Yi Qing. Especially in this presidential suite. Her heart was pounding uncontrollably. He placed his suitcase aside. Lin Xiaoxi adjusted her state of mind. She naturally walked up to Yi Qing. Yi Qing gestured for him to proceed. Miss Lin, please have a seat. Lin Xiaoxi sat down next to Yi Qing, not too close and not too far. Yi Qing was also very satisfied with this woman's looks and figure. However, I still have some doubts. Does this woman actually want to be with him? Even if it costs a lot of money tonight. He was determined to get this done. Lin Xiaoxi is an excellent target. Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to see you again. Lin Xiaoxi stretched out her slender, white hand. Yi Qing reached out and grasped the other person's hand. Nice to meet you. The moment the two hands made contact, Yi Qing clearly felt the other person's body tremble slightly. A slight smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips. He couldn't resist scanning the system. Name, Lin Xiaoxi. Age, 22. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Rating, 90. Number of participants, 0. Number of attempts, 0. The number of people and the number of times the other party is seen are both 0. Yi Qing completely relaxed. It seems nothing unusual has happened in the past few days. Yi Qing had heard that this circle was somewhat chaotic. He certainly doesn't want to be cuckolded. The two people held hands. Yi Qing was unwilling to let go any further. Yi Qing exerted force. He grabbed the other person and pulled them over. Since Lin Xiaoxi was able to come here, that means you've made full psychological preparations. Lin Xiaoxi didn't hesitate. He sat directly on Yi Qing's lap. Mr. Yi, I still don't know your name. Lin Xiaoxi wrapped her arms around Yi Qing's neck. When she spoke to Yi Qing at close range, her breath was as fragrant as orchids. Yi Qing couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. My name is Yi Qing. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. My name is Lin Xiaoxi. You look younger than me, don't you? Yi Qing nodded. He had just seen that the other person was 22 years old. Yi Qing is now 20 years old. The two people are 2 years apart in age. I am 20 years old. Then you'll have to call me older sister. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes darted around. He revealed a mocking smile. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxi gradually moved closer to Yi Qing. Their lips touched immediately. Elder sister. Wah. 2 hours later, Yi Qing looked at Lin Xiaoxi, who had fallen into a deep sleep. He felt a surge of satisfaction. He didn't expect that the woman wouldn't offer him any conditions. And this matter went so smoothly. Yi Qing touched the woman's delicate face with a touch of pity. This woman definitely brought a different feeling to her heart. There wasn't much hesitation or awkwardness. They didn't show as much ambition as they did. Yi Qing lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. That woman was so passionate just now. A smile involuntarily crept onto Yi Qing's lips. He discovered that after taking the marrow cleansing pill, his body has indeed become stronger. But it didn't become very strong. He's only slightly stronger than some normal people. It's already 3 a.m. Yi Qing stretched. He yawned widely. Then he lay down and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, at 10 o'clock, Yi Qingkai slowly woke up. After waking up, I looked around and realized what was happening. Lin Xiaoxi has already left. Yi Qing rubbed his head. Last night felt like a dream. This woman left without saying a word? Yi Qing thought this woman was either very skilled or adorably naive. But that doesn't matter. This woman provided him with ample emotional support. Yi Qing didn't care about those things. Actually, this kind of non-competitive and non-aggressive approach. A woman who did not show any ambition. Only then will she win a man's favor. Lin Xiaoxi must have known that too. Yi Qing will not treat her unfairly. However, this woman is very clever. Chapter 36 10,000, no, 100,000. This was something Yi Qing greatly appreciated. Yi Qing lit a cigarette and started smoking again. Until noon. He had just stepped out of the hotel. The sunlight outside was shining directly on my face, making it feel a little hot. Yi Qing stretched and felt refreshed. My steps became much lighter. I took a taxi back to school. Lin Xiaoxi also returned to school early. Although she was a little tired last night, she had class at 8 o'clock this morning. Sitting in the classroom, her mind was not on the blackboard at all. She didn't hear a word the teacher was saying on the podium. I imagined yesterday's scene in my mind. Am I doing the right thing? Was I a little too crazy or too forward yesterday? Li Xiaoxi treats this as an investment. She knew Yi Qing was a rich man. It's impossible for him to have only one woman by his side. She just wanted to leave a deep impression on Yi Qing. However, she wasn't entirely selfless. After class started, she kept glancing at her phone. She had already exchanged contact information with Yi Qing yesterday. Transferring money is very simple. And so, with a feeling of trepidation, I waited until 10 o'clock. There is still no news. After class, she went to another classroom for her next lesson. I waited until noon. There is still no news. Could it be that I just let that guy get away with it for free last night? She felt somewhat resentful. She felt that Yi Qing wasn't that kind of person. Shouldn't she at least offer some kind of response? Zhang Xinxin hasn't seen Yi Qing for the past few days. But she didn't really think so. These past few mornings, Zhang Mingho has been bringing her a loving breakfast. This left her feeling very conflicted. Seeing her idol working so hard, her heart was being melted little by little. She never imagined that one day her idol would. They actually took the initiative to pursue me. And they've put in so much effort. Zhang Mingho would often appear around Zhang Xinxin. After all, the two are in the same class. We're always together during class. Yesterday in class, Zhang Mingho even blatantly sat down right next to Zhang Xinxin. Although Zhang Xinxin was somewhat resistant, but she felt incredibly sweet inside. She never imagined that she was so charming. Many of the girls in the class were confused. They didn't understand how such a handsome boy could. Why would he fall for Zhang Xinxin, that somewhat ugly woman? Even if they don't understand. However, Zhang Mingho acted very naturally. It clung to Zhang Xinxin like a mangy dog. Aside from class time, break time, and meal times, they've always been together. At first, Zhang Xinxin even tried to drive Zhang Mingho away. But this kid is too shameless. Zhang Xinxin could only accept that this man continued to follow her. That is precisely why. She didn't send Yi Qing a message first. He didn't ask Yi Qing to meet him. Zhang Mingho secretly swore in his heart. I must get Zhang Xinxin. Especially knowing that this woman is so rich. Humans seem to have a very strong ability to adapt. In just 2 days, Zhang Xinxin had already gotten used to Zhang Mingho's presence. Even if I can't see him, Zhang Xinxin still felt a little disappointed. Zhang Mingho hadn't expected this kind of sycophantic skill. It worked surprisingly well on Zhang Xinxin. Besides sending flowers from time to time, he would even write love letters by hand. I searched online for long passages of very ambiguous confessions of love and wrote them down by hand. Get a really nice piece of stationery. Or send a postcard to Zhang Xinxin. Zhang Xinxin was also moved by the beautiful words. The scales in her heart gradually tipped in favor of Zhang Mingho. They even forgot about Yi Qing. Yi Qing only remembered this after returning to her dormitory. I haven't thanked Lin Xiaoxi yet. He took out his phone and hesitated for a moment. After a series of actions, he nodded in satisfaction. He suddenly remembered that Zhang Xinxin hadn't contacted him for 2 days. However, Yi Qing didn't develop any feelings for Zhang Xinxin, he only treated her as a tool to make money. Moreover, Yi Qing had already exhausted Zhang Xinxin's usefulness, and he didn't want to spend any more money on this woman. He was thinking about how to dump this woman. Rubbing his temples, Yi Qing still couldn't think of any good solutions. Yi Qing wouldn't actively seek out Zhang Xinxin unless she did. He simply didn't want to see that ugly woman. Anyway, I have enough money for now. Lin Xiaoxi had just returned to her dormitory after lunch. My phone just dinged once. She went to her seat and turned on her phone. Transfer information? Her eyes lit up. Click to transfer money immediately. Because of excitement, her hands were even trembling slightly. But when I saw the numbers above, she couldn't help but cover her wide open mouth. This is 10,000? Wrong. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. Hiss. 100,000 yuan? She couldn't help but gasp. Is it really 100,000? I can't earn that much money in a year. She hadn't expected Yi Qing to be so generous. Thank you, brother Yi Qing. Upon seeing the other party's reply, Yi Qian's lips twitched involuntarily. This woman. Hey, Xin, are you going to eat? Yes, Qianqian. Can we go together? Zhang Xinxin nodded. She glanced at Zhang Mingho, who was following behind her, seemingly unintentionally. Zhang Mingho, you should go back first. Zhang Mingho glanced at Wang Xinxian, hesitated for a moment, and then turned and left. Wang Xinxian found it strange. What's up with this man? He wants to pursue me. Ah. Wang Xinxian was startled. Aren't you afraid your boyfriend will find out? So what if he knows? I didn't agree to anything anyway. Besides, it's because of my charm that Zhang Mingho pursued me. Yi Qing should be happy. Upon hearing the other person's boyfriend's name, Wang Xinxian couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this Yi Qing and my ex-boyfriend Yi Qing are not the same person? Wang Xinxian's eyes darted around. Xin, I've been saying I'd have your boyfriend treat me to dinner. Why haven't I heard from you? Zhang Xinxian slapped her forehead. Sorry, I forgot. Wang Xinxian rolled her eyes in exasperation. Zhang Xinxian quickly tried to salvage the situation. Okay, I'll text him now. Let's see if I have time tonight. Wang Xinxian nodded in satisfaction. Yi Qing was eating in the cafeteria. Then I heard the phone ring. Brother Yi Qing, my best friend wants you to treat her to dinner tonight. Are you free? You have time? What time? Let's meet at the school gate at 6 p.m. Good. A smile appeared on Zhang Xinxian's face. See, didn't he agree? Wang Xinxian was very satisfied. Zhang Xinxian couldn't help but ask again. Brother Yi Qing, what are you doing right now? I'm eating in the cafeteria. Ah. I also eat in the cafeteria. Which cafeteria? Second canteen. Me too. Yi Qing was taken aback. He raised his head and looked around. That's when I realized. Zhang Xinqian stood not far from him, looking around for him. A smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips. He picked up his plate and walked over. He had already seen a girl with her back to him. He just felt that he looked somewhat familiar. But for a moment I couldn't remember who it was. Chapter 37 is all mine. XIN, over here. Yi Qing spoke only after he got closer. Zhang Xinqian looked around. He kept scanning the crowd. They wanted to find Yi Qing. Hearing a familiar voice, she turned around. That's when I realized. Yi Qing was already standing in front of her. Yi Qing, you've arrived. Zhang Xinqian smiled. Wang Xinqian, who was sitting with her back to Yi Qing, was startled. She knew that voice all too well. Isn't that her ex-boyfriend Yi Qing? Wang Xinqian suddenly turned around. Upon noticing Yi Qing standing behind him with a tray of food, she stared wide-eyed in disbelief. You? Yi Qing then clearly saw the girl sitting in the dining chair with her back to him. It turned out to be his ex-girlfriend, Wang Xinqian. Yi Qing hadn't expected it to be such a coincidence. Although I was stunned for a moment. But Yi Qing still took a few steps forward. The plate was placed next to Zhang Xinqian. Yi Qing sat down next to Zhang Xinqian. Zhang Xinqian looked at Yi Qing and Wang Xinqian with some curiosity. Wang Xinqian stood up and stared intently at Yi Qing. Originally, Yi Qing, she had almost forgotten. But unexpectedly, he turned out to be Zhang Xinqian's boyfriend. She always thought that Zhang Xinqian's wealthy boyfriend and Yi Qing just shared the same name. She knew something about Yi Qing's family situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be working 3 jobs outside. That's why I could afford to buy her an iPhone. But he was just a poor boy. Why did they suddenly become so rich? Wang Xinqian's face was terribly gloomy. Qianqian, do you know my boyfriend? Zhang Xinqian asked the question that had been on her mind. Wang Xinqian gritted her teeth. He is my ex-boyfriend. Ah. Zhang Xinqian was completely astonished. How so? Her best friend's ex-boyfriend. It turned out to be her current boyfriend. Isn't this world a little too small? Wang Xinqian's mind was racing. She doesn't know why Yi Qing suddenly became so rich. Moreover, this is not a suitable place to ask. Wang Xinqian glanced at Zhang Xinqian and Yi Qing again. A slight smile still appeared on her lips. There's simply no comparison between Zhang Xinqian and her. She believed that with her charm, winning Yi Qing back would be a piece of cake. It's simply a matter of lowering one's stance. Wang Xinqian turned and left. There was not the slightest bit of lingering affection. Zhang Xinqian and Yi Qing were both stunned for a moment. Watching the other person's departing figure, I was somewhat puzzled. Zhang Xinqian looked at Yi Qing strangely. I remember now, you're the big simp that Wang Xinqian always talks about. Zhang Xinqian slapped her forehead. Wang Xinqian even showed off to her at the time. That sycophant works 3 jobs a day. It was all so I could buy her an iPhone. They also frequently deliver complimentary breakfasts. However, Zhang Xinqian woke up very late every day and never met Yi Qing. She had no idea that the sycophant was actually Yi Qing. But she just couldn't connect Yi Qing with that sycophant. At this moment, Yi Qing showed no trace of lewdness. He exuded confidence from head to toe. He was especially cool when he spent money on her. Brother Yi Qing, tell me about it. What exactly happened between the two of you back then? Gossiping is a woman's nature. Yi Qing rolled her eyes. I never expected Zhang Xinqian to be so gossipy. Then, Wang Xinqian quickly returned to her dormitory. The students in the dormitory had not yet returned from dinner. She paced back and forth on the ground. I must find out. How did Yi Qing suddenly become so rich? Is everything Zhang Xinqian said true? By the way, you can just ask the people in their dorm. Wang Xinqian hurriedly arrived at the door of Zhang Xinqian and the others' dormitory. Ta-da! Who is it? The door creaked open. Chang Yinhua is not feeling well today. So I didn't go to class. I was half asleep when I heard someone knocking on the door. Huh, Wang Xinqian? Is there something you need? Wang Xinqian's eyes lit up when she saw Chang Yinhua. She knew that Chang Yinhua and Zhang Xinqian had a good relationship. Asking her is perfectly fine. There are some things I want to ask you. May I come in? Chang Yinhua then realized what was happening. Please come in. She and Wang Xinxian were not very familiar with each other. Wang Xinxian usually comes to see Zhang Xinxian. So we've only met a few times. After meeting, we only exchanged a few polite words. As soon as she entered the dormitory, Wang Xinxian couldn't wait to ask. Do you know Xin's boyfriend? Chang Yinhua was a little puzzled, seeing how anxious the other party was. I nodded instinctively. He treated us to a meal once. Did Xin's car and house all get bought by her boyfriend? Chang Yinhua nodded. Yes. The property deed and vehicle registration are both in Xin's name. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinxian turned pale and took 2 steps back. How could this happen? How could this happen? Could you tell me what happened during your meal? Seeing that Wang Xinxian seemed to be sincerely seeking advice, the inner universe within her couldn't help but erupt. Sharing gossip is something girls especially enjoy. Chang Yinhua described it vividly. She recounted what happened after she ate that exorbitantly priced hot pot that day. What? You spent over 80,000 yuan at the hot pot restaurant? What? You bought an LV bag worth nearly 100,000 yuan? What? You bought a watch worth 280,000? Wang Xinxian became increasingly alarmed as she listened. She was still somewhat dazed when she got back to her dorm room. It seems that all of this is true. Yi Qing, that bastard is really rich now. Then why did he act so poor when he was with me? Could he have been a hidden tycoon all along? Was being with me just a test? What suddenly occurred to Wang Xinxian? I've read novels that all have similar story plots. Rich people are always wary. They pretended to be poor to test a girl's sincerity. Wang Xinxian slapped her forehead. She was filled with regret. Why did I fail his test? If we just persevere a little longer. So now, Yi Qing's official girlfriend is me. That $2 million Porsche Panamera and that nearly $10 million house are mine. Wang Xinxian was filled with deep regret. But there's no going back in this world. No, I have to find a way to make up for it. Yi Qing must be a rich man. I still have a chance. As long as I put aside my dignity. Go after Yi Qing again. I'm sure he'll accept me. After all, I could feel that his love for me was real back then. I'm reminded of a hidden tycoon who has been sending me loving breakfasts for over 100 days. Wang Xinxian clenched her fists. That car and house were originally mine. Those 10 million are all mine. I must take back what is rightfully mine. Chapter 38 Winning Back Yi Qing. Her heart was pounding uncontrollably. I must win back Yi Qing's forgiveness. Even kneeling. I must let him know that I changed my mind. I've made up my mind. Wang Xinxian carefully considered the matter in her mind. How should I approach Yi Qing? Just then, her phone rang. Xianxian, I have good news for you. Wei Chang sounded very excited on the phone. I bought your favorite bag. Where are you? Wang Xinxian was stunned for a moment. The bag she once longed for now seems utterly useless. Even a small mosquito is still neat. I'm in my dorm, you can just bring it over. Wang Xinxian was extremely impatient. He hung up the phone immediately. Wei Chang on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. That damned woman, how could she treat me like this? I paid such a high price to buy this bag. She actually gave me the cold shoulder? Wei Chang was about to get angry, but then he thought of something. I'll punish her properly once I catch up with her. She promised that she would only accept the bags I bought for her. She will be my girlfriend. I thought of Wang Xinxian's stunning figure. Wei Chang felt a surge of excitement. She grabbed the new bag without stopping. We arrived at Wang Xinxian's dormitory building. After waiting for a while, Wang Xinxian finally arrived late. Xianxian, you're here. Wang Xinxian nodded slightly. Hey, bring me your bag. Wei Chang shook his head. Xianxian, you promised me. You'll be my girlfriend if I buy you this bag. You're not thinking of backing out, are you? Wang Xinxian's expression changed. She would have definitely agreed before. Wei Chang's own conditions are quite good. She had already found out that Wei Chang's parents were in the building materials business. The family has some assets. It's about 50 million. But yesterday, when she learned that Zhang Xinxin's boyfriend was Yi Qing, a huge change occurred in her heart. Wei Chang isn't even worthy of carrying Yi Qing's shoes. Yi Qing gave it to Zhang Xinxin without hesitation. Gifts worth nearly 12 million. That means Yi Qing has a lot of assets. He didn't consider that 10 million yuan is money at all. Why would she pick up a sesame seed and lose a watermelon? In her eyes, Wei Chang was not even worth mentioning. A fleeting hint of impatience crossed her face. Did I promise you that? Seeing that Wang Xinxian was trying to renege on her debt, Wei Chang refused to stand by. Xianxian, one must keep one's word. Seeing Wei Chang's somewhat angry expression, Wang Xinxian sneered inwardly, but immediately put on a smile. Am I joking? Of course I'd like to be your girlfriend. Wei Chang smiled. Since you're my girlfriend, let me kiss you. Wang Xinxian almost jumped up. She looked at Wei Chang, who seemed very serious. She knew this guy was the type who wouldn't act until he saw a clear benefit. Wang Xinxian rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Wei Chang, I've already agreed to be your girlfriend. Are you going to push your luck? Isn't it just a bag? I don't want it anymore, okay? Seeing Wang Xinxian leave so resolutely, Wei Chang suddenly felt flustered. He went through a lot of trouble to get this bag, borrowing money from many people. I just bought it. If this woman doesn't want him anymore, even selling second-hand items results in a significant loss of money. He immediately gave chase. Xianxian, don't be angry. I just wanted to get closer to you. Wei Chang quickly blocked Wang Xinxian's path. Wang Xinxian thought to herself that this trick was indeed very effective. Can I have my bag now? Wei Chang nodded. She took out the bag that was hidden behind her back. Seeing the large logo on the bag, Wang Xinxian smiled. I was just about to reach out and take it. Wei Chang took the bag back. Xianxian, if you agree to one more condition, I'll give you the bag. Wang Xinxian frowned. Are you ever going to stop? Xianxian, it's really just a small request. Go ahead and tell me. Now that you're my girlfriend, can I introduce you to some of my good friends from my dorm? When Wang Xinxian heard that this was the only request the other party had, she was shocked. All right. Wei Chang had a big smile on his face. He thought to himself with smug satisfaction. Yi Chang, I wonder what happened when you met my girlfriend, Wang Xinxian. What kind of expression will they have? How dare they ignore me and act so arrogantly? They're courting death. Wei Chang was extremely pleased with himself. These past few days of hard work have paid off. Xianxian, once the time is set, I'll send you a message. You absolutely must come. Good. Wang Xinxian picked up her bag and turned to leave. She still didn't want to give up on Wei Chang. After all, this guy spends a lot of money on himself. And they were very willing to spend it. This is truly commendable. She wanted Yi Qing, but she didn't want to give up Wei Chang. That's insatiable greed. Yi Qing and Zhang Xinxin didn't talk for very long. After finishing their meal, the two parted ways. Yi Qing felt he should find his next target. They've spent almost everything they could on Zhang Xinxin. He didn't know what excuse to use to buy things for the other party again. Buying a car and a house is probably the limit for ordinary people. The next morning, Zhang Xinxin had just come down from the dormitory building. Then I saw Zhang Mingho standing at the door. Zhang Mingho now brings her a loving breakfast every morning. At first, Zhang Xinxin did not accept it. But this person persisted relentlessly. And he's handsome too. Most importantly, it's the man she admires. The love letters he wrote had already deeply moved Zhang Xinxin. Seeing her idol put in so much effort again, she truly felt like the happiest woman in the world. He walked over to Zhang Mingho's side. I accepted the breakfast that the other person offered me. The two of them walked towards the classroom together. They were originally in the same class. They were together even during class. Now they're openly sitting together. The two of them would whisper to each other from time to time. They looked just like a couple. Although the two have not yet made an official announcement. But anyone with eyes can see that. The two of them were mutually attracted to each other. Zhang Mingho really knows how to pursue women. He completely fooled Zhang Xinxin, who was somewhat ugly. They would send flowers, gifts, and love letters from time to time. When has Zhang Xinxin ever received such treatment? Even when she was with Yi Qing wasn't particularly enthusiastic towards her either. Not to mention writing her love letters. Although I've bought her many expensive things. But she felt that all of that was too exaggerated and lacked emotion. That's just how some people are. When you have no money, you'll want to make yourself rich. That kind of money is what you should be pursuing. Once you have money, money has become less important. Chapter 39. I have already apologized. You actually want more affection now. Yi Qing certainly wouldn't go to such lengths to pursue a woman now. But Zhang Mingho was willing. Zhang Mingho is a seasoned player in the dating scene. You should know how to handle a woman, especially targeting a wealthy woman who is somewhat unattractive. Zhang Xinxin had never experienced such a scene before. She was originally not very good looking. No man was willing to pursue her. Zhang Mingho was willing to put in so much effort for her. This deeply moved her. She didn't sense any emotional fluctuation from Yi Qing. She felt that way with her idol, Zhang Mingho. Gradually, she lost her initial wariness of Zhang Mingho. Because of my boyfriend. So she agreed that the two of them would only be friends. The two of them became inseparable as friends. Wang Xinxian has been paying close attention to Zhang Xinxin's situation these past few days. Seeing Zhang Xinxin being pestered by Zhang Mingho like that, a deep sense of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Zhang Mingho is widely recognized as the school's most handsome and tall guy. No one expected such a handsome guy. He actually went after a girl like Zhang Xinxin. Wang Xinxian saw the two of them together. It seems they've come up with a way to break up Yi Qing and Zhang Xinxin. As long as Zhang Xinxin cheats on her husband with other men, does that mean she's no longer Yi Qing's girlfriend? Then she can take advantage of the situation. Yunjiro has been very unhappy these past few days. That day, I was in the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel with Yi Qing. She had clearly rejected Yi Qing. She felt that she and Yi Qing had no chance left. It's such a pity. She initially thought she had found a wealthy second-generation heir. She originally thought that with her figure and looks, she could be his girlfriend. There is absolutely no problem. But Yi Qing only treated her as a tool. Yunjiro is very ambitious. She really wanted to be Yi Qing's official girlfriend. She still intends to marry Yi Qing in the future. She knew that a wealthy man like Yi Qing must have more than one woman. But she wants to be his official girlfriend after they get married. Even if he has other women outside. She also thought it was a very normal thing. However, this identity and status will become completely different. Who knew that it would ultimately cause the other party to feel disgusted? However, she still has a very strong confidence in her appearance. She believed that if Yi Qing was still very interested in her, I'll try to ask her out again. What cat doesn't steal fish? She believed that Yi Qing was very interested in her. She can tell. But I've been waiting for several days. There was no information about Yi Qing on her phone. I felt like I had been forgotten. Isn't Yi Qing coming to find me? A faint sense of regret crept into her heart. Yi Qing was the most outstanding person she knew. The best boyfriend candidate. Ding dong. My phone vibrated. Yunjiro opened her phone. Wang Yuan? Wang Yuan has been pursuing her for a long time. I ran into him at the door when I went out to eat with Yi Qing last time. Wang Yuanxin recently bought a BMW 5 Series and is quite smug about it. At that time, she felt that Wang Yuan was no match for Yi Qing at all. But now Yi Qing is completely ignoring her. This made her feel very disappointed. Upon seeing the message from Wang Yuan, she hesitated again. Can I treat you to dinner tonight? Yunjiro hesitated for 3 seconds before finally replying. Good. Just one word. This almost made Wang Yuan on the other side jump up in excitement. He has already made plans to meet with Yunjiro several times in the past few days. However, the other party completely ignored his message. He has always been diligent and persistent. Send a message to the other party. He knew that if this woman hadn't blocked him, that means there's still a sliver of hope. Sure enough, he seized the opportunity. He had already given up hope. It was just an instinct to send a message to the other party. To my surprise, the other party actually agreed. Has this woman changed her ways? He also inquired about the man who was with Yunjiro that day. It's from the School of Economics and Management. The family is very ordinary. I heard he's dating a girlfriend now. It was also Yunjiro's dormitory. Her name is Zhang Xinshin, and she is not very good looking. Upon hearing this news, Wang Yuan no longer considered Yi Qing a rival at all. Because of people like Yi Qing, he has no right to be his opponent. Night. As it was getting dark, Yi Qing ate in the cafeteria and then strolled back to her dormitory. I was originally planning to ask Zhang Xinshin out for dinner that night. I tried to send more funds, but to my surprise, the other party refused. Yi Qing had no choice. I could only eat dinner by myself in the cafeteria. After taking a stroll around the school, it was getting dark. Many students went to evening self-study. Holding their books, they started walking towards the teaching building. Yi Qing had no interest in going to the study room. I might as well go back to my dorm and get ready to sleep. I just passed the third teaching building. Suddenly, someone rushed out from the shadows. He spread his arms and blocked Yi Qing's path. Yi Qing, why are you only just getting back? This is the only way back to the boys' dormitory. Wang Xinqian has been waiting here for a long time. Yi Qing was startled. He thought someone was going to attack him. They immediately adopted a defensive stance. When you can see the face of the person opposite you clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Xinqian, what are you doing? Wang Xinqian felt a little embarrassed and took a few steps forward. Yi Qing, I'll give you a chance. If you apologize to me, I can still be your girlfriend. Yi Qing was dumbfounded. Is this woman out of her mind? Yi Qing gave a helpless, bitter smile. Wang Xinqian still looked very confident. He simply took a few steps forward and walked around the other person. Continue walking towards the dormitory. Wang Xinqian raised her head arrogantly. But Yi Qing completely ignored her. Seeing that Yi Qing showed no reluctance whatsoever, he lifted his leg and walked away. Wang Xinqian panicked immediately. She quickly turned around and took a few steps to catch up. After catching up with Yi Qing, he opened his arms again to block the other person. Yi Qing, what exactly do you want? I just lost my temper with you, can't you forgive me? Haven't you always liked me? Haven't you always wanted me to be your girlfriend? I will definitely agree as long as you ask. Tell me now. Yi Qing's face darkened. Are you sick? After saying that, he walked forward again. Wang Xinqian immediately became anxious. Yi Qing, how could you do this? Do I really need to say all this? I am a girl. Do you expect me to take the initiative? You were so good to me back then. But why have you become so cold now? Yi Qing, say something. Why won't you say anything? Chapter 40 Wei Chang invites me to dinner? Yi Qing, why are you like this? Seeing that Yi Qing still wanted to leave, Wang Xinqian panicked. Yi Qing, I apologize to you, isn't that enough? Yi Qing, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wang Xinqian bowed to Yi Qing, her attitude very sincere. Yi Qing rolled her eyes. We've already broken up, please don't bother me anymore. Wang Xinqian heard Yi Qing's words. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, he jumped up immediately. Why would I bother you? Yi Qing, are you kidding me? I also have dignity, and I have already apologized to you. What else do you want? Why are you so stingy? Yi Qing pursed her lips. If apologies were enough, what would we need the police for? You should leave. There's no future for us. Wang Xinqian was extremely unwilling. Yi Qing, is it all because of that iPhone? Didn't I already return it to you? I'm willing to be your girlfriend now. I really would. Will you be my boyfriend? Yi Qing shook his head and gave a bitter smile to himself. Wang Xinqian, how did you treat me when I had no money? I'll bring you a lovingly prepared breakfast every day, and I'll be there for you whenever you need me. I paid for all the meals you guys went out to eat. You only ever saw me as a backup option. I delivered food outside so I could buy you an iPhone. I worked 3 jobs a day and saved up money for half a year. We had agreed to buy you a phone. You'll be my girlfriend, but why did you change your mind again? Do you think this is fun? Yi Ching found it extremely ironic. How much effort did he put in when he had no money? This woman wouldn't even glance at him. Even when he speaks, it's as if he's doing charity. But now he has money. The woman, on the contrary, followed him around like a lapdog, begging for his forgiveness. Isn't this a bit too ironic? Wang Xinxian stammered and couldn't speak. Don't think I don't know. I'm just a backup option among your backup options. I bought you so many things. You don't even want to be my girlfriend. They just want to get something for free. Do you know how much money I spent on all those things I bought for you? Do you still have those things? How could I have been so stupid back then? I would pursue a woman like you. Wang Xinxian was stunned for a moment. Aren't they just some gifts? Can't I just return it? Yi Ching shook his head. He gave his all with all his heart back then. But this woman still doesn't understand. However, Yi Ching no longer cared. Yi Ching, what exactly do you mean? Do you expect me to kneel before you'll agree? Wang Xinxian gritted her teeth. She revealed her bottom line. There was hardly anyone passing by in this area. Even if he knelt down before Yi Ching, no one would see it. Maybe. What? You actually want me to kneel down? Wang Xinxian's mouth dropped open in surprise. She stood there, stunned. Yi Ching stopped wasting words with this materialistic woman. Walk around in front of her. By the time Wang Xinxian realized what was happening, only then did they realize that Yi Ching had already gone far away. Yi Ching, I will never give up on you. Wang Xinxian shouted loudly. I think I've already sold those gifts. No, I need to go back and do a count to see how much those things are worth. Why don't we just give it back to Yi Ching next time we see him? Just give him back the money he spent on the gift. His impression of me will definitely be better. That $2 million sports car and the nearly $10 million house are mine. I must have Yi Ching. Wang Xinxian clenched her fist, her eyes brimming with confidence. As soon as Yi Ching returned to the dormitory, she found that all 3 of her classmates were there. Wei Chang was very active. He was talking to 2 classmates. His face was beaming with excitement. Oh, Yi Ching, you're back. Yi Ching nodded calmly. He and Wei Chang didn't get along at all to begin with. Moreover, this guy is relying on his family having some money. They looked down on him, the poorest classmate in the dormitory. He would make sarcastic remarks from time to time. Especially when Yi Ching was pursuing Wang Xinxian. Let this person be described as a toad lusting after a swan. Yi Ching had absolutely no liking for this person. But we all live in the same dormitory, so we see each other all the time. He couldn't completely ignore this guy either. After meeting, they were merely nodding acquaintances. Yi Ching rolled over and lay down on the bed. I just turned on my phone to play. Wei Chang quietly walked over and knelt down by his bedside. Yi Ching, let's go out for dinner together tomorrow. Yi Ching frowned. What kind of food? A few of us guys from the dorm are going out for a meal together. Yi Ching was stunned for a moment. If you go out to eat with Wei Chang, he will definitely refuse. However, his relationship with his remaining 2 brothers was relatively good. Moreover, they went out to eat together under the guise of being roommates. She hesitated only for a moment before nodding in agreement. Okay, what time tomorrow? Tomorrow at noon, in a private room on the 2nd floor of the 3rd canteen. Yi Ching nodded. Okay, I'll be there on time. The 1st floor of the 3rd canteen is the main hall, where regular students get their meals from the windows. The 2nd floor is like a restaurant with several private rooms. Students can order food here. Of course, the price is definitely much higher than that of the cafeteria below. However, it's still cheaper than restaurants outside. Therefore, the private rooms on the 2nd floor are generally. My account is always fully booked. This is also why many students are willing to treat each other to meals here. If you want to reserve a private room for dining here, you need to make a reservation in advance. For these poor students, treating others to a meal here is the most cost-effective thing to do. Yi Ching played on her phone in bed for a while. I didn't fall asleep until after 11 p.m. His life is very regular, he gets up early every day. Unlike the other guys in the dorm, I always play on my phone until after midnight. Some of them even went to bed in the early hours of the morning. When I get up in the morning, the guys in their dorm were still fast asleep. Yi Ching got up and went downstairs from the dormitory building. Although I said I got up early, it was actually already past 7 in the morning. I bumped into someone as soon as I stepped out of the dormitory building. Ouch! Yi Ching looked up and then realized. It was a woman he somewhat disliked. Yi Ching, you're finally out. Looking at Wang Xinxian with two big dark circles under her eyes, Yi Ching was speechless. What are you waiting for me here for? Wang Xinxian quickly replied. After I got home last night, I've sorted through all the gifts you gave me. Wang Xinxian was a little embarrassed. Chapter 41 Wang Xinxian pays back the money. Because the daily expenses are very high. So the gifts those simps gave her, she basically sold them all on second-hand platforms. I can't find any of the things you gave me. I thought about it carefully and came up with a rough number. The gifts and breakfasts you've given me over the past 6 months. That adds up to about 80,000 yuan. I'll transfer this money to you right now. Yi Ching was taken aback. I never expected to see a return on my investment. 80,000 yuan is a lot for these college students. That's already a lot. Yi Ching then remembered the past 6 months. He has been working 3 jobs. I earn more than 200 yuan a day by delivering food. In addition to the remaining 2 part-time jobs, he can earn at least 300 yuan a day. Earning 10,000 yuan a month is quite normal. This period of 6 or 7 months is about half a year. He earns 60 or 70,000 yuan. They also borrowed 20,000 yuan in debt. I never expected that more than 80,000 yuan would be spent on this woman. No wonder when he first came into this world, he only had a few dozen yuan on him. This level of simp behavior is quite impressive. Even so, still, nothing moved the materialistic Wang Xinxian. Wang Xinxian also felt a pang of heartache. She borrowed money from many people yesterday and only managed to get 10,000 yuan. Yi Ching, I'll return 10,000 yuan to you first. Can I manage the rest slowly? Yi Ching raised an eyebrow. He didn't care about the money. But then I thought of all the money my predecessor had worked so hard to earn. But it's all hard-earned money. In order to avenge his predecessor. Yi Ching nodded. Okay, then I'll take your 10,000 yuan first. This money was rightfully Yi Ching's. Yi Ching's phone vibrated, indicating that the money had been transferred. Yi Ching, am I being sincere? Yi Ching nodded. Can I be your girlfriend now? Yi Ching shook her head firmly. Let's talk about it after you pay back the money. Yi Ching walked past the woman and turned to leave. He still needs to have breakfast. Wang Xinxian watched Yi Ching's departing figure. He clenched his fist again. It seems I still have some chance. I must win Yi Ching back. Oh no, I need to raise the money quickly. After paying off the money, I'm sure Yi Ching will reconsider me. A smile returned to Wang Xinxian's face. Ding ding ding. Just then, her phone rang. His brows furrowed when he saw the caller ID. What is it? Wang Xinxian looked impatient. Xianxian, I've already talked to my roommates. We ate lunch together on the 2nd floor of the 3rd canteen today. What business is it of mine if you eat? Wei Chang's lips twitched. Xianxian, you promised me back then. I'm going to meet up with my brothers today. Wang Xinxian then remembered. When this man bought her the bag. That's the condition they put forward. Wang Xinxian curled her lip in disdain. Wei Chang simply wanted her to save face for him in front of her brothers. Wang Xinxian is quite good looking. Having such a beautiful girlfriend, it certainly makes them look good. Okay, I understand. I'll definitely go at noon. Xianxian, you must wear your prettiest clothes. Wang Xinxian rolled her eyes and hung up the phone. She's not in the mood at all right now. Talking so much to Wei Chang. She was considering how to get that money back to Yi Ching. Will I have a chance to become his girlfriend again later? She has already made up her mind. Even if it means kneeling, I must win back Yi Qing's forgiveness. At that time, even if Yi Qing just casually sprinkles rain, all of these could make her a millionaire. Yi Qing was able to treat Zheng Xinxin, such an ugly woman, so well. I believe that as long as she becomes Yi Qing's girlfriend, Yi Qing will definitely treat her even better. It's not just sports cars worth millions, they might even buy her a villa. Wang Xinxian thought to herself with smug satisfaction. Yi Qing arrived at the cafeteria. The breakfast in the cafeteria is quite plentiful. Students who had classes had already arrived and started eating. Yi Qing wasn't in a hurry. I ordered an egg pancake, a bowl of millet porridge, and an egg. Yi Qing carried her tray to a corner of the cafeteria. After sitting down, we started eating. Lin Xiaoxi also got up very early today. She often gets up early to exercise. I just came back from a run and I'm all sweaty. Wearing a tracksuit. Then we arrived at the cafeteria. She was already very beautiful. In addition, she is one of the campus beauties of Jiangcheng University. As soon as we entered the cafeteria, this attracted the attention of many people. Especially her sportswear. This further accentuated her tall and slender figure. No wonder she's a woman who can work as a car model. The hardware is just too good. Her features are very delicate, making her look exceptionally refined. He is quite tall. Her height and small face created a striking contrast. In addition, there's her stunning figure. These elements, when combined, actually create a very harmonious feeling. She's a classic nine-headed beauty. Many boys couldn't help but glance at him sideways. Lin Xiaoxi was already used to such looks. Every morning when I go to the playground to exercise, there is always a group of men around. Although she found them extremely annoying, she couldn't drive them away. To maintain a good figure, you still have to pay a certain price. I bought 2 steamed buns at the cafeteria window. A cup of soy milk and 2 eggs. Ask the cook to help pack it. She didn't want to linger in the cafeteria. She was incredibly eye-catching in front of so many people. Even if you want to keep a low profile, you can't. So he simply packed up the card and took it back to his dorm. Or find a secluded place to eat. After the items were packed, she hurriedly walked outside. She really couldn't stand the intense gazes of those boys. Suddenly his eyes swept across. I spotted a familiar figure. She paused for a moment. How did he get here? Everyone watched as Lin Xiaoxi immediately left the cafeteria. But unexpectedly, she turned a corner. Lin Xiaoxi hesitated for only 1 second. He turned and walked towards where Yi Qing was. Yi Qing was enjoying her meal immensely. Since taking the marrow cleansing pill, he felt that his body had undergone significant changes. The food tastes much better than usual. His appetite has also increased somewhat. Energy converted from food. This will gradually improve his physical fitness. He knew that the effects of the marrow cleansing pill were gradually becoming apparent. His physical fitness is also continuously improving. Strength, body coordination, sensitivity, and speed have all improved. He doesn't know just how strong his physical condition is now. If you have time, go to the gym or the playground to test your physical condition. Chapter 42: An unexpected encounter with Lin Xiaoxi in the cafeteria. I just took a sip of porridge. I looked up and suddenly realized there was someone sitting opposite me. He was sitting in a corner seat, but it was still a table for 4. He thought some classmates had nowhere to sit and wanted to come and share a table with him. This kind of thing is quite common. Everyone ate their own food. After you finish eating, just do whatever you normally would. They wouldn't even exchange a single word. Yi Qing didn't care. However, with just a glance, suddenly I was stunned. A woman was sitting opposite me. She was also a very beautiful woman. He raised his head. That's when I realized the woman opposite me was very beautiful. Yi Qing's eyes widened. The egg pancake in my mouth hadn't been swallowed yet. You? He realized that he actually knew the beautiful woman sitting opposite him. Yi Qing chewed quickly a few times. Only then did he swallow the egg pancake in his mouth. How did you get here? When the two of them got together, I only know the other person's name. They had no idea about the specifics of the two people. Lin Xiaoxi smiled as she looked at Yi Qing. What I wanted to ask you was? Why are you eating in our school cafeteria? What? You're from this school too? Lin Xiaoxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Many people at the school know her name. After all, she was a famous campus belle at Jiangcheng University. When she first gave this name, seeing that Yi Qing didn't react, I thought he didn't even know me. I never expected that they were from the same school. I didn't expect you to study here too. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes were filled with laughter. The surrounding classmates were all dumbfounded. They had never seen this ice queen. Which boy is she so fond of? The two spoke very casually. It even reveals a sense of intimacy. This surprised many people around them. Lin Xiaoxi is one of the top 10 beauties at Jiangcheng University. He usually has a cold and aloof demeanor. In addition, she is very tall. Many boys feel ashamed of themselves after meeting her. When have we ever seen this iceberg goddess statue smiling so happily? Especially since the man opposite her was so ordinary. His clothes were ordinary, and his appearance was ordinary. He is also of average height. They couldn't imagine such an ordinary boy. Why are they so familiar with the goddess in their hearts? Many people were filled with envy and jealousy. If their ideal woman is with a rich and handsome man, they didn't think it was a big deal. But that boy was clearly even more ordinary than them. But why is the goddess smiling so brightly? Many boys were filled with regret and despair. It couldn't help but think of it. Could it be that this aloof, ice-cold goddess is actually quite kind? It's just that no one dared to chase after them. If you pursue it seriously, maybe I really can win her over. If this is the idea, let Yi Qing know. I definitely couldn't help but roll my eyes. If Yi Qing were still as ordinary as before, there's simply no money. Girls like Lin Xiaoxi, they wouldn't even glance at him. Lin Xiaoxi smiled slyly and extended her hand. Hello, nice to meet you. History Department, Lin Xiaoxi, sophomore. Yi Qing was stunned for a moment. He immediately stood up and took the goddess's hand. Yi Qing, freshman, School of Economics and Management. Yi Qing politely released the other person's hand. Lin Xiaoxi simply walked directly to Yi Qing's side. I sat next to him. I put the breakfasts I had packed on the table. Yi Qing, what a coincidence. Are you also a student at Jiangcheng University? Haven't you heard of my name? Yi Qing shook his head. Lin Xiaoxi smiled mysteriously and said with some pride, I'm one of the campus beauties at Jiangcheng University. You really haven't heard of my name? Yi Qing was taken aback. He was also a newcomer. They had no idea what the name Lin Xiaoxi meant. In the original owner's consciousness, there is no such name as Lin Xiaoxi. It turns out the owner of this body was a complete simp. His ideal woman is Wang Xinqian. The other girls, of course, wouldn't care. Lin Xiaoxi was speechless. However, after a systematic evaluation, this woman scored over 90 points. She certainly has the talent to be the campus belle of Jiangcheng University. This was also the most beautiful woman Yi Qing had ever met. After the last time they had sex, the two never contacted each other again. Yi Qing had a good impression of Lin Xiaoxi. He is very sensible in his actions. He never asked Yi Qing for anything. Even knowing that Yi Qing was so rich. I won't expect so much, I'll only take what I'm entitled to. This sense of propriety made Yi Qing feel very comfortable. Unlike other women, seeing him was like a hungry wolf seeing meat. They will pounce on them frantically. What a coincidence! Do you have time for lunch? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Lin Xiaoxi was quite outgoing. Yi Qing shook his head. I made plans to have lunch with some friends on the second floor. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lin Xiaoxi's eyes. She remembered how much money Yi Qing had given her last time. Even now, she still feels her heart racing. To be able to get close to such a young tycoon. Lin Xiaoxi was still very excited. However, she didn't show it as obviously as other women. She is a woman who loves money very much. She knew that money could solve many, many problems. I experienced a lot of poverty from a young age. Let her know that she must become even richer in the future. That's why they seize every opportunity to climb the ladder. But she wouldn't appear that eager. When Yi Qing saw this woman again, the fire in my heart seemed to be reignited. I also recalled the madness that night in the presidential suite. Yi Qing saw the subtle disappointment in the woman's eyes. How about tonight? If you have time tonight, I'll treat you to dinner. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Really? She felt that maintaining a certain relationship with such a super rich man was important. It will definitely be good for her. Looking at this woman's genuine smile, Yi Qing nodded vigorously. Let's meet at the school gate at 6 o'clock tonight. Lin Xiaoxi was very happy. Okay, it's a deal. Yi Qing couldn't help but look Lin Xiaoxi up and down. She was wearing a pink tracksuit. She was already very tall. Especially those long legs. It looked even longer against the backdrop of those sportswear. Yi Qing couldn't help but swallow, his eyes becoming somewhat intense. Lin Xiaoxi saw the look in Yi Qing's eyes. She gave me a flirty wink. Her face was full of charming smiles. Yi Qing couldn't help but sigh. This woman, whose system score is over 90, is indeed extraordinary. Every smile and frown is incredibly captivating. One moment she was the image of a cool and aloof goddess. Yet that one flirtatious glance also revealed her allure and charm. Chapter 43 Arriving late. Yi Qing wished it would get dark right now. Lin Xiaoxi did not linger for long. After quickly finishing breakfast, he turned and left. Watching her slender figure disappear into the distance, Yi Qing pursed her lips. Some erotic images flashed through my mind. Yi Qing's mouth almost stretched to the back of her ears in a wide grin. He initially thought his encounter with this woman was just a fleeting one. We won't see each other again. Unexpectedly, they met on the university campus. It just goes to show how deep our connection is. This woman is clever, she only takes what she's entitled to. He never bothered to ask Yi Qing too much. It would be perfectly fine to have her as a regular female friend. This woman, in particular, scored a remarkable 90. That's already the highest score he knows. It has to be said that the school beauty is indeed of a higher caliber than the college beauty. Yun Jiro was just the most beautiful girl in the School of Foreign Languages. That is to say, she is the most beautiful girl in a department. After school at noon, Yi Qing went to the second floor of the cafeteria. He rarely eats here. It's said that the food here tastes better than the food in the cafeteria downstairs. There are some tables set up in the lobby. The hall is surrounded by private rooms. Because the restaurant has a very high ceiling, those private rooms were just individual partitions. If someone is standing on the stool, you can then see what's happening in the next private room. At least it provides some privacy. There was a curtain at the entrance to the private room. It's the kind of curtain that completely blocks out the view from the outside. The curtain is very thin because people often eat here, so it looks a bit dirty. The environment here is just passable, although the area is very large. But it's still far inferior to restaurants outside. Even the food they ordered had to be carried back by themselves. The only good thing is that you don't have to wash the dishes after eating. Therefore, the food here is very cheap. By this time, the upstairs area was already crowded with people. Some people come here every few days to improve their lives. A group of 3 or 4 poor students got together, ordered 2 dishes and a few bowls of rice. You can taste the flavor of a restaurant. Find the room number. Yi Qing lifted the curtain. No one's here yet. He discovered that it was completely empty. He discovered that none of his 3 brothers had come. He went straight in, pulled out a chair, and sat down. I took out my phone and started scrolling through short videos. He came straight over after class. The other 3 people didn't know what was going on either. Less than 10 minutes later, the curtain was lifted. 2 other guys from the dorm came over. Yi Qing greeted them. 5 minutes later, Wei Chang arrived late. Yi Qing's expression was somewhat unpleasant. This gathering was originally organized by Wei Chang, but he was the last to arrive. That's incredibly rude. Wei Chang showed no remorse, but rather some anxiety. Yi Qing and his 2 roommates exchanged a glance. I don't understand what Wei Chang's expression is like. A group meal was held in the dormitory. Have a meal. Why do you look so rushed? Once seated, Wei Chang kept sending messages on his phone. Shanshan, When will you arrive? After school at noon, he immediately contacted Wang Xinxian. But the other party didn't reply to his message at all. He tried calling the other party, but no one answered. He was also unsure of himself. This wasn't the first or second time he'd been stood up by this woman. The main reason for eating this meal today is to spite Yi Qing. It was also to allow him to stand tall in front of his brothers. Let them all know about that once very beautiful girl. Wang Xinxian is now his girlfriend. But he was very anxious because there was still no news from the other party. I made several more phone calls. There has still been no response from the other party. Left with no other choice, he could only wait inside the cafeteria. Seeing how restless he was, Yi Qing quickly inquired, "Is there something you need?" Wei Chang shook his head. It's all right. Wei Chang felt a little nervous. After all, Wang Xinxian was Yi Qing's girlfriend. Just then, his phone vibrated. "I'm here, what's the rush? Shouldn't I dress myself up a bit?" Wang Xinxian's tone was somewhat sharp. But Wei Chang didn't care at all. "I'm very angry that you're rushing me like this. I dressed up so you could look good, didn't I? No, you have to make it up to me or I won't go." Wei Chang's face immediately darkened. Will this woman ever stop? I've already bought her a bag worth 30,000 yuan. This woman is going to escalate the situation even further. A flash of anger crossed Wei Chang's face. But in the end, I held back. Today is a very important day, he can't let that woman ruin everything. Wei Chang took 2 deep breaths. This calmed me down a bit. What exactly do you want in order for you to come? I've got my eye on a fruit-themed watch. I'll go if you promise to buy it for me. How much? 6,888 yuan. Wei Chang's brows furrowed deeply. This woman is trying to blackmail me. Wang Xinxian across the table was extremely smug today. Wei Chang is such a sycophant. I need her help today. She wanted to squeeze every last bit of value out of this man. The best approach is to provoke him into anger and then break up with him. That way, he could openly and legitimately win Yi Qing back. Yi Qing is the best boyfriend in his heart. Compared to Yi Qing, Wei Chang isn't even worthy of carrying Yi Qing's shoes. Wang Xinxian curled her lip, her face full of disdain. He didn't even want to go to today's gathering. She felt that Wei Chang was wasting his time and emotions. So she made another unreasonable request. The intention is to provoke the other party into anger. To her surprise, the other party replied to her message. Okay, I promise I'll buy it for you. Come over right away. Wang Xinxian raised an eyebrow. This guy actually agreed to my request? Wang Xinxian paused for a moment, then a smile appeared on her lips. Even a small mosquito is still neat. Just by meeting his roommates, you can earn over 6,000 yuan. That was worth it. Wang Xinxian got up and slowly walked towards the third canteen. Yi Qing and the others had already ordered the food. There are many people eating here at lunchtime, so the food is served very slowly. They ordered a total of 6 dishes and 1 soup. We waited for more than 10 minutes before the first dish arrived. Just as everyone was about to pick up their chopsticks, Wei Chang quickly stopped him from going to eat. Wait, everyone, wait a minute. The 3 brothers in the dormitory looked at Wei Chang with some confusion. What's wrong? Wei Chang said with a hint of pride. Another person is coming in a little while. Who's coming? I'm here today to treat everyone to dinner because of that person. Chapter 44. My girlfriend is pretty. Su Hua was taken aback. He glanced at Yi Qing. Yi Qing shook his head. Who is it? Su Hua was also one of the brothers in their dormitory. She was probably the one in the dorm who had the best relationship with Yi Qing. My partner. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment. Su Hua suddenly realized. You're treating us to dinner this time. Is this all to introduce you to your new boyfriend? Wei Chang nodded and glanced at Yi Qing. Yes, that's why I wanted to introduce her to everyone. Wei Chang, you've already started dating someone new without me saying a word. Are you serious this time? Of course. Let me tell you, this time the target is different from the past. She's much prettier than any of the women I've dated before. You'll find out when we meet. Hearing Wei Chang say this, everyone's anticipation grew. Wei Chang glanced at Yi Qing smugly. Yi Qing was being stared at like that by Wei Chang. I find it somewhat inexplicable. This guy introduced us to girls. Why are you always looking in my direction? Still looking that smug look on his face? What are they trying to do? Yi Qing felt that this guy had ill intentions. I initially thought that his dinner invitation was just a simple meal. But now it seems. Could Wei Chang have other motives? Yi Qing became wary. Su Hua approached Wei Chang and said jokingly, "You didn't chase after her for a long time before you finally won her over, did you?" Wei Chang raised his head and shook his head with great pride. How is that possible? I caught up with him with just a casual chase. Don't be fooled by a beautiful woman's looks. But in reality, it's just that people are afraid to pursue it. Take the first step bravely. He'll definitely be able to win the woman over. Wei Chang patted Su Hua on the shoulder in a lecturing tone. Su Hua's eyes darted around. So, you're in a dominant position in your relationship? Wei Chang patted his chest. Of course. She has to listen to what I say. Now that little beauty has been trained to be as docile as a kitten. If I say go east, she won't dare go west. When I asked to go upstairs, she didn't dare to come to my room. Su Hua gave Wei Chang a thumbs up. Brother Chang is awesome. Wei Chang patted Su Hua on the shoulder. Let me tell you, all women are cheap. When you first started pursuing her, she feigned reluctance and acted aloof. When you finally win her over, she will treat you like her god. I am my girlfriend's god now. Mighty. Hearing the flattering tone of everyone, Wei Chang's smile was incredibly smug. Yi Qing pursed her lips, her face completely unconcerned. If they had known beforehand that Wei Chang was here to show off, Yi Qing will no longer come to this gathering. If it weren't for saving face for the other two guys in the dorm, he went out on his own a long time ago. But since we're already here, it's too late to leave now. Xianzi, when is your girlfriend coming? It's been half an hour since school ended. What you said won't be useless, will it? Are you bragging to us? Wei Chang recalled Wang Xinxian's aloof demeanor. I was also a little apprehensive. He patted his chest with a smile on his face and said, Don't worry, I can definitely control her completely. Wei Chang quickly picked up his phone. Looking at my pitiful 2,000 yuan balance, he transferred it directly to Wang Xinxian. Wang Xinxian is almost at the cafeteria entrance. Suddenly my phone chimed. Somewhat puzzled, she opened her phone and found a money transfer notification. Hiss. 2,000 yuan? What does Wei Chang mean by this? Why did you suddenly send me 2,000 yuan? Just as I was wondering, another message came in. Shanxian, you have to give me face later. What did I tell you to do? Just do what I need to do, please. Wang Xinxian was stunned for a moment. That's when I realized it. Why would the other party suddenly transfer 2,000 yuan to her? After only a moment's hesitation, Wang Xinxian replied to the message. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you plenty of face. Wang Xinxian casually accepted the 2,000 yuan. It was just a performance. Why not take advantage of the fact that you can get so much money? Wang Xinxian walked with light and quick steps. We soon arrived at the second floor of the cafeteria. The lobby on the second floor was noisy. She immediately sent a message to Wei Chang as soon as she reached the stairwell. Which room are you in? Come out and get me quickly. Wei Chang received the message. She's here, she's here. Guys, wait a moment, I'll go get her. Watching the other person run off excitedly, Su Hua approached Yi Qing. Could this kid be a total simp? Yi Qing chuckled softly. Perhaps. The three brothers looked at each other and burst into laughter. The stairwell in the second floor lobby of the cafeteria. Wang Xinxian stood at the top of the stairs. Many boys' eyes swept over, intentionally or unintentionally. Today, Wang Xinxian is wearing a denim mini skirt. Those long, beautiful legs immediately attracted the attention of many people. Wang Xinxian glanced around the hall and noticed many boys. Their gaze turned towards her. She couldn't help but puff out her chest. She thoroughly enjoyed the way she was being looked at. Although he couldn't compare to a beauty like Yunjiro. However, there are still many students on campus. You'll be pleasantly surprised by her looks, whether you're looking at her intentionally or not. Especially her outfit today. It gave her an extra portion. A feeling of gentleness and tranquility. In addition, there were those crystal shoes on her feet. This caused some changes in her overall demeanor. These students were used to seeing sportswear and other very simple outfits. Suddenly, a girl appeared, dressed so freshly in a denim dress. This immediately caught everyone's attention. Just then, Lin Xiaoxi walked up slowly. She was wearing a white t-shirt, wearing jeans on the lower body. She was wearing a pair of white sneakers. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail at the back of her head. With her appearance, the attention of many students was drawn to her. The boys who were just paying attention to Wang Xinqian. He was instantly drawn to Lin Xiaoxi. Two people were standing at the top of the stairs. It's obvious that Lin Xiaoxi is incredibly beautiful. Everyone originally thought Wang Xinqian was already quite beautiful, but some things are just best avoided when compared. Lin Xiaoxi stood beside Wang Xinqian. This immediately made Wang Xinqian pale in comparison. Lin Xiaoxi looked around. She suddenly had a whim at noon today. Wanting to try their luck on the second floor. Let's see if we can see Yi Qing. She also had her own selfish motives. If I could meet Yi Qing. Even running into some of Yi Qing's roommates. Yi Qing will definitely introduce himself to his friends in the dormitory at that time. At least among Yi Qing's friends. Let everyone know that Yi Qing has a very beautiful female friend like her. But after scanning the hall, she didn't even notice Yi Qing's figure. Not in the lobby? Could it be in a private room? Lin Xiaoxi muttered to herself. Chapter 45 Wei Chang shows off his power. Wang Xinqian was initially quite pleased with herself, enjoying the admiring glances from everyone. But Lin Xiaoxi suddenly appeared. This immediately made her pout in anger. She turned her head. She looked at Lin Xiaoxi, who was a head taller than her, standing next to her. Especially that tiny face. In addition, she has a tall figure and fair skin. Although it's just a simple pair of jeans and a t-shirt. But standing in front of her, Wang Xinqian felt like she had been instantly defeated. Wow, it's the school beauty, Lin Xiaoxi. No wonder. I initially thought that girl was quite pretty. But standing next to Lin Xiaoxi, that's like a drowned rat standing next to a phoenix. There is simply no comparison. Yes, that's exactly how I felt just now. I initially thought this girl was quite pretty. But I'm no match for the school beauty. The school beauty is indeed the school beauty, she is truly extraordinary. Listening to the conversation, Wang Xinqian's face immediately darkened. She was secretly annoyed. Why isn't Wei Chang here yet? She had no intention of comparing herself to the school beauty. Because she knew she wasn't qualified at all. She knew she was beautiful. But compared to the school beauty, she's far inferior. Lin Xiaoxi, in particular, is a well-known school beauty. Even if Yunjiro stood in front of Lin Xiaoxi, it will also pale in comparison. She can't even compare to that woman, Yunjiro. Don't even compare yourself to Lin Xiaoxi. Regarding Lin Xiaoxi's looks and figure, she could only look on with envy. The gap was so large that she couldn't even feel jealous. She quickly took a few steps forward. Standing next to Lin Xiaoxi, she wasn't even a supporting character. Just then, Wei Chang finally arrived. He suddenly froze. My God, who is this beautiful woman? She's so gorgeous. Seeing Lin Xiaoxi next to Wang Xinqian, Wei Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. He only realized it after everyone's discussion. So she's the school beauty, Lin Xiaoxi. No wonder she's so beautiful. Wei Chang then glanced at Wang Xinqian, who was standing 10 steps away from Lin Xiaoxi. He shook his head inwardly. There's simply no comparison between the two of them. I wish I had a girlfriend like Lin Xiaoxi. Wei Chang had just had this thought in his mind. He then shook his head with a wry smile. A beauty of this caliber. It's simply not something I can get my hands on. Even saying a single word to someone is a blessing to me. Wei Chang had absolutely no desire to pursue Lin Xiaoxi. He knew he didn't deserve it at all. He shook his head with a wry smile. Wei Chang quickly walked to Wang Xinqian's side. Xianxian, you're finally here. Wang Xinqian also saw Wei Chang's gaze. I saw the amazement in Wei Chang's eyes, followed by a sense of defeat. She also knew about men like Wei Chang. He has absolutely no right to pursue a goddess like Lin Xiaoxi. Shanxian, you have to give me face later. If this matter is handled well today, I'll give you another 2,000 yuan after it's over. Wang Xinxian's eyes lit up. My somewhat gloomy mood instantly brightened. Making money is the most important thing, looks don't matter. It was given to me by my parents. She felt that even though she had plastic surgery, they also can't possibly have the looks and figure of Lin Xiaoxi. Alright, I'll play along with you today. Wei Chang expressed his deepest gratitude. This led Wang Xinxian to the door of the private room. Lin Xiaoxi followed behind the two people. They started searching for each private room one by one. She didn't blindly lift the curtain. Just as they reached the door of the private room, listen carefully to see if you can hear Yi Qing's voice. Yi Qing and the other two felt that Wei Chan was definitely putting on an act. Day. The sound of high heels hitting the ground rang out. They're here. Yi Qing and his two remaining brothers quickly sat up straight. The sound was getting closer. Qianqian, over here. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Qing frowned. Soon, the curtain was lifted. Wei Chang led a woman in. The woman was tall. Fair skin. You can tell she's a great beauty just by looking at her from the side. But when the woman at the door turned around, everyone saw her face. Su Hua couldn't help but jump up from his seat. What? This isn't this Brother Qing's girlfriend? Yi Qing's expression was very unpleasant. He never expected that the girlfriend Wei Chang mentioned would be Wang Xinxian. He finally understood why this kid had suddenly been so kind as to invite everyone to dinner. Yi Chang and Wei Chang were never on good terms to begin with. He also wondered if this guy was up to something. Unexpectedly, he actually won over Wang Xinxian. This truly caught Yi Qing off guard. However, regarding Wang Xinxian, Yi Qing had no more thoughts. At first he was a little surprised. But then his expression became very calm. Wei Chang originally wanted to see Yi Qing's surprised and helpless expression. But to their surprise, the other party completely ignored them. He came here today specifically to humiliate Yi Qing. Let this poor kid stop showing off in front of the rich kid. He's usually so aloof. He was determined to win over the goddess that Yi Qing couldn't get. Then humiliate him severely. But seeing Yi Qing's indifferent expression, Wei Chang immediately felt uncomfortable. This was not what he had expected. Is this guy just pretending to be calm? Wei Chang pointed to Wang Xinxian beside him and introduced her to everyone. Hey guys, this is my girlfriend, Wang Xinxian. I'm sure everyone knows each other. Su Hua was unhappy. Wei Chang, what do you mean by this? Wang Xinxian was originally Cheng Ji's girlfriend. How could you do this? Su Hua and his friends weren't stupid either. They immediately realized why Wei Chang had invited them to dinner today. They just wanted to humiliate Yi Qing. That's really unethical of you. Wei Chang shook his head smugly. What? Do you have a problem with that? Yi Qing has already broken up with Qianqian. Why can't I go after her? Besides, back then, Yi Qing was just Qianqian's lapdog. He's not Qianqian's boyfriend at all. Qianqian doesn't have a boyfriend, and I don't have a girlfriend. Why can't I pursue her? How am I morally bankrupt? I called her over today because I wanted her to get to know everyone again. From now on, Qianqian is my girlfriend. You. Su Hua was so angry that he trembled all over. But he couldn't come up with a rebuttal. Indeed. Everyone knows that Yi Qing and Wang Xinxian have broken up. It would be perfectly understandable if Wei Chang pursued Wang Xinxian. Although it's somewhat unethical, but there's nothing anyone else can do about it. Wei Chang became even more smug. Chapter 46 Wang Xinxian kneels. Yi Qing tugged at Su Hua's sleeve. Okay, don't be so angry. I've let it go. Su Hua sat down helplessly. He was still staring straight at Wei Chang. Yi Qing, you don't have any objections, do you? Wei Chang pointed the finger directly at Yi Qing. Qianqian is my girlfriend now. Don't have any ideas in the future. Qianqian would never even look at a poor loser like you. Don't even think about it anymore. Everyone could see the smugness on Wei Chang's face. Yi Qing, you're just a poor loser. Why do you look down on me in the dorm? Humph, I'm going to chase after Wang Xinxian and tell everyone. You are a haughty person. Having no skills. He couldn't catch any goddess either. Look at this girl you once regarded as a goddess. She's my girlfriend now. Don't you feel anger in your heart? Ha ha ha. I just can't stand your nonchalant attitude. What are you pretending for? Now I will bring Wang Xinxian to you. I'm going to give you a good slap in the face. Yi Qing sat there calmly, but Su Hua beside him wouldn't stand for it. He stood up again in a flash. Wei Chang, are you ever going to stop? Killing someone is nothing more than a beheading. Do you really have to rub salt into Brother Qing's wounds? You should leave now and take this woman with you. Wei Chang shook his head. Why are you leaving? I'm not leaving. Today is my treat, so you should be the ones leaving. As he spoke, Wei Chang walked to his seat. Yi Qing, let me show you. The goddess who was once high above. How humble and subservient she was to me. Wei Chang sat down on the stool. Wang Xinxian, give me a shoulder massage. He had already spoken to Wang Xinxian beforehand. Today I'm going to put on a good show for my roommates. He paid a lot of money for the performance. Wang Xinxian stood there blankly, looking at Yi Qing, who sat calmly and composedly in his seat. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck her head. The explosion made her ears ring. She never expected this. Yi Qing was one of Wei Chang's classmates. What a coincidence! She could hardly believe her eyes. I originally just wanted to earn some extra money. But unexpectedly, they ran into Yi Qing. She was still trying to figure out how to get Yi Qing to forgive her, but she realized that she had been tricked by Wei Chang. If I had known Yi Qing was here, he definitely won't attend this party as Wei Chang's girlfriend. She was filled with regret. He stood there blankly. She was afraid Yi Qing would get angry. I'm afraid because of this. Yi Qing will never forgive her. She cautiously looked up at Yi Qing's expression. She noticed that Yi Qing didn't seem to care about this matter. He appeared completely calm. The more Yi Qing acted this way, the more flustered she became. Wei Chang was actually waiting for Wang Xinxian to massage his shoulders. But after shouting for a long time, Wang Xinxian stood there blankly, motionless. What's wrong with this woman now? Wei Chang called out again. Wang Xinxian, are you deaf? Wang Xinxian then came to her senses. He glanced at Wei Chang, who was somewhat angry. She then realized what was happening. Apologize, you must apologize, only then will you have a chance to win Yi Qing back. Yes, even kneeling. I must also let Yi Qing know my determination. Wang Xinxian made up her mind. He slowly walked towards Wei Chang. Did you see that, Yi Qing? The goddess you once thought was unattainable. Now they obey my every word. We love each other very much. Don't be envious or jealous, and even more so, don't hate. Blame it on your own incompetence. You're not capable of winning over such a beautiful girl. So what if you deliver breakfast to people every day? So what if you give people all sorts of little gifts? What good would it do you to work 3 jobs just to buy someone an iPhone? You're ultimately just a simp. I could win over a goddess like that in just a few days. That's the difference, you know? Ha ha ha. Someone like you is simply not comparable to me. You're not even worthy to carry my shoes. Wei Chang became more and more smug as he spoke. As Wang Xinxian gradually approached, the expression on his face was priceless. Yi Qing couldn't help but frown. Wei Chang is still going on and on. Then Wei Chang's smug smile froze instantly. Wang Xinxian walked straight past him from behind. He came to Yi Qing's side. He looked at Yi Qing earnestly. Thump. Wang Xinxian knelt down like that. Wei Chang was dumbfounded. Shanxian, what are you doing? He quickly stood up from his seat. Yi Qing, let me explain. I have absolutely no connection with this Wei Chang. He's not my boyfriend at all. He paid for it. I sent you here to deceive you. Look, this is the transfer information he sent me. He transferred 2,000 yuan to me. Let me pretend to be his girlfriend to annoy you. Yi Qing, it really is like that. You have to listen to my explanation. Su Hua, who was standing next to him, was dumbfounded. Holy crap, what's going on here? He was initially very worried about Yi Qing. I can't accept this fact. But Wang Xinxian, such a beautiful woman, suddenly knelt down. Su Hua felt as if the sky had collapsed. He could never have imagined it. Such a scene will appear in front of you. Wei Chang was stunned when he heard Wang Xinxian's words. What's going on? Has this woman changed her mind? But there's no need to kneel down like a poor loser like Yi Qing to change your mind. What exactly does this woman mean? Wang Xinxian turned around, pointed at Wei Chang, her eyes filled with hatred. Yi Qing, is it really true? This bastard lied to me. I am not his girlfriend at all. Wei Chang's face turned pale and then flushed. That's not what we agreed on. Wei Chang felt like he was going crazy. How so? Why did Wang Xinxian apologize to Yi Qing? He realized something was wrong. Qianqian, get up quickly. How could you apologize to Yi Qing? He grabbed Wang Xinxian's sleeve, intending to pull her up. Wang Xinxian shook off the other person's hand. Get out of my way. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could I let Yi Qing misunderstand? I don't want to see you. Wei Chang. Yi Qing, I'm begging you. That bastard really lied to me. Please, let me be your girlfriend again. She kept kowtowing. Yi Qing remained seated and calmly watched. Wei Chang and his two remaining brothers were completely dumbfounded. What? Wang Xinxian is asking Yi Qing to be his girlfriend? Chapter 47 Be Your Lover. What kind of tactic is this? Wang Xinxian continued to plead desperately. Yi Qing remained unmoved. Wei Chang's brain wasn't quite working properly. Qianqian, what are you doing? Yi Qing is just a penniless man. He is not good enough for you at all. Get up quickly. You're my girlfriend, how could you kneel down to a poor loser like Yi Qing? Wang Xinxian turned her head and glared fiercely at Wei Chang. Get away from me. You are not my boyfriend at all. What makes you say that about Yi Qing? Yi Qing is the best man in the world. You're not even worthy to carry Yi Qing's shoes. Wei Chang was stunned. What did you say? How can this penniless bastard compare to me? Are you kidding me? He never expected that. Wang Xinxian was actually defending Yi Qing, and in a very strong way. Wang Xinxian looked at Wei Chang, whom she found utterly detestable, and sneered inwardly. You have no idea how rich Yi Qing really is. If you knew, you wouldn't be acting this way now. Wang Xinxian didn't care how surprised others were. As long as I can get Yi Qing's forgiveness, it's worth paying any price. Yi Qing, I know it was all my fault before. You spent a lot of money on me. Look at this bag, it's the one I just bought. If I give you this bag, I can sell it for some money. Wei Chang was shocked to see that the other party had simply handed that expensive bag to Yi Qing. He jumped up immediately. Wang Xinxian, what are you doing? This bag is something I went through a lot of trouble to buy for you, how could you give it to someone else? Wang Xinxian glanced at Wei Chang with a disdainful look on her face. Since you gave me this bag, it's mine now. Wei Chang was about to explode. Didn't you say that as long as I bought you a bag? Will you agree to be my girlfriend? Are you kidding me? Wang Xinxian sneered. Someone as trash as you thinks he can get with me? You're not even worthy of a single hair on Yi Qing's body. What right do you have to pursue me? What's wrong? Do you regret it now? Do you want this bag back? Wei Chang was rendered speechless by the other party's rebuttal. Wouldn't he lose face if he asked for the bag back now? You. He had originally planned to come here today to sow discord between Yi Qing and Yi Qing. He wanted to show Yi Qing how he had won over the goddess in Yi Qing's heart. But unexpectedly, things took such a dramatic turn. Wang Xinxian suddenly turned against him. And he knelt down so humbly to apologize to Yi Qing. Wei Chang's world has collapsed. What exactly is going on? Yi Qing, I know I still owe you a lot of money. I'm giving you this phone too. This is the latest high-spec Apple phone. It cost around 18,000 when I first bought it. Adding this bag, it's now over 60,000. Yi Qing, we've settled our score. Don't you forgive me yet? I've already knelt down before you. Wei Chang looked at Wang Xinxian, who was so humble. Thinking back to when he faced Wang Xinxian. I've always been very careful. It really is like being a simp. The goddess-like aura that Wang Xinxian possessed back then has vanished. He went to great lengths to please Yi Qing. It really felt like being a servant or a maid. The girl he once cherished, Wang Xinxian. Why does she act like this in front of Yi Qing? What exactly did Yi Qing do? I glanced at the bag and phone on the table. Yi Qing accepted it without hesitation. These things were rightfully his. Yi Qing shook her head as she looked at the somewhat pitiful Wang Xinxian. You should leave. It's impossible for us. Yi Qing, listen to me. I'm really not this guy's girlfriend. Yi Qing reached out and interrupted the other person. Stop talking. I'll say it again, it's impossible for us. Wang Xinxian sat down on the ground with a pale face. I've already apologized, what more do you want? What suddenly occurred to Wang Xinxian? Yi Qing, I'm willing to be your lover. I'm not going to be your official girlfriend anymore, okay? Don't leave me. I really want to be your lover. As soon as he spoke, everyone present was stunned. Wei Chang's expression turned even uglier. He went to such great lengths to win over the girl. He actually wanted to be the mistress of Yi Qing, that poor loser he always looked down on. You'd rather be Yi Qing's mistress? You won't even be my girlfriend? Wei Chang felt that this world was too unreal. He came here today specifically to embarrass Yi Qing. But to my surprise, I was slapped hard in the face. He completely lost face in front of his best friend in the dormitory. If this gets out, how can he possibly stay at Jiangcheng University? How can he face his other classmates? Wei Chang was filled with regret. If I had known Wang Xinxian was like this, he would never come here to treat everyone to a meal. The original plan has been disrupted. But he never dreamed of this. This is why things like today happened. Su Hua sat next to Yi Qing, watching this exciting scene unfold. From being stunned into silence, to watching the drama unfold, he found today's events incredibly dramatic. It's even more melodramatic than what's shown in TV dramas. He glanced at Yi Qing sitting beside him. His eyes also looked a little different. He used to think Yi Qing was just like him, a poor loser. No one will look down on anyone else. But suddenly Yi Qing. It turned out like this. Even Wang Xinxian, who is usually regarded as a goddess by those people, was so humble and subservient to Yi Qing. He had to re-evaluate Yi Qing. He was also happy for his good brother. Today, Wei Chang and that guy didn't get their way. He already disliked Wei Chang. At first, I even wanted to stand up for Yi Qing. But now it's completely unnecessary. Wang Xinxian knelt down like that. It was like slapping Wei Chang 100 times across the face. Cool. That was awesome. Such a reversal and a slap in the face. It's absolutely captivating. Especially when he saw Wei Chang looking like he had eaten shit. Su Hua couldn't help but want to laugh. Wei Chang, that guy who always loves to show off. Today they finally got their comeuppance. Wang Xinxian, I've already told you. There is no possibility left between us. You're not good enough to be my mistress. Hearing Yi Qing's cold words, Wang Xinxian's heart sank to the bottom. No, Yi Qing, you used to like me a lot. Yi Qing, you're lying, aren't you? Am I not good enough to be your mistress? Wang Xinxian wanted to try again. Chapter 48 Goddess Falls for You. Yi Qing shook his head. Wang Xinxian's eyes were filled with despair. Wei Chang, who was standing next to him, objected. Wang Xinxian, you filthy bitch. We made an agreement back then, and now you're going back on your word. You'd better give me back the money you used right now. Wei Chang walked up without saying a word. Smack. He slapped Wang Xinxian across the face. Wang Xinxian covered her face. He stared at Wei Chang with disbelief. You bastard, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you to the death. Wang Xinxian stood up and scratched Wei Chang's face. Caught off guard, Wei Chang was scratched several times on the face. Ah, you shameless woman. I'm going to kill you. Wei Chang kicked out and landed directly on Wang Xinxian's stomach. Wang Xinxian fell to the ground and curled up in a shrimp-like shape. She glared fiercely at Wei Chang. She never expected this man to be so ruthless. Wei Chang walked over, just about to make another move. Wang Xinxian grabbed the other person's ankle. Thump! Wei Chang fell directly to the ground. She hadn't even realized it yet. Wang Xinxian turned over. He kept scratching Wei Chang's face. Ah! Wei Chang was about to retaliate when. He didn't know when, but Wang Xinxian had bitten his hand in her mouth. You bitch, let me go right now. Let me go right now. Looking at this scene of dogs fighting, Yi Yiqing was speechless. Ah! The two of them fought for a full 5 minutes. Wei Chang's face was covered in bloody scratches, and there were even some on his neck. Wang Xinxian's face was swollen high. His hair was disheveled, making him look like a beggar. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Wei Chang's arm also had deep teeth marks from being bitten. Fresh blood flowed down. Yi Qing was also dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that both of them would be so ruthless. Yi Qing shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a sweet voice came from the doorway. Is Yi Qing here? The curtain was lifted. A tall and beautiful figure appeared at the door. Everyone turned to look over. Wei Chang squinted. Upon seeing the figure at the door, their eyes widened in surprise. Lin Xiaoxi? Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxi's name, Su Hua jumped to his feet. School beauty. Lin Xiaoxi? Lin Xiaoxi is one of the famous campus beauties of Jiangqing University. She was also the goddess in his heart. Su Hua never expected to see Lin Xiaoxi here. Looking at the slender figure at the door, he stammered and couldn't speak, his face instantly turning bright red. Su Hua blushed. Perhaps it was because of excitement, or perhaps it was because of shyness. Goddess. Wang Xinxian had just seen Lin Xiaoxi. I feel that I am no match for others. Unexpectedly, this woman found their private room. Moreover, he specifically asked for Yi Qing by name. Could it be that the person this woman was looking for was Yi Qing? Wang Xinxian considered this possibility. Her expression suddenly turned rather unpleasant. If this woman has any relationship with Yi Qing, then she has no competitive advantage at all. She'd have to be crazy to compete with school beauty Lin Xiaoxi. Yi Qing was also somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, this woman actually came looking for me. What brings you here? Lin Xiaoxi then noticed Yi Qing sitting in the very center. She frowned slightly as she noticed the somewhat messy state of the private room. She had just heard clanging and banging coming from inside the private room. It appears to be a fight. She looked around meaningfully. I'm here to eat. I just happened to see you. Yi Qing's face darkened. This woman is clearly lying. Wang Xinxian had an even worse premonition. Wei Chang suddenly realized something. The woman just came up to the second floor. They started searching for each private room one by one. Is it all just to find Yi Qing? When did Yi Qing meet this stunning beauty? Wei Chang's face grew even more gloomy. Why do all these beautiful women like Yi Qing, this poor loser? Lin Xiaoxi clearly came specifically to find Yi Qing. May I come in? Yi Qing nodded. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. The woman hadn't finished speaking. They've already started walking inside, can he refuse? Su Hua watched as Lin Xiaoxi drew closer. He was so excited that he was almost incoherent. May I sit here? Su Hua then realized what was happening. He quickly gave his seat to Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi looked at Wei Chang and Wang Xinxian, who looked rather disheveled. She overheard the gist of it outside earlier. However, she pretended to be curious. They didn't ask any further questions. She knew that some things should be asked and some things shouldn't be asked. He sat down next to Yi Qing. Lin Xiaoxi leaned closer to Yi Qing. Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Hua asked, stunned. Brother Qing, when did you meet Lin, the campus belle? You've been hiding it so well. Yi Qing smiled faintly. We met by chance. Lin Xiaoxi recalled the last time they were together. Her face flushed slightly. Su Hua looked at Lin Xiaoxi's expression. Suddenly, he pointed at Yi Qing and Lin Xiaoxi and asked in a stammering voice. Are you a couple? Looking at Lin Xiaoxi's shy appearance, anyone could see the relationship between the two. Wei Chang's eyes widened. He kept denying it in his mind. Impossible, impossible. How could Lin Xiaoxi possibly be interested in Yi Qing? Hearing Su Hua say this, everyone looked at Yi Qing with incredulous expressions. They expected Yi Qing to shake his head. I hope Yi Qing denies this relationship. They were unwilling to accept this fact. A poor loser. How could someone possibly have a girlfriend like the campus belle of Lin University? It's out of the question. The two people are from completely different worlds. Yi Qing and Lin Xiaoxi are completely mismatched. Wei Chang gritted his teeth. Yi Qing shook his head as expected. We are not a couple. Wei Chang breathed a sigh of relief. A knowing look flashed in his eyes. He said it with a hint of sarcasm. Ha ha ha. I knew it, Yi Qing, you are not good enough for Lin, the school beauty. Lin Xiaoxi looked at the man who was laughing wildly and whose face was covered in scratches. He said it with a hint of resentment. I'd like to be Yi Qing's girlfriend. But they're not willing. Her words silenced everyone present once again. Wei Chang's laughter stopped abruptly. What? Lin Xiaoxi has already agreed to be Yi Qing's girlfriend. But Yi Qing refused. Who is Lin Xiaoxi? She's the campus belle of Jiangcheng University. Compared to Lin Xiaoxi, Wang Xinqian isn't even worthy of carrying her shoes. Moreover, Lin Xiaoxi is the goddess in the hearts of most male students at Jiangcheng University. Even with such a goddess throwing herself at him, Yi Qing was unwilling. Wei Chang was numb once again. Chapter 49. Wei Chang was utterly ashamed. Wang Xinqian stared blankly at Lin Xiaoxi, who looked somewhat resentful. She felt like a clown. Yi Qing doesn't even look down on girls like Lin Xiaoxi. How could anyone fall for someone like her? She's several levels below Lin Xiaoxi. Wang Xinqian's heart sank to the bottom. As a woman, she could clearly see it. Judging from Lin Xiaoxi's expression, she must really like Yi Qing. She didn't even feel a trace of jealousy. Wang Xinqian's face turned even paler. Su Hua stood there dumbfounded, his mouth agape. He thought to himself. Brother Qing, that's awesome. He originally thought that Wang Xinqian was kneeling down and begging for mercy, wanting to become Yi Qing's lover. That was already quite surprising. But now, Lin Xiaoxi, the campus belle of Jiangcheng University. She actually wanted to be Yi Qing's girlfriend too. Most importantly, Yi Qing refused. My God, Brother Qing, when did you become so powerful? No, let's wait until we get back to the dorm. I must ask Brother Qing for advice on how to win over those women. The school beauty. I don't need to win over the school beauty, just the class beauty will do. Su Hua thought to himself with delight. Wei Chang was extremely unwilling. But what could he do? Yi Qing is indeed somewhat different from before. He didn't understand what had happened. Even the school beauty had to beg him to be her girlfriend. Wang Xinqian felt that there was even less chance of success for her. Even the school beauty, Lin Xiaoxi, was so humble and submissive. Even if she knelt down, Yi Qing would not agree. She still has some self-awareness. Yi Qing, aren't you going to introduce me to him? Lin Xiaoxi looked at the people around her. Yi Qing then realized what was happening. This is my best brother, Su Hua. This is also from our dorm. After Yi Qing introduced the two people next to him, Wei Chang and Wang Xinqian were not mentioned at all. Wei Chang was speechless. He knew he had no face to stay here today. He felt as if he had been slapped 100 times today, his face swollen and painful. What an embarrassment! Today was so incredibly embarrassing. He never thought highly of Yi Qing in the first place. After this incident, he and Yi Qing became even more at odds. But what he resented even more was Wang Xinqian. The money had already been transferred to this woman. She was just asked to come and act. But I never expected this woman to pull this stunt. He was so embarrassed he had nowhere to hide his face. He glanced at the person standing next to Yi Qing. Lin Xiaoxi was very attentive. Wei Chang gritted his teeth. He stood up, turned around, and left the private room. Wang Xinqian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. He looked at Lin Xiaoxi's tall and slender figure with some envy. He limped out of the private room. The two of them were too ashamed to stay there any longer. After the two people left, the dishes had just been served. Without these two eyesores, Yi Qing's mood improved a lot. Come on, everyone, let's start eating without being shy. Su Hua was somewhat reserved, because the woman sitting next to him was the goddess in his heart. The guy in the other dorm also seemed a little uncomfortable. However, seeing the delicious food on the table, he couldn't help but swallow hard, then picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Although I greatly envy Yi Qing's romantic encounter, but he was also aware of his own situation. He wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts about a woman like Lin Shi. Everyone enjoyed the meal. In particular, Lin Xiaoxi would occasionally put food on Yi Qing's plate. That solicitous manner. It's like a maid taking care of her master. This made his two brothers beside him extremely envious. To be able to train a woman to this extent, this indicates that Yi Qing must possess extraordinary abilities. An hour later, we finally finished eating. Su Hua and the others didn't want to be third wheels, so they left directly. Yi Qing and Lin Xiaoxi strolled through the campus. This has attracted a lot of attention. Wow, isn't that Lin Xiaoxi, the school beauty? Who is that man next to her? It's very ordinary. But why does Lin Xiaoxi look like she's in love? Look at Lin Xiaoxi's eyes, they are full of that man's image. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes flickered. He would glance at Yi Qing beside him every now and then. Her eyes were full of longing. Anyone with eyes can see that. Lin Xiaoxi likes the man beside her. The ordinary man beside Lin Xiaoxi, however, kept his eyes fixed straight ahead. It seems like he doesn't have much feeling for Lin Xiaoxi. This made many boys who idolized Lin Xiaoxi feel extremely frustrated. I've never heard that school beauty Lin Xiaoxi has a boyfriend. Who exactly is this man? He's not handsome, and he doesn't look rich either. Could they be truly in love? Does a goddess like Lin Xiaoxi really like such an ordinary boy? If I had known Lin Xiaoxi was so easy to pursue, I would have gone after her. Many people were secretly annoyed. Yi Qing, is that woman your ex-girlfriend? Lin Xiaoxi, still somewhat curious, finally asked the question. She didn't understand. A hidden tycoon like Yi Qing. Why would there be an ordinary woman like Wang Xinxian? Although Wang Xinxian is considered pretty, but at best, she's only at the level of a class beauty. She's no match for the school beauty. Therefore, Lin Xiaoxi just felt that the other party was still quite ordinary. Yi Qing shook his head. He gave a wry smile and said with a hint of self-deprecation, "She's not my ex-girlfriend." Lin Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. But Yi Qing's next words completely surprised him. Back then, I was just her suitor. Unfortunately, they don't even look at me. Lin Xiaoxi glanced at the ordinary clothes Yi Qing was wearing. Although he has a somewhat delicate appearance, he is not particularly handsome. If Lin Xiaoxi didn't know that Yi Qing was a hidden tycoon, she would look like this. No girl would be attracted to him. Is this just the perverse sense of humor of the rich? Do they always like to test human nature in this way? Lin Xiaoxi began to imagine the scenario. It seems that Wang Xinxian has not been tested. Or perhaps Yi Qing's official girlfriend. It must be that girl named Wang Xinxian. What a pity, what a pity. The wealthy young man disguises himself as an ordinary boy on campus. I wanted to test the girl's sincerity. Isn't this a scene from a TV drama? Interesting, really interesting. If Yi Qing knew that Lin Xiaoxi was thinking this way, he would definitely roll his eyes dramatically. They walked all the way to Lin Xiaoxi's dormitory building. Lin Xiaoxi was holding Yi Qing's arm, looking just like a couple. Anyone can see that. The shy look on the face of school beauty Lin Xiaoxi. Yi Qing was also very proud. Chapter 50 Yun Jiro's Discovery. Without a system, he could never have a woman like Lin Xiaoxi in his lifetime. Yi Qing, you promised to treat me to a big meal tonight. When the topic of the evening came up, Yi Qing's heart burned with excitement. He couldn't help but look Lin Xiaoxi up and down as she stood beside him. The woman has a small face. Her facial features are exceptionally delicate. On the contrary, she is quite tall. She also has a great figure. While not particularly exaggerated, it was just right. A standard model's figure. Standing next to Yi Qing, they were basically on par. If the other person is wearing high heels, it might even be higher and lighter. But it's good that the two of them are together now. Lin Xiaoxi blushed slightly under Yi Qing's intense gaze. What are you looking at? Yi Qing chuckled. Of course it depends on you. Follow the other person's gaze. Lin Xiaoxi only then realized it. Yi Qing stared intently at her chest. Lin Xiaoxi gave her a light, shy punch. I hate it. It's not like we haven't seen it before. Yi Qing licked the corner of his mouth. Haven't we seen each other in a long time? Lin Xiaoxi's face flushed red instantly. How annoying, there are so many people. Hearing Yi Qing say that, Lin Xiaoxi's heart also began to burn with excitement. Being able to maintain a certain relationship with Yi Qing. This made her very happy. Yi Qing didn't care and stepped forward to put his arm around Lin Xiaoxi's waist. What's wrong with that? I'm one of those people who know I'm your man. Hearing Yi Qing's domineering tone, Lin Xiaoxi's heart was melted. Even the base of her ears turned red. Okay, I need to go upstairs and rest for a while. I have class this afternoon. Lin Xiaoxi gently pushed Yi Qing's chest. Yi Qing took the opportunity to release her grip on the other woman's slender waist. See you this afternoon. See you there. Lin Xiaoxi is very happy today. Watching Yi Qing turn and leave, Lin Xiaoxi suddenly shouted. Yi Qing, wait a minute. I spent today with Yi Qing. She also rediscovered that sweet feeling of being in love. She couldn't resist going up to them. Yi Qing had just turned around when. Then I felt a warm touch on my face. Just as I was about to react. Giggle. Lin Xiaoxi covered her mouth, her face flushed, and turned to run away. Yi Qing rubbed her face. Was I just attacked by the school beauty? With a wry smile, Yi Qing turned and left. Yun Jiro was holding back a lot of anger. I went out for lunch with Wang Yuan today. The other party treated her to a Western meal, which cost over 1,000 yuan. But she still felt a little unsatisfied. I remembered the Western meal I had with Yi Qing in the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. Yun Jiro only then realized. There are still significant differences between different Western dishes. This 1,000 yuan Western meal. For ordinary people, this is already considered the ceiling. But for her, it was like chewing wax, tasteless and unappetizing. I've had such delicious Western food before. Eating this kind of Western food that costs over 1,000 yuan again. She felt like she had lost her class. And the taste was truly indescribable. Yun Jiro sighed. He glanced at Wang Yuan, who was driving. Wang Yuan's family is considered to be quite wealthy. Families who can afford a BMW X5 are certainly not ordinary. Yun Jiro was still very unwilling. Wang Yuan doted on her and was willing to spend money on her. However, there are limits to how much money you can spend. She had just given a subtle hint. I want an LV bag that costs over 30,000 yuan. But the other party pretended not to understand and refused to buy it for her at all. This also made Yun Jiro very disheartened. Compared to Yi Qing's generosity, Wang Yuan is far inferior. But he gave up on Yi Qing. There are no better or richer men around her. The only one who can be ranked is Wang Yuan. I had several meals with Wang Yuan. Who knew this guy would push his luck so far? I even tried to touch him inappropriately when we were in the car. Yun Jiro was very angry. Why are all men the same? Wang Yuan hasn't spent more than 50,000 yuan on her yet. They're already so impatient. Think back to how Yi Qing even went to great lengths to go on a date with her. I booked the presidential suite. The price of just the presidential suite. It instantly wiped out all the money Wang Yuan had spent on him. Looking back now, Yi Qing was really generous. She felt a pang of regret. If I hadn't insisted on being Yi Qing's girlfriend back then, perhaps the relationship wouldn't have deteriorated to such an extent as it is now. If the relationship hadn't gotten so bad, you can contact Yi Qing then. But now, no matter how thick-skinned she is, she hasn't contacted Yi Qing again. She has already clearly rejected him. How could I possibly take the initiative to contact the other party? What angered her most was that Yi Qing hadn't contacted her at all these past few days. She didn't look for me. It seems as if they've forgotten about her. Yun Jiro was in a state of confusion. The BMW X5 was almost at her dormitory building. The speed gradually decreased. She slowly lowered the passenger side window. Sudden. She then saw a familiar person. Yi Ching. Yi Ching was still wearing that very ordinary tracksuit. But the girl next to him made Yunjiro's eyes widen. That is that Lin Xiaoxi, the school beauty? Lin Xiaoxi gently took Yi Ching's arm. The two were very close. A loud boom echoed in Yunjiro's head. How could it be Lin Xiaoxi? Yunjiro thought she was very beautiful. But that depends on who you're comparing it to. Compared to Zhang Xinxin and Wang Xinxian, she definitely has an advantage. But compared to the school beauty Lin Xiaoxi, she's just a level below. Who is Lin Xiaoxi? She was an absolute campus beauty with a perfect figure. Yunjiro stood in front of others like a maid. There's simply no comparison. She was just the most beautiful girl in the foreign languages department. Lin Xiaoxi is the undisputed campus beauty of Jiangcheng University. It can be said that someone who can rival Lin Xiaoxi in looks. There are only a handful of such universities in Jiangcheng. But with Yunjiro's looks and figure, you could easily find 30 or 40 of them at Jiangcheng University. So she's not even in the same league as them. Could Yi Qing's girlfriend be Lin Xiaoxi? Yunjiro's mind raced. My head is buzzing. How could this happen? How could this happen? No wonder he didn't want me to be his girlfriend back then. Turns out I really wasn't qualified. No, I want to see it for myself. Is Lin Xiaoxi actually Yi Qing's girlfriend? Yunjiro gave a bitter smile. Wang Yuan, stop the car. I'll get off here. We're not even at your dorm building yet. I suddenly remembered. I have something else to do, so I'll log off here. Wang Yuan then slowly brought the car to a stop. Good. Chapter 51, Finding a Second Target. Yunjiro packed her bag and quickly got off the bus. Bang! The car door was slammed shut. What urgent matter could this woman have that she was in such a hurry to leave? Wang Yuan frowned as he watched Yunjiro's departing figure. Yunjiro followed closely behind the two of them, watching the two of them whispering to each other. Yi Qing embraced Lin Xiaoxi. The other person didn't refuse, instead, they leaned forward a little. No way, could they really be a couple? Yunjiro found it hard to accept this fact. Her face turned extremely pale. She originally thought there was still a possibility between her and Yi Qing. Yi Qing will still come looking for him. After all, she is very confident in her looks and figure. But what if Yi Qing had other, more beautiful women by his side? Then he definitely won't come looking for her. Considering this possibility, Yunjiro's face turned even paler. How could Lin Xiaoxi have taken a liking to Yi Qing? Could it be? Does Lin Xiaoxi know Yi Qing's identity as a wealthy man? Yunjiro felt a sudden sense of urgency. If that's the case, she'll have one more formidable competitor. This opponent completely outclassed her in every aspect. Yunjiro secretly regretted it. I should have agreed to be with Yi Qing back then. Even without a formal title, Yi Qing's magnanimous manner. He will definitely treat her well. If Yi Qing can afford to buy Zhang Xinxin a house and a car, then he certainly won't treat her too badly either. Why should she put on a smiling face in front of Wang Yuan? Although Wang Yuan's family had some money. But it's impossible to buy her a car worth over 2 million. Yunjiro was practically dying of regret. Suddenly her eyes widened. What did she see? Lin Xiaoxi actually took the initiative to kiss Yi Qing. I'll go. It seems that Lin Xiaoxi must know Yi Qing's identity. Yunjiro clenched her fist secretly. No, I knew Yi Qing first. I can't let Yi Qing go to another woman. I need to think of a way. I need to find a way to get Yi Qing back. Yi Qing was thinking about how much money he was going to spend on Lin Xiaoxi. Her heart was bleeding. She believed in Yi Qing's character. They were able to spend so much money on a woman as ugly as Zhang Xinxin. They'll definitely spend more money on a beautiful woman like Lin Xiaoxi. Don't even mention houses or cars. They might even give away a villa. She missed such a great opportunity. A person doesn't have many opportunities to turn their life around. Just one good chance is enough to turn the tide. Enjoy the life of the elite. She felt that she had missed a very important opportunity with Yi Qing last time. I don't know if there's any chance of salvaging the situation. Watching Yi Qing leave, humming a smug song, Yun Jiro came out. Her expression kept changing. Finally, he stomped his foot in frustration. He left somewhat unwillingly. Yi Qing hummed a song on the way back. His face was full of smugness. I never imagined that I would end up with Lin Xiaoxi, the school beauty. However, Yi Qing knew that she might not be able to give her true feelings again. Moreover, he also understood that Lin Xiaoxi was only willing to be with him because of his money. Since no one is going to invest much genuine emotion, then let's solve it with money. This way, Yi Qing won't feel burdened. Money is meant to be spent, of course. With this system, Yi Qing felt that making money would be very easy for him. So he didn't have many concerns when it came to spending money. His eyes scanned the crowd continuously. It was already past 1 p.m. There are very few students on campus. Most people returned to their dormitories for their lunch break. Yi Qing has decided to give up on Zhang Xinxin. He has already spent a lot of money on that woman. Besides, a woman with a car and a house. That's already considered reaching the pinnacle of one's life. He could no longer tolerate Zhang Xinxin. He originally only saw the other party as a tool to make money. Every time I see that ugly face and somewhat bloated figure, Yi Qing couldn't help but feel a little nauseous. If he were to face Zhang Xinxin and Yi Qing again, he would definitely throw up. We've truly seen some beautiful scenery. Then go and appreciate the others. There are just too many to appreciate. Especially after getting to know a stunning beauty like Lin Xiaoxi. He then felt even more strongly how ugly Zhang Xinxin was. The thing people fear most is comparison. Zhang Xinxin and Lin Xiaoxi are simply not comparable. Yi Qing hopes to find her next target. He has been searching tirelessly on campus these past few days. But I still haven't found my target. Name, Zhou Huanhuan. Age, 20. Height, 155 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Rating, 53. Number of participants, 5. Number of times, 58. Yi Qing's face darkened. Looking at the woman walking towards me, who resembled a stone pillar. Damn, what man could bring himself to do that? That man was really hungry. This woman has very fair skin. However, he is overweight and very short. He has a large face and is definitely both fat and short. Yi Qing never expected that a woman like that would have such a history. This is truly an eye-opening experience. Yi Qing continued walking forward. A few scattered college students. They walked past him, chatting and laughing. But after searching for a long time, I couldn't find a single one that met my criteria. Could it be that Zhang Xinxin, from the entire Jiangcheng University, meets the system's requirements? Yi Qing was somewhat disappointed. As I walked along, I realized something was wrong. How did I end up by the lake? There is a small river behind the teaching building of Jiangcheng University. The river flows through the school. The school dug an artificial lake over there. The lake is not very large, but it was still filled with many lotus flowers. The lotus flowers were not yet fully open at this time. The leaves are only the size of a palm. There are many pavilions and towers next to the artificial lake, which are antique-style buildings. Furthermore, a pedestrian walkway was built in the very center of the lake. The twists and turns are also quite interesting. Yi Qing walked along this road towards her dormitory. Crossing the road through the center of the lake will get you to the dormitory faster. Yi Qing looked at the scenery on the small lake. One has to admire. Jiangcheng University took a lot of effort to build. I just walked to the other side of the small lake. Then we discovered it. A girl was sitting in the pavilion by the lake. The girl was wearing very simple clothes. She was wearing a black t-shirt. She wore a pair of faded jeans. He was wearing a pair of white sneakers. Both were washed and some of the frayed edges have started to fray. He is about 170 centimeters tall. Wow! That girl has a great figure. Just looking at their backs, Yi Qing could tell that this woman had an exceptional figure. She even has a better figure than Lin Xiaoxi. Yi Qing suddenly understood a saying, beauty lies in the bone structure, not the skin. This woman has beautiful bone structure. Chapter 52 Ugly Monster? Her mere silhouette is enough to spark endless fantasies in boys. This woman's back view is so alluring. That looks so much better from the front. Are there girls like this at Jiangcheng University? Yi Qing took a few steps forward. I wanted to see what this girl looked like. I looked up and that's when I realized it. The girl was wearing a wide-brimmed hat. The brim of the cap was adorned with white silk hanging down. Like a female knight-errant in ancient times. What kind of design is this? The hat on his head and the clothes on his body were completely mismatched. It's completely out of place. Her face was completely covered. Yi Qing looked up at the sky. Although it's not summer yet, it's still quite hot at this time of year. Isn't this woman hot? Yi Qing couldn't help but become interested in this woman. Start the system scan. Name, Fang Jixia. Age, 20. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Rating, 40. Number of participants, 0. Number of attempts, 0. Yi Qing frowned. What's going on? Why is such a beautiful girl rated so low by the system? Even just the back view is so captivating. She must be a woman of unparalleled beauty. Is there a problem with the system? Yi Qing scratched his head. I don't quite understand. The girl's head was wrapped up tightly. You can't see his true colors at all. However, Yi Qing also knew that the system wouldn't give such a low score for no reason. Ding! Target person matching the criteria detected. Is the host bound to the device? Yi Qing then realized. Holy crap, I found it. This girl's system score is 40. Great, I've finally found a second target who fits the system. Bind. Already bound. Note, the host will receive a 20-fold return on any purchases made by Fang Jixia. Yi Qing's eyes widened. 20 times the return? That's much higher than Zhang Xinxin's rebate. Yi Qing rubbed his hands together excitedly. Great, this way I can spend less money. I'm getting more rebates now. Now he feels that Zhang Xinxin is no longer appealing. Men are always fickle and easily bored. With a new goal in mind, Yi Qing naturally put Zhang Xinxin out of his mind. Yi Qing excitedly took 2 steps forward. How should I greet the other person? Yi Qing suddenly realized that he was actually a little nervous. Looking at the woman's slender figure. She exudes allure from head to toe. Although it was just ordinary clothing. But why is it so alluring? Yi Qing took 2 deep breaths. I calmed myself down. We arrived at the pavilion next door. He walked very quietly. I was afraid of disturbing the girl who was reading. As Yi Qing approached, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. How can this woman read a book while wearing a veil? Could it be X-ray vision? Yi Qing rolled her eyes speechlessly. But the girls watched it with great interest. Yi Qing then realized. He hid the book under the veil. The veil is very thin. It can see into the past. Yi Qing looked inside excitedly. I then noticed that the girl was wearing a mask. He was wearing large framed glasses. She had long bangs on her forehead. All I could see were a pair of bright, expressive eyes. Hiss. Those eyes are so beautiful. But why is the system score only 40? At that moment, Fang Jixia suddenly sensed something and abruptly raised her head. The moment I saw Yi Qing, her pupils contracted sharply, and her body trembled slightly. Fear was evident in his eyes. You. Only then did Yi Qing realize that. It's very impolite of him to walk over so quietly. Yi Qing revealed her warmest smile. Excuse me, student. Sorry to disturb your reading. May I get to know you? Fang Jixia picked up the book and suddenly stood up. He glanced at Yi Qing, then turned and ran away as if fleeing. Looking at that slender and alluring back view, Yi Qing was completely dumbfounded. He touched his face. Do I look scary? How can you run so fast? Back in the dormitory, Yi Qing's mind was still filled with the image of that woman's slender back. No, I have to find out which department this woman is in and what her major is. I can't miss out on such a great money-making tool. At least we know this woman's name, so we can still look it up. Su Hua watched Yi Qing enter the dormitory. some are absent-minded. Brother Ching, what's wrong with you? He had originally wanted to ask Yi Qing for advice on how to pursue his goddess. Looking at Yi Qing's expression, he felt something was wrong. Yi Qing shook his head, looking at Su Hua, who was so close. What suddenly occurred to him? This kid is usually quite gossipy, so why not just ask him a question? By the way, Huazi, do you know Fang Jixia? Su Hua was taken aback. He suddenly burst into laughter. Brother Qing, you didn't actually try to chat up Fang Jixia, did you? Yi Qing found it strange. What? Is it not allowed? Su Hua leaned closer to Yi Qing and said in a somewhat lewd manner. Do you think that woman has a great figure? Very tempting. Yi Qing nodded. A beautiful and graceful lady is the object of a gentleman's affections. Su Hua shook his head. Brother Qing, did she run away without saying a word to you? How did you know? Yi Qing instinctively felt that something was wrong. Brother Qing, you didn't know this, did you? No matter who tries to strike up a conversation with Fang Jixia, she always runs away in a hurry like this. Yi Qing frowned. What exactly do you know? Su Hua was extremely pleased with himself. Extend one finger. A big meal. Yi Qing laughed out loud. Good. Su Hua said mysteriously. Brother Qing, actually Fang Jixia isn't good looking at all. On the contrary, he is very ugly. At first, many people approached her because of her figure. But she rejected them all. Later, one of the boys couldn't stand it anymore. When Fang Jixia wasn't paying attention, they lifted the hat and veil she was wearing. Only then did everyone see Fang Jixia's true colors. You know what, Brother Qing? It's simply indescribable. Some people say her face looks like a car crash. It's covered in bruises, purple patches, and black spots. And it's uneven. Extremely ugly, even a little scary. The man was so frightened that he sat down on the ground and couldn't come to his senses for a long time. Everyone around them kept their distance as if they had seen a monster. After that incident, no one tried to talk to Fang Jixia anymore. Everyone knows she's an ugly woman. And it's horribly ugly. Su Hua's expression was halting and hesitant. But the general outline of the matter has been explained. Chapter 53. Please help investigate. Yi Qing finally realized what was going on. No wonder the system score is only 40. It turns out this woman's face is quite ugly. What a pity about such a great figure. Yi Qing muttered to himself. Yes, it's such a pity that she has such a great figure. Brother Qing, I advise you to stay away from him. No one dares to pursue that woman. Yi Qing nodded. Do you know what happened to his face? I heard that his face was disfigured in a fire when he was a child. I don't know the specifics. Yi Qing nodded. He stroked his chin and began to think. A girl like that must be very fragile inside. Moreover, he was extremely withdrawn and introverted. They probably don't interact with people much normally. He was thinking about how to approach such a guarded girl. Su Hua stared wide-eyed in surprise. Brother Qing, you don't actually want to pursue that woman, do you? Looking at Yi Qing's expression, Su Hua guessed what was going on. That's the idea. Yi Qing nodded. Brother Qing, please stop joking. You already have the school beauty, Lin Xiaoxi. Would he still be interested in a girl like that? You wouldn't be. You're after her figure, aren't you? Su Hua felt a chill run down his spine. I got goosebumps all over my body. Yi Qing slapped the other person on the shoulder. Su Hua nodded. To be honest, that woman's back view was indeed very alluring, and her figure was simply superb. Yi Qing's face darkened. You don't think I have any special fetishes, do you? No, don't worry, I just need her help with some things. Yi Qing thought for a moment. She put her arm around Su Hua's shoulder. Huazi, do me a favor. Su Hua held up 2 fingers. 2 big meals. Yi Qing rolled her eyes helplessly. Okay, no problem. Su Hua beamed with joy. Huazi, help me investigate that woman. The more detailed the better. Su Hua patted his chest. Don't worry. I'll find someone to inquire about Fang Jixia's situation right away. Yi Qing nodded. He knew that Su Hua had the potential to be a paparazzi. This guy usually likes to collect gossip about the school beauties. Moreover, it is very detailed. Sending him to investigate a woman would definitely not be a problem. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Xiaoxi stood at the school gate. He paced back and forth repeatedly. She was dressed up carefully. She wore light makeup and a light blue dress. She was wearing a pair of white high-heeled sandals. Although only her calves were visible. But it also attracted the attention of many male and female students coming and going. Girls envy Lin Xiaoxi's looks and figure, especially her long legs. The boy was quite surprised. What is Lin Xiaoxi, the school beauty, doing? He seems to be waiting for someone. Does he have a date? But I've never heard of Lin Xiaoxi having a boyfriend. Look, she dressed up specially, she must be waiting for her boyfriend. I just don't know what kind of man she found. Everyone was very curious. Many boys slowed down. They just wanted to see who Lin Xiaoxi and the others were. Lin Xiaoxi glanced at the school gate from time to time. Yi Qing was not seen. Lin University's campus belle arrived at the school gate early to wait for her. Who exactly is that boy? Just how much energy does it have? I've never seen such a beautiful girl waiting for a boy before. The crowd's curiosity grew even stronger. Suddenly, everyone noticed a bright smile on Lin Xiaoxi's face. I couldn't help but take a few quick steps forward. Yi Qing walked slowly and leisurely out of the school gate. After looking around, he then noticed Lin Xiaoxi walking towards him. Yi Qing's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Xiaoxi's outfit. It's different from what I saw at noon. At noon, Lin Xiaoxi was dressed simply and casually. She was wearing a dress at the time. It adds a touch of gentleness. Especially her tall figure combined with that well-fitting dress. The girl's temperament was on full display. Walk with your head held high and chest out. People who have been models are just different. Your walking posture is so beautiful. Everyone around was stunned. Who is this boy? He looks very ordinary. Judging from their clothes, they don't seem like rich people. How could the boy Lin Xiaoxi was waiting for be him? Everyone was very puzzled. But who could have imagined that? The goddess, who had been so aloof just moments before, was now beaming with joy. They had never seen it before. Lin Xiaoxi, such a goddess, is smiling so happily. Moreover, there was a hint of ingratiation in that smile. The boys were dying of jealousy. If Yi Qing were a tall, rich, and handsome man, they didn't seem to care. But this guy is nowhere near as handsome, rich, and successful. He is only about 1.75 meters tall. Although she has a somewhat delicate appearance, she is still quite ordinary looking. The clothes he was wearing were extremely cheap. Has the goddess found true love? How come a guy like that can win over Li Xiaoxi, the school beauty? Why don't I have a girlfriend? The boys around him were filled with regret and beat their chests in frustration. Lin Xiaoxi walked to Yi Qing's side. She naturally took the other person's arm. Yi Qing looked up at the other person's small face. And those delicate features. I couldn't help but feel a little warm inside. This woman is indeed very tall. Wearing high heels, she even towers over Yi Qing by a head. When the two of them are together, Yi Qing appears even shorter. Yi Qing rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless. However, he didn't say much more. Wouldn't it be more prestigious to find a woman who is taller than you? Yi Qing, you've arrived. Lin Xiaoxi acted very intimately. It was a genuine smile from the heart. Yi Qing found it very pleasing to the eye. Although he knew this woman was after his money. But this woman has a lot of emotional value to offer. Just this point alone. This demonstrates that the woman has high emotional intelligence. And in front of so many students. Such a delicate, feminine demeanor. That's considered giving Yi Qing enough face. Yi Qing unconsciously straightened her head and puffed out her chest. I glanced around. The boys watching from all around. The boys' eyes were filled with burning jealousy. So what? Lin Xiaoxi is his woman now. Let's go. The two walked to the side of the road. This is the peak time for everyone to leave work. The two waited by the roadside for a long time. There wasn't a single empty taxi in sight. Yi Qing turned her head to look at the shared bicycles over there. How about we ride our bikes? Lin Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment. Without hesitation, I nodded. Yi Qing ran to the side and scanned a shared bicycle. This is a shared electric scooter. The seats are a bit longer, but it's still very cramped for 2 people. Chapter 54 No Appointment. Yi Qing pushed the car over. No way, does this guy really want Lin, the campus belle, to ride a shared bike? Are you kidding me? I remember a guy drove up in a Lamborghini back then. Even the most beautiful girl at Lin University didn't get in his car. This guy is so inconsiderate. Anger rose in the hearts of many boys. They really don't treat the campus belle of Jiangcheng University as a campus belle at all. Just sit behind me and hold me tight. The seats in the car are still a bit short. Lin Xiaoxi sat down without hesitation. Because she was wearing a skirt, she could only sit sideways. He pulled Yi Qing close and hugged her waist tightly. She rested her head on Yi Qing's back. A smug smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips. He started the car and drove away. The students around were all dumbfounded when they saw this. The most beautiful girl at the university was picked up by a boy riding a shared bicycle. This will probably be the next big gossip headline at the school. Yi Qing didn't care about them at all. The weather in Jiangcheng in early summer is still quite hot. It's already past 6 o'clock and the sun hasn't set yet. But the air had already become somewhat cool. The shared bicycle moved forward, and a gentle breeze blew by. It made Yi Qing feel a slight coolness. Lin Xiaoxi hugged Yi Qing tightly and rested her head on his back. I used to dream about having a boyfriend in the future. We sat on the back of the bicycle and went shopping together. What a romantic thing that is. I never imagined that being with Yi Qing would actually come true. The wind was blowing gently. Shared bikes are not fast. Both of them were enjoying the quiet moment. Neither of them spoke. Lin Xiaoxi could even hear Yi Qing's heartbeat. Every now and then, cyclists passing by would glance over. Wherever she is, a girl as beautiful as Lin Xiaoxi always becomes the center of attention. Especially a pretty girl like that. It's even rarer to see someone sitting on the back of a bicycle. Lin Xiaoxi ignored the others. Jiangcheng University is located in the suburbs and is some distance from the city center. The further you go in, the taller the surrounding buildings become. There are more and more shops, and the flow of people is becoming more and more dense. The car has been moving forward for more than 10 minutes. Lin Xiaoxi asked. Where are we going? Yi Qing had no destination either. What would you like to eat? Lin Xiaoxi thought for a moment and then didn't stand on ceremony. Is it okay if we eat Western food? Yi Qing nodded, a thought suddenly occurring to him. We turned right at the intersection. I rode for another 20 minutes or so. The two finally arrived at their destination. Yi Qing rode his bike directly to the parking lot entrance of the Sihua Hotel. Hotel security guards immediately stopped them. Stop, stop, stop. You can't park shared bikes here. Yi Qing braked suddenly. Lin Xiaoxi was almost thrown off. Lin Xiaoxi got out of the back seat. Yi Qing also got out of the car. I looked around. I found that there was a perfect spot to park shared bikes nearby. Yi Qing pushed the shared bicycle over and parked it on the side of the road. He is a person who follows the rules. Although very rich. But you can't just ride your bike into someone's hotel like that. This can only be described as a lack of manners. Seeing Lin Xiaoxi's slender figure and delicate face, the security guards were dumbfounded. I never expected to find such a beautiful woman sitting in the back seat. He's been working as a security guard here for a while now. Even those women getting out of luxury cars. There aren't many girls as pretty as Lin Xiaoxi. How can there be such a beautiful girl? Are you still willing to work in the shared bike industry? The security guard also found it somewhat unbelievable. After parking the car, Lin Xiaoxi linked arms with Yi Qing. The two of them then entered the hotel. The security guard scratched his head. Such a beautiful girl, what a pity, what a real pity. He felt that Yi Qing was not good enough for that beautiful girl. The two of them are completely mismatched. Especially since Yi Qing was wearing very cheap clothes. He looks like a poor loser. The security guard shook his head helplessly. Another girl blinded by love. Lin Xiaoxi was surprised that Yi Qing had brought her to the same hotel as last time. She had heard of the Sihua Hotel. The Western food here is especially delicious. It's considered one of the best in Jiangcheng. But I've heard that prices are very high here. She heard it from her colleagues when she was a model. A very beautiful model boasted. She had a meal here. Describe how exquisite this place is. The food was incredibly delicious. At that time, she was thinking, I must come here and try it someday. Last time she came here, she went straight into the presidential suite. They didn't eat at all. Shall we eat here? She asked, somewhat incredulously. Yi Qing nodded. The Western food here is pretty good. Lin Xiaoxi followed Yi Qing into the hall. She heard that the restaurant here was upstairs. Moreover, everyone dining here is a successful person. It's generally very difficult to find a seat without a reservation. Has Yi Qing already made a reservation? Lin Xiaoxi thought to herself. When Yi Qing arrived at the front desk, she ran into the same waiter she had met before. Sir, hello, may I ask? The waiter bowed. Just as I was about to ask a question, my eyes lit up. Mr. Yi, it's you. She still has a deep impression of Yi Qing. Looking at Yi Qing standing next to a graceful and beautiful woman. The waiter was stunned for a moment. This is different from the beautiful woman from last time. The waiter sighed inwardly. Rich people are just different. He changes girlfriends every day. And each of her girlfriends is so exceptional. This girl is even prettier than the girl from last time. Mr. Yi, are you here for a meal or to stay overnight? Are there any seats upstairs? The waitress shook her head. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, all the tables in our upstairs restaurant need to be reserved in advance. The place is full now. Yi Qing nodded knowingly. Lin Xiaoxi was somewhat disappointed. This is a very famous Western restaurant. She originally wanted to give it a try. Unexpectedly, Yi Qing did not make an appointment. She's already prepared to eat Western food elsewhere. We can eat somewhere else. Lin Xiaoxi didn't want to put Yi Qing in a difficult position. Yi Qing shook his head. Please arrange a room for me, just like last time. The waiter paused for a moment, then immediately understood. Mr. Yi, would you still prefer the most luxurious presidential suite? Yi Qing nodded. A hint of surprise flickered in the waiter's eyes. She'll get even more commission today. Lin Xiaoxi's expression was rather unpleasant. She felt that Yi Qing was being a bit too hasty. I was originally going to treat her to dinner. Why did you come here to book a room right away? She felt a little depressed, but she didn't show it on her face. She felt that Yi Qing, a super rich second generation. Is it because they don't want to put in the effort for her? Chapter 55 Not Understanding Romance. She was somewhat annoyed. I think Yi Qing is very rich, but he doesn't understand romance. Couldn't you just treat 8 people to a Western meal afterward? Shall we go to the room upstairs? She is ready today. But Yi Qing didn't even ask her a question. This made Lin Xiaoxi feel very bad. This is a complete disrespect for her wishes. It seems Yi Qing wants to book the room in advance. Then order takeout. Alternatively, you can ask the hotel to prepare some regular meals. Lin Xiaoxi's expression dimmed slightly. Mr. Yi, your room has been arranged. Is it the same set meal as last time? Yi Qing nodded. He turned to look at Lin Xiaoxi, who was standing beside him in a daze. Let's go. Lin Xiaoxi then realized what was happening. He followed Yi Qing closely, step by step. Although I felt uncomfortable. But on the surface, he appears to be very docile. The waiter quickly led the two of them to the top floor. I entered the room through the magnificent gate. Lin Xiaoxi was even more shocked. Last time, she didn't get to fully appreciate the presidential suite. She simply doesn't have the time. But this time it's different. The presidential suite is indeed very luxuriously decorated. Moreover, the entire house is smart. It has both a high-tech feel and a luxurious feel. Projection screen. Smart home. It broadened Lin Xiaoxi's horizons. It is truly an honor to be able to stay here for one night. Lin Xiaoxi felt it was a bit of a pity. This presidential suite costs over 88,000. Wouldn't it be better if it went into her pocket? The personal butler of the presidential suite left. Go take a shower first. Yi Qing's words. This made Lin Xiaoxi's mood even worse. She hadn't expected Yi Qing to be so impatient. Lin Xiaoxi gave a forced smile. Okay. She walked into the large bathroom. The bathroom facilities are also very smart. It also has a very high-end jacuzzi. Lin Xiaoxi's mood improved a bit. I'm going to take a bath. I'll make him wait a little longer. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Honestly, you already promised to take me out for Western food. Now they've changed their minds. Lin Xiaoxi still has a temper. Her lips were pouting very high. It's obvious that she's been wronged. Yi Qing sat on the sofa and turned on the projection screen. I just realized that this laser TV has a very high resolution. Moreover, the area of the screen in front is also very large. The living room feels like being in a movie theater. Yi Qing picked up the phone next to her. 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. As soon as the door opened, a waiter pushed a food cart inside. Mr. Yi, should these items be placed in the living room or in the upstairs courtyard? This presidential suite is a duplex with a large courtyard upstairs. The courtyard is also exquisitely designed, just like a Suzhou garden. The night wasn't particularly hot yet. Then let's move them all to the courtyard upstairs. Okay, Mr. Yi. The waiters brought out the food one after another. They were all delivered upstairs. There was already a long table upstairs specifically for placing food. The 3 waiters worked for 20 minutes. Only then were all those things finally arranged. Yi Qing went up to take a look. He nodded with great satisfaction. Only then did they let the waiters leave. I checked the time and 40 minutes had already passed. Why hasn't this woman finished showering yet? Yi Qing waited another 10 minutes and began to get impatient. I arrived at the bathroom door and knocked. Ta-da! Lin Xiaoxi wanted to let Yi Qing cool off for a while. And this jacuzzi is just so comfortable. She almost fell asleep while soaking in it. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the bathroom door. Lin Xiaoxi suddenly opened her eyes. Are you done washing? Lin Xiaoxi returned immediately. Okay, I'll be right out. Lin Xiaoxi pouted. The dissatisfaction in his eyes became even more obvious. It seems this man has been left out in the cold for a while. He's getting impatient. This man has absolutely no sense of romance. Was it just for her? Lin Xiaoxi's rating of Yi Qing dropped a little more. Yi Qing was unaware of the other party's thoughts. He returned to the sofa once again. I waited for almost 10 minutes. Lin Xiaoxi had just come out of the bathroom. She was wrapped in a bath towel with the collar open. Looking at the beautiful woman emerging from her bath, Yi Qing couldn't help but swallow hard. Lin Xiaoxi saw Yi Qing's burning gaze. She thought to herself, looks like we're going to miss out on food again. Lin Xiaoxi sat down next to Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at the beautiful woman emerging from her bath so close to him. She hugged Lin Xiaoxi tightly. That slender waist. Lin Xiaoxi obediently leaned on Yi Qing's shoulder. Yi Qing turned his head and looked at the woman's skin, which was so smooth and delicate. His gaze grew even more intense. Yi Qing bent down. A sudden sneak attack. This made Lin Xiaoxi instinctively want to resist. But when she thought it was Yi Qing, she gradually relaxed. Just then. Gurgle. Her stomach started growling. This broke the atmosphere of the scene. The 2 people separated. Lin Xiaoxi felt a little embarrassed. But she still harbored some resentment towards this man. We haven't eaten yet, and staying here for a while will take a lot of energy. Yi Qing smiled. Come on, let me take you to get something to eat. Yi Qing took Lin Xiaoxi's hand and led her up to the 2nd floor. Lin Xiaoxi then realized that this presidential suite is actually a duplex. She hadn't even noticed last time. Lin Xiaoxi saw this when she pushed open the door to the upstairs balcony. There's even a small courtyard here. Her eyes couldn't help but light up. Wow, this yard is so beautiful. She stepped forward. I then discovered that the landscape here was exquisitely arranged. Although the courtyard is not large, it is well arranged. Artificial hills, strange rocks, small waterfalls, and flowing water. Add to that the hazy lighting. This adds a romantic touch to the courtyard. Lin Xiaoxi's heart was completely melted. She felt as if she were in a movie. She finally understood why the presidential suite was so expensive. It turns out there's such an exquisite courtyard here. We arrived at the edge of the courtyard. Looking down, you can see the entire city of Jiangchang. By this time, it was completely dark. The lights have already been turned on in many places. Jiangchang is still very beautiful at night. Wow, what a beautiful view. Lin Xiaoxi couldn't help but sigh. Turning around, she suddenly realized. A long Western-style table was set up in the courtyard. The table was laden with delicacies. She couldn't help but widen her eyes and open her mouth wide. So much delicious food? Yi Qing nodded. This was specially ordered for you. Why don't you try it and see how it tastes? Lin Xiaoxi quickly walked over and started looking at the table. A lobster this big? That's amazing. Is this Wagyu beef? Wow, this wine looks like. Lin Xiaoxi is quite knowledgeable. Chapter 56 A Beautiful Night. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Even if she no longer understands. I also know that this table is filled with Western food. Adding that bottle of red wine, the total comes to over 50,000 yuan. Thinking of this, her breathing became rapid. She glanced at Yi Qing standing beside her. She had initially complained that this man lacked romance. But to my surprise, this man was not only very knowledgeable. And it was done so exquisitely and thoughtfully. This made her feel a little bit of love for Yi Qing. She was only with Yi Qing for his money. But Yi Qing was willing to spend money on her. Moreover, he was very attentive and kind to her. This kind of man is perfect to be a boyfriend. She walked over to Yi Qing and took his arm. Brother Yi Qing, thank you for preparing all of this for me. Wow. Lin Xiaoxi suddenly noticed that Yi Qing had a huge bouquet of roses in his hand. Wrong. This bouquet of roses? These are fake roses. They were all made of folded banknotes, like roses. Lin Xiaoxi's breathing became rapid. Wow, it's so beautiful. Lin Xiaoxi could tell at a glance. This bouquet of roses must have at least 99 flowers. These are 99 roses. Lin Xiaoxi's face flushed with excitement. These roses are all made of folded banknotes. Even a single piece of paper can be folded into a flower. If there are 99 roses here, then this bouquet of flowers. That is 9,900 yuan? Hiss. Yi Qing had a smile on her face. He handed over the huge bouquet of roses he was holding. Lin Xiaoxi, this is for you. Lin Xiaoxi's hands trembled with excitement. These roses are real money. It totals nearly 10,000 yuan. Lin Xiaoxi took 2 deep breaths. He accepted the roses. His smile became even brighter. She never expected that wealthy people would give roses in such a simple and unpretentious way. This really touched her heart. She felt it was well worth the money to spend one night with Yi Qing. Lin Xiaoxi accepted the roses. He took the initiative to kiss Yi Qing on the cheek. A surge of heat rose in Yi Qing's heart. However, he managed to restrain himself. Yi Qing very gentlemanly pulled the chairs out of the dining table. My dear princess, please have a seat. Lin Xiaoxi looked at Yi Qing's considerate manner. A wave of sweetness welled up in my heart. Who says rich people don't understand romance? The things Yi Qing gave her today made her. She felt like a girl in love. Her heart was almost melted. These rich kids not only know how to spend money, and they also know how to spend money very cleverly. This made Lin Xiaoxi even more curious about Yi Qing. She had initially harbored some resentment towards Yi Qing. But now it seems Yi Qing is too considerate of girls. Such a perfect man. Who will she eventually marry? Lin Xiaoxi began to feel a little envious of that woman. Yi Qing is very wealthy and also knows how to be romantic. He is also very considerate towards girls. Aside from being a little short and having an average appearance, there really aren't any other drawbacks. When Lin Xiaoxi looked at Yi Qing again, his eyes were full of little stars. Yi Qing returned to her seat. He also found a hint of being in love. However, he was keenly aware that all of these things are based on his economy. If you have no money, how can you talk about romance when you're poor and destitute? He knew deeply that the economic base determines the superstructure. He also knew that if he were a penniless pauper, there's no way the campus belle of Lin University would sit here and eat with him. Even just glancing at him is a luxury. Yi Qing picked up her glass of red wine. Cheers! Lin Xiaoxi felt that this was the same as the situation in her dream. She also picked up her glass of red wine. I took a small sip of wine. Lin Xiaoxi felt that the wine wasn't as delicious as she had imagined. But she knew that bottle of wine was very expensive. The two of them ate for over an hour. By the time I got back to my room downstairs, it was already 10 p.m. Lin Xiaoxi was slightly tipsy and her head was spinning. But she felt that this was the best and most comfortable way. Most importantly, Yi Qing not only provided for her material needs, and it also gave her emotional value. It made her feel that today was absolutely perfect. This was even better than she had imagined for the date. The two sat on the sofa. She couldn't help but lean on Yi Qing's shoulder. Yi Qing, thank you for giving me such a wonderful night. You know what? Even in your dreams at night, I never imagined something so wonderful could happen to me. Thank you. Yi Qing chuckled. So, how are you going to properly thank me? Hearing Yi Qing say this, Lin Xiaoxi's face flushed red instantly. She raised her head and gave Yi Qing a charming wink. How would you like me to thank you? Ha 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 ha. Yi Qing whispered a few words in Lin Xiaoxi's ear. Lin Xiaoxi's face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. She glanced at him, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. Yi Qing couldn't help but gently punch his chest with her small fist. You're so mean. She considered it carefully for a moment, then hesitated for 3 seconds. Finally, she nodded shyly. Good. Yi Qing's face lit up with surprise. He stood up and picked Lin Xiaoxi up in his arms. He rushed into the bedroom. Come on, thank me properly. Ha ha ha. The next day, Yi Qing finally woke up at 9 o'clock. I rubbed my head, which was feeling a bit throbbing. Yi Qing then realized that the beauty beside him had already left. Yi Qing was very satisfied. Last night was indeed a wonderful night for him. I rubbed my lower back, which was a little swollen. Thinking back to the craziness of last night, there were still some. This was after he took the marrow cleansing pill. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if he hadn't taken the marrow cleansing pill. He must have been so tired last night. The effects of the low-grade marrow cleansing pill were indeed quite mediocre. Yi Qing was speechless. When I have the money, I'll buy another mid-grade marrow cleansing pill. Yi Qing took a cigarette from the bedside table. I lit it and took a deep drag. Pick up your phone. I transferred the money directly to Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi has returned to school. I was originally planning to go to class, but I got back quite late. She simply asked a classmate to ask for leave for her. Back in her dorm, she placed the bouquet of flowers on the table. I lay in bed and started playing games. Ding dong. My phone vibrated. Lin Xiaoxi opened the message and her eyes widened suddenly. This. How many zeros are there? 1 hour, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000? Hiss. Yi Qing transferred 100,000 yuan to me? Lin Xiaoxi sat up abruptly from the bed. How can there be so many? The last time it was 100,000 yuan, because that was the first time. But what does it mean that it's another 100,000 yuan this time? Chapter 57, An Old-Fashioned Confession. Does this mean it will be 100,000 yuan every time from now on? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoxi's breathing became rapid. If that's the case, after 10 times, wouldn't I be a millionaire? Lin Xiaoxi suddenly realized that making money wasn't as difficult as she had imagined. She happily accepted the 100,000 yuan. I looked again at the bouquet of flowers on the table. This bouquet of flowers costs nearly 10,000 yuan. She earned nearly 110,000 last night. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoxi smiled brightly. We must find opportunities to invite Yi Qing out more often. Strive to become a millionaire within a month. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaoxi burst into laughter. She originally thought that when she was a model, they've already earned quite a lot of money. He already earns much more than the average college student. But I didn't expect that. Yi Qing gave her a surprise. It was still a huge surprise. If there are 100 times in a year, My god. Wouldn't that mean I could become a millionaire within a year? Lin Xiaoxi was incredibly excited when she thought of this. I'm so excited I really want to dance right now. Lin Xiaoxi clenched her fists. I must hold on to Yi Qing tightly. Just then, the dormitory door opened. 3 roommates walked in carrying books. Oh dear, I'm so tired. I got up too early this morning and didn't eat breakfast. Zhou Xia yawned. Ah. Luckily, I took a nap during class. Otherwise, I would have dark circles under my eyes. Ha! Little Creek, you're back. Zhou Xia then noticed Lin Xiaoxi sitting on the bed. The 2 girls behind him also came in. Zhang Yuqing saw Lin Xiaoxi return. A hint of jealousy flickered in her eyes. In this dormitory, she disliked Lin Xiaoxi. She originally thought she was very pretty. But I never expected that after entering university. She unexpectedly met Lin Xiaoxi, who was even prettier than her, in the dormitory. It turns out that she was the school beauty when she was in high school. It is popular with many boys. But after being assigned to the same dormitory as Lin Xiaoxi, the boys always ignored her. And looking at Lin Xiaoxi next to her, this turned her from a flower into a green leaf in an instant. This made her feel very unbalanced. So during these 6 months of university, she and Lin Xiaoxi have always been at odds. They didn't say much. I went back to my seat when I got to the dormitory. The dormitory has 4 beds. 4 bunk beds. I sleep on it. Below is where everyone studies and lives. It can hold some odds and ends and also has a study desk. Most of the girls made their own curtains. This provides a great deal of privacy. Lin Xiaoxi doesn't usually interact with others much. So her bed and the area under the bed were covered with cloth. It's like putting up a huge curtain. There are some private matters. Once you've drawn the curtains, you can do it yourself. This is also the norm in many girls' dormitories. Even if we have a good relationship, privacy is still essential. At this time, everyone's curtains were open. Zhou Xia immediately noticed the huge bouquet of roses on the table. Wow! Such a big bouquet of roses. Everyone's eyes lit up. Zhang Yuqing looked at the bouquet of roses and pursed her lips. Don't some people say they don't date in college? Why would you accept such a cliché confession? What era are we living in? Sending roses? That's so old-fashioned. Zhang Yuqing couldn't help but speak out sarcastically. Lin Xiaoxi had a smile on her face. Her face darkened immediately upon hearing what the other person said. Zhang Yuqing, what are you saying? Zhang Yuqing was not to be outdone. I always said some people don't mean what they say. They don't keep their word. Didn't you say you wanted to rely on your own efforts? What's wrong? Have you figured it out now? I want to be someone's girlfriend. Zhang Yuqing, what business is it of yours if I'm someone else's girlfriend? Zhang Yuqing leaned against the edge of her bed, her arms crossed over her chest. It's definitely none of my business. This is the first time I've ever seen such an old-fashioned way of confessing my love. What era are we living in? Still giving roses? Let me guess, it must be 99 roses. This way of confessing your love is so overdone. I didn't expect you to actually accept it. It seems you're usually so aloof. The way they refuse others is all an act. I thought you would find a great boyfriend. I didn't expect a bouquet of roses would be enough to get rid of you. It's embarrassing. I feel embarrassed to be in the same dorm as you. Lin Xiaoxi was so angry that she trembled all over. This woman and she usually didn't get along, and she would take every opportunity to make sarcastic remarks about her. This is also why she doesn't want to stay in the dormitory. She wanted to prove herself capable of earning money. He did indeed earn a lot of money through modeling. This made Zhang Yuqing extremely envious and jealous. Zhang Yuqing also tried modeling, but her fees were too low. Zhang Yuqing is actually quite good looking. But compared to Lin Xiaoxi, she is far inferior. When working as a car model, they quoted her 500 yuan a day. It was 3 times less than Lin Xiaoxi. At that time, she felt extremely unbalanced and targeted Lin Xiaoxi in every way. Later, she simply came to terms with it. I'm not going to work so hard outside to earn money anymore. It just so happens that a rich second-generation student at the school is pursuing her. Zhang Yuqing readily agreed. That rich kid's family is quite wealthy. He's usually willing to spend money on her. Going out for a meal, buying daily necessities, cosmetics, and a mobile phone, these are all things I need. The other party will also find a way to satisfy her. She just didn't like Lin Xiaoxi because she was so pretty. Instead, it's the kind of person who puts in the effort on their own. She thought Lin Xiaoxi was so beautiful. We should be like her. Find a rich second-generation boyfriend. That way, you won't have to worry about food, clothing, or money. She thought all crows were equally black. If she had Lin Xiaoxi's looks and figure. She's already hooked up with a super-rich tycoon. Why bother working so hard as a car model? This is also why she was extremely jealous of Lin Xiaoxi. Zhou Xia saw that the two of them were arguing again. I couldn't help but rub my temples. All right, you two stop arguing. We're all sisters from the same dorm. There's no need to argue like this over such a small thing. I think these roses are quite pretty. Zhou Xia quickly changed the subject. They went up to the table to examine the roses up close. Wait, something's not right. This is not a rose. Zhang Yuqing gave a cold laugh. What else could it be but roses? Zhou Xia, don't try to make conversation. Zhou Xia rolled her eyes. This is a rose made of folded banknotes. Chapter 58 Huge Surprise. Ah! The people in the dormitory all exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Yuqing's expression suddenly changed. Then she immediately relaxed. Using money to make roses is quite creative. 99 roses. That's 9,900 yuan. It's not that many. She felt a pang of jealousy. It's almost 10,000 yuan. Her living expenses are only 2,000 yuan per month. In addition, her boyfriend helped her out. Her monthly living expenses can reach 5,000. Lin Xiaoxi casually brought back a bouquet of flowers, which cost almost 10,000 yuan. This made her feel unbalanced again. But she remained stubborn. She felt a secret resentment in her heart. Why can't my boyfriend remember this trick? Why can't we make him a rose folded from money like this too? Just wait until I see him next time. I'll definitely make him send even more roses. We must surpass that bitch Lin Xiaoxi. Snort. She gave a soft hum and turned to get into her bed. She didn't want to see Lin Xiaoxi's smug expression. Zhou Xia and another roommate stood in front of the bouquet of roses, observing it intently. The bouquet of roses, wrapped in colored paper, looks very pretty. The rose, in particular, made of folded banknotes, is incredibly lifelike. Although it wasn't actually that bright red. But it has a unique kind of beauty. Moreover, each rose is the same size. The way they are stacked together so neatly creates a visually stunning effect. Wow, the stream is so beautiful. Your boyfriend is so good to you. Zhou Xia couldn't help but sigh. Lin Xiaoxi smiled and glanced sideways at Zhang Yuqing, whose face was flushed with anger. Zhang Yuqing also felt somewhat embarrassed. He simply covered his face with the blanket. Lin Xiaoxi chuckled softly. Ha ha ha. This made Zhang Yuqing even more embarrassed. I'm really curious how these roses are folded. Xiaoxi, can I see how to fold this rose? Lin Xiaoxi nodded generously. No problem, you can see for yourself. Zhou Xia rubbed her hands together, her face full of gratitude. I carefully picked up a rose. After observing it carefully, I still don't know where to start. Her roommate next to her tried to open the rose together. Wait, something's not right. Zhou Xia suddenly exclaimed. This rose is not made from a folded banknote. Let me see. Zhou Xia quickly opened it again. That folded rose. My roommate was also surprised. The two of them moved even faster. Lin Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment. Zhou Xia, are you sure you're not seeing things? Little stream, come down and take a look. What's there to see? Just take it apart and see for yourself. Xiaoxi, you're too calm. Zhou Xia couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Actually, Lin Xiaoxi was quite excited. But she had to appear completely calm. They displayed an attitude of regarding money as dirt. This way I can better annoy Zhang Yuqing. It's open. It's finally open. There are so many? Zhang Yuqing could hear it all clearly from inside the blanket. She couldn't resist secretly lifting a small corner of the blanket. Look down at the table below. That's when I realized. A carefully folded rose has been torn to pieces. 100 yuan bills were scattered all over the table. How can there be so many? A bad feeling suddenly crept into her heart. Let me count them. Zhou Xia happily restored the torn banknotes to their original state. Fold them one by one. Only then did they begin counting the money. Pooh. He spat on his index finger. 1, 2, 3, 4. As her voice continued to ring out. Zhang Yuqing's eyes widened. Lin Xiaoxi simply sat there calmly. But she listened intently, her expression extremely focused. Her hand unconsciously gripped the corner of the blanket. This is a surprise, a huge surprise. 8, 9, 10. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. Little creak, this rose was actually made by folding 10 banknotes. Zhou Xia's voice trembled slightly. Lin Xiaoxi's heart was pounding. But he still maintained a calm and composed expression on his face. What's the big deal? 10 cards it is. But a storm was brewing in her heart. I only spent one night with him. Yi Qing transferred 100,000 yuan to me and also sent this bouquet of flowers. That guy is so romantic. Originally, Lin Xiaoxi was only after Yi Qing's money. But I never expected that kid. He kept surprising her. It melted her heart. She felt that sweet feeling of being in love again. This is a hidden surprise. This further increased her affection for Yi Qing. Let me count how many roses there are. Zhou Xia was somewhat impatient. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zhou Xia started counting again. Even Zhang Yuqing, who was in bed, couldn't stay calm. She stared intently at Zhou Xia, who was counting. As the numbers continued to increase, her face grew increasingly pale. 99, 100. My goodness, there are 100 roses. A rose? Those 100 roses, made by folding 10 banknotes, that was. Zhou Xia couldn't help but cover her wide-open mouth. He finally gave the answer in a trembling voice. That is 100,000 yuan. It felt as if a thunderbolt had been thrown into everyone's hearts. Zhang Yuqing, who was in bed, turned deathly pale. At first, she said the bouquet of roses was very old-fashioned. But now she has been thoroughly humiliated. Even if that rose is old-fashioned, it was still folded from 100,000 yuan. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes widened as well. I couldn't help but swallow. She originally thought the bouquet of roses would only cost nearly 10,000 yuan. She never expected it to be 100,000 yuan. My God, it's 100,000 yuan. Lin Xiaoxi felt like she was going crazy. She never expected the surprise to be so huge. If you add the 100,000 yuan that Yi Qing transferred to her, then that's it. Hiss. 200,000? It turned out to be 200,000 yuan. Lin Xiaoxi couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Yi Qing is too generous. She wasn't particularly concerned about the bouquet of flowers. But now it seems that the bouquet of flowers was really valuable. The important thing is that she saw Yi Qing's sincerity. Although she wasn't officially Yi Qing's girlfriend. But Yi Qing respected her very much. And it gave her such a big surprise. This warmed her heart. If Yi Qing were by her side, she definitely wouldn't be able to resist giving him a kiss. Yi Qing's image appeared in her mind. Lin Xiaoxi's face flushed red instantly. Chapter 59, Only Envy. I wish I could be his girlfriend. But then Lin Xiaoxi shook her head. She still retained a sliver of reason. She knew men like Yi Qing. It's impossible for him to have only one girl by his side. So what if she becomes my official girlfriend? She felt that maintaining her current relationship with Yi Qing was fine. She proudly raised her head. He looked at Zhang Yuqing on the bed next to him. Zhang Yuqing's surprised expression. It hasn't recovered yet. He turned his head and looked at Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi smiled slightly at her. Zhang Yuqing trembled all over, her eyes darting away. He didn't dare look at Lin Xiaoxi at all. She simply covered her head with the blanket again. I couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Why? How come Lin Xiaoxi can find such a good boyfriend? Anyone who can casually give away 100,000 yuan must be a super rich person. Now I think of her boyfriend. Zhang Yuqing couldn't help but want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Their boyfriends give them a subsidy of 3,000 yuan each month. She was showing off in her dorm room at the time. The girls in the dorm were all incredibly envious. But Lin Xiaoxi only brought back a bouquet of roses. That instantly shattered her sense of superiority. Now she feels that her rich second-generation boyfriend is nothing. Zhang Yuqing clenched her fists in anger. His eyes were filled with anger and resentment. She was overshadowed by Lin Xiaoxi again. And it was a complete and utter annihilation. In the future, in the dormitory, she always felt inferior when she saw Lin Xiaoxi. Zhou Xia and her roommate next to her. Xiaoxi, your boyfriend is so good to you. I'm so envious. You must introduce him to us sometime so he can treat us to a meal. Lin Xiaoxi remembered the Western meal Yi Qing had treated him to at the Xihua Hotel. My heart skipped a beat. She nodded happily. Okay, I'll definitely make him treat me when I have time. Yi Qing was unaware of the incident that happened in Lin Xiaoxi's dormitory. It was almost noon when Yi Qing returned to school. I ate a bowl of noodles outside. He went straight back to his dormitory. Wei Chang has been too ashamed to stay in the dormitory these past few days. I don't know if she took leave or moved out. There were only 3 people left in the dormitory. Yi Chang and Su Hua have a very good relationship. The remaining roommates' relationship with them was so-so. We're just nodding acquaintances normally. At this time, only Su Hua was in the dormitory. Hey, Brother Chang, you're back. Su Hua happily came to greet him. Where did you go last night? Yi Qing smiled faintly but did not answer. She took out the snacks she was holding. These are the leftover desserts from yesterday's Western meal. Holy crap, the dim sum from the Xihua Hotel. Su Hua snatched it away. Brother Ching, you're too good to me. I couldn't wait to open the bag. He picked up a pastry and stuffed it into his mouth. I've only chewed 2 bites. What suddenly came to mind? Wrong. Xihua Hotel? Brother Ching, did you book a room there? Tell me, who are you with? Su Hua's face was full of question marks. Yi Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes. This kid is indeed very gossipy. Yi Qing shook his head with a wry smile. Who do you think it could be? Su Hua thought about it carefully. He chewed quickly twice and swallowed the snack. Could it be the campus belle of Lin University? Yi Qing was taken aback. That kid's guess was pretty accurate. However, Yi Qing did not admit it. By the way, how's the matter I asked you to investigate going? Yi Qing quickly changed the subject. Su Hua picked up the cup next to him and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. He put another pastry in his mouth. Brother Qing, you know what, the dim sum at Xihua Hotel is really delicious. I heard there's a Western restaurant on the 3rd floor of the Xihua Hotel. It's the best Western restaurant in Jiangqing City. You guys didn't eat there last night, did you? Yi Qing shook his head. Su Hua felt somewhat at peace. Yi Qing took off her shoes and put on slippers. I immediately felt a bit relieved. Su Hua finally felt full after eating a few snacks. He took a few more sips of water before speaking slowly and deliberately. Fang Jixia, this woman is very simple. Let me tell you about her information. Fang Jixia, female. 20 years old. He is 171 centimeters tall. Weight, 62 kilograms. Yi Qing's lips twitched slightly. These data systems have already been revealed. Are there any others? This woman studied civil engineering. She has excellent grades and is always first in her class. I received a full scholarship from the school. He is a top student. I rarely communicate with people. I prefer to be alone. The places I go to most often are the library and the study room. Besides attending classes, eating, studying, and sleeping, there's nothing else I do. This woman's life is very monotonous. And their daily routine is very regular. Every morning at 6 o'clock, he goes to the playground to exercise and study English vocabulary. Yi Qing was stunned for a moment. I never expected this woman to be so hardworking. Su Hua took another bite of pastry. She is usually very frugal. She has become extremely busy in the last 2 months. Besides studying, She spends all her other free time delivering food. I also found a tutoring job. I'm still helping out at the school cafeteria. Yi Qing's eyes widened. This woman works 3 jobs a day. Su Hua nodded. I wonder what's wrong with this woman. Suddenly I'd become incredibly busy. Yi Qing rubbed his chin. He took a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket. Damn, Hua Zi! Su Hua shouted. He snatched the cigarette from Yi Qing's hand. 5 were pulled out from inside. Such good cigarettes. He didn't stand on ceremony after watching Yi Qing light a cigarette. He snatched the lighter from Yi Qing's hand. I lit one for myself too. After taking a deep breath, I couldn't help but sigh. The aroma of this good cigarette is just different. Yi Qing also took a deep drag. After exhaling a smoke ring, he asked again. Is there any other information? Su Hua shook his head. This woman rarely interacts with people. No one really knows much about her situation. I had to pull a lot of strings to find out all this information. No, I'm telling you, Brother Chang, are you really interested in that woman? Yi Qing shook his head. I really do need his help with something. Yi Qing did indeed need that woman's help with some things. It's all for the cashback. But now it's a troublesome matter. This woman is unconventional. They are very wary. They don't usually interact with others. How can I spend money on her? Yi Qing scratched his head, unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 60 Boldness, Meticulousness, and Thick Skin. This woman works 3 jobs a day. Something must have happened to her. Su Hua nodded. Nobody knows what happened to her. She didn't tell anyone. I can't find out either. Su Hua gave a wry smile. Yi Qing also knew it would be difficult. They didn't say anything. Brother Qing, you still owe me 2 big meals. I remember. By the way, could you teach me your dating skills? Su Hua suddenly thought of something. Yi Qing burst into laughter. There are actually no special techniques for picking up girls. Su Hua's eyes widened. How is that possible? So how did you win over Lin University's campus belle? I didn't pursue her, she was the one who threw herself at me. Su Hua rolled her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Brother Qing, please stop joking. How could the most beautiful girl at Lin University possibly throw herself at you? Su Hua remembered that day in the cafeteria. His expression suddenly turned somewhat unpleasant. Is what Brother Qing said true? That day, seeing how much Lin, the school beauty, flattered Yi Qing. Could it really be that Lin University's campus belle took the initiative to pursue Yi Qing? Su Hua's eyes widened. Brother Qing, please teach me. Please teach me quickly. How can I get my goddess to chase after me? Su Hua shook Yi Qing's arm. His face was full of pleading. Yi Qing felt somewhat helpless. Su Hua is still in adolescence and his mind is not particularly mature. He had no idea just how treacherous this society was. How realistic are girls? He really wanted to tell Su Hua. If you have money, you can have everything. Pretty girls will then take the initiative to approach you. But if this stark reality were truly spoken out, Su Hua might not have the same ambition he has now. Young people should always have the vigor of youth. We should also have the dreams of young people. Many college students still firmly believe in true love. Many of them do not have high demands in terms of material things. Su Hua treated him quite well. He often helped him and Wei Chang when they were in the dormitory. Yi Qing thought he should give this kid some pointers when he had time. However, one doesn't know until one experiences things. Only after experiencing some cruel things. That's what makes a person mature and strong. He smiled mysteriously and then said, actually, there really is a trick to it. Su Hua's eyes lit up. Speak quickly, speak quickly. Yi Qing took a sip of water. He casually picked up a cigarette. She glanced at Su Hua indifferently. Su Hua immediately realized what was happening and put on a fawning smile. Here you go, Brother Qing, let me light it for you. Su Hua acted like a lackey. He picked up the lighter on the table and snapped it open. He then lit a cigarette for Yi Qing. Su Hua watched longingly as Yi Qing took a deep drag on his cigarette. He slowly exhaled the smoke, looking completely satisfied. You can imagine how anxious he was. Yi Qing said slowly. Bold, meticulous, and thick-skinned. Remember these 7 words, they will definitely work. Su Hua's eyes lit up. I thought about it carefully. Bold, meticulous, and thick-skinned. Not bad, not bad. These 7 words will definitely work. Su Hua rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement. I have to give it a try. Yi Qing stared wide-eyed at Su Hua. What's the meaning? Do you have a girl you like? Su Hua nodded shyly. Ah. Who is it? Which department are you in? What's your major? Su Hua was a little hesitant. Once it's all settled, I'll definitely let you meet me, Brother Qing, in a couple of days. Yi Qing laughed heartily. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Feng Jixia has been very busy lately. Despite receiving a full scholarship, he also worked part-time in the cafeteria. But he still didn't have enough money. If it were just her alone, that's definitely enough for her. She usually lives frugally. Daily expenses are very small. She only needs 500 yuan a month for living expenses. She had already saved up the money. But then something unexpected happened. This caught her somewhat off guard. So she's been working hard to earn money these past 2 months. But as a college student, what can we do? Besides going out to work, she couldn't find any other way to make money, such as delivering food or tutoring. She was very tired during this period. I get up very early in the morning. I went to the cafeteria to help get food. After finishing my classes in the morning, I went out to deliver food during my lunch break. She would quickly go to deliver food after class in the afternoon. Until 8 p.m., she went to another student's house to tutor. I wasn't able to get back to school until 10:30 p.m. It just so happens to be the last time students enter their dormitories. Even so, she felt the pressure on her shoulders growing heavier and heavier. She simply couldn't raise that much money. She doesn't have class at 10 o'clock today. She rode the delivery bike she rented and sped straight out of the campus. I turned on my old, worn-out phone and started taking orders. His wife works as a crowdsourced delivery person. There is no time limit. The more you run, the more you earn. She would deliver takeout whenever it was mealtime. I rode my bike at high speed all the way. Soon we arrived at the bustling commercial street in the city center. Their school is in the suburbs, so the menu isn't very extensive. This food street has a lot of restaurants and lots of menus. Her phone rang as soon as she arrived. Feng Jixia quickly opened her phone and found that it was an order from quite far away. Oh, it's a form from the school. She discovered that it was a form from Jiangcheng University. She gave a bitter smile. She had just arrived here from Jiangcheng University and was surprised to find herself having to go back. However, the farther away she was, the more commission she received. She rode her bike to the restaurant entrance with practiced ease. Take the pre-packaged meals and put them in the box behind you. He returned to Jiangcheng University. Delivery drivers are not allowed to enter the school. In order to buy time, she changed back into her own clothes. I swiped my card at the school gate and rode my bike inside. They quickly found the girls' dormitory building. She always does this. She wouldn't dare to go to any other school. He didn't care since it was her own university. The lunchbox was quickly handed to the girl. She rode her electric bike out of the school gate in a great hurry. Her head was covered tightly. No one could see her face clearly. Once outside the school gate, she sped up. I was just about to merge into the bike lane next to it. A food delivery vehicle sped up from her side. She slammed on the brakes. Sizzle! The car glided forward. Bang! The front of the car hit the leg of the person in front of it. The man and his vehicle overturned and fell to the ground. Feng Jixia was momentarily flustered. She quickly got out of the car. He hurriedly bent down to help the person. The rider fell to the ground, clutching his leg and groaning in pain. Ouch, that hurts so much. Oh dear, call an ambulance quickly. Feng Jixia's expression changed drastically. She panicked and didn't know what to do. Chapter 61, Paying 10,000 is enough. What should we do? What should we do? She wanted to help the man who had fallen to the ground. I was also afraid of causing him further harm. Fang Zhixia was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Despite her immense fear, she still crouched down. How are you? The fallen rider was still groaning in pain. I waited for 3 minutes. The rider felt his leg finally stop hurting so much. He sat on the ground and struggled to take off his helmet. A head of gray hair. A face with some wrinkles. Dark skin. Its eyes weren't big, but they darted around very much. You hit me, you have to pay me back. Ouch. Fang Zhixia was so frightened that she was completely at a loss. She never expected that the person delivering food would be an elderly man. Grandpa, how are you? Are you all right? The old man wailed in pain. Pay up, you pay up. As long as you pay the money, I'll be fine. Fang Zhixia also looked helpless. How could this happen? She was almost finished saving up enough money. Unexpectedly, I bumped into an old man. The old man suddenly appeared from the side. She didn't know what to do. She had never experienced anything like this before. She asked with great trepidation. Sir, how much do you want? 100,000, you must give me 100,000. Fang Zhixia was stunned for a moment. How could she possibly have that much money? Besides, it was just a bump. It didn't seem to be a particularly serious condition. Fang Zhixia wasn't stupid either. I understood instantly. This old man is deliberately trying to extort money from him. Fang Zhixia lowered her head and said softly, looking very aggrieved. Grandpa, it was you who suddenly rushed out from the side. I didn't even have time to react. The old man lying on the ground glared. What? Are you still blaming me? Are you even being reasonable? I'm already this old. You're bullying an elderly person. Help! Help! This little girl hit someone and then acted unreasonably. Everyone, please come and judge this. The old man's shout made Fang Zhixia even more nervous. She immediately looked around. He was afraid that everyone would come over and criticize him. But she really couldn't come up with 100,000 yuan. She was so anxious she was pacing around in circles. 2 middle-aged women rushed over from the roadside. Oh dear, you little girl, are you even being reasonable? You're the one who hit this old man, and you're still trying to deny it. I advise you to hurry up and pay back the money. Fang Zhixia was criticized by 2 elderly women. She felt even more panicked. When has she ever experienced anything like this before? The passers-by had no idea what had just happened. Seeing someone criticizing Fang Zhixia, she followed them over. Pay up, you better pay up right now. If you don't pay us, we'll call the police. Fang Zhixia was startled. This. But 100,000 yuan is too much. The old man's eyes darted around when he heard the girl agree. How much compensation can you offer? The 2 middle-aged women's eyes also lit up. They didn't expect this girl to be such a naive and impulsive person. Normally, people would call the police if they encountered this situation. Many people prefer to avoid trouble. Just pay them a few hundred yuan and that'll be the end of it. In fact, the old man was not hit at all. The front of the car hit the old man inside, who then fell to the ground. Lying on the ground wailing. They just looked like they were in a lot of pain and discomfort. I originally intended to scare the girl. But I didn't expect this guy to be so honest. Fang Zhixia was anxiously calculating in her mind. She has been working 3 jobs in the past few months. The daily income is quite good. I've saved up 10,000 yuan now. I have 10,000 here. Fang Zhixia revealed all of her savings. But her heart was bleeding. The old man and the 2 women lying on the ground exchanged a glance. His eyes were full of excitement. What a fruitful day. 10,000 it is. Pay up the money quickly and we'll let you go. Fang Zhixia hesitated. I don't have that much money on me. The older woman next to her immediately started to help. Oh dear, young lady, it's better to avoid trouble at this time. How about you see if you can transfer the money? Now transferring money is very convenient. Yes, I heard that you can transfer a lot of money to others using your mobile phone. The sooner this is resolved, the more you can go and take care of your own business. Yes, little girl. Hey buddy, do you have your phone with you? Come on, let me get your phone out for you. Open the software. Show me your QR code for payment. The two middle-aged women were very enthusiastic. He took the old man's phone and opened the payment code. When the QR code for receiving payment was placed in front of Fang Jixia finally realized it. These three people seem to be working together. Although she is somewhat introverted, she is not stupid. Looking at the expectant eyes of the three people, Fang Jixia was struggling internally. Although she knew the three people were trying to extort her, but she had absolutely no way to refuse. And the words have already been said to that extent. If she refused again, it would seem dishonest of her to refuse. But the money she worked so hard to earn was given to someone else, which made her heart bleed. Come on, little girl, hurry up and transfer the money. Let me tell you. As the elderly get older, you'll develop all sorts of health problems. If you want to send him to the hospital, that's fine too. Let the doctor give it a thorough checkup. But let me tell you, little girl, if the old man has something wrong with his head, the doctor couldn't do anything about it. Just imagine doing a whole series of tests at the hospital. The elderly woman stretched out her fingers and began to count them one by one. Look at CT scans, electrocardiograms, and MRIs. That will cost a lot of money. And what kind of aftereffects will this old guy suffer from then on? If I expect you to take care of me for the rest of my life, what do you suggest I do? At that point, it won't be something that can be solved with just 10,000 yuan. Yes, young lady, just transfer the money quickly and this matter will be over. Brother, we've already made an agreement. They compensated you with 10,000 yuan. You can't keep asking that young girl for money. The old man lying on the ground nodded hurriedly. Don't worry, I definitely won't ask him for money again. Fang Jixia sighed. The older women's words make a lot of sense. If this old man keeps complaining of a headache when he gets to the hospital. Furthermore, various tests were conducted. That would definitely cost a lot. And if this old man is hospitalized, that 10,000 yuan is definitely not enough. Fang Jixia gritted her teeth and took out her phone. I scanned the payment code. Looking at the balance on her phone, she felt extremely upset. Looks like I'll have to go out and take on a few more jobs. She gritted her teeth and entered the amount. Chapter 62 is so simple. I was just about to transfer the money. Etc. Fang Jixia was stunned for a moment. Turning around, I saw someone else wearing the same rider's uniform. He rode his motorcycle up to her. Yi Qing was wearing the same clothes he used to wear when he delivered takeout. He just finished this today. I was originally planning to contact Fang Jixia through a food delivery driver. But unexpectedly, I encountered this scene when I arrived at the school gate. This made Yi Qing realize that this was a good opportunity to get in touch with Fang Jixia. Yi Qing rushed over without hesitation. Fang Jixia stared blankly at Yi Qing. Yi Qing took off his helmet. He has a very young face. As a fellow writer, she surprisingly felt a sense of security. You can't transfer money to them. The older woman next to her objected. Young man, what's it to you? It's only right and proper to pay compensation if you hit someone. Even if the police come, they can't do anything about it. You're just being nosy and meddling in other people's business. Yi Qing never expected the old lady to have such a sharp tongue. Oh, really? You're trying to extort money from my classmate here. Why couldn't I come and do something about it? Fang Jixia was stunned for a moment. You're also a student at Jiangcheng University? Yi Qing nodded. I have nothing to do most of the time, so I come out to earn some extra money. This made Fang Jixia feel even warmer inside. Both are delivery riders and both are students at Jiangcheng University. This made her more accepting of Yi Qing's identity. Don't transfer money to them, they're trying to scam you. Hearing Yi Qing say this, Fang Jixia became even more certain of her guess. She quickly deleted the amount from her phone. I exited the money transfer app. He put his phone in his pocket. The old man on the ground was so angry that his face turned red. It was about to succeed. But then this kid suddenly appeared out of nowhere. How could they not be anxious? The two middle-aged women exchanged a glance. They could see the anxiety in each other's eyes. If this order is completed, each of them could get several thousand yuan. But unexpectedly, a Cheng Yao Jin appeared out of nowhere. They were extremely resentful. Young man, you need to provide evidence before you speak. She's the one who knocked me down. How did I end up trying to extort money from her? Are you even being reasonable? Don't think you can bully me just because I'm old. Do you believe I'll call the police right now? Yi Qing didn't expect the old man to become angry and embarrassed instead. Okay, then let's call the police. Yi Qing gave Fang Zhixia a reassuring look. When the old man heard Yi Qing say that he was going to call the police, his expression also changed. What's wrong? If you won't report it, I'll report it for you. When the old man saw Yi Qing pick up her phone to dial a number, he panicked. He pretended to be calm and shouted loudly. Call the police if you want. Police officers should also be reasonable. You should pay me compensation since you hit me. I refuse to believe that there is no place in this world where justice can be served. He deliberately spoke so loudly. It's about attracting the attention and sympathy of those around you. But people have seen this kind of thing far too often. They were not in a hurry to express their opinions. Everyone was just there to watch the show. No one voiced their support for the elderly couple. Young man, what are you calling the police for? You should talk to this old man about it properly. An older woman nearby quickly came over to persuade them. Yi Qing gave a cold laugh. You three have been here for more than just a day or two. The elderly couple's expressions changed drastically. Young man, don't talk nonsense. I'm talking nonsense? I run into you guys at this intersection every time. And this isn't the first or second time you've been taken away by the police. Believe it or not, I've called the police right now, and the police recognize you all. You three committed this crime as a group. What do you think the police should do to punish you? The elderly couple's expressions changed drastically. Also, don't you see that new security cameras have been installed here a long time ago? Yi Qing pointed to the side of the street lamp. There's a camera pointing right in this direction. When the police arrive, we'll check the surveillance footage together. Let's see if the three of you did this on purpose. The three of them exchanged a glance. They could both see fear in each other's eyes. They didn't even know when the cameras had been installed here. Yi Qing's next sentence. It became the final straw that broke the camel's back. So, are you going to leave now, or am I calling the police right now? The old man who had fallen to the ground scrambled to his feet. No, don't call the police, let's go, okay? The two middle-aged women quickly helped the old man lift the car up. The three people pushed the cart and slunk away. Fang Zhixia was dumbfounded. That's it? She hadn't expected things to be so simple. She originally thought she would have to spend money to avoid disaster. Even if it doesn't cost 10,000 yuan, it will still cost several hundred yuan. Unexpectedly, with the help of this classmate. With just a few words, they managed to get the other party to give up. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? How did you know that new security cameras had been installed here? Fang Zhixia was somewhat puzzled. I passed by here yesterday and saw someone installing it here. However, the cameras haven't been installed yet, so they can't be used for the time being. Fang Zhixia's eyes widened. Ah. Let's go to Qianda Plaza. The two of them made up their minds. I rode my electric bike to the food street at Qianda Plaza. There are quite a lot of orders here. During this time, the two became quite familiar with each other. However, Fang Zhixia spoke very little. However, after what had just happened, she felt a slight liking for Yi Qing. They weren't as wary as they were of other strangers. Yi Qing was not in a hurry. He knew this woman was usually very introverted. They also don't want to communicate with others. So today was only the first time I met this woman. The two of them had only been at Qianda Plaza for less than 3 minutes. Yi Qing received the order notification. Yi Qing tapped her phone. Then he smiled and said to Fang Zhixia, My order has arrived, I'll be going now. After saying that, Yi Qing turned and rode away on his electric bike. Watching Yi Qing's figure quickly leave, a hint of warmth appeared in Fang Zhixia's eyes. By the way, I still don't know this classmate's name. Fang Zhixia suddenly slapped her forehead and thought of something. She watched Yi Qing's departing figure with some annoyance. I haven't told you thank you yet. Zheng Xinxin has been having a very comfortable time these past few days. Everyone thought her family was very wealthy. Ever since Yi Qing transferred 500,000 yuan to her as pocket money, she spends money extravagantly. When I invite people to dinner, I always go to high-end places. Because of the clothes she wore and the luxury car she owned. In everyone's mind, she was the daughter of a wealthy family. Chapter 63 Breaking Up with Yi Qing. He also searched for many guides online. I want to see how the children of wealthy families live. Zhang Mingho during this period. His pursuit of her became increasingly intense. This caused her great distress. She never had any feelings for Yi Qing to begin with. In addition, Zhang Mingho has been showing concern and care for me these past few days. They took meticulous care of her. Especially these past few days, she's been sick with a cold. The other person stayed by her side the whole time. This made Zhang Xinxin's feelings for Zhang Mingho grow stronger. Xin, how are you? Are you feeling any better? Zhang Mingho exclaimed that the houses in Mingzhu Huafu were truly exceptional. Although it's a duplex, there's a small garden upstairs. It's quite comfortable to live in. Because I need to take care of Zhang Xinxin. So he slept here last night. The two did not have any sexual relations. Besides, Zhang Mingho felt he couldn't bring himself to kiss Zhang Xinxin right now. The woman was overweight, and her looks were quite ordinary, even somewhat ugly. If I were to spend the night with this woman, he needs to do a lot of mental preparation. Because the woman had been sick for the past 2 days, he had been driving that luxury car to pick up and drop off Zhang Xinxin. He finally knows what it feels like to drive a $2 million car. It's that feeling of being superior to others. A $2 million Porsche Panamera is driving on the road. Even cheap cars will give way to you. This made Zhang Mingho even more determined in his decision. I must win over Zhang Xinxin, this rich girl. Zhang Xinxin's eyes were full of love. She looked at Zhang Mingho, who had taken care of her all night. Zhang Mingho didn't leave last night, he just fell asleep by the head of the bed. She felt less groggy when she woke up this morning. The body temperature also came down. I'm much better now. You didn't sleep well last night, go and catch up on your sleep. Zhang Mingho shook his head, looking at Zhang Xinxin with a determined gaze. Xin, will you be my girlfriend? Zhang Mingho knew that women were most easily moved at this time. Upon hearing Zhang Mingho's words, Zhang Xinxin's eyes instantly filled with tears. She looked at this handsome man who was also very gentle and considerate. He nodded involuntarily. Zhang Mingho's eyes were full of surprise. He never expected that his efforts would finally pay off. The woman finally agreed to let her be her boyfriend. But before Zhang Mingho's smile could even bloom, it suddenly froze. Zhang Xinxin shook her head again. No, you can't be my boyfriend right now. These past few days, Zhang Xinxin has been completely acting like a rich girl. She now owns a car, a house, and some savings. Although they were all given to me by Yi Qing. However, she believes she is fully capable of finding a job and supporting herself. People are sometimes blindly confident like this. Especially after having this male god by my side. Zhang Mingho's expression didn't look too good. Zhang Xinxin quickly explained. Mingho, listen to me. It's not that I don't want to be your girlfriend. You know I have a boyfriend. Zhang Mingho nodded. He grasped Zhang Xinxin's somewhat chubby hand. Xin, I'm sincere towards you. Think about it, you've been sick, and your boyfriend hasn't even come to see you once. He doesn't love you. Only my love for you is real. He's just your boyfriend, not your husband. Why don't you just break up with him? Zhang Xinxin was shocked when she heard Zhang Mingho's words. People say that when you're well-fed and warm, you start to think about sex. Once people have a certain material foundation, they will seek emotional comfort. Zhang Xinxin is that kind of person. She was very ordinary looking, even somewhat ugly. No man wanted to get close to her. Being with Yi Qing, although it made her very excited. However, Yi Qing's eyes did not show that kind of love for her. Every time I'm with Yi Qing, she could only sense Yi Qing's indifference. Yi Qing did nothing but buy her things. Although these things are very valuable. But it didn't offer her any emotional support. She can even imagine the look in Yi Qing's eyes when he sees her. There was a hint of disgust in Yi Qing's eyes. There's a hint of looking at tools. Yes, that's exactly how it feels. Zhang Xinxin never sensed Yi Qing's affection for her. Every time I accompanied her shopping, I would rush back to my dorm. Now that I've thought about it carefully, the two of them hadn't even held hands. What kind of boyfriend-girlfriend relationship is this? Zheng Xinxin weighed the options in her mind. She doesn't need any material foundation at all now. She has money, but she's frugal with her spending. It can also last for a long time. And there's no need to buy a car or a house anymore. If I could be with the man I love, what a wonderful thing that would be. Zhang Xinxin couldn't help but nod. Mingho, you're right. As long as I break up with him, we can be together. I'll go find him right now. I'm going to break up with her right now. Zhang Mingho felt a surge of smugness. Zhang Xinxin was actually willing to break up with her boyfriend for him. Then he would have an even better grasp on this woman. Then this woman will definitely be very willing to spend money on her. They even used their family connections to help him find a good job. He knew that Zhang Xinxin was an only child. He only married Zhang Xinxin after maintaining this relationship. Won't all of Zhang Xinxin's family's assets belong to him in the future? Thinking that Zhang Xinxin could easily buy a car worth over 2 million. They could even casually buy a duplex apartment for nearly 10 million. Her family must have a lot of assets. Such a person must have assets exceeding 1 billion yuan. Thinking of this, Zhang Mingho's breathing became rapid. I watched as Zhang Xinxin hurriedly got up and dressed. Zhang Mingho also quickly helped the other party. After getting dressed, Zhang Xinxin took the car keys. I was about to leave. Zhang Xinxin turned around and looked at Zhang Mingho's outstanding good looks and his sharply defined face. Mingho, you stay home and wait for me. Don't worry, I will definitely break up with that man for your sake. After saying that, he actually walked up to me on his own initiative. He was about to kiss Zhang Mingho on the cheek. Zhang Mingho paused for a moment, suppressed his nausea, and closed his eyes. Zhang Xinxin kissed Zhang Mingho. Then he took the car keys and turned to leave. The moment the door closed, Zhang Mingho quickly wiped his face with his hand. That disgusting woman. She immediately ran to the bathroom and washed her face thoroughly with water. Looking at his handsome reflection in the mirror, Zhang Mingho clenched his fist. Wait a little longer, just a little longer, we're about to succeed. As long as we can swindle all of this woman's money, house, and car. Chapter 64 let you witness. I'll be rich from now on. When I'm rich in the future, I'll definitely find 10 or 8 beautiful women. Zhang Mingho's eyes were full of smugness. Zhang Xinxin was driving her Porsche Panamera. We sped back to school. As the car pulled into the school gate, she realized she hadn't contacted Yi Qing yet. She had completely forgotten about Yi Qing these past few days. Now I need to contact Yi Qing again. She was still a little uneasy. She was afraid that Yi Qing would continue to bother her. She was afraid that Yi Qing, having bought her so many things, wouldn't want to let her go. But Zheng Xinxin knew that the house and car were all registered in her name. According to the law, those things belonged to her. Yi Qing couldn't take it away even if she wanted to. Thinking about these things, her eyes gradually became firm. He picked up his phone and dialed Yi Qing's number. Yi Qing was still sleeping at 8 o'clock in the morning. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard my phone vibrating incessantly. Who is it? Calling me so early. Yi Qing picked up her phone and saw the caller ID. Zhang Xinxin? I haven't contacted this woman for many days, why did she call me first? Yi Qing was taken aback. He only treated Zhang Xinxin as a tool to make money. There was absolutely no emotional investment involved. Now, thinking back to Zhang Xinxin's somewhat ugly appearance, Yi Qing still felt a bit disgusted. He found a second target to exploit. I was originally thinking of finding Zhang Xinxin when I had time. He dumped that woman. However, a suitable excuse could not be found in time. Yi Qing hesitated only for a moment before answering the phone. Yi Qing, where are you? As soon as the call connected, I heard Zhang Xinxin's impatient voice. Yi Qing frowned. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Where are you? I have something important to tell you. Yi Qing was taken aback. What is this woman trying to do? Why don't we take advantage of this meeting today and dump this woman? Having made up his mind, Yi Qing then spoke. I'm in my dorm. Then I'll come find you. Zhang Xinxin hung up the phone in a hurry. Yi Qing's brows furrowed even deeper. What's up with this woman? Is there really something important? Zhang Xinxin hung up the phone. Suddenly I felt something was wrong. He immediately called Chang Yinhua again. No, are you at school? Yes, I'm here. What's up? Come over to the boys' dormitory right away. I have something important for you to witness. Chang Yinhua was completely confused. What's wrong? What happened? Oh, stop asking and come here quickly. By the way, do you see if there are any other people in the dorm? Call all the sisters in the dormitory who you can. I really have something very important to announce. Chang Yinhua was struck by how solemnly Zhang Xinxin spoke. She knew it might really be a big deal. Okay, I'll gather my roommates and we'll go together right away. Although it was 8 a.m., they didn't have any classes this morning. Many students sleep in late in their dorm rooms. Yunjiro had already woken up and was lying in bed playing on her phone. She heard the call just now. He didn't care about Zhang Xinxin's matter at all. Watching Chang Yinhua hurriedly get dressed and head out the door, Yunjiro only glanced at it. I had absolutely no intention of going. No, what happened? I wonder what happened on Xingxing's side that makes us all need to go there. Where are we going? He said he would wait downstairs at Yi Qing's dormitory building. Upon hearing that this matter was related to Yi Qing, Yunjiro instinctively sat up. He hesitated for only a moment. I'll go with you. Chang Yinhua looked at Yunjiro with some surprise. Are you going too? He remembered that Yunjiro and Zhang Xinxin didn't get along. He rarely speaks. What's wrong with me today? Is that not allowed? Chang Yinhua nodded. Sure, no problem. Yunjiro also hurriedly got up and dressed. Thinking of Zhang Xinxin's instructions, Chang Yinhua then ran to other dormitories. He called out all his close friends. Wang Xinxian was half asleep. I was woken up by someone pulling me. I heard there was some conflict between the girls and the boys, and we need everyone to go over there. She wasn't really interested at first. It is said that this matter is related to Zhang Xinxin. She immediately became alert. After getting dressed, I hurriedly went downstairs with everyone else. After going downstairs, Chang Yinhua realized that, surprisingly, 14 or 15 girls went with her. Aren't there a lot of people here? But everyone was already dressed and had come downstairs. She couldn't send everyone back. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and lead everyone in a grand procession toward the boys' dormitory. Zhang Xinxin deliberately slowed down the car. She wanted to break up with Yi Qing in front of everyone. She wanted to announce to the world that she was single again. In this way, she can occupy the moral high ground and avoid being criticized by others. After that, no one could say anything about her being with Zhang Mingho. She believes that love can overcome all difficulties. Her ideal marriage partner is Zhang Mingho. She was handsome and very gentle with him. And he tolerated her in every way. This gave her the feeling of being the female lead in a TV series. Ever since Yi Qing bought her such an expensive gift, her ambition began to grow steadily. Material needs are nothing to her. Moreover, she believes that she is the protagonist in this world. To be able to meet Yi Qing, who is willing to spend so much money on her, is truly remarkable. She believed she had defied fate and changed her destiny. She is no longer that poor girl who struggled to afford food every day. She's a rich girl now, someone who's above everyone else. Since having money, her classmates' attitudes towards her have completely changed. She thoroughly enjoys her current life. The only regret is not having a boyfriend who was both handsome and very considerate. But Zhang Mingho's appearance filled the emptiness in her heart. She wants to be like the female lead in a TV drama. Overcoming numerous obstacles along the way, step by step, they reached the pinnacle of life. She believed that with her abilities, she could definitely do her best. They may even accumulate more wealth in the future. Moreover, with Zhang Mingho's help, they could even establish a company to become the richest person in the world. This is the life she wants. Thinking about his bright future, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Squeak! The car slowly pulled into the parking space downstairs in front of the boys' dormitory. Many people were shocked when they saw a Porsche Panamera. Who is it that drives such a nice car? It's pink, so it must be a girl. What are you doing in our boys' dormitory? Is she here to see some pretty boy? Haha, that's very possible. Chapter 65. So many people? Zheng Xinxin opened the driver's side door and got out. Although her clothes were very expensive and appropriate. However, her figure and appearance are really not flattering. This girl is too ordinary. If it weren't for her money, I wouldn't even glance at it. Many people were very disappointed. Zheng Xinxin glanced back at the girls' dormitory. Chang Yinhua and the others haven't arrived yet? Lin Xiaoxi has classes in the morning. She got up very early. After washing up, I went downstairs and had a meal in the cafeteria. Since Yi Qing gave her that huge surprise last time, she hasn't contacted Yi Qing for the past few days. Although she desperately wanted to see Yi Qing again. But there is no legitimate reason. She felt she still had to save face if she took the initiative to find Yi Qing. As a girl, especially a very pretty girl, it's good to be a little reserved. Although she was very eager to earn more money. But she knew that men are all fickle and easily bored. Yi Qing is the same way. Some say that distance makes the heart grow fonder. If I spend every day with this boy, then there's nothing new or exciting about it. Maintaining a certain distance is still very important. Besides, someone like Yi Qing definitely wouldn't want such a clingy girlfriend by his side. Lin Xiaoxi was able to control her temper. He hurriedly walked towards the classroom. As soon as I crossed the playground, I saw a large group of girls looking aggressive. They walked towards the boys' dormitory. Lin Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment. What are these people up to? Suddenly his eyes narrowed. She spotted someone familiar. Wang Xinqian. Lin Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. What is this woman going to do? I seem to remember that was the boys' dormitory. And it seems to be Yi Qing's room in the dormitory. Is Wang Xinqian going to settle scores with Yi Qing? But what makes this woman so special? No, I want to go and see for myself. Lin Xiaoxi quietly followed behind the group of people. I could vaguely hear these people talking about a certain name. Moreover, this person's name appeared repeatedly. Yi Qing. Lin Xiaoxi became even more certain that this group of people were going to find Yi Qing. She silently followed behind the group, clutching her book. Zheng Xinxin waited for less than 5 minutes. They discovered a large, imposing group of people marching towards them. Her brows furrowed involuntarily. What happened? She took off her sunglasses and examined them carefully. What's Chang Yinhua up to? Why did she bring so many classmates? She wanted to find a few classmates to witness her and Yi Qing officially breaking up. Unexpectedly, Chang Yinhua brought so many people. Her brows furrowed slightly. Then she shook her head indifferently. More people are fine too. There are so many witnesses. I broke up with Yi Qing to stop him from bothering me. Zheng Xinxin is currently blindly confident. She believes she is very excellent. Even a handsome guy like Zheng Mingho was willing to lower himself to pursue her. A guy like Yi Qing who looks very ordinary. It's nothing more than having some money at home. In her value system, there are several types of excellence in boys. Most importantly, he's handsome and gentle. As for how much money her family actually had, she felt that was secondary. This is perhaps how college students perceive the current state of society. In fact, many people after graduation. You'll understand this clearly once you enter society. Money is very important to a person. However, Zheng Xinxin was still lost in her fantasies at this moment. She imagined herself as the heroine in a novel. People can risk everything for love. She could give up everything for love. At this moment, Yi Qing slowly walked out of the boys' dormitory. He was still wearing that somewhat worn-out tracksuit. His hair was a bit messy, and he hadn't even had time to wash his face. I don't know what's wrong with Zheng Xinxin, calling him out so early. Standing at the dormitory entrance, he couldn't help but yawn. Ah. After stretching, I looked up and saw that the sun was shining brightly today. The air is still quite fresh. It wasn't as hot as it was at noon. I took a deep breath of fresh air. Yi Qing then noticed the parking lot across the street. Zheng Xinxin was standing next to the pink Porsche Panamera. Yi Qing walked over there. Zheng Xinxin also saw Yi Qing. She didn't smile at him as usual. Instead, she watched with a somewhat nervous expression as Yi Qing slowly approached her. She couldn't help but swallow. Looking back, they then realized that Chang Yinhua and the others would be arriving soon. Only then did she feel half relieved. She's been very popular lately. Many classmates were willing to help her. Her classmates were always friendly and kind whenever they saw her. Some people even act in a fawning manner. This greatly satisfied her vanity. She believes that's her charm. She believes this is because she became more confident. People are attracted to her charm, which is why they are like this. It must be said that sometimes people's understanding is indeed limited. Some people's minds are still living in a dream world. Yi Qing walked up to Zhang Xinxin. Chang Yinhua and her group also came over. The female classmates behind Chang Yinhua. They all looked at the pink Porsche Panamera with great envy. Whatever happened to Zhang Xinxin today? They wanted Zhang Xinxin to owe them this favor. It's not easy to get a rich girl to owe you a favor. Even girls who usually love to stay in bed got up. They came along too. They also greatly envied the life of Zhang Xinxin, a rich girl. But their families were very ordinary to begin with. However, if one could develop a closer relationship with a wealthy woman like Zhang Xinxin, you will also gain some benefits at that time. Yi Qing was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Zhang Xinxin to have called so many people. Yi Qing glanced at Chang Yinhua and her group. They actually spotted Yun Jiro in the crowd. Ever since the last conflict with this woman, I never saw that woman again. When Yun Jiro saw Yi Qing again, a bitter smile appeared on her face. I thought I could find someone better. But I never expected that Wang Yuan was so unreliable. They are still far inferior to Yi Qing. She lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. She remembered that Yi Qing had kissed her in the presidential suite last time. This caused a blush to appear on Yun Jiro's face. Zhang Xinxin, what are you trying to do? Zhang Xinxin's expression was not very good. She looked at Yi Qing as if he were an enemy. This caused Yi Qing's eyebrows to rise slightly. He secretly grumbled to himself. What's wrong with this woman? Chapter 66. Is Yi Qing a gigolo? Zhang Xinxin saw so many classmates behind her. Everyone is supporting her. She felt more confident. He stepped forward and stared intently into Yi Qing's eyes. Yi Qing, I want to break up with you. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. What happened? Zhang Xinxin called us over. Is it just to break up with this guy? This guy doesn't look very handsome either. Moreover, he had an ordinary appearance and wore very cheap clothes. Is this guy a freeloader? The girls were all somewhat confused. Zhang Xinxin wants to cultivate a persona of herself as a rich girl. Therefore, she did not tell anyone the source of her wealth. And also told Chang Yinhua and the others. He asked them to help him keep the secret. Since Zhang Xinxin got money, Chang Yinhua is just like Zhang Xinxin's lackey. She would naturally keep Zhang Xinxin's secret. Yun Jiro was originally very aloof and arrogant. Of course, she wouldn't talk about Zhang Xinxin. Most of the classmates here believe that Zhang Xinxin is a rich girl. Everything she has is because of her family. As soon as Zhang Xinxin spoke, everyone was in an uproar. Chang Yinhua and Yun Jiro, in particular, stared wide-eyed. His face was full of disbelief. Chang Yinhua stared blankly at Zhang Xinxin. She hadn't expected that this woman had asked her to call so many people just to break up with Yi Qing. Her heart was filled with turbulent waves. Is Zhang Xinxin a crazy woman? Yi Qing is so rich. Why did you break up with Yi Qing? Don't you know your own situation? She's so ugly, how did she manage to find a boyfriend as rich as Yi Qing? That's an opportunity you'd never have in 8 lifetimes. Chang Yinhua was extremely jealous. But she knew her own situation. Therefore, he had no intention of getting close to Yi Qing at all. Zhang Xinxin obtained so much wealth. They're so ungrateful for their good fortune. Chang Yinhua rolled her eyes. If she had known that Zhang Xinxin had asked her to come and cheer her on in her breakup with Yi Qing, she definitely wouldn't have come. She would rather offend Zhang Xinxin. They wouldn't offend a money-making machine like Yi Qing. She knew perfectly well what Yi Qing's strength was. Yun Jiro found it even more unbelievable. Separate? Zhang Xinxin is crazy. What suddenly occurred to Yun Jiro? Could it be that this woman broke up with Yi Qing because of Zhang Mingho? The more Yunjiro thought about it, the more likely it seemed. They were classmates. And they were in the same dormitory. They all know what Zhang Xinxin has been doing these past few days. Yunjiro gave a cold laugh. Zhang Xinxin, you idiot. Do you think Zhang Mingho is any good? Yunjiro's eyes were full of schadenfreude. She knew that Zhang Xinxin had definitely been deceived by that guy Zhang Mingho. There's no way around it, Zhang Xinxin is just a woman who's head over heels in love. Chang Yinua's face turned pale and then red. She also suddenly remembered that Zhang Xinxin and Zhang Mingho had been together these past few days. She never expected Zhang Xinxin to be so foolish. Although the two of them understood perfectly well. But they did not speak up to stop them. Zhang Xinxin is a woman with an average appearance and a somewhat plump figure. Suddenly she got a wealthy boyfriend. They were already extremely jealous. Now Zhang Xinxin is about to destroy her own foundation. They would definitely be very happy to see that. Once Zhang Xinxin is brought back to her original form, let her become that poor child again. That way they will feel at peace. Chang Yinua and Yunjiro shared the same thoughts. Zhang Xinxin has been floating in the sky for far too long. Wouldn't it be quite interesting to bring her down to earth? The two exchanged a glance, both waiting to see the spectacle unfold. The female classmates behind me. I don't understand what's going on. Many girls even believe that Yi Qing is Zhang Xinxin's kept man. This guy looks very ordinary. Is he a kept man? Very likely, Zhang Xinxin is so rich. It's possible to find an ordinary boyfriend like this. Rich girls are just different. They were very affectionate with Zhang Mingho. She also has a boyfriend here. Money can buy you anything. I'm so envious, I can only say I'm extremely envious. Hearing the whispers of his classmates behind him, Chang Yinua and Yunjiro both pouted. These people have no idea what the actual situation is. When Yi Qing heard that Zhang Xinxin actually wanted to break up with him, his eyes revealed disbelief. He had originally planned to dump this woman today anyway. Unexpectedly, the woman actually brought it up herself. However, Yi Qing still felt very uncomfortable. He was actually rejected by this woman. This woman is so ugly, yet she took the initiative to ask to break up with him. Where would Yi Qing's face be then? Moreover, it was in front of so many girls, and Yi Qing's face immediately darkened. You want to break up with me? Seeing that Yi Qing's expression was not good, Zhang Xinxin still forced herself to speak. Yes, Yi Qing, I don't think you're good enough for me. Yi Qing was stunned for a moment, then laughed in exasperation at the woman's words. Ha ha. Are you out of your mind? Don't you look at yourself in the mirror? How dare you break up with me? As soon as Yi Qing finished speaking, a girl behind Zhang Xinxin suddenly stood up. How can you talk like that? A gigolo is actually looking down on our xin. She's from a wealthy family. It's a blessing you've accumulated over 8 lifetimes to have even noticed you. You've spent quite a bit of that girl's money, haven't you? Why not just part ways amicably? Why resort to such harsh words? Yi Qing was speechless. Chang Yinua and Yunjiro. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Xinxin's recent situation. This rich woman persona is marketed very well. This made the students behind her think that Zhang Xinxin was very rich. Zhang Xinxin looked smug. She never expected that her classmates would be so supportive of her. This gave her even more confidence. Everyone took out their phones and took pictures. I don't want to break up with this guy. Let him come and bother me again. The female classmates behind me all took out their phones and started recording. Yi Qing rolled her eyes. He discovered that Zhang Xinxin was really a bit crazy. Yi Qing, let me tell you the truth. I've come to you today to break up. Are you going to say yes or no? Zhang Xinxin really wanted to cut the Gordian knot. Yi Qing had no idea what had happened to this woman. But this woman's current demeanor is so aggressive. It chilled his heart instantly. Yi Qing took a step forward, looking at Zhang Xinxin, who seemed rather smug. Okay, breaking up is fine. But you have to return everything I gave you. Chapter 67, Returning Everything to You. The girls behind him burst into laughter. This guy is so stingy. Look at how shabby he looks. What can we give to our xin? What else could it be? It's nothing more than roses, love letters, origami cranes, and the like. It's worthless stuff. This is a common tactic used by guys to pursue girls. Maybe this kid has even delivered some heartwarming breakfasts before? Breakfast doesn't cost much, does it? Any clothes that xin is wearing are enough. The girls behind him were all talking at once, criticizing Yi Qing. Cheng Inui and Yun Jiro quickly took 2 steps back. Stay away from girls who have mental problems. Hearing Yi Qing say that, Zhang Xinxin's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. However, she firmly believes that love is what she wants. With love, all difficulties and obstacles can be overcome. Just like the heroine in the novel. She will have a brighter future. Especially when I think of Zhang Mingho's gentle and considerate personality. And a handsome face with sharp features. A surge of determination welled up in Zhang Xinxin's heart. In order to be with Zhang Mingho, I must break up with Yi Qing. Even if it comes at a price, it's worth it. Yi Qing, a guy whose eyes are only on money. They simply don't understand how great love truly is. Zhang Xinxin gritted her teeth. As long as you agree to break up with me, I can return everything you gave me. The girls behind them were also cheering. Shoo. Several girls were taking notes with their phones. They want everyone to see. This gigolo is so stingy. In order to prevent Yi Qing from going back on her word, Zhang Xinxin brought together so many witnesses. The point is to make this a reality. She knew that since she had already said it, there was absolutely no possibility of continuing the relationship with Yi Qing. Yi Qing never expected that this woman would be willing to give up so much wealth to break up with him. It seems this woman has made a very strong decision. Yi Qing's heart jolted. System, if I take those things back, do those cashback offers still count? Does not count. If the host accepts Zhang Xinxin's assets, the host needs to return all the cashback money to the system. Yi Qing's lips twitched slightly. I have never met such a bizarre woman before. If the system wants to return the money to him, then all his efforts during this period were wasted. Yi Qing's face darkened. What can we do? We can't get that money back. Are we just going to let that woman Zhang Xinxin get away with this? Yi Qing shook his head. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into my mind. System, what if I give those things away? It shouldn't be considered a violation, right? Not counted. Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief. The item has already been given to Zhang Xinxin. She then passed those things on to someone else. That has nothing to do with Yi Qing anymore. This can be considered a bug in the system. Yi Qing pondered for a moment. Then you have to promise not to bother me again. Even if you regret it, don't ask for my forgiveness. Yi Qing found this woman disgusting. I might as well cut all ties with her completely. The best outcome is to have absolutely no connection with each other. He was also afraid that this woman would regret it in the future and come back to him. That would only make him more speechless. Zhang Xinxin was stunned for a moment, and her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He nodded heavily. Okay, today I'll do it in front of all these classmates. Hereby, I solemnly promise. Even if I regret it later. They won't come to apologize to Yi Qing either. He won't come begging for her forgiveness. I guarantee this with my integrity. Besides, I won't regret it. Zhang Xinxin was somewhat unwilling, and finally added a sentence. Yi Qing was still worried. What if you regret it and come looking for me? Zhang Xinxin was also pushed to her limit by Yi Qing's words. If I regret it and come looking for you, then I'm a bastard, not a human, but a dog. Isn't it enough that I voluntarily withdrew from Jianqing University and stopped staying there? Zhang Xinxin's face turned bright red with anger. In the heat of the moment, having arrived here, she made a solemn vow. Yi Qing pointed to the female classmates behind her and said. Everyone saw it. And the phone recorded everything. This is what Zhang Xinxin herself said. The girls behind Zhang Xinxin remained silent. Why is xin wasting her breath talking to a gigolo like that? Quickly return all those cheap things he gave you back then. Break up with him. Those worthless things. It's really being too petty to want it back. A guy like that isn't worth your time. Yes, XIN, hurry up and return those things to him. Don't you find his junk and worthless stuff a bit disgusting? Break up with this kind of slut as soon as possible. The people behind him also tried to persuade him. Zhang Xinxin seemed to have received a great deal of encouragement. Suddenly, he raised his head and stared straight at Yi Qing. Okay, I'll return everything you gave me today. Zhang Xinxin gritted her teeth and walked to Yi Qing's side. He took out his iPhone. You bought this phone for me, and I'm returning it to you now. The girls behind him stared wide-eyed. That latest iPhone model seems to be very expensive. Can that guy afford such an expensive phone? Those girls were somewhat unbelievable. But what Zhang Xinxin said next completely baffled them. Oh right, you bought me a family bucket of fruit, which cost 68,000 yuan in total. All those laptops and tablets are in the dorm room. I'll return it to you in a moment. The girls behind him were stunned again. This poor guy actually bought Zhang Xinxin such an expensive thing. Isn't this guy named Yi Qing a gigolo? This boy is so affectionate. It seems, we may have misunderstood him just now. The expressions of the girls behind Yi Qing, who had been quite hostile just moments before, softened somewhat. Such a poor boy. They actually spent over 60,000 yuan to buy Zhang Xinxin a family bucket of fruit. That was already quite a deep expression of affection. Knowing the situation, Chang Yinhua and Yun Jiro couldn't help but roll their eyes. However, they were also very nervous. They wanted to see for themselves. Does Zhang Xinxin have the courage to return everything Yi Qing gave her? This is the watch you gave me. Zhang Xinxin took off the Patek Philippe watch from her wrist. I'll give it back to you now. Yi Qing took it without hesitation. Chang Yinhua and Yun Jiro couldn't help but twitch their lips. A girl behind Zhang Xinxin gasped. What? That watch is worth 280,000? Could that watch have also been bought for Zhang Xinxin by this boy? This girl has good taste and knows a lot about luxury goods. Chapter 68. Not a rich girl. She had long been envious of the watch Zhang Xinxin was wearing on her wrist. She originally thought that Zhang Xinxin had bought the watch herself. I never expected that it was also given to me by this man. Everyone was shocked when they heard what the students said. Something's not right, something's not right. The fruit bucket was a gift from this boy. That watch of hers was also a gift from this boy. These things add up to more than 350,000. This poor guy gave Zhang Xinxin gifts worth 350,000 yuan? This. Among the girls behind me, there were some who were really good at math. 350,000 is such a huge number. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. The disgust they had shown towards Yi Qing was gone. Could it be that this guy named Yi Qing isn't some poor student after all? Could he also be from a wealthy family? Otherwise, how could one afford to give such an expensive gift? But, since he's from a wealthy family, why would he be attracted to Zhang Xinxin, such an ordinary woman who was also somewhat unattractive? The girls behind Zhang Xinxin all looked confused. People generally dislike men like Yi Qing who live off women. However, all the girls noticed that Yi Qing's clothes were very ordinary. Moreover, he was willing to spend 350,000 yuan to buy things for Zhang Xinxin. Just how deep are this boy's feelings for Zhang Xinxin? Why would someone do something like that? Could it be that this boy took out a loan to buy these things for Zhang Xinxin? No way. Which guy would be willing to take out a loan of so much money? Why buy such an expensive thing for a girl? Unless he is deeply in love with that girl. Considering this possibility, the girls behind Zhang Xinxin went wild again. In their minds, Yi Qing is no longer the kind of gigolo he used to be. Instead, he became an exceptionally good man. If this man is really that good, then he must be the most sincere man in the world. It's a pity, this guy has only one flaw, he's broke. Yi Qing was wearing very cheap clothes. In their minds, Yi Qing was a child from a poor family. The amount of 350,000 had already shocked them greatly. But what Zhang Xinxin said next almost shattered their worldview. Yi Qing, this is the car you bought for me. The car is parked over there. Here are the keys, I'll give them back to you. Zhang Xinxin handed the keys to the pink Porsche Panamera to Yi Qing. What? By this time, a large crowd of onlookers had gathered around. Because it was a boys' dormitory, many students who were about to attend classes stopped to watch. People are quite willing to watch the drama unfold. No way, Yi Qing actually bought her that Porsche Panamera? This woman just went and returned to Yi Qing like that? The students behind Zhang Xinxin were shocked once again. Was that car also a gift from this boy? How is this possible? That car is worth over 2 million. Did this guy just give it away like that? Something's not right. Isn't Zhang Xinxin a rich girl? What were all the things she had given her by Yi Qing? Doubts arose in everyone's minds. Yi Qing took the keys to the Porsche Panamera. Zhang Xinxin gritted her teeth again. Then he took out a set of keys from his bag. Yi Qing, this is the key to the house you bought for me. I'm returning it to you now. Yi Qing casually took the key from the other party. The female classmates behind Zhang Xinxin were speechless. They all gaped, their eyes wide. I'm completely numb. Everyone stood there frozen in place, as if under a spell. But it felt like a landmine had been thrown into their hearts. How so? Were all those things Zhang Xinxin received from Yi Qing? Zhang Xinxin's duplex apartment in Ningzhu Huafu. They had all been there before. They were stunned by the luxurious decor. In particular, Ningzhu Huafu is one of the top-tier high-end residential communities in Jiangqing City. Most importantly, Ningzhu Huafu is the most luxurious community around Jiangqing University. It's very close to the school and extremely convenient. They were very envious at the time. But they never expected that. All of Zhang Xinxin's belongings were bought for her by this somewhat sloppy and poor-looking boy in front of her. Their beliefs completely collapsed. Wait, isn't this Zhang Xinxin a rich girl? What suddenly occurred to one of the girls? I remember now. Zhang Xinxin was also very poor when she first came to the school. When we eat, we are frugal and wear very cheap clothes. It was only recently that she became very rich. Could it be that Zhang Xinxin isn't a rich girl at all? And all those things she had were gifts from other people. Some people guessed the truth. Everyone looked at Zhang Xinxin with disbelief. We've all been fooled, this woman isn't a rich girl at all. It was only then that everyone realized what had happened. Could this seemingly slovenly boy be a rich man? Of course. Otherwise, why would they have taken out so many things to give to Zhang Xinxin? You all need to do the math. How much did Zhang Xinxin actually get? A family bucket of fruit, a watch, a car, a house. I heard her say that the house was bought for 9 million. Add that car and that's 11 million. If you add her watch and the family bucket of fruit to that, that's roughly 11.35 million. Hiss. Who exactly is this man named Yi Qing? He casually gave away over 10 million yuan worth of gifts. No, this guy must be really rich. Even an ugly woman like Zhang Xinxin can get so many things. That means this person named Yi Qing definitely doesn't consider this 10 million yuan as money. Their family must be extremely, extremely rich. Upon hearing the girl's words, all the surrounding classmates fell silent. They simply couldn't imagine it. How much assets are needed? Only then can one casually give away more than 10 million to others. They even came to support them. But unexpectedly, Zhang Xinxin deceived them. Many of the girls had completely lost their previous animosity towards Yi Qing. They were all filled with righteous indignation. They poured all their hatred into Zhang Xinxin. After handing all these things over to Yi Qing, Zhang Xinxin felt much lighter. Without these financial shackles, she can then be with the man she loves, Zhang Mingho. Zhang Xinxin took a deep breath. I feel refreshed and have a bright future ahead. I remember your bag, I bought it for you too, didn't I? Chapter 69. You're too stingy. Zhang Xinxin never expected Yi Qing to be so stingy. They're even taking this bag back. Somewhat angrily, she threw the bag she was carrying into Yi Qing's arms. Here you go, I'll give it back to you, okay? Did I buy you the clothes you're wearing? Zhang Xinxin then realized that she was wearing an LV dress. The shoes she was wearing were also LV. Zhang Xinxin stomped her foot. Are you even taking these clothes back with you? Yi Qing smiled faintly. How? Didn't you just say you were going to return everything I gave you? Didn't I give you this dress? You? Zhang Xinxin was so angry that she was trembling all over. Okay, here you go. I'll change my clothes and return them to you when I get back. Let me remind you. I bought you 2 outfits and a bag, remember to return them all. You. Zheng Xinxin's face turned a deep liver color. She was so angry that she kept breathing rapidly. Why are you so petty? Do I really have to return even a few pieces of clothing? You're being too stingy. Yi Qing was so angry at the other party's shamelessness that she laughed. You were the one who said you would return everything I gave you. And now you're saying I'm stingy? Alright, then I'll show you what atmosphere is. Yi Qing looked around. I found that there wasn't anyone I was particularly familiar with. He was considering who to give these things to. Suddenly I spotted someone familiar. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Cheng Yinhua, come here. Cheng Yinhua stood there in a daze, deeply shocked. She never expected that Zheng Xinxin would actually return all those things. Suddenly, upon hearing Yi Qing call her name, she instinctively stood up. What are you doing? Yi Qing held up her fruit-shaped mobile phone. This fruit phone is for you. What? Cheng Yinhua looked at Yi Qing in disbelief. She pointed to her nose with her finger. For me? Are you kidding me? Yi Qing was getting a little impatient. Do you want it or not? Yes, I want it. Cheng Yinhua had already set her sights on this Apple phone and was quietly saving up for it. But she still couldn't afford the highest spec model. I was originally planning to buy the lowest spec model just to get my hands on one, but I never expected this. Yi Qing actually gave it to her directly. Although it was used by Zheng Xinxin, she only used it for a few days. And she knew this was the highest trim level. Even a second-hand one can be worth more than 15,000 yuan. Cheng Yinhua walked over excitedly. His hands trembled slightly as he took the fruit phone from Yi Qing's hand. Until the iPhone was in hand. Only then did she realize that Yi Qing had really given this to her. She stared blankly at Yi Qing. Arrogant and domineering, that's just how rich people are. The female classmates behind Zheng Xinxin were all dumbfounded once again. What kind of operation is this? They originally thought that although Yi Qing was very rich. However, some people are too nitpicky. But Yi Qing casually gave that fruit phone to Cheng Yinhua. This shocked them once again. Oh right, back in the dorm. Remember to get the whole family bucket of fruit for Zheng Xinxin. She promised to return those things to me. I'll give those fruit buckets to you once they're ready. Cheng Yinhua fiddled with the fruit phone in her hand. Just as I was about to turn back. Suddenly, Yi Qing said this. She stood there blankly again. My whole body was trembling with excitement. This. Are you really giving them all to me? Yi Qing pointed to everyone's phones. I'll definitely give it to you. I keep my word. Besides, they were all recording. There is video evidence. Cheng Yinhua nodded vigorously. He looked at Yi Qing with a face full of admiration. That's incredibly extravagant. Yi Qing looked around again. You. He pointed at the girl who had just been calling him a gigolo. The girl was a little confused. Are you calling me? Yi Qing nodded. You. And you all. Yi Qing called out the names of all the girls behind Zheng Xinxin. Listen carefully. Zheng Xinxin's clothes, shoes, and bag. They're all LV. Each set is worth over 100,000. After returning to the dormitory, you urged her to take all those things out. You can each pick one item. Consider it a gift from me. The girls never expected such a good thing to happen. The girl in the lead couldn't help but swallow hard. She glanced cautiously at the bag in Yi Qing's hand. That bag is the latest LV model. It would cost over 30,000 yuan in the store. There were more than a dozen of them. Although not everyone may receive an item. But after everyone gets their hands on those items, they then resell them. Even if you divide the money up, it'll still be a large sum. Zheng Xinxin has 2 sets of clothes, as well as bags and shoes. The total exceeds 200,000. Even if it's only sold secondhand, it'll fetch 150,000. Each of these dozen or so women could receive more than 10,000 yuan. The girls exchanged glances. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. The seemingly slovenly and poor man was surprisingly generous. The students behind Zheng Xinxin were all in an uproar. Zheng Xinxin saw that her classmates were staring at her like hungry wolves at a little lamb. Those students couldn't wait to pounce on them right now. They stripped Zheng Xinxin of all those expensive clothes. A smile involuntarily crept onto Yi Qing's lips. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Zhang Xinqin will find it very difficult to get along in the class from now on. Yun Jiro gave a somewhat bitter smile. Yi Qing had deliberately left her out just now. They didn't give her any benefits at all. This made her feel very bad. But she couldn't say anything, since she had clearly rejected Yi Qing back then. She has no face to ask Yi Qing for anything now. Looking at the female classmates who came with them, they looked elated. Yun Jiro felt a pang of heartache. Just when she thought she was going to go home empty-handed. Yun Jiro. Yun Jiro suddenly raised her head. She looked at Yi Qing, who was calling out to her. Her face flushed with excitement. She didn't speak, but she heard Yi Qing say it casually. This watch is for you. Yun Jiro walked forward a few steps mechanically, like a robot. Me too? Yi Qing nodded and casually picked up the watch. He threw it over. Yun Jiro was startled. She quickly stretched out her hands. He barely managed to catch the watch. Yi Qing treated it as if he were casually tossing away a worthless pebble. Yun Jiro's heart pounded. Looking at the 280,000 yuan piece he held in his hands. Patek Philippe's latest women's watch. Her hands began to tremble slightly. Chapter 70. This car is for you. She felt like she was dreaming. Yi Qing had no choice, he simply couldn't find it. I gave gifts to people I knew. He can't just hire a stranger. Let's give away something so valuable. It's because he's willing to give it to us. Others might think he's crazy. Yun Jiro raised her head. Looking at Yi Qingfeng's calm and composed demeanor. A surge of heat welled up inside her. She thought of rejecting Yi Qing. She suddenly felt extremely regretful. If only I had been with Yi Qing back then. Even if she can't be Yi Qing's official girlfriend. Just a one-night stand woman. Yi Qing certainly wouldn't treat himself unfairly. He could casually sell a watch worth 280,000 yuan. It was handed over to her, this woman with whom she had a past relationship. If I become his woman, how generous Yi Qing would be. Yun Jiro couldn't even imagine it. She felt like she had missed out on a gold mine. Even the wealth that Yi Qing peeked out from between his fingers. That's enough for her to live a comfortable life. Yun Jiro's eyes were filled with regret. If I gave her another chance, she definitely won't ask to be Yi Qing's official girlfriend. Suddenly, something occurred to her. Now Zhang Xinqin has broken up with Yi Qing in public. That means Yi Qing is now single again. She knew she could never be Yi Qing's official girlfriend. But as long as she humbles herself and lets go of her pride, I suppose Yi Qing will still accept her. To become Yi Qing's woman. A glimmer of hope rose in Yun Jiro's heart. She believed that if she missed this opportunity, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Yun Jiro took another deep look at Yi Qing, holding the 280,000 yuan watch. It was as if they were holding a priceless treasure. He slowly returned to the group of girls. The students all excitedly gathered around. Looking at the watch in Yun Jiro's hand, they all looked on with envy. Zhang Xinqin was dumbfounded. She never expected that Yi Qing would so casually give away the things that belonged to her to someone else. She just said Yi Qing was stingy. But how do we explain this now? Yi Qing had no intention of taking those things back. Instead, he gave it to someone else right in front of her. This was truly like a slap in the face to her in front of everyone. Zhang Xinqin's face was burning. Yi Qing looked around and realized that he could no longer send anything. The other things are too valuable. These people were not related to him at all. He had no way to deliver it. A tall figure came into his view. Lin Xiaoxi, dressed in a pink tracksuit. They walked slowly over from that side. Yi Qing's expression shifted. Why is this woman here? They came at just the right time. No matter what, Lin Xiaoxi is Yi Qing's woman. If all these things were given to Lin Xiaoxi, that wouldn't violate the system's rules. Moreover, Lin Xiaoxi and he have a very close relationship. Yi Qing was willing to give these things to her. You. Come here for a second. Yi Qing pointed to Lin Xiaoxi in the distance and shouted loudly. Those around heard Yi Qing shout this. They all turned to look in that direction. The boys instantly erupted in excitement. Wow, it's school beauty Lin Xiaoxi. My goddess has arrived. She actually came to our boys' dormitory. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. No wonder she's the campus belle of Jiangcheng University. Many people couldn't help but admire it. Yi Qing, has this kid gone mad? That's Lin University's most beautiful girl, and he's behaving like that. Who does he think he is? A goddess like Linda, the campus belle, would definitely not bother with someone like Yi Qing. He's just a clown. Everyone was very confident. Everyone was waiting to see Yi Qing make a fool of himself. Only Yun Jiro knew the inside story. Seeing Lin Xiaoxi once again made her feel ashamed of herself. Zheng Xinqin couldn't help but roll her eyes. She admitted that Yi Qing was very rich. But a goddess like Lin Xiaoxi, who is a campus beauty. Is it possible for Yi Qing to come and go at will? She couldn't help but glance at Yi Qing with disdain. She knew that Lin Xiaoxi would definitely not pay any attention to Yi Qing. Everyone around me thought the same thing. Just when everyone was looking forward to seeing a joke, Lin Xiaoxi walked over slowly. Although she was wearing sportswear, her slender figure was still striking. In addition, the model has a perfect 9-head body proportion. As Lin Xiaoxi approached, everyone was once again amazed. Lin Xiaoxi's walking posture is so beautiful, so lovely. They watched helplessly as the goddess walked past them. The boy who was standing close by was so excited that he wanted to take out his phone to take a picture. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Xiaoxi came to Yi Qing's side. What's wrong, Yi Qing? Lin Xiaoxi immediately took Yi Qing's arm, her face full of flattery. Boom! The boys around were dumbfounded. Their goddess. She actually managed to hook her arm around Yi Qing's. And they even acted very intimately. What's with that ingratiating expression? A goddess like that should be someone every guy should try to please, right? But she insisted on trying to please Yi Qing, who seemed rather ordinary. What does this mean exactly? How so? Do they know each other? It seems they know each other, and their relationship is quite close. When do guys ever see their goddess being so intimate with another man? They felt as if their goddess had been desecrated. They all glared angrily at Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at Lin Xiaoxi, who was nestled beside him. He casually handed over the keys to the Porsche Panamera. From now on, this car is yours. Lin Xiaoxi was stunned. She looked at the key. Then I glanced at the pink Porsche Panamera parked next to me. Is this really for me? The last surprise? Lin Xiaoxi hadn't digested it yet. I didn't expect to join in the fun today. Yi Qing gave her such a big surprise again. Her head was spinning. She took the bunch of keys without even realizing it. The people around were stunned again. You just give away a car worth 2 million like that? Could this Yi Qing really be a tycoon? My god. Zheng Xinqin's face looked extremely ugly. She really liked this car. But Yi Qing actually gave it to another woman. Especially since that woman was very beautiful. This made her feel extremely unbalanced. But she couldn't say anything. She offered to return all of these. She also turned her head and glanced at the person who had followed her for many days. A pink Porsche Panamera. Her eyes revealed a deep sense of reluctance. But in the end, it all turned into a sigh. Seeing the school beauty Lin Xiaoxi holding the car keys with a look of surprise. Everyone around them was incredibly envious. Chapter 71 Heartache and Regret. Yun Jiro glanced at the house key in Lin Xiaoxi's hand. He then looked at the watch in his hand, worth 280,000 yuan. Suddenly it didn't taste so good anymore. She knew that Lin Xiaoxi and Yi Qing definitely had an extraordinary relationship. Although she wasn't Yi Qing's officially acknowledged girlfriend. But she must be Yi Qing's woman. She originally thought she had won a watch worth 280,000 yuan. It has already made the people around it extremely envious. She was already very satisfied. Unexpectedly, Yi Qing actually gave away the Porsche Panamera worth 2 million. And so it was given to Lin Xiaoxi. This made the watch in her hand instantly pale in comparison. All the students around looked at Lin Xiaoxi. Nobody cares about the 280,000 yuan watch anymore. 28,000 is far less than 2 million. Yunjiro bit her lower lip, her face full of melancholy. If I hadn't rejected Yi Qing that day and had become his woman instead. Presumably, that 2 million yuan Porsche Panamera now belongs to her. She has lost count of how many times she has regretted it today. But now she is heartbroken and regretful. What should have belonged to her has now become someone else's. Yunjiro involuntarily covered her chest. No one expected this ordinary thing to be so. Yi Qing, who looked somewhat slovenly and poor. He turned out to be a real tycoon. Everyone was very surprised. Some people in the crowd recognized Yi Qing. They all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Because Yi Qing is really too low-key. When we're together normally, no one could tell he was a rich man. Some people even saw Yi Qing working as a food delivery driver. Many people can't understand it. Yi Qing is so rich, why does she still need to work as a food delivery driver? Yi Qing also wore a wry smile. He didn't want to give all of these things away. He also wanted to possess it for himself. But that's how the system's rules are. If he gets his hands on it and it becomes his asset, all cashback rewards will be taken back by the system. He will lose even more. Left with no other choice. He had no choice but to give away everything he had acquired. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoxi came today. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know who to give such a valuable gift to. Yi Qing looked again at the key to the $9 million house in Ningzhu in his hand. Amidst the somewhat numb gazes of the crowd, he reluctantly placed it in Lin Xiaoxi's hand. This $9 million house is also a gift to you. Lin Xiaoxi was dumbfounded. She was just basking in the joy of owning a $2 million luxury car. Originally, I thought I should spend more time with Yi Qing. They can get more money. But Yi Qing suddenly gave her gifts worth over 2 million yuan. This saved her a lot of trouble. But what exactly is the situation with this $9 million house? Lin Xiaoxi instinctively opened her arms and grabbed the keys. She had no idea the house existed. Just hearing the words Ningzhu and 9 million, her heart began to pound uncontrollably. House. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. The house was given to me? Yi Qing nodded. Lin Xiaoxi was, after all, his woman. Giving it to her made Yi Qing feel a little better. The crowd fell silent for 3 seconds. Hiss. Another uproar erupted. Everyone is numb today. But this house worth over 9 million was given away so easily. This once again showed them what a real tycoon is like. When many girls looked at Yi Qing again, his eyes were full of little stars. They no longer think the boy is short or unattractive. And so, over 10 million worth of goods were given away. This move is already the coolest. Chang Yinua's face was filled with disbelief. She had been to the house in that Ningzhu Huafu. The level of luxury there. It had already stunned her. Unexpectedly, Yi Qing gave it away so casually. What comforted her somewhat was that the person who gave it to her was Lin Xiaoxi. She is extremely beautiful. She was also the campus belle of Jiangcheng University. This made Cheng Yinhua feel a little better. This also brought some balance to many people's hearts. If Yi Qing had simply given these things away to some ugly person, this will make them even more devastated. But Yi Qing isn't stupid. Yunjiro stood there blankly. She was just about to take her hand down from her chest. Suddenly, the heartache became even more pronounced. That $9 million house was just given to Lin Xiaoxi like that? Yunjiro felt as if she had lost something extremely precious. She staggered back 2 steps, her face pale, before finally stopping. The feeling of regret was like a surging tide. It roared and charged towards her. It wiped away the last bit of her self-respect and pride. Her hands trembled slightly. He stared at the 2 bunches of keys in Lin Xiaoxi's hand. Wang Xinxian stayed in the crowd, looking at Lin Xiaoxi, who suddenly appeared. Her eyes flickered. But seeing Yi Qing with those 2 sets of keys worth over 10 million, they were all given to Lin Xiaoxi. She couldn't hold back any longer and collapsed to the ground. How could this happen? How could this happen? Yi Qing was originally one of her admirers. If I had agreed to be with Yi Qing back then, all of those things belonged to her. More than 10 million yuan worth of valuables were given to Lin Xiaoxi in this way. She felt she couldn't compare to a stunning beauty like Lin Xiaoxi at all. But Yi Qing just casually gave those things away. This made her heart unable to take it anymore. She couldn't help but cover her chest. Regret, heartache, and frustration. A mix of emotions overwhelmed her. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. She just started crying, and she didn't know why she was crying. But she really wanted to cry. Yunjiro suddenly heard the sound of crying. Turning around, I realized that a girl fell to the ground, clutching her chest. His face was filled with heartache and regret. Wang Xinqian? Yunjiro suddenly remembered. Isn't this the girl Yi Qing was so obsessed with back then? Looking at the other person's appearance, she suddenly felt a sense of shared misfortune. However, he felt that Wang Xinqian was in a worse situation than him. Yi Qing was her boyfriend before. Zheng Xinqian stared blankly at Yi Qing. She gave away all the things she cherished to others. The car and house were given to an extremely beautiful woman. School beauty Lin Xiaoxi. She was someone I knew. We only met once at school. I was very envious of her looks and figure at the time. But I never expected that we would meet again in this way. Those things I once had. Yi Qing treated it like trash. And that's how it was given to a girl. This is no longer a question of whether someone is stingy or not. Yi Qing is rich, he's incredibly wealthy. This thought suddenly occurred to her. Thinking of Zhang Mingho's handsome, angular face, her resolve hardened once more. Without the constraints of these material things, she believed that things would definitely get better for her and Zhang Mingho. Chapter 72, Fleeing in Disarray. Although a faint sense of regret crept into her heart, but things have already developed to this point, and she has no choice but to accept it. The thought of being a perfect couple with Zhang Mingho made her heart burn with excitement again. A hint of superiority appeared in her eyes. She looked at Lin Xiaoxi indifferently. Even I couldn't resist the temptation to be attracted to such a beautiful woman. A school beauty. Seeing this gift worth over 10 million would also make them widen their eyes and open their mouths in surprise. And she, Zheng Xinqian. These things can be discarded without hesitation. This made her feel good about herself. If Yi Qing knew that Zheng Xinqian had such thoughts, Yi Qing would definitely give the other party a thumbs up. This is the self-deception of mental victory. Although these precious possessions were lost, but she still has Mingho. Zheng Xinqian noticed the pitiful looks in the eyes of those around her. She couldn't help but look up. She glanced at Yi Qing and Lin Xiaoxi again. I was just about to turn around and leave. Etc. Zheng Xinqian turned around and looked at Yi Qing with some confusion. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Yi Qing looked at Zheng Xinqian indifferently. My heart was completely unmoved. I remember I also transferred 500,000 yuan to you as pocket money. As soon as Yi Qing finished speaking, Zheng Xinqian's face turned deathly pale. Are you going to take back even this 500,000? Yi Qing nodded seriously. Isn't this what you asked for? Zheng Xinqian thought back to the firmness with which she had spoken just now. I immediately regretted it. She turned her head and looked at the people around her. Everyone was watching her with amusement. I also saw her classmates who came with her. They were all holding up their phones to record it. She was filled with regret. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have invited so many classmates to come and witness it. They even made them record the whole thing. So many students recorded the whole thing on their phones. I can't take it back even if I want to. Zhang Xinqian secretly regretted it. She couldn't help but glare at Chang Yinhua. This woman is more likely to ruin things than to accomplish anything. Chang Yinhua was still in a good mood. They received a family bucket of fruit worth over 60,000 yuan. How could she not be happy? Seeing Zhang Xinqian's resentful gaze, Chang Yinhua no longer tried to please him as she usually did. Instead, he met Zhang Xinqian's gaze and glared back fiercely. Zhang Xinqian was stunned for a moment. How dare she? How dare she glare at me? Ever since she became rich, Chang Yinhua has been her little follower. She would do whatever the woman was told to do. But now Chang Yinhua actually dares to glare at her? This made Zheng Xinqian feel very bad. But now is not the time to dwell on it. Yi Qing smiled faintly. What's wrong? Are you trying to renege on your debt? These are all witnesses you called here. Zhang Xinxin's face darkened. Of the money you gave me, only 100,000 is left. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. What? You only want to return 100,000 yuan to me? What about the remaining 400,000? Zhang Xinxin noticed that all her classmates were looking at her. This made him feel ashamed. I should have known better than to bring so many people. I'll give you an IOU, okay? Yi Qing sneered. I just want the money, not an IOU. Zhang Xinxin was stunned. But I only have 100,000 yuan left. Why are you so stingy? Can't you at least let me write an IOU? Yi Qing shook his head. Who are you to me? On what grounds? Zhang Xinxin opened her mouth, unsure how to answer. She was the one who initiated the breakup. Yi Cheng agreed. She also announced in a high-profile manner. She wanted to return everything Yi Qing had given her. But now, she simply couldn't pay back the money she had spent. What should we do? A sudden inspiration struck Zhang Xinxin. All of this money was spent on Zhang Mingho. She bought Zhang Mingho several outfits and a cell phone. I also transferred a lot of money to him. Yes, I just want my money back. Then we can return all the money to Yi Qing. Zhang Xinxin looked up at Yi Qing. Give me 3 days. I'll write you an IOU first. I will definitely pay back all the money then. In front of everyone, Zhang Xinxin. He transferred the last 100,000 yuan he had to Yi Qing. He wrote an IOU and stuffed it into Yi Qing's hand. Yi Qing was also speechless. What could this woman do if she had no money? They received 100,000 yuan. Yi Qing casually handed it to Lin Xiaoxi. Zhang Xinxin fled in panic amidst the somewhat mocking gazes of the crowd. She came to Yi Qing in a high-profile manner to break up with him. I never expected it to end like this. With Zhang Xinxin's departure, this matter has come to an end. The surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Only 3 people remained. Wang Xinxian collapsed to the ground, her face pale. Yun Jiro stood there blankly, clutching her chest. Lin Xiaoxi stood beside Yi Qing. He stared into thought as he looked at the 2 sets of keys in his hand. Yi Qing lit a cigarette, feeling somewhat irritated. I took a deep breath. He never expected that. Zhang Xinxin is the woman who will take the initiative to break up with him. Although it caught him off guard. But in the end, the matter was resolved satisfactorily. He originally only saw Zhang Xinxin as a tool to make money. If this woman is honest and law-abiding, there will be no conflict with her. Yi Qing didn't mind spending so much money on her. But this woman is too restless. And yet, he even considers himself superior. They came to him in a menacing manner. This was something Yi Qing couldn't stand. This opportunity would have been given to an ordinary person. It was a huge opportunity to turn things around. But this woman simply doesn't know how to cherish it. Yi Qing had no choice but to take back everything that had been given to her. Fortunately, the items that were given away can be given to others. Otherwise, Yi Qing would feel like he had lost out big time. Zhang Xinxin is like an ungrateful wretch who can't be tamed. It made him feel heartbroken. This woman will eventually be punished. Yi Qing took another deep drag on his cigarette. Lin Xiaoxi realized what was happening at that moment. She originally came out of curiosity to see what was going on. But I never expected such a big surprise. She discovered that Yi Qing always gave her huge surprises. And this time, there was a surprise. It could even be described as frightening. Assets worth over 10 million. He just casually gave it to her like that. She felt fortunate for the choice she made that night. She felt that Yi Qing was very romantic, treated her very well, and was also very rich. This kind of man is too perfect. Lin Xiaoxi felt a surge of passion in her heart. She carefully put the 2 sets of keys into her bag. She stepped forward and took Yi Qing's arm. She turned her head affectionately and asked softly, "Let's have dinner together tonight." Chapter 73. I have no regrets. Yi Qing, who was already somewhat irritable, sensing the woman's approach, he paused slightly upon hearing her words. She turned her head and met the other person's affectionate gaze. Looking into Lin Xiaoxi's eyes, the naked love was almost overflowing. Yi Qing's anger suddenly flared up. Looks like this woman wants to go to a hotel again. She must have been moved by my generosity just now. Indeed, who could resist the temptation of assets worth over 10 million? Yi Qing reached out and gently pinched her small face. Okay, I'll have dinner with you tonight. But you have to treat us. Yi Qing felt a pang of heartache. If it weren't for system limitations, how could she possibly give all of these things to Lin Xiaoxi? But there was nothing that could be done. The fact that the other party treated him to a meal at least made him feel a little better. Lin Xiaoxi shook Yi Qing's arm playfully. No problem, it's on me. I'll treat you to a big meal. She is now very confident. The first time I was with Yi Qing transferred 100,000 yuan to her. The second time they were together, Yi Qing gave her nearly 200,000 yuan. Yi Qing just transferred another 100,000 yuan to her. She had 400,000 yuan in cash on hand alone. Not to mention the more than 10 million in assets mentioned earlier. She felt it was well worth it, even if it meant treating Yi Qing to a lavish meal. Oh no, this is terrible. I still have to go to class. Lin Xiaoxi immediately released Yi Qing. I'll pick you up at 6 o'clock tonight. Lin Xiaoxi ran away in a hurry. Yi Qing watched as the other woman's slender figure quickly disappeared into the distance. She couldn't help but lick her lips. This woman is still so alluring. Yi Qing then looked at Wang Xinxian, who was lying on the ground with a pale face, and Yun Jiro, who was standing there in a daze. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and left. Zhang Mingho stayed in his house in Mingzhu Huafu. She couldn't contain her excitement. I'm finally going to win this woman's heart. Ha ha ha. That woman has been spending a lot of money on him these past few days. He changed all his clothes. The phone he was holding was the latest trifold model. It's still the highest configuration. The watch on her wrist, though not particularly expensive, was still worth 100,000 yuan. It is also a Patek Philippe. The clothes she was wearing were worth 30,000 yuan. Such clothes. Zhang Xinxin bought him 3 outfits. It's worth 100,000 yuan. Even though this outfit can't compare to the one Zhang Xinxin is wearing. But he was already very content. Some things cannot be rushed. As long as Zhang Xinxin agrees to be his girlfriend, I'll definitely be willing to spend more money on him in the future. Looking at the balance on my phone. That was the pocket money Zhang Xinxin gave him. 200,000. That's a full 200,000. This rich girl is really generous. Zhang Mingho was imagining it. Which girl should I pursue with this money? He pursued Zhang Xinxin solely for her money. Now that he has the money, he's going to enjoy himself. 200,000 yuan can buy you a girl who's considered pretty. It should be easy. A beautiful figure appeared in Zhang Mingho's mind. Yun Jiro. Yun Jiro is the most beautiful girl in their class and also the most beautiful girl in the School of Foreign Languages. She has a great figure and good looks. He had been thinking about that woman for a long time. However, the last time I confessed my feelings to someone, they didn't even glance at him. This hurt him deeply. This time, however, Zhang Mingho had absolute confidence. The clothes he was wearing, and that watch. There's also a balance of 200,000 yuan in my phone. He clenched his fist. So much money. I refuse to believe I can't catch up with that woman, Yun Jiro. I recall Yun Jiro's stunning beauty. And a curvaceous figure. Zhang Mingho felt a surge of heat in his heart. All right, I need to get ready. Give that woman Zhang Xinxin a surprise. I want her to willingly become my woman. I'll get her tonight. She will be my woman then. They will definitely be even more devoted to spending money on me. Ha ha ha. Oh, right, flowers. I want to fill this room with roses. Zhang Mingho made a series of operations on his phone. Chang Yinhua returned to her dormitory as quickly as possible. Since Yi Qing had already given her the entire Apple product suite, she must protect her rights. She was terrified that Zhang Xinxin would renege on her debt. So the first thing after the matter was over, she quickly ran towards the girls' dormitory. She returned in less than 5 minutes. She opened the dormitory door and began rummaging through drawers and cabinets. put the laptop on Zhang Xinxin's desk. Tablet, Bluetooth headset charger. He put all the related items on his bed. Feeling uneasy, she took those things down again. He locked himself in his closet. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. 5 minutes later, Zhang Xinxin returned. Her complexion was not very good. She never expected things to escalate to such a huge extent. But she doesn't regret it at all. As long as I can be with my beloved Zhang Mingho, it's worth paying any price. Without Yi Qing as a boyfriend. She is currently single. If so, I will accept Zhang Mingho's love for her again. There are no moral constraints anymore. It must be said that in this respect, Zhang Xinxin did a pretty good job. Entering the dormitory, she then sat down in her seat. I instinctively reached for my tablet. Where's my tablet? She found the desktop completely empty. Laptop, tablet, Bluetooth headset, and even charger are gone. What happened? Who stole my things? She couldn't help but fix her gaze on the only person in the dormitory. Chang Yinhua. Chang Yinhua leaned against the headboard with her arms crossed. What do you mean by stealing? I'm just taking back what's rightfully mine. Chang Yinhua said smugly. She had been eyeing those things for a long time. When Yi Qing said he wanted to give those things to her today, she was already incredibly excited. You. She hadn't expected that Chang Yinhua, who was usually so timid and ingratiating towards her, would. This is how it is now. Then you have to wait until I export all the data inside before you take it. Chang Yinhua shook her head. I don't trust your character. Zhang Xinxin's lips twitched slightly. You. She pointed angrily at Chang Yinhua, her hand trembling. But he couldn't utter a single word. I knew you were trying to renege on your debt. So I took all those things beforehand. Doesn't this save you trouble? Chang Yinua's words nearly drove Zhang Xinxin mad. Yinhua, why are you like this? I thought we had the best relationship in the dorm. Chapter 74. What are you going to do? But Zhang Xinxin never expected that. The first person to stab her in the back was actually Chang Yinhua, who was her closest friend. Good relationship? When did our relationship start to improve? Zhang Xinxin thought about it carefully. There's no clue. Let me remind you. Our relationship only got better after you became rich. To put it bluntly, it's after you got Yi Qing, this rich boyfriend. Why do you think I should try to please you? Isn't it because you have a rich boyfriend? You're something else, you just let go of the gold mountain while holding on. A woman as foolish as you doesn't deserve to be my friend. Without Yi Qing, you are nothing. Zhang Xinxin's head was buzzing. She thought everyone was being kind to her. It's because she became confident and changed. Chang Yinua's words sent a chill down her spine. Zhang Xinxin was somewhat unwilling. Yinhua, we are best friends. Chang Yinhua sneered. Friend? Look at what you look like. Don't you usually look in the mirror? You're so ugly, how could I possibly be friends with you? Zhang Xinxin sat blankly in her seat. How could this happen? How could this happen? Was I really wrong? No, I did nothing wrong. What did I do wrong in order to be with Mingho? Yi Qing, it's all Yi Qing. I can still live a very happy life without Yi Qing. Zhang Xinxin has not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. She gave Chang Yinhua a cold look and then said nothing more. Stand up. I was about to pack my things. She wanted to go back to that apartment in Mingzhu Huafu. Tell Zhang Mingho the good news that she and Yi Qing broke up. She picked up her other bag and was about to turn around and leave the dormitory. The dormitory door opened. The girls standing at the door were the ones who had gone with Chang Yinhua to help Zhang Xinxin. Zhang Xinxin looked at her female classmates with whom she usually had a good relationship. A wave of warmth washed over me. These classmates are usually very nice to her. But Zhang Xinxin, where are you going? The girl in the lead was the same girl who had called Yi Qing a gigolo. This girl is usually sharp-tongued and very unlikable. But she also knows how to assess the situation. After learning that Zhang Xinxin was rich, he tried his best to please her. But now she knows that Zhang Xinxin is not from a wealthy family. She felt deceived. What did all her previous efforts mean? So she was the first to come and attack Zhang Xinxin. Zhang Xinxin, you ugly woman. Are you trying to run away? Have you forgotten what Yi Qing said? Zhang Xinxin was dumbfounded when she saw the group of people looking so aggressive. These female classmates who were usually on good terms with her. Why has it turned out this way? What are you trying to do? Zhang Xinxin took 2 steps back in fear. The group of people at the entrance also took a few steps forward. You forgot that Yi Qing told you to take off your clothes, shoes, and bag? Are you leaving everything to us? Zhang Xinxin's expression changed drastically. She was originally going to wear this outfit to see Zhang Mingho. These are my clothes. Zhang Xinxin covered her chest with both hands. Your clothes, shoes, and bag are all ours. Seeing the approaching group of people, Zhang Xinxin kept backing away, her heart filled with panic. She shouted, her voice filled with bluster, but her heart was weak. What are you doing? What are you doing? Those female classmates weren't going to bother with him. Sisters, let's go together. Take what belongs to us. Zhang Xinxin's eyes widened. She watched as a group of people suddenly rushed towards her. She was instantly knocked down. The back of his head hit the floor hard. Instantly. Zhang Xinxin's eyes were seeing stars. In her dazed state, she felt someone taking off her clothes. She wanted to fight back, but how could she possibly be a match for more than a dozen people? It was only for a moment that her clothes were on. The shoes were then pulled off. When she came to her senses and regained her composure, I then realized that I was only wearing my underwear. Zhang Xinxin was completely bewildered. She looked up and saw the dozen or so girls. He frantically searched through her bed and closet. They also took all her spare LV dresses. No. You can't take those things from me. She wanted to step forward and stop her. I had just stood up. I don't know who pushed me. He fell to the ground again. Zhang Xinxin sat on the ground with a look of utter despair. They watched helplessly as everyone took away all the expensive clothes, shoes, and bags. The dormitory was quiet again in less than 5 minutes. But her bed and the floor were a complete mess. Her bedding was thrown on the floor. The clutter inside the cabinet was scattered all over the floor. How could this happen? How could this happen? Zhang Xinxin's hair was disheveled, making her look like a madwoman. She murmured to herself. Why do people all become like this? She recalled how kind and gentle her female classmates had been to her back then. But now it looks like a fierce and menacing demon. It was something she couldn't accept all at once. And her best friend in the dormitory, Chang Inhua. He simply stood at the doorway, quietly watching all of this. They didn't try to stop it at all. Zhang Xinxin stood up awkwardly. From the scattered clothes on the ground, I found an old set of clothes. She had absolutely no clothes to wear. I can only wear my old clothes now. But wearing these old clothes made her feel uncomfortable all over. What's going on? This outfit. She took off those cheap clothes again. She's only now realizing that good clothes really make a difference. That soft, close-fitting feel against the skin. And the tailored fit. It's not even in the same league as these cheap clothes. Zhang Xinxin's expression changed. In the end, I put it on silently. Chang Inhua pouted. Zhang Xinxin tidied up her bed. He left the dormitory wearing that worn-out clothing. Seeing Zhang Xinxin leave in such a hurry, Chang Inhua was full of questions. What is this woman going to do? Chang Inhua's face was full of disdain. Thinking of Zhang Xinxin's disheveled appearance just now, she felt extremely pleased. After her high-profile fall from grace, Zhang Xinxin has become so pathetic. This was even more enjoyable for her than watching a fast-paced, action-packed drama. Chang Inhua opened her closet. Take out your laptop and tablet. I modified all the settings inside. They even re-encrypted it. Yunjiro pushed open the dormitory door and went inside, looking somewhat lost. Today was a huge shock to her. She now realizes that rich people really can do whatever they want. Yi Qing can create a Zhang Xinxin. It's equally possible to ruin Zhang Xinxin in an instant. She used to be very envious of Zhang Xinxin for having so many things. But she simply didn't know how to cherish it. He also wants to break up with Yi Qing. Foolish, that woman is so foolish. Chapter 75, A Surprise for You. She glanced at the latest Patek Philippe women's watch on her wrist, worth 280,000 yuan. Yunjiro felt as uncomfortable as if she had swallowed a fly. I recall that Lin Xiaoxi acquired assets worth over 10 million. She felt the watch was useless. Ro, you're back. Chang Yinhua glanced at the watch on Yunjiro's wrist, her face full of envy. That's a watch worth 280,000 yuan. Chang Yinhua couldn't help but swallow. He very attentively took Yunjiro's arm. Ro, didn't you see how disheveled Zhang Xinxin looked just now? It's so funny. Sometimes, there is a lot of jealousy between people. Zhang Xinxin, who has an ordinary, even somewhat ugly, appearance. Suddenly they became rich. This makes many people envious. But when she was brought down to earth and became an ordinary person again, those who envy her will spit on her in disgust. That's human nature. They really enjoy seeing those who were once high and mighty. Those whom they envied fell into the mud and struggled frantically. So when Zhang Xinxin was unlucky, Chang Yinhua was the happiest. Yunjiro glanced sideways at Chang Yinhua, who was very smug. Her brow furrowed slightly. Since Zhang Xinxin became rich, Chang Yinhua fawned over Zhang Xinxin like a lackey. She remembered that Chang Yinhua and she used to have the best relationship. After experiencing all these things, she finally realized that Chang Yinhua was a despicable person. Moreover, he's a petty person who does everything superficially. Now Zhang Xinxin is in trouble. Instead, she came to me wanting to improve our relationship. Yunjiro pulled her arm away. I'm a little tired, I'm going to bed to rest for a while. Chang Yinhua was completely bewildered, not understanding what was wrong with Yunjiro. That watch is worth 280,000. If it were her. She was so happy she was completely out of control. Yunjiro remained remarkably calm. And he seemed a little sad. After watching Yunjiro get into bed, she covered her head with the blanket. Chang Yinhua scratched her head. He thought to himself, is this woman happy? It's just a pose. But she seemed a little unwilling and downcast. Is this what they call getting a good deal and then complaining? Women are never satisfied. Chang Yinhua returned to her seat, looking at the family bucket of fruit on the table. She started fiddling with them one by one. Walking on campus, Zhang Xinxin looked utterly dejected. Those classmates verbally abused her. They even stripped her clothes off. This made her realize what it means to be cold-hearted and indifferent to the world. Luckily, Mingho is still waiting for me. I still have Mingho's love. You'll all be envious when Mingho and I are together. Zhang Xinxin still had hope. She tightened her clothes. She felt extremely uncomfortable wearing these cheap clothes. The shoes aren't as comfortable as those LV shoes. These are her old, somewhat worn out, faded clothes. The shoes looked cheap and dirty. The clothes she was wearing had no shape and were almost collapsed. And then there's her hair. It's a mess. Walking on the street, I looked like a scavenger. Many students passing by kept their distance from her with expressions of disgust. Zhang Xinxin didn't care. Although so much has been lost. But she still has one person she cherishes most, and that is Zhang Mingho. Although it was extremely embarrassing, but her heart felt warm. She quickened her pace. I wanted to tell Zhang Mingho the good news as soon as possible. Mingzhu Huafu is the most upscale residential community around Jiangcheng University. It's not far from Jiangcheng University. It usually takes me 10 minutes to drive there. But Zhang Xinxin didn't have a car today. I wanted to scan a shared bike after leaving the school gate. Only then did she realize that she had already returned her phone to Yiqing. The spare phone I used before cost a few hundred yuan. She threw it in the trash long ago. She thought she would never use such a cheap phone again. But what do we do now? She wanted to hail a taxi, but she never carried cash with her. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Xinxin finally decided to walk back. After determining the direction, follow the sidewalk towards Mingzhu Huafu. It's almost noon now. The sun shines directly on the earth. The temperature is rising rapidly. It only took less than 5 minutes to walk. Zhang Xinxin was drenched in sweat. She was already a bit overweight. I don't exercise much normally. Not to mention walking. After walking for 5 minutes, she was already complaining incessantly. He plopped down on the curb by the roadside. He was panting heavily, watching the passers-by. She angrily punched her thigh. Why am I so useless? She never imagined she would become like this. After resting for a while, she began her journey towards Mingzhu Huafu once again. And so, we walked for a while, then rested for a while. A luxurious duplex apartment. The sun shines on the rooftop terrace. Zhang Mingho was enjoying his cola. This is the rooftop terrace. It can definitely be used as a courtyard. Not only is the air fresh, but the landscaping here is also very well done. Zhang Mingho was very satisfied with the house. I took another sip of cola. She took a cigarette from the cigarette pack on the table next to her. I lit it and took a deep drag. I raised my hand and glanced at the time on my wristwatch. It's almost 11 o'clock. What's going on? Why hasn't that woman come back yet? I was covered in sweat from exhaustion just now. He had just taken a shower. Then they went up to the terrace to rest for a while. He bought a lot of roses and filled the whole room with them. I was directing those workers just now. It made him a little tired. However, he felt completely satisfied. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have been willing to spend so much money to buy so many roses. Even if he bought that many roses, he couldn't possibly hire someone to help him arrange the decorations. That would be too expensive. But things are different now. As long as he places an order and pays enough. The other party's service was very attentive. I remember when Zhang Xinxin came home and saw roses all over the floor. What kind of expression would she have? Zhang Mingho clenched his fist. I'm going to win that woman over today. The thought of Zhang Xinxin's ugly appearance made Zhang Mingho feel nauseous. But in the end, reason prevailed over his emotions. Although I really disliked the other person. But he knew that once he had sex with that girl, her feelings towards you will also change. She will be very dependent on you. Moreover, after so many days of observation, she also knew what kind of girl Zhang Xinxin was. Make Zhang Xinxin his woman. Only then could he better control this rich girl. He wanted this rich girl to spend even more money on him. Up to now, Zhang Xinxin has already spent 400,000 yuan on her. He imagined that Zhang Xinxin would definitely spend more money on him in the future. 4 million, 40 million. It's even possible that there could be more. Chapter 76. Will you be my girlfriend? He would secretly save the money then. Then you can find even prettier women outside. He was imagining what kind of beautiful woman he would find in the future. That bright future seemed to be beckoning to him. A smile unconsciously crept onto Zhang Mingho's lips. After waiting for another half hour, Zhang Mingho became a little impatient. I picked up my phone and dialed, but no one answered. What happened? Didn't you break up with that guy? Zhang Mingho felt a little uneasy. He paced back and forth in the room, holding his phone. My mood also became increasingly impatient. It was almost midnight. Zhang Xinxin wiped the sweat from her forehead. Feeling somewhat exhausted, he plopped down in front of the Mingzhu Huafu building. We've finally arrived. She walked for a while, then stopped for a while. We walked like that for a full hour. It's a journey that normally only takes 10 minutes by car. Who knew it would take so long? Normally, Zhang Xinxin would even lie on the floor to sleep. She wouldn't leave again, but she had a deep-seated obsession. Her crush, Zhang Mingho, was waiting for her in the room. Even if it means crawling, she is determined to crawl back. After resting for a while, she stood up again. I stumbled and staggered into the residential area. We finally arrived at the entrance of the building. That's when I realized I didn't have my keys. No way. She had no choice but to climb the stairs. Although it was only the 6th floor, she was already exhausted. It took 4 breaks before I finally made it to the top. Arriving at the doorstep, she took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. I rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Zhang Mingho, who was in the room, had been waiting impatiently for a long time. It's already noon, and the woman still hasn't returned. Her stomach was growling with hunger. I was planning to go downstairs to buy something to eat. Just then, the doorbell rang. A hint of joy appeared on Zhang Mingho's face. You're here? He quickly went to the door and opened it. He paused for a moment when he saw the person at the door. Go away, go away, go away, you junk collector, this is not a place for you. Zhang Mingho wanted to close the door. He felt extremely unlucky. Unexpectedly, the scrap collector came to his doorstep. Zhang Xinxin was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the clothes he was wearing. She gave a bitter smile. Her clothes were already very shabby. In addition, her hair was disheveled. And I sweated a lot on the way. She stumbled and staggered when she walked. They weren't much different from the scavengers on the street. Because she sweated so much, she even had a sour smell. No wonder Zhang Mingho didn't recognize him. Zhang Xinxin usually wears only LV designer clothes. The fabric of the clothes was clearly of very high quality. Mingho, it's me. Zhang Xinxin's voice was a little hoarse, and she had no money to buy water along the way. We have no choice but to tough it out. Zhang Mingho felt the voice was somewhat familiar and looked closely. Suddenly, my whole body trembled. You are Xinxin. Zhang Xinxin was on the verge of tears. The journey was fraught with difficulties and dangers. She finally returned after trekking for more than an hour. She had no idea how painful that hour had been. Zhang Xinxin nodded quickly. It's me, it's me. Zhang Mingho quickly opened the door. How did you get into this state? Zhang Xinxin opened her mouth, unsure of where to begin. Come in quickly, come in quickly. Zhang Mingho quickly pulled Zhang Xinxin inside. He had just grabbed Zhang Xinxin's sleeve when a pungent, rancid smell mixed with the odor of sweat. It rushed into her nose. Zhang Mingho couldn't help but cover his nose. Zhang Xinxin was just about to explain why she was in such a sorry state. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Wow! Roses? So many roses. What comes into view is a ground covered with roses. She felt as if she were surrounded by a sea of roses. Zhang Xinxin was so excited she couldn't speak. At this moment, she had completely forgotten the fatigue she felt on the way. My heart is filled with emotion. It's so beautiful. Zhang Xinxin felt dizzy. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Mingho with deep affection. Mingho, did you prepare all of this for me? Zhang Mingho covered his nose and said in a muffled voice. Yes, this is a surprise I prepared for you. Zhang Mingho knew this was the most crucial moment. Thump. Zhang Mingho knelt on one knee, suppressing the intense nausea in my heart. He grasped Zhang Xinxin's slightly sweaty hand. Zhang Xinxin was stunned. A premonition suddenly dawned on her. Xin, will you be my girlfriend? Zhang Xinxin covered her mouth and tears welled up in her eyes. I'm so touched. She felt that all the grievances she had suffered at school were worth it. Now the rewards are finally coming. Her face flushed with emotion, and tears streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls. It fell down with a soft rustling sound. Zhang Mingho was taken aback. Why wasn't this woman responding? Raise your head. It's raining? He then realized that Zhang Xinxin was already sobbing uncontrollably. The tears flowed like water. It poured down his face. Zhang Mingho's face darkened. Zhang Xinxin becomes stuttering and sometimes even speechless when she is nervous. Zhang Mingho was eager to get a reply from the other party. She wiped the tears from her face with her hand. He asked again, even louder. Xin, will you be my girlfriend? Wha? Zhang Xinxin cried even louder. Zhang Mingho's face darkened. Does this bitch want to or not? My legs are numb from kneeling. Zhang Xinxin then realized what was happening and nodded frantically. Aha! Zhang Mingho's face lit up with surprise. Xin, you're willing, right? Aha! Wow! That's great, Xin, you're finally my girlfriend. Zhang Mingho stood up as a result. He excitedly ran around the room. He quickly returned to Zhang Xinxin's side. He took a ring out of his pocket. Xin, I don't have any money right now. When I have money, I will definitely buy you a big diamond ring. He bought the ring from a street stall for 10 yuan. 20 for 10 yuan. It's meant to be used at such a crucial moment. The ring was very ordinary. It looks like it's made of silver, but it's actually the cheapest metal. Zhang Xinxin trembled with excitement. Her sobs grew louder. Zhang Xinqin couldn't speak, she just kept crying and nodding. Zhang Mingho put the ring on the middle finger of her right hand. Zhang Xinqin looked at the ring on her hand. Tears welled up in her eyes once again, as if a dam had burst. She was overjoyed. What Yi Qing, what house, what car? She forgot everything. Now, Zhang Mingho is the only person in her eyes. It was all worth it. Zhang Mingho knew that some things had to be done in one go. Zhang Xinqin was already in a very sorry state. I just cried again and my face is covered in grime. Chapter 77 The electric scooter burned. Despite feeling nauseous, Zhang Mingho moved closer without hesitation. Zhang Xinqin stared wide-eyed at her idol. She wanted to kiss herself, so she closed her eyes. This is such a beautiful moment, just like in a TV drama. A warm, smooth touch came from my lips. Zhang Xinqin couldn't help but become addicted to it. Zhang Mingho felt a churning in his stomach. The two people separated. Zhang Mingho looked at Zhang Xinqin with deep affection. Xin, will you be my woman? Based on Zhang Xinqin's performance just now, he could tell that this woman had definitely broken up with Yi Qing. Now Zhang Xinqin completely belongs to him. If we can win over this woman today, he'll have tons of money to spend from now on. Zhang Xinqin's eyes gleamed with golden light. She nodded vigorously. I couldn't help but move forward. He opened his arms and hugged the somewhat thin Zhang Mingho. Smelling the rancid odor emanating from Zhang Xinqin, Zhang Mingho almost couldn't resist again. But this is the best chance to win over this woman. He took 2 deep breaths. It was as if they had made a tremendous decision. He kissed Zhang Xinqin's lips fiercely again. Wah! Zhang Xinqin's eyes widened. After a long while, their lips parted. I haven't taken a shower yet. Zhang Mingho knew how to be a man who lived off a woman. Need not. I like the smell of you. Zhang Xinqin's face turned red. She never imagined that Zhang Mingho's love for her was so deep. They didn't care at all about the smell on her. Mingho, you're so good to me. The two kissed as they moved toward the bedroom. Noon. Yi Qing put on his delivery uniform as usual. He rode his electric bike and sped out of the campus. The conflict with Zhang Xinqin this morning seemed to have no effect on him. Yi Qing looked around as he left the school gate. Zhang Xinqin was not found. He simply rode his bike towards the food street. He knew that there were only a few gathering points for food delivery workers near Jiangcheng University. Most delivery drivers wait for orders nearby. He is still very experienced. He really wanted to get to know Feng Zhixia better. He knew this woman was very wary. So yesterday he turned and left without hesitation. They didn't even leave their names or contact information. At the intersection next to the food street in Xianda Plaza, he saw a group of delivery drivers waiting there. Hey! Yi Qing, where have you been these past few days? I haven't been delivering food for a while. When familiar friends saw Yi Qing, they were also full of surprise. Since the system was introduced, Yi Qing stopped delivering food. And there's absolutely no need to send anymore. Back then, in order to buy a cell phone for Wang Xinqian, Yi Qing delivers food day and night. I often work more than 12 hours a day. He even held the title of King of Singles for a period of time. This earned the admiration of many delivery drivers. I've noticed he hasn't appeared in a long time. Their reappearance surprised everyone. Yi Qing laughed heartily. He was also very happy to see his colleagues who had worked hard together with him. Something came up, so I haven't been able to run around lately. Yi Qing took out a cigarette from his pocket. I handed one to everyone. Damn, Huazi. Yi Qing, you've struck it rich, kid. You can actually afford such good cigarettes now. Yi Qing chuckled. It was a gift from a friend, a gift from a friend. Hey guys, let me ask around. Have you ever seen a female writer who was completely covered up? You mean you wrap yourself up like a dumpling all day long, so you can't even see your face? That woman with the really great figure? Yi Qing nodded. I just saw her. It seems they went that way. He pointed to an intersection to the east. Thanks, guys. Without saying a word, Yi Qing rode his electric bike and chased after them. After what happened yesterday, Feng Zhixia became much more cautious while riding her bike. She just received an order from a very far place. The farther the orders went, the more money she earned, which made Feng Zhixia very happy. I picked up the lunchbox and put it in the insulated box at the back. She quickly rode off on her electric scooter. Looking at the time and distance displayed on the navigation. 5.6 kilometers, estimated time 20 minutes. She drove forward following the navigation. But after driving less than a kilometer, suddenly, the car lost power, and when he twisted the accelerator, the car did not accelerate. What happened? Left with no other option, she had to stop the car and begin the inspection. After checking for a long time, I still had no clue. She didn't know much about trams. This made Feng Zhixia extremely anxious. I checked the remaining time on my phone. Only 15 minutes left. Moreover, the remaining time is getting shorter and shorter. She looked around anxiously. If this order is late, the penalty will be substantial. Her half-day trip was essentially wasted. It will also affect subsequent order fulfillment. We are now 4.6 kilometers away from our destination. Even if you run there now, you still won't be able to catch up. Feng Zhixia never expected to encounter such a situation. Sudden. She smelled a burnt smell. She looked down and a cluster of flames came into view. Ah! She was so frightened that she quickly jumped out of the car. That's when I realized it. The electric scooter caught fire. What do we do? What do we do? She was so anxious she almost jumped up. Especially when you see the fire. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she didn't dare to approach. She fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at the flames that shot up to be taller than a person. She took 2 steps back in fear, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. No. Her eyes were filled with despair. Yi Qing turned the corner. Then I saw a familiar delivery truck parked in front of me. He was just about to speed up and get closer. Suddenly, black smoke was seen coming out of the delivery truck. A cluster of flames hissed and shot outwards. It was as if an accelerant had been lit. Yi Qing was also startled. They sped up and rushed over. They parked the delivery cart on the curb next to the road. Feng Zhixia looked at the familiar figure rushing towards her in surprise. She opened her mouth wide. You. Yi Qing completely ignored her. In the instant that the flames were about to completely engulf the car body, she opened the insulated box behind her. They took out all those takeout orders. Yi Qing knew that electric vehicles like these could catch fire. Ordinary firefighting methods simply cannot extinguish it. He simply took a few steps back. She came to Feng Zhixia's side. Are you all right? Feng Zhixia looked at Yi Qing with gratitude. I'm fine, but this car. Yi Qing sighed. This car is beyond saving. Boom. The battery experienced a minor explosion. Sparks flew everywhere. Feng Zhixia broke out in a cold sweat. Yi Qing rolled her eyes, speechless. He grabbed her arm and quickly backed away. Chapter 78. I'll help you deliver. What are you standing there for? Run. Feng Zhixia collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. His body trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat poured down his face. What's wrong? What happened to you? Ah. Fire. Fire. Feng Zhixia screamed. He rolled around on the ground frantically. It seemed to be trying to pat the flames off its body. But she had no fire on her at all. Yi Qing realized that this woman was acting very strangely. She huddled in the roadside greenbelt, shivering. I watched helplessly as that electric scooter, completely engulfed by flames. In less than 3 minutes, it burned down to a pile of empty shells. The flames gradually diminished and eventually died down. All that remained was a pile of black ashes. And the black smoke that rises from time to time. Yi Qing sighed helplessly. There's nothing he can do about it, he can only hope the car is insured. Yi Qing walked to Feng Zhixia's side. It wasn't until the flames were completely extinguished that Xia seemed to come to her senses. It's over, it's over. I rented this car. My car burned, and I still have to pay for the car. Feng Zhixia muttered to herself, her face filled with despair. Yi Qing's lips twitched slightly. What kind of time is this to be thinking about losing money? It's a miracle they survived. Fang Jixia's eyes were full of gratitude. Just now, at her most desperate and helpless moment, the man appeared again. It really felt like they came specifically to save her. Fang Jixia had never believed in fate at all. But now, 2 chance encounters. And all of these happened when they were in their most dangerous moments. She seemed to have come to believe in fate a little bit. Although Yi Qing wasn't particularly handsome, he was quite good-looking with a clean-cut face. He's not particularly tall, but he's about 1.75 meters. The young man was clean and neat, and looked very energetic. It seemed as if a chord deep within her heart had been touched. I think about my own appearance. Her eyes dimmed. Thank you. Fang Jixia expressed her sincere gratitude. Oops. She suddenly realized something and her expression changed drastically. Oh no, all my takeout food is burned. It's over, it's really over this time. Yi Qing rolled her eyes helplessly. The girl really seemed to be terrified just now. Your takeout is over there. Yi Qing pointed to the lunchboxes placed on the curb. Fang Jixia turned her head to look over. Ah. Her face was filled with surprise. Thank you so much. But then her face fell again. My order is overdue. The initial joy instantly turned into despair. She had initially thought there was still a chance to save her. But looking at my phone, there were only 8 minutes left. She knew she wouldn't make it in time. Besides, her car had already been burned. Fang Jixia once again fell into deep despair. I'll deliver it for you. Yi Qing's words were like heavenly music. Ah. Fang Jixia was still in a daze. Yi Qing snatched the phone from the other person. He shoved his phone into her hand. Let's swap phones. I'll deliver this order for you, you wait here. Fang Jixia was just about to respond when Yi Qing dashed off in a flurry of activity. They placed the food on the insulated box behind them. Yi Qing placed her phone on the stand in front of her. He sped off on his electric scooter in a flash. Until Yi Qing's figure disappeared on the street. Fang Jixia then realized what was happening. She glanced at the latest model of her iPhone. It's him again. Although Yi Qing was very experienced. They even took a shortcut, but they still exceeded the time limit. It was only 5 minutes over. Yi Qing kept apologizing to the other party. Fortunately, they were reasonable. I didn't give him a bad review. Yi Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. I wasn't so nervous when I went back. The speed is normal. Yi Qing only realized this when he returned to the location where the incident had occurred. A crowd had gathered, and firefighters had already arrived at the scene. Fang Jixia is being questioned. Her eyes looked very nervous. He stutters a little when he speaks. Yi Qing parked her electric scooter and slowly walked over. Is there any damage to this car? Did you notice anything unusual while you were riding? Luckily, your car caught fire on the road. In densely populated residential areas, the situation could be much more serious. Fang Jixia was extremely nervous. Suddenly, she caught sight of Yi Qing walking towards her. His eyes looked like those of a wrong child. Yi Qing's appearance instantly gave her a sense of security. My heart has gradually become stronger. The tension from before had dissipated. Yi Qing did not speak. He stood beside Fang Jixia and gave her an encouraging look. Fang Jixia seemed to have felt an immense surge of courage. He no longer hesitated when he spoke. I briefly described what happened. The personnel at the scene disposed of the vehicle frame, which had been burned to a wreck. Only a patch of black marks remained on the ground after it had been swept away. Until everyone left. Fang Jixia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Qing then spoke. I have successfully completed my mission. I delivered the food, and although it was late, the customer didn't give me a bad review. Yi Qing is an experienced hand. I communicated with the customer in advance and marked the item as delivered. In such cases, the system will not determine that they have timed out. Fang Jixia's face lit up with surprise. Thank you. She said it countless times. But I'm still very grateful to this boy who suddenly appeared. Yi Qing waved his hand. No need to be so polite. Perfect timing, I haven't taken any orders yet, so I'll deliver it for you while I'm at it. We're from the same school. Fang Jixia nodded. Then I looked at the charred marks again. Her eyes were full of helplessness. What's wrong? Are you worried the car rental company won't return your deposit? Fang Jixia nodded. His eyes were full of worry. Let's go, I'll take you to the car rental shop and talk to them. Fang Jixia gratefully said thank you again. Yi Qing's electric scooter is very big. There is absolutely no problem with putting one person in the back seat. Put the loose items into the insulated box at the back. Fang Jixia then sat down in the back seat. Yi Qing rode off in the direction Fang Jixia pointed. Yi Qing braked a few times on the bumpy road ahead. Fang Jixia suddenly rammed into Yi Qing's back. Yi Qing was suddenly stunned. Damn, this woman has a great figure. Fang Jixia seemed to sense something, and her face turned red. She couldn't help but glance at Yi Qing. He lowered his head without making a sound. I rode for 20 minutes. The two finally arrived at the rental shop where Fang Jixia had rented the electric scooter. Chapter 79. Thank you, boss. Looking at that dilapidated car rental shop, Yi Qing frowned. He had a bad feeling. These car rental companies are usually privately owned. Moreover, there were no proper procedures. Most importantly, the vehicle was very likely uninsured. He had had that thought before. Rent a cheap delivery vehicle to deliver food. But you get what you pay for. Fang Jixia's electric scooter spontaneously combusted, didn't it? The two of them walked into the car rental shop together. The shop is a roadside bungalow in the suburbs. The words car rental were painted in large, crooked characters on the storefront. Because it was by the roadside, dust filled the air. The area around the storefront was covered in dust. Fang Jixia went inside and began negotiating with the owner. Yi Qing knew that the chances of getting his deposit back were slim. We might even lose money. Really? Fang Jixia walked out somewhat bewildered. Behind him was a chubby man in his 50s. Yi Qing could tell at a glance. This man is a seasoned veteran. You still want your deposit back? No way. My car is worth 10,000 yuan. They only made you pay a deposit of 5,000 yuan back then. You have to pay me back. Yi Qing knew this matter would be difficult to handle. Fang Jixia looked at Yi Qing with a pleading look, feeling helpless. Did you sign a car rental contract back then? A simple contract was signed. Where is the contract? Fang Jixia shook her head. It was on the electric scooter. It was burned to ashes long ago. Yi Qing's eye twitched slightly. What did you say back then? Fang Jixia shook her head again. Yi Qing was speechless. This woman knows absolutely nothing. It seems I was tricked by this man when I rented the car. This is nobody's fault but theirs. The boss then produced a contract. Are you his friend? Yi Qing nodded. We already agreed on this when we rented the car. If the vehicle is damaged, you will have to pay for it at the original price. The purchase price of that car was 10,000 yuan. It's completely burned down now, you have to compensate me. This boss is clearly trying to extort money from them. A sudden inspiration struck Yi Qing. Do you have a receipt for your car? The boss gave a cold laugh. Pull an invoice out from the inner lining of the contract. The model and price of the car were clearly written on it. Yi Qing inwardly knew something was wrong. This boss clearly came prepared. He was also somewhat helpless. Although he knew that the car wasn't worth that much money at all. But arguing with this boss could cause a lot of trouble. Most importantly, Yi Qing suddenly thought of a way to spend money on Fang Jixia. Such a person would definitely not accept what he bought. Helping her lose money is also a way of spending money on Fang Jixia. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Yi Qing pulled Fang Jixia aside. These kinds of cars are usually insured. I'll have a good talk with my boss and ask him to go through the insurance process. If you can avoid losing money, then try not to lose money. Fang Jixia's eyes lit up. In the end, he nodded helplessly. She noticed that one thing after another had happened in the past few days. It caught her off guard. Fortunately, this boy showed up. This gave her some confidence. She looked at Yi Qing with a face full of gratitude. Thank you. Yi Qing laughed heartily. No need to be so polite, just remember to treat me to a meal. Fang Jixia immediately nodded vigorously. No problem, I'll definitely treat you to a meal. Yi Qing turned to look at the boss. Let me ask the boss. The more money you lose, the more Yi Qing spends, the more cashback he receives. But Yi Qing also knew that he couldn't keep losing money indefinitely. Otherwise, wouldn't he be the one getting ripped off? Boss, how much compensation do you think is appropriate? Didn't I just say that my car is worth 10,000 yuan? Besides the 5,000 yuan deposit, you can give me another 5,000 yuan. Yi Qing finally understood. His eyes suddenly lit up. Boss, please return the 5,000 yuan deposit to her. I'll compensate you with 10,000 yuan. The boss was a little puzzled. Why don't you just give me 5,000 yuan in compensation? Yi Qing gave a wry smile. Boss, she's my girlfriend, and she doesn't want to spend more of my money. But I don't want her to be so tired. The boss nodded knowingly. He looked at Fang Jixia, who was standing there somewhat nervously. Fang Jixia's face was completely covered. However, her stunning figure was still on full display. If we don't look at faces, you can definitely imagine that she is an absolutely stunning beauty. The boss nodded. Can. The boss was very happy. He spent 3,000 yuan on this electric scooter. I found it at a second-hand market. If the other party is willing to compensate him 10,000 yuan, he could then make a net profit of 7,000 yuan. In the evening, he could even go out for a few drinks to celebrate. I never expected to run into someone so obsessed with love today. This guy doesn't look like a rich person. He could easily pull out 10,000 yuan. It was all to appease his girlfriend. All I can say is that this guy is a romantic. The boss sighed. Being young is great. Yi Qing greeted the boss. Let me discuss it with my friend. He came to Fang Jixia's side again. Boss, these cars are indeed insured. If we go through insurance, his car will be fully reimbursed. He won't suffer any loss. I talked to him properly, and he decided to return your deposit. Fang Jixia stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. That boss wasn't so easy to talk to. But why was Yi Qing able to negotiate with them so smoothly in the past? Is this what ability is? Fang Jixia couldn't help but feel a little curious. However, they were able to get their deposit of over 5,000 yuan back. She was also very happy. Most importantly, we don't have to lose money anymore. At first, the boss was prepared to make her pay 10,000 yuan in compensation. These ups and downs caused her mindset to constantly change. At first, I felt extremely frustrated and hopeless. But now there's absolutely nothing going on. The electric scooter caught fire, but she suffered no loss. Fang Jixia felt that it was all thanks to the boy next to her. Yi Qing went over and discussed it with the boss for a long time. He even secretly compensated the boss with 10,000 yuan. Yi Qing and the boss walked towards Fang Jixia together. The boss laughed heartily. Young lady, I'm sorry about earlier, my attitude was not good. When you rented the car, you paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan. Take out your phone and open the payment code. I'll refund you right now. Fang Jixia took out her phone. She finally breathed a sigh of relief when the 5,000 yuan was returned to her phone. The money is finally coming back. She bowed gratefully to the boss. Thank you, boss. Chapter 80. Boss, are you still renting a car? The boss rolled his eyes. Is this girl naive, or is she just plain stupid? However, I made 7,000 yuan today. He was still very happy inside. It's just acting, he can do that too. You're welcome. My car is already insured. There was no loss. Fang Jixia expressed her gratitude once again. Boss, you're such a kind person. The boss's lips twitched. She glanced somewhat awkwardly at Yi Qing, who was standing beside her. He was actually unhappy about being friend-zoned. I could only manage an awkward laugh. If it weren't for your boyfriend giving me 10,000 yuan, do you think I'll pay you back that 5,000 yuan? The boss secretly complained to himself. However, he still had a smile on his face. I made a fortune of 7,000 yuan today. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a sucker. I was thinking that just deducting the 5,000 yuan deposit would be enough. He can earn 2,000 yuan then. He thought it was already pretty good. Unexpectedly, the boy directly gave him 10,000 yuan. The boss was very pleased with himself. He felt that if he continued doing this business, he would definitely make a fortune. Boss, can I rent another car from you? Feng Jixiao looked on with anticipation. She thought the boss was so easy to talk to. Why not just rent another car and continue delivering food? Yi Qing's lips twitched slightly. Why is this woman arguing with the boss? We can't let this woman get ripped off by this boss again. The boss's face lit up with surprise. Okay, I have plenty more here. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly saw Yi Qing wink at him. The boss immediately realized. If we rent a car to this girl again, he might have to give back the 7,000 yuan he earned today. He immediately withdrew the words that were about to be spoken. I'm sorry, young lady, the cars here aren't really suitable for you. You should go somewhere else. After saying that, the shop owner turned around and went back into the shop without looking at the two people. Feng Jixia had no idea what had happened. How so? What exactly does this boss mean? Yi Qing rolled her eyes. Alright, they don't want to rent a car to you anymore, let's go somewhere else. Feng Jixia reluctantly glanced back at the dilapidated car rental shop. In the end, he got on Yi Qing's electric scooter. The two of them went back to school together. Ding! Host detected as target person Feng Jixia, who has spent 10,000 yuan. This triggers a 20x return on the system. Received 200,000 yuan. Your bank card balance is 12.2 million yuan. Yi Qing's expenses have also been quite high during this period. He also wired over 1 million yuan to his parents. Their original assets were over 13 million, but now only 12 million remain. He saw that his account had another 200,000 yuan. Yi Qing's eyes were full of light. This is just the beginning. I rode an electric scooter, feeling the gentle breeze on my face. The air, which had been somewhat sweltering, felt cool and refreshing under the gentle breeze. Silently, I opened the system store. The system store suddenly refreshed today. Mid-grade marrow cleansing pill. Price, 50 million. Hiss. A mid-grade marrow cleansing pill is actually this expensive? Yi Qing's face darkened. So, all my assets. They can't even afford a single mid-grade marrow cleansing pill. Yi Qing originally thought he was quite wealthy. But now it seems he really is penniless. Wrong. He noticed a flash of blue light in the system store. CET4. Price, 10 million. Has the system added new products again? Yi Qing's face was full of surprise. English has always been a major headache for him. His English grades were only average to begin with, usually scoring around 70 or 80 points. I took the CET4 College English Test Band 4 last year. I haven't taken the test. Their school stipulates that students who fail the CET4 College English Test Band 4 will not receive a graduation certificate. He was only a freshman in college. No rush. But for learning English, he really doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve. He gets a headache whenever he sees English words. Rote memorization is not very effective. This made him very worried about whether he would be able to graduate. But now things are different, the system has given him hope. CET 6. Price, 50 million. They even have an English level 6 exam? Yi Qing's face was full of surprise. Although he is very rich now, I may not necessarily go out to find a job in the future. But it's still very useful to learn more knowledge. Will the system store later update to include IELTS and TOEFL exam skills? Yi Qing secretly felt a sense of anticipation. Besides, Computer Level 1. Price, 10 million. Computer Level 2. Price, 30 million. Driver's License, C2. Price, 10 million. Yi Qing noticed these new items that had appeared in the system shop. It is closely related to his life. This price is too expensive. A driver's license costs 10 million. System, this is too much of a rip-off. Do you think it's easy for me to make money? It took a lot of effort. He had just spent 10,000 yuan on Feng Jixia. When will my assets reach over 100 million? Yi Qing was at a loss as to what to do next. We can only take it one step at a time. The events of today have left Feng Jixia deeply troubled. He also needs to sort out his thoughts. Because there are no electric scooters available. So I simply stopped delivering food. The two of them got back to school at 12:30. Fortunately, there was still food in the cafeteria. The two of them got their food and sat down together. There aren't many people in the cafeteria anymore. However, there were still a few students coming and going here and there. Yi Qing was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the newly added items in the system shop. But he simply couldn't afford these things. Even if he could afford it, he wouldn't be willing to spend the money now. After all, his assets are only a little over 10 million. The cheapest item inside costs 10 million. If we spend that 10 million, he only had a little over 2 million left. This will make him feel a little flustered. Yi Qing was really hungry, and he devoured the food in a whirlwind. My stomach finally feels a little full. He discovered that ever since he took the marrow cleansing pill, his appetite is also constantly increasing. My body is also noticeably different. Feng Zhixia smiled as she looked at Yi Qing. She felt relaxed when she was with Yi Qing. Yi Qing did not discriminate against her. I wasn't curious about what she looked like. And they are also very willing to help others. Feng Zhixia knew she was very ugly. She was poor and ugly. Someone like Yi Qing definitely doesn't want anything from her. That means Yi Qing is a genuinely helpful person. Such people are still quite rare. Feng Zhixia felt a warm feeling in her heart. Chapter 81: A Great Insult. The word friend suddenly popped into my mind. Feng Zhixia shook her head. She knew she was quite disappointed. She hasn't had a single real friend since her face was disfigured. After going to university, her classmates also didn't want to be with her. She usually keeps to herself. But Yi Qing's repeated acts of help, it still makes her sigh in her heart that there are many good people in this world. She no longer felt the same wariness towards Yi Qing. After all, she was cold and distant back then. It's just to protect themselves. She did it to protect herself from harm. It was also to protect others from being harmed because of her ugliness. She knew perfectly well what she should do. She was very grateful to Yi Qing. If Yi Qing hadn't suddenly appeared, neither of these incidents would have happened. She really didn't know what to do. She suddenly realized something and looked at Yi Qing with great embarrassment. That. Yi Qing was also drawn to the other person and looked up. Feng Zhixia seemed a little hesitant. What's wrong? That. I've known you for so long, and I still don't know your name? Yi Qing's mouth was full of rice. He quickly chewed a couple of bites and said somewhat nonchalantly, My name is Yi Qing. Feng Zhixia nodded, remembering the name deeply. Normally, Yi Qing should have asked her what her name was. But Yi Qing just sat there eating and didn't seem to remember anything at all. This made Feng Zhixia feel annoyed. She had originally intended to tell the other person her name. But seeing how much the other person was enjoying their food, she opened her mouth. The words I was about to say were swallowed back down. Yi Qing learned Feng Zhixia's name through the system, so there was no need for him to ask at all. They continued eating until both of them had finished their meal. I walked to the entrance of the cafeteria. Feng Zhixia then stammered out her answer. Could I have your contact information? Yi Qing slapped his forehead. Yes, I forgot about that. After exchanging contact information, Yi Qing turned around and left. Love for Qian. Looking at the other person's nickname, Feng Zhixia was stunned for a moment. Does he have someone he likes? Feng Zhixia felt a slight disappointment. But then she shook her head with a wry smile. He said with a self-deprecating smile. How could I have such thoughts when I'm so ugly? I am not worthy. A look of pain crossed her face. Yi Qing's nickname has never been changed, simply because he is very lazy. Zhang Mingho woke up groggily. He only felt aches and pains in his back and body, and was generally uncomfortable. Who? Lulu. He turned his head and saw a huge face facing him. Zhang Mingho was startled. It suddenly occurred to me. It turns out that when the two of them were very excited, he actually had sex with this ugly woman. The scene from earlier also flashed through his mind. Zhang Mingho felt a chill run down his spine. I watched as the other person placed their hand on my shoulder. Zhang Mingho gently moved the other person's hand to the side. I looked at Zheng Xinxin, who was somewhat overweight, bloated, and rather unattractive. He leaned against the headboard. He picked up a cigarette and lit it. I felt nauseous, as if my heart was being churned by a stormy sea. He didn't even know how he could bring himself to say it. Most importantly, he initially had the upper hand. But later, he actually became the victim. This woman was also very obese. Zhang Mingho's bones are almost falling apart. He felt he had been utterly humiliated. He glared fiercely at Zheng Xinxin, who was fast asleep. A hint of smugness still lingered in his eyes. I didn't expect this woman to be experiencing something like this for the first time. It seems I must be her first man. That would be best. People say that a woman's first man leaves a very deep impression on her. I want to have this ugly woman under my thumb from now on. There shouldn't be any problems. Zhang Mingho took another deep drag on his cigarette. After exhaling a smoke ring, he envisioned a bright future. He believed this woman would definitely spend more money on him. Women are emotional creatures. Zhang Mingho understands Zheng Xinxin. Just then, Zheng Xinxin slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Zhang Mingho, who was so close, Zheng Xinxin narrowed her eyes into slits and grinned. Ha ha ha. How, we're finally together. I've finally become your woman. The scene that Zheng Xinxin had imagined, even dreamed of, just appeared like this. Her crush became her first man. Moreover, her crush even arranged a romantic scene for her. I saw a sea of flowers in the room. Zheng Xinxin was thrilled. She couldn't help but lean closer to Zhang Mingho. Zhang Mingho quickly stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. The look of disgust from before was gone, replaced by a warm and friendly expression. He then put his arm around Zheng Xinxin's somewhat chubby shoulder. Zheng Xinxin leaned against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Darling, you're so good. Although Zhang Mingho felt extremely nauseous. However, it wasn't outwardly apparent. He covered the other person's mouth with his hand. No. From now on you have to call me husband. Hearing Zhang Mingho speak so domineeringly, Zheng Xinxin's eyes lit up. Okay, honey, from now on you will be my dearest husband. A hint of smugness flashed in Zhang Mingho's eyes. This woman seems to like domineering men. Zheng Xinxin couldn't help but move closer. She pouted her somewhat plump lips and closed her eyes. Zhang Mingho immediately understood what this meant. Well. Looking at the other person's somewhat ugly face, Zhang Mingho closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and still kissed him. Wah! Zheng Xinxin was very excited and rolled over. Ouch, you're pressing down on me. Zhang Mingho let out a scream. An hour later, Zhang Mingho stared at the ceiling, utterly dejected. This woman is too strong. He had just felt like a small boat on a turbulent sea. It could be submerged by the sea at any time. Zheng Xinxin fell asleep contentedly. Zhang Mingho struggled to his feet, enduring the excruciating pain. I went to the sofa in the living room. No, I must make this woman compensate me. Although this woman is difficult to please, she'll be fine with me as long as I have enough money. He knew that to gain something, you had to give something in return. But the price paid was indeed quite high. Thinking of Zheng Xinxin's obese and bloated figure, Zhang Mingho had a headache. He will need to spend more time dealing with this woman. I'm determined to get this woman to give me more money. Otherwise, what am I? She's so ugly, that woman is so ugly, I'm going crazy. When I have money, I'm going to find beautiful women to make up for all of this. Chapter 82: A Beautiful Day. It wasn't until it was almost dark that Zheng Xinxin finally got dressed. She was with Zhang Mingho. Standing at the entrance of this luxury mansion, Zheng Xinxin intimately linked arms with Zhang Mingho. Suddenly asked, Honey, what if one day I run out of money? Will you still like me? Will you still be with me? Zhang Mingho frowned slightly. He thought to himself, is this woman testing me? Definitely. How could she suddenly run out of money for no reason? Zhang Mingho smiled. He gently stroked Zheng Xinxin's nose with his hand. Baby, what are you saying? Even if you have nothing, I will still be with you. You are already my woman, and you will never escape my grasp. Upon hearing Zhang Mingho's words, Zhang Xinchen immediately calmed down. A weight was lifted off her shoulders. How, you really are just as I imagined. You are the best. Zhang Xinchen hesitated for a moment but decided to tell the truth. How, this house will no longer belong to us. Zhang Mingho was stunned for a moment. His heart skipped a beat, he had a bad feeling. What's going on? Does this woman really have no money? What's the meaning? Zhang Xinchen quickly explained. I gave this house to someone else. Zhang Mingho finally breathed a sigh of relief. You just gave away this house worth over 9 million yuan like that? Zhang Mingho's heart was bleeding. How wonderful it would be if I could give it to him. But then he realized it. To be able to casually give away a house worth over 9 million yuan to someone else. That means Zhang Xinchen must be incredibly wealthy. Giving away this house is like giving away a head of cabbage. Zhang Mingho instantly gained confidence. This woman is definitely richer than he imagined. I'll have a good time with this woman in a couple of days. I'll find an opportunity to get her to give me some money. If you're going to be a kept man, you should at least feel comfortable doing so. There will always be a reward for your efforts. This woman is so generous, she certainly won't be stingy with me either. Zhang Mingho has already seen the golden road ahead. How, you're not angry, are you? It was indeed my fault that I didn't discuss this with you. But at that time, Zhang Mingho shook his head nonchalantly and said. He reached out and interrupted Zhang Xinchen's explanation. Xin, this house is yours. You don't need to tell me what decisions you make. I believe you must have your reasons, and I fully understand them. Zhang Xinchen's eyes were overflowing with love. My ideal man is so considerate. She had originally intended to explain things to the other party, but unexpectedly, Zhang Mingho understood her so well. This made Zhang Xinchen's heart burn with excitement. Zhang Xinchen nodded vigorously. How, thank you so much. Zhang Xinchen couldn't help but kiss Zhang Mingho. Zhang Mingho suppressed the immense nausea in his heart. 5 minutes later, the two finally went out. Zhang Xinchen turned around and took one last look at the duplex mansion. They closed the door with some reluctance. Once the door is closed, she can no longer enter. Zhang Mingho understood her so well. Zhang Xinchen still believes that people should keep their word. The most important reason is that she believed that the love between her and Zhang Mingho could overcome everything. Even without money, they can still be happy together. The two of them got into the elevator very intimately. We arrived downstairs. I'm sorry, how, I've already given that car away to someone else. Zhang Mingho was stunned for a moment again. He said it in a very carefree manner. It's nothing, let's just take a taxi back. Zhang Xinchen was still wearing her old, worn-out clothes. When it gets completely dark, the two finally returned to school. After taking another stroll around the campus, the two parted reluctantly. Zhang Mingho firmly believed that Zhang Xinchen was testing him. Zhang Mingho hummed a little tune happily. I returned to my dorm. Hey, Howsy, you seem so happy today. What good news is it? Share it with me. A friend in my dorm joked about it. Zhang Mingho burst into laughter. Today is a good day, an absolutely great day. Let's go, guys, I'll treat you to some street food. Dude, you'll be rich from now on. They're rich now. Zhang Mingho was extremely pleased with himself. He believes he will be very rich in the future. With Zhang Xinchen's financial resources, I just need to seize the opportunity to marry her after graduation. Even if he's a kept man, he's doing much better than his current classmates. Being a kept man is not just about avoiding 20 years of hard work. However, he did not tell his roommates about this. Everyone was overjoyed. We went out of the school gate together to drink. Zhang Xinchen returned to her dormitory. Although his clothes were very tattered. But today is the best day she's ever had. She held a bouquet of roses in her hand. I had a wonderful afternoon with my crush today. She was very pleased with herself. She wanted to show her classmates in the dormitory. Even without money, her crush, Zhang Mingho, is still willing to be with her. Zhang Mingho is a well-known campus heartthrob in their foreign language college. He is the male god in the hearts of many girls. She won over this male god. How could Zheng Xinchen not be happy? How could she not be smug? I pushed open the dormitory door. I then realized that all three of my roommates were there. Chang Yinhua merely glanced at Zheng Xinchen indifferently. He turned around and continued playing the game. Zheng Xinchen walked in calmly. His face was full of happiness. Chang Yinhua was initially somewhat indifferent. But unexpectedly, this woman lost so much property. She was a little puzzled as to why he could be so happy. I originally thought Zheng Xinchen would be very frustrated. Who knew this woman would be so excited? Chang Yinhua immediately felt resentful. Oh, is this what it means to have fun even when you're struggling financially? They're broke, but they're still so happy. Some people are just shameless, they can still laugh. Zheng Xinchen was originally very happy today. But I never expected that all those who flattered him. Chang Yinhua, who had always been her lackey. Today, instead of offering her a sarcastic remark, she felt extremely upset. I'm just happy, so what? What's it to you? Zheng Xinchen retorted. She felt that Chang Yinhua was a really despicable person. When she had money, she was always at his beck and call. She obeyed her every word. And they were very flattering. But after she ran out of money, he immediately seemed like a completely different person. I felt like I owed her a lot of money. Zheng Xinchen glanced at Yunjiro without making a sound. Yunjiro is more moral. At least they won't openly mock her. She wouldn't fawn over him when he or she had money. And now, there's no kicking someone when they're down. Chapter 83. Does Yi Qing like ugly women? How can it not be my business? Chang Yinhua put her phone down. Could you please keep your laughter down a bit? Don't disturb my game. Zheng Xinchen was not to be outdone. Ha ha ha. I'll just laugh. Chang Yinhua was so angry that she trembled all over. You. Then something suddenly occurred to her. They're so happy even though they have no money. I'd like to hear what's making you so excited. Zheng Xinchen was stunned for a moment. He said this with great pride. All you care about is money. Many things cannot be bought with money. For example, love. Chang Yinhua said sarcastically. Oh dear, that's strange. I'd like to hear what kind of love you found. Zheng Xinchen raised her head and looked at Chang Yinhua. Do you like Zhang Mingho? Chang Yinhua's face flushed red instantly. Zhang Mingho is the most handsome guy in their class. He's also the most handsome guy in the entire school of foreign languages. Everyone in Chang Yinhua's dorm knew that she had a crush on Zhang Mingho. However, she didn't dare to confess her feelings. What does this have to do with Zhang Mingho? Ha ha ha. To tell you the truth, I'm already with Zhang Mingho. Zhang Mingho is my boyfriend now. What? Chang Yinhua stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. She also knew that Zhang Mingho was pursuing Zheng Xinchen. But what's Zhang Mingho's situation? Chang Yinhua knew a little about it. This man is obsessed with living off a woman and wants to find a rich woman. But why is Zheng Xinchen broke? Zhang Mingho, on the contrary, was willing to be with her. Has Zhang Mingho stopped caring about money? Is Zhang Mingho and Zheng Xinchen truly in love? Chang Yinhua's face was pale. She plopped down in her seat. No. It's impossible, this is impossible. How come Zhang Mingho is with you? You're lying to me, you must be lying to me. Chang Yinhua shook her head frantically, her face full of disbelief. He. Zheng Xinchen chuckled softly. You'll find out tomorrow. Zheng Xinchen decided to bring Zhang Mingho tomorrow. They announced to the class that they were together. It will surely surprise many people. Zheng Xinchen wanted to show all the classmates who bullied her this morning what she was doing. The man they admire is already her boyfriend. Even without money, she can still get a boyfriend as handsome as Zhang Mingho. Looking at Zheng Xinchen's confident and determined words, Chang Yinhua still refused to accept this reality. How could Zhang Mingho possibly be interested in a woman like you who is both ugly and poor? I don't believe it at all. Zheng Xinchen shook her head and looked at Chang Yinhua with a pitiful expression. Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. After saying that, she climbed into her bed and fell fast asleep. She was really exhausted today. Soon, the sound of snoring filled the entire room. Yunjiro overheard their conversation. Could it be that Zhang Mingho is really with this ugly woman? For a time, Zhang Mingho even wanted to pursue Yunjiro. However, she rejected him mercilessly. Aside from being a bit handsome, Zhang Mingho is otherwise good for nothing. This is not what Yunjiro wanted. But what if Sheng Xinxin really is with Zhang Mingho? There really is one kind. It feels like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. The two are not a good match at all. Yunjiro shook her head with a wry smile. That's none of my business. She rubbed her wrist with the 280,000 yuan watch she was wearing. My only goal now is Yi Qing. For Yi Qing, Yunjiro hasn't even contacted Wang Yuan in the past 2 days. The watch Yi Qing casually gave her was worth 280,000 yuan. Even though Wang Yuan exerted his greatest effort, it's impossible to give her such an expensive gift. The difference is just too great. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Yi Cheng and Fang Jixia left the school gate together. Fang Jixia's attire still made her recognized by many people. After all, Fang Jixia is quite well known at Jiangcheng University. Because of her great figure, she looks like an absolute beauty from behind. But those boys who actually saw her face know just how ugly she really is. That's why Fang Jixia became famous at school. Moreover, she always wrapped herself up tightly, only revealing her eyes. Anyone passing by can tell it at a glance. Who is that man next to Fang Jixia? What's going on when two people are chatting and laughing together? That man is actually quite handsome. Why would you be with that woman, Fang Jixia? I've never heard of any boy being close to Fang Jixia. Fang Jixia has always been a loner. Yi Qing's appearance surprised many students around her. That boy, I think I know him. It seems to be in the same dormitory building as us. I think his name was Yi Qing. This morning, a girl who was somewhat unattractive broke up with him. It caused quite a stir. Now this guy is with Fang Jixia, who is so ugly. What's going on? Does this boy have some kind of fetish? Some students who saw Zhang Xinxin leading a large group of women to cause trouble downstairs at the boys' dormitory building in the morning saw Yi Qing. I've heard that Yi Qing is a rich second-generation heir. Do all rich people spend money like this? Why do you like ugly women? Oh my, that's so wicked. There must be something wrong with this man. Many people around were pointing and whispering. Fang Jixia also heard these sounds. I was having a very pleasant chat with Yi Qing. Then Ka immediately fell silent and lowered his head. Like a child who has made a mistake. She didn't want to be because of herself. What bad things might this bring to Yi Qing? Women who are too beautiful or too ugly will both face criticism. Yi Qing quickened his pace. They quickly left the school gate with Fang Jixia. We walked quite a distance, and were already some distance from Jiangcheng University. There were fewer and fewer students on the street. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Just as Fang Jixia was about to apologize, Yi Qing waved her hand. This is none of your business. It's because those people have such foul mouths. Yi Qing was somewhat angry. But he couldn't shut everyone up either. Fang Jixia glanced at Yi Qing gratefully. Please finish this meal. Let's pretend we don't know each other. So that people won't look at you strangely. Fang Jixia finally mustered up the courage to speak her mind. She would rather suffer herself. She also doesn't want others to be hurt because of her. Yi Qing shook his head, looking completely unconcerned. Nothing. Why do you care what other people say? We just need to be ourselves. I'm thick-skinned, it doesn't matter to me. Chapter 84. Are we friends? Fang Jixia was stunned for a moment. No one would admit to being thick-skinned. She felt a little better. By the way, what would you like to eat? Yi Qing shook his head. What would you like to treat me to? I don't care, anything is fine with me. Fang Jixia thought about it carefully. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Let me take you to eat hot pot. Yi Qing shrugged and said indifferently. Anything is fine. A smile appeared at the corner of Fang Jixia's eyes. He led Yi Qing through several winding alleys. We arrived at a somewhat dilapidated shop. The shop is located in a bungalow by the roadside. The house was built with old-fashioned red bricks. The walls were still painted white. A hot pot? For large characters were written crookedly with a brush on the white wall beside the door. If you weren't a familiar person, you wouldn't even know this was a restaurant. The restaurant's name is quite unique. Fang Zhixia led Yi Qing inside. Once inside, the curtain at the door is very small. A dim little lamp. A few very simple old-fashioned tables and chairs were set up. The tables and chairs were very old and worn. But the shop was spotless. Yi Qing developed a slight liking for the restaurant. Fang Zhixia led Yi Qing through the back door. We went straight to the back courtyard. Yi Qing then noticed that there was a large courtyard behind the shop. The courtyard was already full of people. It was bustling and noisy. It contrasted sharply with the quiet outside. The nights in early summer are still quite cool. The aroma of hot pot wafted through the air. Yi Qing's throat bobbed. He actually felt hungry. The two found a corner and sat down. This is the kind of mini hot pot that costs 18 yuan. Each person had a small pot set up in front of them. Yi Qing went to select some side dishes. His eyes lit up when he took the first bite. I didn't expect the food here to be so good. Yi Qing couldn't help but sigh. The shop is a bit run down, but the food is absolutely amazing. If you like it, eat more. Fang Zhixia lifted the veil covering her face. Its small mouth was revealed. Yi Qing glanced at it. My heart sank. This woman has a very pretty mouth. Around the mouth. The skin looked like it was wrinkled and crumpled from being squeezed together by hand. Red, tender flesh interspersed with black skin. It's full of potholes. Like a dilapidated road surface. No wonder the system score was only 40 points. It seems this woman has been disfigured. Yi Qing sighed and looked Fang Zhixia up and down. What a pity about such a great figure. Suddenly, a blue virtual screen appeared in front of Yi Qing. Product, rejuvenating pill. Efficacy, it can restore the user's original appearance. Price, 100 million yuan. Yi Qing paused for a moment. What's going on? Is this elixir really that miraculous? But isn't this a bit too expensive? Note, no matter how severe the facial damage, this product can restore the user's original appearance. Yi Qing's heart stirred. If that were really possible, wouldn't that mean Fang Zhixia has the potential to regain her appearance? Yi Qing looked up again at the woman sitting opposite him. Her figure is already the best of the best. If it were truly possible to restore one's appearance, that woman must be incredibly beautiful. Yi Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. But then I saw the prices in the system store. His brows furrowed deeply. 100 million is a bit too expensive. When will I be able to earn that much money? Besides, I've made so much money. Why help this woman restore her appearance? Isn't it better to spend my own money? Yi Qing shook his head. The two of them ate for more than an hour. When they returned to school and were about to part ways, Fang Zhixia took a deep breath. It seems they've made up their minds. He asked Yi Qing somewhat nervously. Are we friends? Yi Qing didn't expect the other party to ask such a question. Looking at Fang Zhixia's cautious manner, Yi Qing nodded firmly. We're friends. Friend. Fang Zhixia's eyes welled up with tears when she heard what the other person said. After entering university, because of her appearance, no one has ever been willing to be her a true friend. Her roommates also kept their distance from her. So she had to be alone and did nothing but study every day. She doesn't even have a single person willing to talk to her normally. This made her feel an unprecedented level of loneliness. He had feelings for Yi Qing, who was helpful. He always appears when she is in the most critical situation. Make her feel safe. Moreover, his relationship with Yi Qing. She could also sense that the other person did not discriminate against her. She finally made a friend at this school. Fang Zhixia nodded seriously. Thank you, Yi Qing. She finally learned Yi Qing's name. Fang Zhixia turned her head and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She ran away quickly, not wanting Yi Qing to see her embarrassing situation. Watching the woman's retreating figure, Yi Qing couldn't help but swallow. Her figure is absolutely stunning. As it was getting dark, Lin Xiaoxi returned to the dormitory building. She drove her new pink Porsche Panamera around for a long time. I originally wanted to pick up Yi Qing from the boys' dormitory and go out to eat together. But unexpectedly, Yi Qing had something to do that night. Their date was cancelled. Lin Xiaoxi felt somewhat disappointed. Her head was spinning, probably because she was too excited today. Today's events felt so surreal to her. I just wanted to go see what was going on, but I never expected this. She actually owns a car. There is also a house. It made her feel like she was in a dream. No, he had never even dreamed of such a thing. He reached out and gently stroked the steering wheel of the Porsche Panamera. Looking at the luxurious interior of this car, her heart almost melted. She really likes pink. This car perfectly matches her aesthetic. The seats and driving experience are both top-notch. After starting university, she took the time to get her driver's license. It's been a month since I got my driver's license. I originally thought that after graduation, you might only own a car after you start working. I never expected to have it now. Moreover, it's a luxury sports car worth over 2 million. As a car model, he knows this car very well. Moreover, this car is the same one she owned at the Porsche booth. Yi Qing took that ugly woman with him when he went to buy it. She was incredibly envious at the time. But unexpectedly, the car ended up in her hands anyway. Although it was already considered secondhand, she didn't mind at all. If it's a used minivan, she was, of course, very unhappy. But this is a $2 million Porsche Panamera, even if it's a used one. Chapter 85. Zhang Yuqing bought a car. That's also very valuable. Moreover, she was very familiar with the condition of this car. That ugly girl named Zhang Xinxin hasn't been in business for very long. The interior and the exterior paint. Everything is brand new. It's basically no different from a new car. She took 2 deep breaths. He suppressed his excitement. When this car was parked downstairs at the dormitory building, it has already attracted a lot of attention. Such a beautiful pink Porsche. Even some girls downstairs approached the car. I want to take a closer look. My God. This is actually a Porsche Panamera. It seems to be the latest model. This pink exterior requires special customization. How much can a car cost? Many girls have certainly heard of the Porsche brand. But in their minds, how expensive can a car be? I guess this car probably costs $1 million. Hiss. Is it that expensive? Are you kidding me? That's a Porsche. Of course, Porsche cars are expensive. I think it's worth at most 500,000. The 2 girls started arguing. A knowledgeable girl nearby rolled her eyes. Have either of you ever seen the world? I tell you. This is the latest Porsche Panamera. Worth over 2 million. What? 2 million? This. Everyone around was stunned. Lin Xiaoxi originally wanted to sit in her car to calm herself down. But to my surprise, more and more people gathered around. Having no other choice, she had to bite the bullet and open the driver's side door. Leaving as soon as possible is the wisest choice. When the car door opened, everyone turned to look and realized what was happening. She is an extremely beautiful woman. Inside a sports car worth over 2 million. A stunningly beautiful woman was sitting there. This makes everyone think that this is a perfectly normal thing. As expected, it's all about luxury cars and beautiful women. Wow, isn't that Lin Xiaoxi, the school beauty? No wonder she's the school beauty, even her car is so domineering. Being pretty is an asset. Although everyone was very envious, they couldn't bring themselves to be jealous. Because the gap between them and Lin Xiaoxi is just too big. Taking advantage of the crowd's chatter, Lin Xiaoxi quickly ran towards the dormitory entrance. She didn't want to be the center of attention. After the car owner left, everyone gathered around the car, pointing and whispering. Many girls even went up and touched it, looking quite envious. It seems they wanted to bask in that air of wealth and luxury. But this is just a car. Although it is very eye-catching, you will get tired of looking at it after a while. The girls stayed downstairs for 30 minutes before everyone dispersed. It got completely dark. Just then, bright car headlights pierced the darkness and illuminated the parking lot. The engine was very loud. Many people turned to look at the sound. As the car gradually drew closer, a sports car came into view. BMW? The car logo was very prominent. Moreover, it is well known to the public. The car slowly pulled into the parking lot. The car was turned off and the train lights were switched off. Then everyone realized that it was actually a BMW convertible sports car. It's a BMW convertible sports car. Really? Let me see. The girls who had been arguing earlier reappeared on the balcony. They looked towards the parking lot and sure enough, they spotted the convertible BMW. Wow, this car is really cool. It's a convertible. It should be worth a lot of money. I guess it'll cost at least $1 million. The girl who knew about cars rolled her eyes. Another girl who didn't know much about it said, I'd guess around 800,000. Stop. You two, stop guessing. You guys really know nothing about cars. I'll explain it to you now. That convertible sports car, although it's a BMW. But I could tell at a glance it was secondhand. That secondhand convertible BMW. The current price is at most 200,000. And that car looks like an older model from the previous generation. It can be bought for a maximum of 150,000. The two girls gasped. So, she can't even compare to the wheels of that Porsche Panamera next to her? That's true in terms of price. Hiss. The two girls, who knew nothing about cars, exchanged a glance. His eyes were full of admiration as he looked at the girl who knew about cars. Tell us quickly how to identify a luxury car. The driver's side door opened. Zhang Yuqing held her head high with an air of arrogance and disdain. She finally managed to convince her rich boyfriend today. I bought her a convertible sports car. Although it's second-hand. But it's a BMW after all, and it looks very imposing. If this car is driven out, let those who don't know anything about cars see this. They would definitely assume that car is worth around 1 million. In fact, I only spent 156,000 yuan to get this car. However, she is still a university student. Owning a convertible sports car like this, that's already considered the pinnacle among college students. She was very pleased with herself. When I get back to the dorm, I'm going to have to brag about it to everyone. In particular, we need to suppress the arrogance of that bitch Lin Xiaoxi. A quick glance revealed a Porsche Panamera parked nearby. How come there's such a nice sports car here? Zhang Yuqing rubbed her eyes. She ran over with an incredulous look on her face. My God, it's the latest Porsche Panamera. It's a specially customized pink. Wow, this is the car of my dreams. She couldn't resist reaching out to stroke the Porsche's dazzling paint. So enviable. Who could afford such a nice car? Then I glanced at the BMW convertible parked not far away. Zhang Yuqing suddenly felt that it didn't taste so good anymore. Let me check how much it will cost to get this car registered. I want my boyfriend to buy me one too. Zhang Yuqing gritted her teeth. It took a lot of determination. I opened my phone and started searching online. But the more she investigated, the uglier her expression became. Hiss. This car costs over 2 million? Her eyes widened in disbelief. This. Her boyfriend has some money. But it's impossible to buy her such an expensive car. She glanced longingly at the pink Porsche Panamera one last time. My mouth was practically watering. But all she could do was envy her. He walked into the dormitory building, looking back every few steps. She tried her best to adjust her mindset. With her new car, she wanted to show it off to everyone. Push open the door. I saw that my roommates were all there. A smug smile appeared on Zhang Yuqing's lips. Everyone's here. She deliberately held the car keys in her hand and kept waving them around. I just wanted to get everyone's attention. Everyone is playing on their phones at this time. Zhou Xia glanced at him from her seat. She initially didn't care at all. Sudden. Chapter 86. Okay, let's go have a big meal. His eyes widened. Yuqing, are those car keys in your hand? Zhang Yuqing nodded smugly. They even deliberately showed off the car logo on the key. My God, it's a BMW. Yuqing, have you bought a car yet? What suddenly occurred to Zhou Xia? Zhang Yuqing burst into laughter. As expected, you found out. Zhou Xia jumped up from her seat. He quickly walked to Zhang Yuqing's side. Let me see it quickly. As he spoke, he couldn't wait to snatch the car keys from Zhang Yuqing's hand. The car keys are all brand new and have a big BMW logo on them. Yuqing, you're amazing. You actually bought a BMW. Zhang Yuqing glanced at Lin Xiaoxi lying on the bed. He said it with a hint of smugness. Don't even mention it, I won't let my boyfriend buy it for me. He insisted on buying me a car. He said that now that I have a driver's license, I should own a nice car. Having a car will make it much more convenient to go out. I didn't want it at first, but I felt that what he said made a lot of sense. There's nothing we can do but accept it. These words caused Zhou Xia's lips to twitch. This is a bit too Versailles. But she was indeed very envious. Having your own car at university. That was an extremely extravagant thing. Not to mention it's a BMW. Zhou Xia looked at the BMW car keys in her hand with envy. Yuqing, what kind of car is this? Can we take a look? Zhang Yuqing led them to the balcony. Look, that's the one down there. Zhang Yuqing pressed the car key in her hand. The headlights below flickered. Wow! It's a convertible sports car. Oh my god, your boyfriend is so good to you, Yuqing. A BMW convertible. It must be very expensive. Zhang Yuqing nodded awkwardly. He can't exactly say it's secondhand, can he? However, that car was of very good quality, and the paint had been repainted. The interior has also been completely refurbished, so it looks no different from a new car. It's just the older model. Lin Xiaoxi only glanced at it indifferently. She found it in the parking lot downstairs. Not far from her Porsche Panamera. There was a BMW convertible parked there. She used to be a car model. I do have some knowledge about cars. That's a BMW Z4. It's the cheapest BMW convertible. Even the new model only costs 400,000 or 500,000. It's incomparable to her Porsche Panamera. Lin Xiaoxi didn't want to make a fuss after she returned. He put the 2 sets of keys into his bag. She needs to process what happened today. You also need to let yourself adjust properly. It feels like I've become a millionaire. Now, when she walks, she feels as light as if she's walking on cotton. She felt it even when she was lying in bed. This is just like the scene in my dream. Zhang Yuqing laughed triumphantly. My boyfriend is very good to me. He's very generous with money when it comes to me. Although I am not as good looking as some people. But the boyfriend I found is top notch. Zhang Yuqing turned her anger towards Lin Xiaoxi. He was determined to vent his anger today, no matter what. Lin Xiaoxi suddenly paused for a moment. She immediately realized that Zhang Yuqing was targeting her. Listening to the other person brag about her boyfriend like that. Lin Xiaoxi curled her lip, her face full of disdain. I continued playing on my phone in bed. She didn't want to talk to Zhang Yuqing at all. The two of them are not even on the same level now. She could easily defeat her opponent. But Lin Xiaoxi didn't want to be in the limelight. Some people just don't know their own limitations. So what if you took a bouquet of roses worth 100,000 yuan? The car was a gift from my boyfriend. But the highest-end package, with all the fees, costs over 500,000 yuan. I don't believe some people aren't envious. Zhou Xia glanced somewhat awkwardly at Lin Xiaoxi, who was lying on the bed playing on her phone. The two of them started again. Zhou Xia looked somewhat helpless. She was originally very ordinary looking. Therefore, there was no longer any jealousy. Especially since Lin Xiaoxi is so beautiful. She was also the campus belle of Jiangcheng University. She felt no jealousy at all. However, Zhang Yuqing relied on her good looks. He would cause trouble for Lin Xiaoxi from time to time. She knew Zhang Yuqing was holding back a lot of anger. The last time Lin Xiaoxi brought back a bouquet of roses worth 100,000 yuan. That already made her extremely embarrassed. Zhang Yuqing has now picked up a car worth over 500,000 yuan. They're definitely going to humiliate Lin Xiaoxi severely. Zhou Xia gave a helpless, bitter smile. Yuqing, you have a car now, you have to treat us to a meal. Zhou Xia immediately changed the subject. Zhang Yuqing raised an eyebrow. No problem. I just bought a car worth 500,000 yuan, so of course I have to treat everyone to dinner. What would you like to eat? I'll also take you for a drive while we're at it. Zhou Xia smiled brightly. We can go out for a big meal. And it's a free feast. She was very happy. Zhang Yuqing's roommate next to her also began to flatter her with a big smile. Yuqing, you're too generous. Unlike some people. My boyfriend gave me so much money. They wouldn't even treat us to a meal. Lin Xiaoxi's ears twitched. His face darkened even further. These people are never going to stop. The other roommate and Zhang Yuqing always wore the same pants. The two have a very good relationship. Zhou Xia is a very nice man. I've always believed that unity is the most important thing in the dorm. So he's always been a peacemaker. She didn't want any conflicts to break out among the students in the dormitory. Zhou Xiao's relationship with the three of them was roughly the same. Lin Xiaoxi is a loner. Yes, some people have become too petty. They have absolutely no sense of unity in the dormitory. Zhang Yuqing and her roommate started taking turns mocking Lin Xiaoxi. Zhou Xia kept saying nice things to her. Little stream. Let's go eat together. Lin Xiaoxi shook her head, intending to refuse. But the words were not yet spoken. Zhang Yuqing gave a cold laugh. How dare she come to eat with us? She's such a stingy person. They received so much money, but they didn't even treat us to a meal. How shameless does she have to be to come eat with us? Yeah, it takes a lot of thick skin. Lin Xiaoxi was so angry that she trembled all over. A surge of blood rushed into her brain. Have a meal? Okay, Zhang Yuqing is treating us to dinner, I definitely have to go. Lin Xiaoxi did the opposite. If someone's treating, why not go? Zhang Yuqing, you're not going to just pick any restaurant and send us away, are you? If you want to unite the students in the dormitory, then you have to treat us to a big meal. I think Xuan Yuan looks pretty good. Zhang Yuqing was stunned for a moment. She understood instantly. Lin Xiaoxi wanted her to bleed profusely. Xuan Yuan is the most upscale hot pot restaurant in Jiangxing City. The cheapest per capita consumption is over 1,000. If all four of them go out to eat, it will cost at least 4,000 yuan. But the words have already been spoken. Chapter 87 The Big Boss Around Me. Zhang Yuqing gritted her teeth. He squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Great, it's just hot pot, right? I'm going all out. After saying that, he gave Lin Xiaoxi a very provocative look. Spending so much money is to suppress Lin Xiaoxi's arrogant attitude. It hurts to spend the money. Lin Xiaoxi, I'll treat you this time. Next time, you have to treat us all to a meal at Xuan Yuan too. Zhang Yuqing was not to be outdone. She couldn't let herself suffer a loss for nothing. Lin Xiaoxi smiled. She could tell that Zhang Yuqing was really distressed. I'll treat everyone to a meal at the hot pot restaurant. Lin Xiaoxi felt there was still no problem. She had more than 300,000 yuan in cash on hand. For her, that amount of money was just a small sum. Zhang Yuqing was indeed very distressed. All her pocket money added up to only 5,000 yuan. This is still her rich second-generation boyfriend from today. What he transferred to her was his living expenses for 1 month. But now that things have come to this point, she can't back down. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and invite everyone to eat there. But she felt the meal was definitely worth it. The way her two roommates looked at her was completely different now. They even wore a flattering, ingratiating expression. Through this meal, she could even curb Lin Xiaoxi's arrogance, so why not? Lin Xiaoxi shrugged indifferently. Sure, no problem, I'll treat you next time. Zhou Xia and her other roommates' eyes lit up. This is truly a feast. The four of them quickly arrived downstairs. He walked slowly toward the parking lot. We arrived at the parking lot. Zhang Yuqing pressed the key in her hand. That BMW convertible. The shed was opened quickly. This is such a strong sense of ceremony. Zhou Xia and her other roommates' eyes lit up. Zhang Yuqing glanced sideways at Lin Xiaoxi standing next to her. Her eyes lit up and she suddenly came up with a wicked plan. She turned to look at Zhou Xia and Lin Xiaoxi. My car can only seat 2 people. You two should take a taxi there. Zhou Xia was stunned for a moment. Is there no room in your car? Zhang Yuqing shook her head. There's no room left. Besides, I don't want people I dislike riding in my car. Zhang Yuqing stared directly at Lin Xiaoxi without any attempt to hide her gaze. Lin Xiaoxi's lips twitched slightly. That woman is so stingy. Zhang Yuqing got into the driver's seat. The other roommate quickly sat in the passenger seat. Zhang Yuqing started the car. He rolled down the car window and looked at Lin Xiaoxi with a hint of mockery. If you don't want to spend money on a taxi, you can walk there. We will definitely wait for you. Ha ha ha. The car sped off in a flash. Zhang Yuqing's arrogant laughter echoed throughout the campus. Zhou Xia stomped her foot angrily. Xiaoxi, why is she like this? It's infuriating. Lin Xiaoxi didn't care. She felt that Zhang Yuqing was like a clown. It's nothing, she just bought a new car and wants to show it off a bit. Zhou Xia's face was very pale. She had thought she and Zhou Yuqing had a good relationship. But it seems that it still won't work. Zhang Yuqing bought a car. It seems her boyfriend is very wealthy. I need to find a way to please Zhang Yuqing in the future. Try to improve your relationship with Zhang Yuqing. It would be best if we were even closer. She thought to herself. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxi standing next to him. Lin Xiaoxi's boyfriend is still not as good as Zhang Yuqing's boyfriend. It seems I need to keep a certain distance from this Lin Xiaoxi. Otherwise, if the two of them argue again, it will affect me. Zhou Xia's heart gradually tipped in favor of Zhang Yuqing. Little Creek, what do we do? Do we really have to go out and take a taxi? Zhou Xia didn't want to miss this feast. It's clear that Lin Xiaoxi dragged her into this mess. She harbored some resentment towards Lin Xiaoxi. However, he didn't show it on the surface. Lin Xiaoxi shook her head. No need to take a taxi, I have a way. What can you do? Do you want your boyfriend to come pick us up? Lin Xiaoxi shook her head. He walked off to the other side on his own. No way, Xiaoxi, are we really going to walk all the way to the school gate? Jiangcheng University is quite large. It takes 15 minutes to walk from their girls' dormitory to the school gate. If you add the time spent taking a taxi, I'll definitely be late. Zhou Xia was getting a little anxious. But there was nothing she could do. No need to walk. We can drive there ourselves. Zhou Xia was completely confused. Driving yourself? Where would we get a car? Lin Xiaoxi took a bunch of keys out of her bag. I examined it carefully. Just a gentle press. Beep beep. The car lights suddenly came on in the middle of the night. Zhou Xia's eyes widened. This is. Wow, that's a Porsche. Zhou Xia quickly stepped forward. She hadn't noticed this side. I just realized there's a Porsche parked here. My goodness, it's pink. How can there be such a beautiful car? Zhou Xia couldn't resist reaching out to touch the car paint. But I was also afraid of damaging the car. He withdrew his hand again. Who is so rich that they can afford a Porsche? Unfortunately, we can only be envious. Zhou Xia turned around and realized that Lin Xiaoxi was not behind her. I was just about to shout it out loud. Boom! The car engine suddenly started running. The passenger side window slowly rolled down. Zhou Xia peered inside. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Zhou Xia stared blankly at Lin Xiaoxi sitting in the driver's seat. Then I looked at this pink Porsche Panamera. She opened her mouth so wide it looked like you could fit an egg in it. You. Car. She stammered so much that she couldn't even speak. Until the Porsche Panamera drove out of the school gate. Zhou Xia, sitting in the passenger seat, was still in a daze. She couldn't help but swallow. Xiaoxi, is this car really yours? Lin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes. You've asked this 10 times already. This car really is mine. Zhou Xia couldn't help but stroke the interior of the car. This car is really something else. A luxury car is a luxury car. A car like that must cost over $1 million. Lin Xiaoxi shook her head. This is a Porsche Panamera. Look it up yourself. Zhou Xia paused for a moment, then opened her phone and started searching. But the more she investigated, the more interesting her facial expressions became. This. 2 million? This car costs over 2 million? Zhou Xia covered her wide-open mouth. You. This? Zhou Xia was speechless. She began to carefully touch the upholstered interior. She was afraid that she would scratch the car with her hands. This is a luxury car worth over 2 million. She had only heard of it before. Now I'm sitting in such a luxury car. Looking at Lin Xiaoxi, who was focused on driving. It turns out that the big boss next to me is Lin Xiaoxi. Zhang Yuqing is nothing but a clown. From now on, I must cling tightly to Lin Xiaoxi, this big shot. Zhou Xia secretly made up her mind. Chapter 88. You can order whatever you like. A Porsche Panamera drives through the streets at night. Its streamlined body is eye-catching. Many people cast curious and envious glances at it. Lin Xiaoxi's heart was not at peace. Seeing Zhou Xia's envious gaze. It's all because of Yi Qing. What am I without him? How could I possibly afford such a nice car? Her feelings for Yi Qing continued to grow. I must hold on to Yi Qing tightly. 30 minutes later. The car finally stopped in the underground parking lot of Qianda Plaza. Zhou Xia immediately spotted the convertible BMW Z4. Their car is over there. Lin Xiaoxi saw that there was a parking space nearby. I just parked there. After the two got out of the car, Zhou Xia's face was still a little flushed with excitement. It seems the two of them have arrived. Let's go up too. Zhou Xia licked the corner of her mouth. I was already really looking forward to having a big meal. But now she feels a little reluctant to part with the car. I'd like to sit a little longer. Eating has become secondary. However, she still got out of the passenger seat. Follow Lin Xiaoxi to the side to take the elevator. We arrived at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Zhou Xia had already contacted the two people and went straight inside. In a corner of the somewhat noisy hall. Finally, they found Zhang Yuqing and the other woman. At this moment, Zhang Yuqing was looking at the menu in her hand. Her face paled as she looked at the prices on the menu. These things here are way too expensive. She silently complained to herself. No, I'll try my best to get them to order less. While Lin Xiaoxi and the others haven't arrived yet. Once I've ordered the food, they can't say anything. But Lin Xiaoxi and Zhou Xia walked in through the door. She was also full of surprise. You arrived so quickly? Lin Xiaoxi simply nodded. I sat down diagonally opposite Zhang Yuqing. Zhang Yuqing felt a little anxious. Waiter, a hot pot with 2 broths, please. 1 serving of beef. 1 serving of tripe. 1 serving of duck intestines. Zhou Xia had just sat down when. Hearing Zhang Yuqing say this. Her brows furrowed slightly. Yuqing, why did you only order 1 dish? How can 1 portion be enough for the 4 of us? Zhang Yuqing rolled her eyes. That's not enough, let's order more. Zhou Xia had already figured it out. Zhang Yuqing was a bit stingy and didn't want to treat them to so much food. She had already made up her mind to cling tightly to Lin Xiaoxi's coattails. As for offending Zhang Yuqing, she no longer cared. If they knew that Lin Xiaoxi's car was worth over 2 million. I wonder what their expressions will be like. Zhou Xia's eyes darted around. Suddenly I saw the QR code on the corner of the table. Yuqing, you can't possibly not afford to invite her, can you? Zhang Yuqing reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I almost jumped out of my seat. How is that possible? I can even afford a convertible sports car worth 500,000. How could I possibly not be able to afford to treat you to a meal? Zhou Xia smiled smugly. In that case, Yuqing, thank you. I didn't expect you to be so generous. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Then we'll just order whatever we like. Zhang Yuqing instinctively sensed something was wrong. Ah? Zhou Xia said to Lin Xiaoxi and another roommate. Come on, sisters, don't be shy. Yuqing told us to order whatever we wanted. Zhang Yuqing's face darkened. When did I? She was about to retort. Suddenly I realized something was wrong. She gave a smile that looked more like a grimace. Yes, everyone, please order whatever you like. Since things were already like this, she gritted her teeth. At worst, I'll just spend all my living expenses. But we also need to spread her reputation for generosity. The goal was to make Lin Xiaoxi, who was present, feel utterly ashamed. I also tried to win over my 2 roommates. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Yuqing's thinking was quite clear. She could only swallow this bitter pill. Here is a QR code. After we scanned it with our phones, Then you can order whatever you like to eat. At that time, a receipt will be generated and sent to the cashier. Hurry up, everyone, don't be shy. Zhang Yuqing was stunned for a moment. She then noticed that there was a QR code on each of the four corners of the table. This is to make it easier for customers to order. Simply scan the QR code to select the items you like. Zhou Xia glanced at Lin Xiaoxi discreetly. Lin Xiaoxi immediately understood. It seems Zhou Xia is trying to vent her anger over what just happened. Not to be outdone, Lin Xiaoxi picked up her phone and scanned the QR code on the table. Hiss. 888 yuan. A serving of Wagyu beef is really this expensive? She couldn't help but gasp. Iberian pork neck. 688 yuan per serving. Lin Xiaoxi was also greatly impressed. She looked around. I noticed that Zhang Yuqing's expression was not good. Lin Xiaoxi would not tolerate such behavior. We ordered all the expensive ingredients. Zhang Yuqing had just scanned the QR code and was looking at her phone screen. As the ingredients kept increasing, his heart was bleeding. Can't you order less? She could only say that to herself. Watching the price keep soaring. 3,680 yuan. 4,860 yuan. 7,400 yuan. Zhang Yuqing's heart almost stopped beating. This far exceeded her expectations. That's about enough. She needs to find a way to stop them from lighting anymore. In the past, I've heard that the average cost per person at this hot pot restaurant is very high. If they keep going like this, it's about to exceed 10,000 yuan. Zhou Xia didn't care about any of that. Since I've already decided to offend Zhang Yuqing, she simply ordered all the most expensive ingredients here. They even ordered a bottle of red wine that cost 10,000 yuan. When I saw the price soar to 20,000 yuan, Zhang Yuqing's vision went black. Because all three people were ordering, he had no idea who they were. Let's leave it at that. She tried again to stop everyone from ordering food. It finally stopped when the price soared to 26,000. Okay, that's about all I've ordered. Zhou Xia put her phone down. Lin Xiaoxi and the remaining girl also put their phones down. They were already completely satisfied. Just wait for the food to be served. They were also very much looking forward to it. Just how delicious are the ingredients in this upscale hot pot restaurant? Zhang Yuqing's lips twitched. Seeing such an expensive price, she almost collapsed to the ground on the spot. Isn't this a bit too much? Zhou Xia paused for a moment and asked in return. Yuqing, didn't you just tell us to order whatever we wanted? What's wrong? Are you going to back out now? You won't be reluctant to part with it, will you? Chapter 89. It really was that car. You can afford a sports car worth 500,000. You can't even afford to treat us to a meal with this little bit of money? Zhang Yuqing wanted nothing more than to strangle Zhou Xia. I'm just worried that everyone won't be able to finish it and it will go to waste. Zhou Xia waved her hand. Don't worry, we can definitely finish it. Their portions aren't large. Lin Xiaoxi noticed Zhang Yuqing's hesitation. How about this, I'll treat you to this meal. Lin Xiaoxi took out her phone to pay. He didn't think it was a big deal to treat everyone to a meal. Zhang Yuqing quit. If Lin Xiaoxi really does treat everyone to dinner, those two girls in the dorm will definitely become estranged from her. The three of them will be in cahoots then. How can she cope on her own? Zhang Yuqing gritted her teeth. Lin Xiaoxi, what are you pretending to be a good person for? I promised to treat everyone today, so it's my treat. Everyone, please eat first. I'll definitely pay the bill later. Lin Xiaoxi and Zhou Xia exchanged a glance. I could see a hint of schadenfreude in the other person's eyes. The ingredients arrived quickly. They couldn't wait to put those things into the hot pot. Wow, this Wagyu beef tastes so different. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Correct, absolutely correct. Zhou Xia chewed the beef quickly. My mouth was almost stuffed full. I have never eaten such delicious beef. No wonder it's 888 per serving. Upon hearing the price, Zhang Yuqing was about to pick up her chopsticks. She lowered her hand again. She quickly picked up her phone and sent a message to her boyfriend. Could you transfer 20,000 yuan to me? The other side replied very quickly. What's going on? Didn't I just buy you a car today? Are you ever going to stop? Do you think I'm the god of wealth? Can he just casually come up with that much money? I used all my money to buy you a car, that's all I have left. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Zhang Yuqing's heart sank to the bottom. She had no appetite at all. Where is she going to get so much money? It's obvious that Zhou Xia and Lin Xiaoxi are trying to set her up. But she had no way to help. He then managed to borrow money from several close friends. That's how they finally managed to scrape together enough money for the meal. The four of them ate here for a full 3 hours. It was almost 11 o'clock when they finally came out. Although it was just a bottle of red wine. But for these girls who don't usually drink red wine, I was a little tipsy. Zhang Yuqing's expression was very unpleasant. She used her credit card. They had to borrow a lot of money to settle the debt. It was all to put Lin Xiaoxi in a better position. But Zhou Xia didn't say anything flattering just now. This left her somewhat confused. Normally, Zhou Xia would definitely keep praising her for being generous. Try to get close to her. But now Zhou Xia is walking beside Lin Xiaoxi. He followed closely behind like a lackey. This left her confused about what was going on. She spent so much money treating everyone to dinner. Zhou Xia shouldn't be surrounding her. Should I fawn over her like a lackey? This made Zhang Yuqing feel very bad. Fortunately, she got along well with her other roommate. This gave her some comfort. She glanced at Lin Xiaoxi behind her with a hint of provocation. Lin Xiaoxi completely ignored Zhang Yuqing, which infuriated her. What are you pretending for? So what if she's a little prettier? Can you afford such an expensive sports car like mine? Snort. Zhang Yuqing muttered something under her breath. But her voice was loud enough that all four of them heard it. Lin Xiaoxi's expression changed slightly. Zhou Xia quit. Zhang Yuqing, what are you saying? Hurry up and apologize to Xiaoxi. Zhang Yuqing was stunned for a moment. She thought there was something wrong with her ears. What did you say? You want me to apologize to her? Are you all right? I just treated you to dinner. Instead of helping me, you're helping Lin Xiaoxi. Zhou Xia rolled her eyes. So what if you're treating? Are you going to treat us to a meal? Is it possible to be this unreasonable? What do you mean by attacking the stream for no reason? Do you think the stream is easy to bully? I'm telling you, from now on, I won't allow you to speak ill of the stream. If I hear that, I'll never forgive you. Looking at Zhou Xia's unusual behavior, Zhang Yuqing and her roommates were all shocked. They couldn't understand what was wrong with this woman. Zhang Yuqing felt extremely wronged. She never expected Zhou Xia to be such an ingrate. Originally, I planned to use this meal to win over all the girls in my dorm. Isolate Lin Xiaoxi, this woman. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xia acted out of character. Now we have to go against her. This annoyed Zhang Yuqing. You. She angrily pointed at Zhou Xia, her whole body trembling. Zhou Xia had to stand up for Lin Xiaoxi at this crucial moment. Make her position clear. Only in this way can you win the favor of Lin Xiaoxi, this big shot. She's clearly taking sides. Zhou Xia originally liked to smooth things over. She had never stood so clearly by anyone's side before. But now she has made it clear that she wants to stand with Lin Xiaoxi. This was unacceptable to everyone else. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes flickered. She certainly understood what Zhou Xia's true intentions were. She shook her head slightly at people like that. He's a typical petty person. I should stay away from it in the future. Zhou Xia, don't ride in my car anymore. Zhang Yuqing angrily went to her car. Zhou Xia pursed her lips, her face completely unconcerned. Of course I won't ride in your car. Zhang Yuqing was about to get angry when she suddenly froze. She spotted the pink Porsche Panamera parked next to her car. Isn't this the car from the school? How did I get here? She walked around the car and saw the license plate number. Yes, that's the car, that's right. Why is this car parked here? Lin Xiaoxi walked over. Zhang Yuqing didn't care about her own doubts. He said this to her with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Xiaoxi, don't think you've won just because Zhou Xia is in cahoots with you. Did you see that? You simply can't afford a sports car like that. Don't you like working part-time? Don't you like being a car model? Even if you work as a car model your whole life, you still can't afford a car like this. Zhang Yuqing looked smug. She had originally wanted to see Lin Xiaoxi furious. But the other parties seemed completely unaffected. He just smiled faintly. You can take a taxi back yourselves. Zhang Yuqing was somewhat disappointed. She opened the car door and was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something. I glanced at the pink Porsche Panamera parked next to me. Holding his phone, he walked up to the Porsche Panamera next to him. I picked up my phone, ready to take a selfie. My roommate looked at the pink Porsche with some envy. Chapter 90. The school is closed and we can't get in. Yuqing, is this car nice? I feel like it's not as cool as your car. Zhang Yuqing rolled her eyes. What do you know? This is the latest Porsche Panamera. My latest car can be had for only 500,000. This car costs at least 2 million. That's enough to buy 4 cars like mine. My car is simply incomparable to others. The roommate next to him suddenly realized what was going on. My God, it's worth so much. I wonder which woman drives such a nice car. Zhang Yuqing's face was also full of envy. She must be a rich girl, or she's a mistress kept by a super rich man. In short, they are very rich. They're the kind of people who are extremely wealthy. Zhang Yuqing felt a pang of sadness as she said these words. That's so enviable. This is a luxury car worth over 2 million. Taking a picture and posting it on WeChat Moments will definitely make many people envious. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxi also came over. Zhang Yuqing frowned in disgust. What are you doing? What do you want? I was here first. If you want to take pictures, wait until I'm done taking them. She then struck a beautiful pose. Excuse me, could you please move aside? Lin Xiaoxi walked over to Zhang Yuqing's side. Zhang Yuqing was positioned right next to the driver's side door. Zhang Yuqing was just about to press the shutter to take a picture. Hearing Lin Xiaoxi say that, he could no longer contain his anger. Lin Xiaoxi, are you ever going to stop? I was here first, so I took the picture first, is that not allowed? Lin Xiaoxi smiled faintly. He took a bunch of keys out of his pocket. Beep beep. The pink Porsche Panamera's lights flashed. Zhang Yuqing's eyes widened. She glanced at the pink luxury car next to her that she envied. He then looked at the key in Lin Xiaoxi's hand. You? This car? Zhang Yuqing's expression changed drastically. He stared at Lin Xiaoxi with an incredulous expression. Is this your car? Lin Xiaoxi smiled and nodded. Excuse me, could you please move aside? Zhang Yuqing then realized that she was blocking the driver's side door. She moved 2 steps to the side. He watched helplessly as Lin Xiaoxi opened the driver's side door and got in. My roommate next to me stared wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief. She instinctively swallowed. This car, it actually belongs to Lin Xiaoxi? Just now, they were both very envious of the woman driving that car. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Lin Xiaoxi, a classmate from the same dormitory they knew well. She finally understood. Why did Zhou Xia stand next to Lin Xiaoxi just now, which is unusual for her? Zhang Yuqing also realized it instantly. Looking at Zhou Xia, who was walking towards them with a smirk and a defiant expression. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked. Was this the car you drove here just now? Zhou Xia smiled smugly. Yes, you guessed right. How is it? Isn't it better than your car? Ha ha ha. After saying this, Zhou Xia went around to the other side. He opened the passenger door and got in. Lin Xiaoxi was not looking at Zhang Yuqing. Start the car. They dashed out of the underground parking garage. Looking at the taillights of that pink Porsche Panamera, Zhang Yuqing's face turned ashen. How could this happen? How could this happen? How could Lin Xiaoxi possibly have such a nice car? No. Impossible. I realized I had just said it. One Porsche Panamera can buy 4 of those cars. She felt like slapping herself. Zhang Yuqing opened the car door and got in, looking dejected. Actually, her car was a second-hand one, and it was an older model. And that brand new Porsche Panamera. There's simply no comparison. She sighed. I remembered that I spent over 20,000 yuan treating my roommates to a meal. Her chest hurt even more. Lin Xiaoxi drove the car at breakneck speed, heading back. But I only realized it when I got to the gate of Jiangcheng University. We are no longer allowed to enter the school. Lin Xiaoxi and Zhou Xia looked at each other. Little Creek, what should we do? We can't get into the school. Lin Xiaoxi sighed. I thought I could get back before closing time. Unexpectedly, there was a slight traffic jam on the road. It looks like I'll have to spend the night outside. How about we go out and find a place to stay? Where are we going? Let's find a hotel. Zhou Xia shook her head. Let's forget about it, cheap hotels aren't clean. We can't afford the expensive hotels. A sudden inspiration struck Zhou Xia. How about we sleep in the car for the night? It's not cold now. Being able to sleep in this luxury car worth over 2 million would make my life worthwhile. Lin Xiaoxi thought Zhou Xia was joking. That was such an uncomfortable sleep. Let's forget about it, let's find a hotel to sleep in, it's on me. Zhou Xia beamed with joy when she heard that Lin Xiaoxi was treating everyone. Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony. Once the two made up their minds, Lin Xiaoxi started to turn around. I just turned the car around. The BMW that was coming from the opposite direction then followed. Zhang Yuqing and her roommate also discovered that the school gates were closed and they couldn't get in at all. Oh no, what are we going to do? We can't get into the dormitory. Zhang Yuqing was stunned for a moment. I saw that pink Porsche Panamera and was about to leave. Neither of them can get into the school. Are you going out to find a place to stay? Zhang Yuqing's eyes darted around. Let's follow them and see what they're up to. Zhang Yuqing was still thinking. If two people stay in a hotel, could we let Lin Xiaoxi be the sucker and invite them to live together? They quickly caught up with the Porsche Panamera in their car. We had just driven onto the road when we came to two traffic lights. What suddenly occurred to Lin Xiaoxi? Zhou Xia, do you know where Mingzhu Huafu is? Zhou Xia was stunned for a moment. Mingzhu Huafu is not far from our school, it's just a short distance ahead. Why are you asking about this? Mingzhu Huafu is the most upscale residential community around Jiangcheng University. I heard that when housing prices were at their highest, they rose to more than 40,000 yuan per square meter. It's important to know that Jiangcheng is not a first-tier city. It can barely be considered a second-tier city at best. A price of 40,000 yuan per square meter is already very high. Keep in mind that housing prices in other places are only around 20,000 yuan per square meter. Moreover, their school is quite far from the city center. Lin Xiaoxi suddenly remembered the house Yi Qing had mentioned. When I separated from Yi Qing had already sent the exact location of the house to her phone. And the house key just happened to be in her bag. Isn't that a perfect place to stay for one night? Lin Xiaoxi made a last-minute decision to go and take a look. Chapter 91 So Many Roses. Zhou Xia, please help me navigate to Mingzhu Huafu residential area. Zhou Xia looked completely bewildered. Aren't we looking for a hotel? What are you going there for? Lin Xiaoxi smiled mysteriously. You'll know when you get there. Lin Xiaoxi stepped on the gas and the car accelerated instantly. It darted forward. Zhang Yuqing, who followed behind, was cursing and swearing. Why are they running so fast? Did they spot us? Zhang Yuqing quickly stepped on the gas and followed. In less than 10 minutes, the car arrived at the main gate of Mingzhu Huafu. The residential community implements a system of separating pedestrians and vehicles. This Porsche Panamera was already registered. We drove into the underground parking garage through the entrance of the underground passage. The BMW that followed behind. I wanted to keep up, but the pull suddenly came down. Zhang Yuqing suddenly slammed on the brakes. Her head almost hit the steering wheel. I watched as that Porsche Panamera drove in. He angrily slapped the steering wheel twice. That's when I noticed there was a pavilion nearby. There were lights on inside. You can see security guards on duty. Zhang Yuqing was a little puzzled. What is Lin Xiaoxi doing here? This is the most upscale residential area near Jiangcheng University. Could it be? She suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that this woman is here on a date? She suddenly bought a car worth over 2 million yuan. Someone must have given it to me. Could it be tonight? Is Lin Xiaoxi going on a date with that person? Zhang Yuqing's eyes flickered. I've come up with a great way to get revenge on them. If we could find Lin Xiaoxi's man, then wouldn't I have leverage over her? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuqing felt a surge of excitement. I want to see who this pure and innocent school beauty is dating. It might be a bald man in his 50s. Thinking of this, a sinister smile crept across Zhang Yuqing's lips. If you take a picture of the two people being intimate, send it to the class group. Will this cause a sensation throughout the school? The innocent school beauty was actually being kept by a sugar daddy? Interesting, really very interesting. Zhang Yuqing revealed a malicious smile. She turned around. They drove the car out again. I went to a convenience store by the roadside and bought a pack of cigarettes. I drove the car to the entrance of the underground parking garage again. It was already 11 p.m. The old man guarding the gate was dozing off, looking a bit drowsy. Knock, knock, knock. The glass of the makeshift house was knocked open. The old man opened his eyes, looking somewhat angry. Who is it? It's so late. The old man yanked open the sliding window. I saw a beautiful woman outside. The old man's anger subsided considerably. What do you want? What's the matter? Zhang Yuqing smiled sweetly. Uncle. Zhang Yuqing handed over the cigarette. The security guard's eyes lit up. Can you tell me? Do you have any information about the pink Porsche Panamera that just went in? Zhou Xia stared blankly as Lin Xiaoxi drove the car directly into the underground parking garage. Are outside vehicles allowed to enter this residential area? Li Xiaoxi shook her head. Only owners are allowed to drive in. Zhou Xia then realized what was happening. He was about to nod. Her eyes suddenly widened. Owner? You mean, you own a house here? Zhou Xia's volume suddenly spiked to a very high level. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. This was a gift from my boyfriend. This is my first time here too. Zhou Xia was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but swallow. Do you really own a house here? Lin Xiaoxi nodded again. Do you know how large the area is? Lin Xiaoxi shook her head. Yi Qing really didn't tell him. Zhou Xia swallowed hard and couldn't help but say. The price of houses here used to be over 40,000 yuan per square meter. And this is a high-end residential area. They are mostly large single-level apartments. The smallest one, I think, was 160 square meters. Let me calculate it. Zhou Xia picked up her phone, opened the calculator, and started calculating. 160 square meters multiplied by 40,000. Hiss. Even the smallest house costs more than 6 million. Zhou Xia looked at Lin Xiaoxi in disbelief. Did your boyfriend just give you this house worth over 6 million? Just how rich is he? Zhou Xia couldn't even muster up any jealousy. All that remains is deep envy. Little Creek, you're so lucky. Your boyfriend is so good to you. Hearing Zhou Xia say this, the image of Yi Qing flashed through Lin Xiaoxi's mind. I originally planned to properly repay Yi Qing tonight. But unexpectedly, he had other things on his mind. However, she just received a message from Yi Qing. The two agreed to have breakfast together tomorrow morning. She recalled how gentle, considerate, and respectful Yi Qing was. Most importantly, you have to be willing to spend money on her. She found that she seemed to be growing more and more fond of Yi Qing. After getting off the car, the two found the elevator. I took the elevator directly to the 6th floor. Lin Xiaoxi was also visiting for the first time, and she was very nervous. She didn't know what the house actually looked like. Is it really as Zhou Xia said? Is it a large, single-level apartment of over 100 square meters? But Yi Qing originally said 9 million. Is it a large, single-level apartment of 200 square meters? Lin Xiaoxi's heart was pounding. The elevator doors opened. Zhou Xia was the first to run out. Wow, Xiaoxi, this is actually one apartment per floor. No wonder it's a high-end residential area. After exiting the elevator, the two people arrived at the door. Lin Xiaoxi took the key out of her bag. This is the key for the combination lock. It is a small, round piece. Lin Xiaoxi placed it on the electronic combination lock. Crack! The electronic lock opened. Lin Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed the house Yi Qing had given her. Xiaoxi, this door looks so high class. Because it is a stand-alone house. In addition, the ceiling height here is very high. The front door was made to be very large. It looks much more impressive. Open the door. The room was pitch black. Li Xiaoxi stepped inside. The motion-activated light strip lit up instantly. The whole room lit up instantly. My goodness, this is even sensor-based. Zhou Xia exclaimed in surprise again. The two entered the house. I found the place to be decorated in a magnificent and luxurious style. The interior decoration is also very modern. It perfectly matches the aesthetics of young people. Wow, so many roses. The entire room was covered with countless red roses on the floor. Xiaoxi, your boyfriend is too good to you. Is this a surprise he gave you? That's so thoughtful. Lin Xiaoxi stood blankly at the door, looking at the sea of roses on the ground. She also began to have doubts. This is so romantic. Zhou Xia kept sighing in amazement. Chapter 92. What a beautiful garden. Zhou Xia weaved back and forth among the roses. Could this be Yi Qing's surprise for me? Yi Qing had originally refused to have dinner with her tonight. This made her feel a little disappointed. But now they've prepared such a big surprise for her. Lin Xiaoxi's mood instantly improved. Xiaoxi, your boyfriend is really too good. He is not only willing to spend money on you, but also willing to put in the effort to make you happy. Where did you find such a perfect man? People are so envious. Zhou Xia took Lin Xiaoxi's arm, as if she were being coquettish. She felt that her choice today was absolutely right. I never expected that Lin Xiaoxi would own a house here. Lin Xiaoxi walked to the middle of the house and looked around. The house is decorated in a very modern style. It's also geared towards a younger demographic, and it features whole house smart technology. The living room downstairs is also very large. The layout is very reasonable. This large, single-level design makes living here very comfortable. Looking at the red roses covering the ground, Yi Qing's image reappeared in Lin Xiaoxi's mind. That person is so annoying, giving someone such a big surprise. They didn't even tell us beforehand. The house certainly surprised and delighted her. But Yi Qing went to such lengths to buy her a whole room full of roses. This made her feel even more that Yi Qing was the perfect boyfriend. Ah! Zhou Xia wandered back and forth between the rooms. Xiaoxi, look! There's a huge bathtub here, and it's a jacuzzi. Lin Xiaoxi was startled. I thought something had happened. Hearing Zhou Xia's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, she still went to the restroom over there and opened the door. I noticed that the bathroom was quite large. It's even larger than their dormitory area. Not only were the wet and dry areas separated, but the toilet and bathroom were also separate. The toilet and bathroom also have a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Xiaoxi, this house is so nice. The combined area of the toilet and bathroom is larger than the combined area of our 2 dorm rooms. Zhou Xia repeatedly expressed her admiration. We arrived at the master bedroom. Wow! What a huge walk-in closet. Zhou Xia discovered the walk-in closet here. It's actually quite big. Moreover, the cabinets inside look very high-end. Seeing Zhou Xia shouting like that, a smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Xiaoxi's lips. All of this is because of Yi Qing. Oh no, Xiaoxi, come quick! Zhou Xia suddenly shouted again. Lin Xiaoxi ran over quickly. In the corner of the living room, a small staircase comes into view. Zhou Xia stared wide-eyed at the small staircase. She couldn't help but swallow. Xiaoxi, there's a second floor. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes widened as well. This floor has already opened their eyes to a whole new world. If it's for living in, then there's absolutely no problem. Moreover, the living conditions will be very comfortable. No one expected there to be a second floor here. This spiral staircase. It was also beautifully made. It looks as if it were carved from crystal. The decorations on it are sparkling. Lin Xiaoxi couldn't help but swallow. Let's go up and take a look. Lin Xiaoxi was the first to step onto the stairs. The lights on the stairs sensed someone's arrival. It slowly lit up. Zhou Xia looked on with envy. The two slowly climbed upwards. One by one, the dim lights on both sides of the staircase turned on. It was as if they were welcoming their owner back. This is so ceremonial. The two went upstairs and the lights inside came on. The area upstairs isn't as big. It's only about 100 square meters. There are 3 bedrooms. Little Creek, this is actually a duplex. Your boyfriend is so rich. The large single-level apartment downstairs alone is over 200 square meters. Plus the upstairs area. Hiss. Wouldn't the area here be over 300 square meters? If it's 40,000 yuan per square meter, wouldn't this house be? Lin Xiaoxi's eyes widened as well. You mean this house is worth over 10 million? Zhou Xia nodded vigorously. It could be 12 million. Hiss. Lin Xiaoxi also gasped. She never expected Yi Qing to give her such a big gift. She felt a little flustered. What does Yi Qing want to do? Such an expensive house was just given to me like this. Does he like me? Lin Xiaoxi was overjoyed. But she didn't quite understand what Yi Qing meant. The house is too expensive. Ah. Little stream, come and see. Zhou Xia started shouting again. Lin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes. What are you shouting about now? However, she still walked over quickly. Zhou Xia stood at a side gate. The side gate was half open. She pointed outside. His voice was trembling slightly. Xiaoxi, it's outside. Lin Xiaoxi looked in the direction the other person was pointing. She also opened her mouth wide. That is that a courtyard? Zhou Xia nodded vigorously. Lin Xiaoxi walked out slowly. The lights in the yard instantly became bright. Zhou Xia followed behind Lin Xiaoxi. Neither of them expected it. There's even a small garden on the rooftop. This is so beautiful. The garden is very well maintained. Moreover, the area here is not small. Xiaoxi, this house is too luxurious. Zhou Xia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Today has been incredibly impactful for her. This 2-story duplex house. Although it can't compare to a detached villa. But it will be very comfortable to live in. This little rooftop garden can fulfill many people's fantasies. Lin Xiaoxi stood there blankly. A gentle breeze caressed her face. The hair at her temples was blown up by the wind. This. She didn't know how to describe it. Yi Qing's words had a profound impact on her. Young lady, drive carefully. The security guard happily raised the barrier gate. Zhang Yuqing greeted the old man and then drove her car into the underground parking garage. Following the directions given by the old man, they quickly found the pink Porsche Panamera. I parked my car next to the pink Porsche Panamera. Zhang Yuqing and her roommate got off the bus together. He circled the Porsche once. This should be it. There's an elevator over there. The two walked to the elevator. Press the elevator button. I remember it was the 6th floor. But when I pressed the button for the 6th floor, it didn't light up. The two then realized that they needed to swipe a card to go up. The two of them looked at each other. There was no other way but to climb the stairs. Although it wasn't a high 6th floor, the two of them had to rest 3 times before they finally climbed up. Chapter 93 will ruin your reputation. Zhang Yuqing collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. We've finally arrived at the 6th floor. This should be the household. The two rested for a while before they were able to stand up with difficulty. Zhang Yuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, we'll know who Lin Xiaoxi's man is. Lin Xiaoxi, I'll teach you to pretend to be a goddess. I'll teach you to be aloof and disdainful. Today I will reduce you to dust. To bring you down from your pedestal, the goddess in the hearts of all the boys in the school. A smug smile crept across her face as she imagined that scene. Yuqing, what do we do next? Zhang Yuqing did not hesitate at all. Since we're already here. When I knock on the door, you take your phone and start recording. We must expose that bitch Lin Xiaoxi for what she really is. Such a high-end house. There might be an old man inside. If we could capture Lin Xiaoxi on a date with an old man. Her goddess image collapsed. Let's see how she stays at Jiangcheng University then. I will ruin her reputation. The roommate next to him felt a little sorry for him. Isn't this a bit too harsh? Zhang Yuqing curled her lip in disdain. What's so ruthless about it? Since she dared to do such a thing, the truth should be revealed to everyone. I never expected that Lin Xiaoxi, the pure and innocent campus belle of Jiangcheng University. She might also be kept by a sugar daddy sugar baby. I'm just letting everyone know what she really is. Listen carefully, be sure to take pictures of these with your phone. My roommate nodded. I picked up my phone and turned on the video recording function. Zhang Yuqing took a deep breath. Bang bang bang. He started pounding on the door with his fists. Open the door. Open the door quickly. Lin Xiaoxi and Zhou Xia had just returned downstairs. Then I heard a knock on the door. Such upscale residential communities usually have doorbells. Such brazen knocking on the door. It is a very impolite thing to do. Zhou Xia was stunned for a moment. Who is it? Why are you knocking on the door so late? She turned around and looked at Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi gave her a wink. Zhou Xia understood immediately. She walked to the door. I turned on the camera. Ha! Why is it Zhang Yuqing and the others? Zhou Xia looked puzzled. Lin Xiaoxi also came over. How did they get here? The two were somewhat confused. Bang bang bang. Open the door. Lin Xiaoxi, open the door quickly. I know you're in there. Don't hide inside and keep quiet. Open the door quickly. Zhang Yuqing's voice was very loud. It came in through the crack in the door. Zhou Xia looked at Lin Xiaoxi with a questioning gaze once again. Lin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes helplessly. It's already past midnight. Let these two people keep shouting here. It will definitely affect the neighbors. Open the door for them. Let's see what they have to do. Zhou Xia nodded. Crack. The electronic door lock is open. Zhang Yuqing gave Zhou Xia a sudden shove, causing her to stumble. I almost fell to the ground. Zhang Yuqing, what's wrong with you? Zhou Xia finally managed to stop herself from moving, and then she started cursing loudly. Zhang Yuqing and the classmate behind her walked into the room. Both of their phones were on, and they had both turned on the recording function. Everyone, take a look. The mysterious school beauty Lin Xiaoxi in your eyes has been kept by someone else. Zhang Yuqing froze halfway through her sentence. Zhou Xia? You? She didn't expect Zhou Xia to be here too. She thought Lin Xiaoxi had already dropped Zhou Xia off at the school gate. Looking up, I saw Lin Xiaoxi standing in the center of the living room. Both of them were dressed very neatly. This was not what she had imagined. Zhang Yuqing was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't Lin Xiaoxi come here on a date with a man? Then I saw red roses all over the ground. So many roses? Zhang Yuqing was shocked. She had never seen a room full of roses before. It's like a sea of flowers. Both of them were dumbfounded. Zhang Yuqing, what exactly do you want? Zhou Xia walked up to Zhang Yuqing and questioned her sharply. Zhang Yuqing never expected things to turn out like this. Are there only the two of you in this house? Nonsense, who else could it be but the two of us? There are only the two of us here. Hearing Zhang Yuqing ask this question, Zhou Xia suddenly understood. What do you mean? Do you really think the two of us would be here with anyone else? Zhang Yuqing looked embarrassed. He still forced himself to speak. I don't believe there are only the two of you in this room. As he spoke, he barged inside. Lin Xiaoxi. Zhang Yuqing went directly to Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi was already sitting on the sofa, leisurely watching all of this. How did you end up here? How do you have a key to this upscale residential complex? Lin Xiaoxi's face darkened. That's what I wanted to ask you too. How did you get in? Zhang Yuqing's face was full of disdain. If you can come in, why can't I? Zhang Yuqing now understands. She couldn't possibly bring Zhou Xia on the date. The two of them were probably because the school gates were closed. So I'd like to stay here for the night. Zhang Yuqing looked up and observed the room's decor. A good house really makes a difference. The house is very well decorated and it's a large, single-level apartment. Zhang Yuqing was extremely envious. Moreover, this is the most upscale residential area in the vicinity. She suddenly realized something was wrong. How did you get the key to this house? Before Lin Xiaoxi could even speak, Zhou Xia couldn't hold back any longer. This is the stream's house. Of course Xiaoxi has the key to this place. Zhang Yuqing was stunned for a moment. Are you kidding me? This house will cost at least 5 million. How could Lin Xiaoxi possibly afford such an expensive house? Zhou Xia gave Zhang Yuqing a mocking look. Some people are like frogs in a well, they don't understand how big the world really is. To tell you the truth, this house was a gift from Xiaoxi's boyfriend. Didn't you see the roses on the ground? This was the surprise her boyfriend had carefully prepared for her. Zhang Yuqing's face immediately fell. Impossible, impossible. Who would just give away a house like this so easily? Are you kidding me? Zhou Xia gave a cold laugh. You don't know yet. Xiaoxi's pink Porsche Panamera was a gift from her boyfriend. Zhang Yuqing's eyes widened. What? It was a gift? It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. She begged her boyfriend for a long time. He used every trick in the book. Only then was the other party willing to buy her a used BMW Z4. Chapter 94 Seeking Lodging? No way. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. This house was actually given to Lin Xiaoxi by someone? This. Seeing Zhang Yuqing's incredulous expression, Zhou Xia became even more smug. She believed she made the right choice. He latched onto Lin Xiaoxi's coattails. She didn't care at all about offending Zhang Yuqing. The roommate next to him was dumbfounded. I originally thought Zhang Yuqing was a big tree. But I never expected that compared to Lin Xiaoxi, she wouldn't even be considered a blade of grass. If all these things were given to Lin Xiaoxi, how much money does Lin Xiaoxi have? She secretly regretted that she had been on the same side as Zhang Yuqing, which had angered Lin Xiaoxi. But it's too late to regret it now. Come on, let me show you around. Let me show you what a high-end residential area looks like. What makes a good house? Zhou Xia was with two people. I started wandering around the room. The two of them acted like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. Wow, Yuqing, there's such a big walk-in closet here. Wow, this bathroom is huge. Oh my god, they even have a jacuzzi? No way, there's a second floor here. My god. This courtyard is so exquisite and beautiful. Exclamations of amazement continued to be heard. Lin Xiaoxi sat calmly on the sofa. Until they finished shopping. Zhang Yuqing had lost her earlier arrogance. The house was completely beyond her imagination. This house is except that it is not a detached villa. The other things perfectly matched her vision of a luxury home. Moreover, although such houses are not very large, but they lived very comfortably. At this moment, Zhang Yuqing's eyes were filled with envy. Regardless of what kind of man the school beauty Lin she found. Even if that man is incredibly ugly. They were able to send so many things. If it were her, she would be more than willing. Even now, her head is still a little dizzy. She simply refused to accept this fact. But Lin Xiaoxi's calm demeanor. This made her even more certain. This house might really belong to Lin Xiaoxi. And the roses scattered all over the ground are proof enough. Lin Xiaoxi has found such a wonderful boyfriend. He was willing to give her money, and even gave her a car and a house. They were even willing to put in the effort to arrange all of this. That man must be incredibly good. Zhang Yuqing was practically dying of jealousy. She never even dared to dream that she could own such a house. But Lin Xiaoxi now not only possesses. And there's also a sports car worth over 2 million. The gap is too big, she can't catch up even if she wants to. Although her rich second-generation boyfriend had some money. But it's impossible to afford such an expensive house. Even if I could afford it, I wouldn't be willing to give it to her. This made Zhang Yuqing very discouraged. Little stream. This place is really nice. Look, the school is already closed. We can't go back to the dormitory either. Could we stay here for the night? Even if you have thick skin. Zhang Yuqing felt her face burning as she said those words. But she had never lived in such a high-end house. The place is very well furnished, it has everything you could possibly need. There are plenty of rooms, so you can move in immediately with just your luggage. I wish I could stay here for one night. Lin Xiaoxi was so angry she laughed. How shameless must someone be to make such a request? Zhou Xia, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. Zhang Yuqing, have you no shame? Don't think we don't know what you're doing here. When you came in, they're all holding up their phones, trying to capture our embarrassing moments, aren't they? Having lived in the same dormitory for so long, I never imagined you could be so malicious. Are you trying to destroy the stream? Having her thoughts exposed, Zhang Yuqing lowered her head in embarrassment. It's not what you think. Zhou Xia snorted coldly. Are you still trying to deny it? Do you think we're fools? Can't you see through us? Get out. All of you get out. You are not welcome here. You. Zhang Yuqing pointed at Zhou Xia. My body was trembling slightly. But in the end, she still stomped her foot. He gave Lin Xiaoxi a deep look. He turned and left. Zhang Yuqing's roommate, who was following behind her, was dumbfounded. She doesn't know whether to stay or leave. She never expected Lin Xiaoxi to be so rich. They have already calculated it. This house costs approximately 10 million. In addition to that car worth over 2 million. Lin Xiaoxi's assets exceeded 12 million. She felt like slapping herself right now. She originally thought Zhang Yuqing was very capable. But now, compared to Lin Xiaoxi, she's not even worth a damn. She was filled with regret. Xiaoxi, She wanted to ask Lin Xiaoxi for help. Let's see if we can stay here for the night. After all, they were roommates. Zhou Xia took a step forward and blocked Lin Xiaoxi's way. You're no better than me. Don't you know what you and Zhang Yuqing did? Get out of here right now, you're not welcome here. The roommate eventually fled in panic. She harbored some resentment towards Lin Xiaoxi. She's already so rich. But why don't they show any compassion at all? All I wanted was to stay overnight. There will be no loss. And she has so many rooms here. She stomped her foot angrily and went to the underground parking lot. She was completely dumbfounded. The BMW that was supposed to be parked there has now been driven away. This. Zhang Yuqing abandoned me and doesn't care anymore? Her mind was buzzing. What should I do? What should I do? I can't go back to my dorm. Does this mean I have no choice but to stay in a hotel for one night? A stay at a simple budget hotel costs over 100 yuan. As a poor student, she felt really sorry for him. It was nearly 1 a.m. when I left the Mingzhu Huafu residential complex. After careful consideration, I finally went to an internet cafe. However, her resentment towards Zhang Yuqing only deepened. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuqing abandoned her like that. Seeing the two of them flee in disarray, Zhou Xia turned around and looked at Lin Xiaoxi as if she were showing off her achievements. Lin Xiaoxi nodded in satisfaction. Although Zhou Xia's actions seem petty. But if this person in the dorm helps, she will be spared a lot of trouble. She finally understood why there were always treacherous officials around the emperor. Sometimes, these kinds of sly people can actually be quite useful. Zhou Xia, find a room for yourself to sleep in. I'm going upstairs. Zhou Xia's eyes lit up. Lin Xiaoxi went upstairs. Then all the space downstairs belongs to her. She can try out that jacuzzi. Zhou Xia rubbed her hands together, her face full of excitement. Lin Xiaoxi went up to the second floor and entered the master bedroom. Chapter 95. Follow along and see. Looking at this bright and clean bedroom, Lin Xiaoxi was very satisfied. She lay back on the large bed. He stretched out a big yawn. She felt incredibly happy today. Zhang Yuqing was thoroughly humiliated. He ran away in front of her, looking disheveled. It turns out that Zhang Yuqing is extremely arrogant. Because she has a boyfriend who is a rich second generation. He would flaunt her sense of superiority in front of her from time to time. Now, she can easily defeat her opponent with just one item. This feels so good. She could finally hold her head high in front of Zhang Yuqing. And you can also look down on her completely. I remembered how Zhang Yuqing looked so embarrassed today. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaoxi couldn't help but burst into laughter. All of this was given to her by Yi Qing. She felt even more grateful to Yi Qing. I remembered that I had arranged to have breakfast with Yi Qing tomorrow morning. Lin Xiaoxi actually started to feel a little expectant. The next morning at 6:30, the two had already arrived at the basement and gotten into the car. Zhou Xia had two large dark circles under her eyes. He said with a hint of complaint, "Little Creek, why are we up so early? There are no classes this morning." She got too excited last night. I spent over an hour bathing in the jacuzzi. It was already 4 a.m. when I went to sleep. She was woken up by Lin Xiaoxi at 6 o'clock, having only slept for 2 hours. Ah! She couldn't help but yawn. Lin Xiaoxi was also a little excited last night. Although I didn't sleep soundly, I still slept for 5 hours. I have something important to do today. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Thinking about having breakfast with Yi Qing today. She felt warm and sweet inside. The noise around her kept Zhang Yuqing tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. I opened my eyes groggily. She then realized that it was already broad daylight. Achoo! I shivered and sneezed. She spent the night in the car. The parking spot is right next to the entrance of Zhengcheng University. The street was crowded with pedestrians, and it was noisy. The sound of horns can be heard from time to time. Everyone should go to work or school as usual. Zhang Yuqing felt sore all over. This car is definitely not a place to sleep. Damn Lin Xiaoxi. How stingy. With so many rooms available, they still wouldn't let me stay there for one night. Damn it, so damn it. She felt extremely resentful, but now she felt powerless. Lin Xiaoxi became so rich. It completely exceeded her expectations. It's unlikely that I can surpass her in terms of money. The chances of her finding someone richer than her boyfriend are slim. She ran her fingers through her slightly disheveled hair. For a moment, I had no clue what to do. But she was determined to avenge the humiliation she suffered last night. Thinking back to last night when I treated them to dinner, it cost so much money. In the end, it felt like being slapped in the face. Let her anger rise. It was like a volcanic eruption, no longer able to be suppressed. Ah! I'm so angry. Just then, her eyes suddenly froze. A pink Porsche Panamera was parked at the school gate. We just turned around from the outside road. That's Lin Xiaoxi's car. After only a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yuqing quickly started the car. She didn't know what she was supposed to do. But the anger in her heart compelled her to follow. Following that Porsche Panamera, we arrived at the parking lot next to the third canteen. Watching Lin Xiaoxi and Zhou Xia separate, Lin Xiaoxi walked into the third canteen. Zhang Yuqing dared not be negligent. He immediately opened the driver's side door and got out of the car. He quietly followed behind Lin Xiaoxi. She didn't know why she was following him. But I just wanted to see what this woman was doing. She still held a sliver of hope. Let's see if we can find a weakness in Lin Xiaoxi's defenses. Yi Qing arrived at the third canteen early. I got up quite early this morning. After getting up, I ran a lap around the playground. Because the body has been cleansed by the marrow cleansing pill, both strength and speed have increased significantly. I ran 10 laps around the track. There was only a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. After running a few laps, he felt refreshed. I was thinking that if I could get up in the morning and run 2 laps, that would be great. Whether he can get up or not is up to fate. I arrived at the cafeteria at 6:50. I had originally arranged to meet Lin Xiaoxi at 7 o'clock. There weren't many people in the cafeteria at that time. Most of them were college students who got up early to exercise. They entered the main hall of the third canteen in 2s and 3s. Yi Qing casually found a place to sit down. He took out his phone and started playing games. 10 minutes is enough time for him to play a game. Since taking the marrow cleansing pill, his reaction time has also become much faster, and he's much more adept at playing games. I've chosen a new hero. I'm going to practice hard these next few days. At the height of the battle, a familiar voice came from beside me. Yi Qing? Yi Qing is busy playing games. Someone disturbed him. He was very angry. Turning around, I discovered it was Zhang Xinxin. Zhang Xinxin was wearing a faded light blue tracksuit. On his feet were a pair of slightly faded sneakers. It just looks a bit dirty. To Yi Qing's surprise, The woman was actually holding a boy's arm, and they looked very intimate. This boy is over 1.8 meters tall. She has a great face shape with well-defined features. He's very handsome. Yi Qing was taken aback. Zhang Xinxin never expected to run into Yi Qing in the cafeteria. She was in a terrible state yesterday. When I saw Yi Qing today. Instead, she felt much more confident. Because her boyfriend was with her. Yi Qing, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Zhang Mingho. Yi Qing was dumbfounded. She never expected that the girlfriend of such a handsome man would be Zhang Xinxin. Yi Qing really wanted to ask, "What are you after?" When Yi Qing and Zhang Xinxin were together. It's about the rebates from the image system. But what exactly does this boy mean? Zhang Xinxin looked at Yi Qing's dumbfounded expression with a smug expression. How about that? You didn't expect this either. I hope I can find a boyfriend this handsome. Let me tell you, even though you don't want me anymore, there are better men waiting for me. My current boyfriend is 1,000,000 times more handsome than you. Ha ha ha. Looking at Zhang Xinxin's smug expression, Yi Qing rolled her eyes. Are you sick in the head? Zhang Mingho gave Yi Qing a provocative look. He took a step forward and blocked Zhang Xinxin's path. You are Yi Qing. Yi Qing nodded. What's wrong? Zhang Mingho grabbed Zhang Xinxin's hand. He wanted to assert his sovereignty in front of Yi Qing. Upon hearing this name, he knew that this was Zhang Xinxin's ex-boyfriend. He couldn't let his ex-boyfriend, Zhang Xinxin, interfere with his plans. We cannot allow Zhang Xinxin and him to have even the slightest possibility of getting back together.